Good morning and welcome to Thinking Deeply About Primary Education, the podcast that makes time and space to think about pedagogy, teaching and learning, professional development, anything of interest to time-poor but enthusiasm-rich primary teachers. So today we've got something special in aid of Velindre, a very, very important charity in Wales. And we've got 12 hours of high-quality content exploring themes like reading, evidence-informed practice, mathematics, task design, and much, much more. Now, throughout the day, we're going to try and raise money in a few ways. Every £5 donation will count as a ticket to win signed copies of books by Christopher Such, Sarah Farrell, Shannon Doherty, and me. And draws will be held throughout the day. And £10 donations will count as a question for the final segment, which is Ask Me Anything with Shannon, Lloyd, Matt, Neil, Chris, and Elliot, and possibly Adam as well. And so, yes, you be sure to include questions with your donation. And already we've had two very generous anonymous donations, as well as some from Tom Oakley, Tom Brassington, and Matthew Clark. Thank you so much. You've been extremely generous. And we're going to crack on with the first segment. And I'm going to bring in my guests where we're going to sort of explore the day, what Velindre is, and why we're raising money for them. And so I'd like to say good morning to Gareth Rain and Lloyd Williams-Jones. Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good morning, Kieran. All is well, well, and ready for the day.
Yeah, ready to get cracking. I think it makes sense to start with what is Velindre. I don't know, Lloyd, if you want to open up with that one. What are we raising money for?
Yeah. So Velindre is a cancer charity set in Wales, and it's a charity that do a lot of work for supporting families and patients of cancer, and with their care, certainly palliative care as well. They have specialist units set up for people to stay. And the money they raise and the work they do supports the nurses that work at Velindre and things to support the families of those people who are suffering from cancer with such a horrible, cruel, nasty disease that affects everybody. I'm sure there's people in some way. Everybody listening is affected by cancer, and it's just such an important thing. And I'm obviously speaking here now on behalf of my father, who is hopefully going to be joining us shortly. My mother's not very well as it goes at the moment, so he's just supporting her a little bit. But I think he's going to be joining us shortly. But it's a super important charity for, and the work they do in Wales is tremendous. And my dad will explain how he kind of got involved with the charity later on. But the work they do is so important, and obviously there are similar charities in England and the rest of the UK, but obviously being the link back to Wales with myself and my father and through you, Kieran, it seemed like a sensible place to start to put money towards such a good cause today.
One of the great things about Velindre as well is that the research arm of Velindre is absolutely world leading. So they've got some experts that are not just important but right across the world, and all money raised goes to three different arms, really, supporting patients and their families, supporting projects. Like they've got a new project that opened a couple of years ago, Maggie's, where it's a great centre where people can call in. It's a much more relaxed environment. There's like a cafe, families can go for support. Anybody with cancer can go along and find out. But then also there's this research element. And so it isn't just benefiting patients in the local area of kind of Southeast Wales, where most of this work goes on, and then the rest of Wales for more complex cancer cases. But the research, often you'll see on the TV or on the news that there's been a breakthrough in cancer, and you'll hear Cardiff University, and often that links back to Velindre as well. So there's world-leading stuff going on down at Velindre. So it's so important that all the money raised will be going towards helping absolutely anybody that's touched by cancer, which, of course, in our lives is going to be 1 in 2 of us.
Yeah, that's a shocking statistic, isn't it? So it just shows how important this charity is. I know that ITV did a documentary on them a while ago. I was looking at videos that it possibly could share throughout the day, and it seems like it's a a place that really inspires both the local community and further afield. Now I've just seen your dad's arrived. While he gets set up, Lloyd, I thought, Gareth, you first raised the idea of a 12-hour stream for charity, although I think you might have said 24 hours. What was your thinking behind that suggestion?
It was after you contacted me, Kieran, and we talked about your amazing podcast that's doing such great work, and talked about me being on there. And I said to you, the trouble is, Kieran, you might have trouble making me shut up, really, because once I get talking about teaching and learning, I could be on there all day. And you'd said, oh, don't worry, it's the same for Neil and Lloyd. And I said, well, maybe there's something in that then, Kieran. If we're all talking about teaching and learning for such a long time, perhaps maybe we should do something one day where we do talk literally all day. And even though, kind of it was said in jest, I think something hit home there. And we said, well, maybe there would be something to this sometime in the future. And even though I'm not sure anybody could cope with 24 hours, I still think this 12-hour podathon is an amazing idea that you've now got, Kieran, and you've run with and set up. So congratulations to you for making this happen today.
That's very kind. I mean, we'll see how it goes. I mean, trusting my computer to last all 12 hours without sort of, the ring of doom going round and round. We'll see what happens. But I think, we definitely could talk for 12 hours. I think if we went for 24, we'd have to bring in our American and Australian compatriots much more to keep that what would be the night shift in the UK going. I'm just going to bring in Hugh because I think he's set up. Morning, Hugh. How are you?
Good morning, gents. Sport Dark. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Excellent stuff. Apologies for a little bit. We just had to make a few phone calls to try and get a doctor's appointment for my wife. So because days with everything. So there we are. Yeah. So maybe, Kate, I'm saying a huge thank you to you, really, for putting this on in support of Velindre Cancer Hospital. And I caught Gareth talking earlier, and one in two people are going to end up having cancer. And I'm an ambassador for the charity, actually, and ambassador evenings where we go along and they'll talk to us and explain what the techniques are and what the fundraising has bought and how I knew it was one in three people having cancer, and I came along and they said, yeah, it's going to be one in two people, and I was like, wow, work, and people are still getting cancer. How is it one in two or not one in two? And when it was kind of explained then, people are living far longer because historically people might have sadly passed with perhaps heart failure, with diabetes, with other type of things. So they can keep people alive longer now, which is a lot more. And another demographic is there's a lot more older people with cancer. So that battle really kind of like it gets more difficult. But the one plus of it is, as well as now having cancer, we've just gone over the kind of 50% success. More than half of the people that have cancer will now survive it. So that's a good statistic around it. And I can't really sort of be all the work everybody's doing. Using money. Is my signal poor, folks?
It's a bit hit and miss. I mean, I think we could make out what you're saying. I wouldn't stress.
All right. Do you want me to try and come on a laptop and come back in?
It's your call. Yeah, I think if you want to.
I'll jump off and go straight on the laptop and come back in. Lloyd, can you email me? And I'll leave you for a minute. Lloyd just sent me a message saying my signal isn't very good. So
you signed in on a cabbage, have you?
Wales, isn't it? Wales.
Yeah. So signed in on a piece of bloody.
I put some more coal. Try and phone back.
I was going to say you're going to have coal on feeding your phone.
What's been incredible with Velindre recently and has made the news is Rod Gilbert, the fantastic comedian, is one of their patrons, and was doing some great work for Velindre, including some, during lockdown in COVID, some online gigs. And then he himself now has cancer. So he said, not in a million years did he think when he was doing those gigs that within months he was going to be getting treatment from Velindre himself. And so even though he thought that they were a great charity from the outside, and then being a patron, he now knows that the care he's having, with such a terrible, terrible illness that he has right now, is absolutely fantastic. He said it absolutely couldn't be better. And so lots of people that you would speak to, as you said earlier, in any area, Lloyd, would probably say the same thing about the cancer services they receive. So, for instance, for me, my aunt, Auntie Christine, who's my mum's sister, sadly, she has cancer. And she's been receiving absolutely brilliant support from Velindre. She says that the doctors there are amazing, the nurses are incredible, and that any question that you want to ask, nothing's too much trouble for them. Everything that they provide for you is absolutely fantastic. And that everybody I speak to who receives any kind of treatment from Velindre has the same story to tell, really. Velindre also runs the blood service for Wales, which of course is so important in cancer treatments too. So the work that they do, it's so well known. I don't think there would be anybody kind of in our area in Southeast Wales or across Wales that if you mention Velindre, they wouldn't know immediately what you were talking about.
Yeah, I agree, Gar, completely. It's as a Welsh person, it's such an iconic name, and even the symbol. It carries a power almost, because like when you see it, you just know, you instantly recognize it and know. But like you say, the thing that's synonymous with that kind of the brand of Velindre, if you will, is just the care. It's just the instant thing. No matter, it just straight away, it comes into your mind, like the absolute, and having seen my father do the work that he's done for the last 5 to 10 years as a patron with Velindre, it's been awe-inspiring. Like the work he's done, the money he's raised, and the people that he's met and supported through his journey so far with Velindre has been incredible, and he's and all of that work goes towards helping everyone, doesn't it? Like I say, like helping your auntie Gan and all those other people affected by cancer, and to see the work that he does and the work that the charity does is it's incredible. Like it is relentless charity and fundraising, and because they have to, that is what they have to do. And like you say, in all arms of the charity, it's persistent, the resilience there, and the ability to continue getting people to put their hands in their pockets to help fund this. It's astonishing. It's astonishing because, like I say, we're in a tough climate at the moment, with cost of living and with everything that's going on at the moment. Times are hard, but people still give, and people still, because this affects everybody. The work and the tireless work that Velindre do, it's astonishing. It really is impressive, and I'm very fortunate to have been involved in some of the events that Dad has helped organise as well, and played a little part in that as well. But I know, hopefully today we'll raise a few more shekels for what is a genuinely excellent cause.
Yeah, I mean, I think £150 raised already. I mean, I'd be happy with that. There's no expectation that people go really far into their pockets. But imagine if everyone who listened to an episode of Tadape, in a typical week, gave £1, we'd absolutely smash that target. I mean, the target's only there because Just Giving suggests you put one there. But I think the people who have donated already have gone to extreme lengths. I mean, what sort of stuff have you been involved with? Because obviously we're hoping to talk to your dad about the charity work that he's done. What did he get you involved with, Lloyd?
Yeah, I've been fortunate enough. Obviously the music arm for me has been where I can lend a hand, and I guess the thing about Velindre is when they're very supportive with how, if you do, ever want to get involved with, and I'm sure most charities are the same in terms of supporting you to get off the ground and become a patron and become someone who helps to raise money continually for a charity for a period of time. It's something that, it's hard work. Like, you've got the logistics, the connections you need to have, that, you need to pull in favors left, right, and center to try and get something off the ground. Now, it can be as simple as, having a jumble sale. Of course it can, and selling stuff outside the front of your house. But, the bottom line is Velindre's organizational art, the logistics element to Velindre as well are excellent. So they've supported Dad, but Dad's put on a load of different events where I've been able to bring some musicality, I suppose, to it, and I've played some different gigs and pieces. I actually played down in Cardiff City Stadium. We did a gig there, and it was, and the thing is people put their name to it, like Rod Gilbert's involved, and and a few other big Welsh sort of celebrity names and stuff come along, and they just do it. They're going to say their heart, they just get involved and they do it because they know how important the cause is. So I was involved in like acoustic sets there and bits and pieces for him as well, even smaller than that. Then locally, like Dad will sort of just speak to a local rugby club at my stag or anywhere like something like that, and just say, right, I'm going to put an evening on, and he'll pull in a couple of boys to speak. So it'd be like him, Sean Holly, Shane, Hockey, couple of the names, rugby names in South Wales and stuff, and they'll, I'll go and play some music of that for them, some old songs and bits and pieces. The clubs are normally excellent. They put on like a curry for a £5 or a £10, and then they speak. They'll have a panel, and they'll just talk rugby stories for an hour, and the room's just locked in. And I'm sure, like, Guy, you've probably been to rugby dinners and things where they're just brilliant. Like, this is funny, and it's such an interesting world that, it's the recounting of like war stories and tales from rugby days and days gone by in rugby, where, they'll just hold a room, no problem at all, with a bit of Q&A and raise several grand. Then, they'll have an auction. That's another big thing, is then a lot of these players will bring a signed ball or, something from the bit of kit that they played in for one of the tests, and then all of a sudden, wallop, it's gone for 500 quid, and that with the ticket sales and all the rest of it, and everybody's generosity, and you've raised several grand, and then that goes in the pot, and then on to the next one. So, and it's just trying to keep an originality as well to what you do, and it's hard, it can be hard, and it like we said earlier, it's particularly hard when times are difficult, and in a current climate, cost of living, people haven't got that disposable to go and do things like that and go to a rugby club and spend a bit of money on things like that. So it's the climate's definitely harder at the moment. That it is affected by that. Yet it still happens. People still finding ways to raise money, still continuing to be resilient and dig in and think outside the box with some of the fundraising as well.
Do you ever get the kids involved in school, Gareth?
There's so many different cancer charities as well. We've supported others like Marie Curie Trust and things like that as well. So yes, one of the things that Velindre is well known for is that at Easter they have these little like knitted chicks, and so lots of schools will sell these chicks. So you see them around a lot at Easter time. So yes, all the time supporting Velindre or Marie Curie and lots of the other cancer charities too. Teenage Cancer Trust, of course, to do such fantastic work that we try to support as well. I suppose with all of these charities, one of the main things is that this is not paying for core services. So we must make sure that even in these difficult times with different funding streams and so on, that the core services are still funded by the NHS. And what we're hopefully going to be contributing towards is that amazing research and are those top-up support services and so on. So they're even though they're central to what they do, it's not paying for the main treatments and those sorts of things. That still has to come from NHS funding. What we're able to help towards is this Maggie's Cafe and are these amazing research projects and so on. And when you look through their Velindre annual reports and so on, and you see the different research projects they support, 14,000 to this, 120,000 to this and so on. And then you realize that those projects are just, it's almost like seed funding. And then those projects have gone on to have some world, breakthroughs. It's great then to know that all of these kind of fundraising events are contributing to that. We're all benefiting from it in the end.
Yeah, I mean, it would be fantastic if victory over cancer could be achieved. Because like I say, it's quite horrific in a lot of, if not all instances. I mean, not sure where your dad has gone to, Lloyd.
I've just messaged him now, and I think he's this computer is just loading, so he is imminent, he is en route. But I can sort of give you an input about how he got into it, like what was the main draw, how he got into Velindre. And essentially there was my father's best mate, and it's just second removed cousin, I think it was, Colin Hillman, who was a superb rugby player, fit as a fiddle, played Wales A, and he also he broke his leg, really unfortunately, at a time in his career where he was just breaking through into the sort of main level. Played for South Wales Police for many years as a hooker, and he broke his leg, so it stopped him getting a full Welsh cap, but he would have been capped, no doubt. Superb player. Went on to coach Wales Sevens quite prolifically, like during the sort of late 90s, early 2000s. Dad and him grew up together, trained together, came through the ranks, and obviously his family as well, like with his link, because my mother was a Hillman before she married my father. So it's that side of a family as well. And sadly, Colin died of pancreatic cancer. God, it must be about, Dad will know the exact date, but 10 to 15 years ago now. And it just took the legs from everybody in the community as well. Like, he was a big rugby man, and he fought tremendously hard. But the cancer was very, very aggressive and severe, and unfortunately lost the battle. And Dad, it really knocked Dad, and he kind of shifted him a bit. And what they did on the back of that, as obviously Colin was also a police officer like my father, and there was a huge funeral for him, full police honours and things, and thousands of people come out for it because of Colin's links to rugby and who he knew in the community. It was enormous. Like, it was an enormous, and Dad there knew. He said, "We've got to do something here. I've got to do something." So they pulled together, and it started as a group of South Wales Police group of guys and women who came together and said, "Right, we're going to do something." And they did the Three Peaks Challenge, the Welsh Three Peaks, and so they did that with Colin's son Matthew, who I played with as well, and it was and Dad just got such a buzz off that and was like, "This is such important work," that it kind of steamrolled from there. Now, obviously, where he did that, they obviously put the money to Velindre, because Velindre was supporting Colin through the time that he was suffering, and they were incredible. So Dad had sort of seen that care as well firsthand for the first time, I think, and so they put the money through to the charity. But then I kind of think he realised that he had some connections in Velindre as well. So like when he started, like, because obviously Jiffy and Jonathan Davis is the lead patron for the charity, and obviously Dad had played with Jonathan for Wales, so he spoke to Jeff and said, and I'm sure I'm telling you this now. He should be telling you this story, not me. I'm probably doing no justice here, but like he spoke to Jeff, and they, and Jeff said to him, why do you want to get involved? Do you want to be, do you want to help us a bit long term and sort of be part of the fundraising in a more sort of permanent way? And I think Dad, with what happened with Colin and everything, was like, yeah, I do, I definitely do. And they kind of started that connection then started, and obviously Shane Williams and the other boys that he knows and has been around in the rugby circuit and things. It just was it made sense, and as he started to build a sort of a charity stamina, if you will, like, and complete these unbelievable challenges, which they go and do. They go and do these enormous like cycles, and Dad's been on, he'll tell you exactly, but I think he's been on 4 or 5 of them now, and they're huge. They're hundreds of miles, like at the Grand Canyon and across Canada and the Rockies, and down the coast of America, and there's always something every year. They do an enormous challenge like this, and they get all people to in the same way like the marathon, you raise an X amount of money to be able to go on the trip. And Dad's been involved in a lot of them now, and has done some astonishing stuff. But there's a really lovely social element to those trips as well, because all the people who go, often the people on those trips are people who've suffered loss from cancer as well, because they are there as part of supporting Velindre and supporting the charity. So the connections that they make on those tours are incredible. Like, they have the best fun. They're really, really hard, but they also have incredible fun doing the ride, and they get really close, across the 10 days that they go and do a ride. And it's you get all walks of life doing them, and all abilities of cyclists, from basic beginner cyclists to really hardened kind of like, boys who are proper cyclists and going for times and things, and everything in between. But they come back, have a few beers every night, and have a meal together, and it's just a lovely atmosphere. And Dad was saying, I think there's even some of the consultants and the doctors and that they're involved with the research and side of things, they go as well on these trips as part of support. So I know Dad, I think it's a Dr. Tom Crosby, I want to say, is I have to double check the name of him, but I know he's a leading cancer surgeon, world leading cancer surgeon, and again, like I said, based in Wales, and a lot of them are, and people will come for treatment in Wales specifically, because we have that expertise there. And they come on the trips, and they get involved, and they share just the same. But what's nice about it is you have them cycling next to the layperson. So, like, my dad's fascinated, and he's chatting away. So, what's this then? How's this work? And he's just, and they're able to give, if we take it back to education, the level of domain specific knowledge that they have around cancer, around the research, and around what's going on, they're able to communicate that in a simpler way to the layperson. And it's just fascinating for him, I know, to be able to experience that. And then he relays that to me, and I'm like, oh, that's unbelievable, And so they're just a really special. It's a special charity, and what they do is incredible. It is absolutely incredible, and to see the money that they've raised and the money Dad's raised over the last 10 years is phenomenal. And like, my hat is off to him. He's an absolute inspiration to me. Like, so, incredible.
Yeah, absolutely is. And the reason we've gone for Velindre is because of the stories that he's recounted, over dinner and things like that. There, it really is inspirational. Now, I'm not sure how much I'm going to get to speak to you throughout the day, Lloyd. I know, Gareth, we're going to chat about curriculum. As we're approaching the end of the year, is there anything education-based that you have changed your mind on or thought about in a different way thanks to the reading, the listening, the watching that you've done this year. Obviously take time to think. But I know, Lloyd, you've got a very busy family day today, and hopefully you'll be able to join us at 7 o'clock. But I thought I'd get a question in for you while I had the chance.
So anything I've changed my mind on?
Yeah. Or thought about differently?
Okay. I guess mine would be, I think from a leadership perspective, having now been my second year of deputy headship, sort of, no, third year of deputy headship, sorry. I think my mental models of leadership have developed significantly in the last 2 years. What I thought leadership wasn't. It's the enacted. It's the sort of enacted leadership, isn't it? Is you just can't know what leadership is like until you're in the seat. And I think some of the views I potentially held before, from a HR perspective, about how we manage people, and being managed myself in a school, have shifted probably. I think that's probably one of the biggest shifts, I would say, for me in the last 2 years, has been 2.5 years, has been having been on the receiving end of being led, sitting on the other side of the fence and going, oh, right, I can now see the full picture. You can't see everything when you're in the role of a teacher, or even a phase leader. You just can't, you're not privy to the whole picture. You're privy to part of the picture. And I think that is such an enormous thing. And I think, sometimes potentially on Twitter, we get into debates with things, and people can get, a bit het up and a bit wound up about things. And I understand where it comes from, because if you are on the receiving end of something that is unfair or poor leadership, that's not a nice place to be. And it really can taint your view of what leadership is. And I think having been on the other side now and understood the bigger picture of what we do, and we do things for children, it's been a seismic shift and I look back at Lloyd from 2-3 years ago and think, what were you thinking there? Like, you just didn't know, that knowledge existed, or that these problems were there, because I didn't need to be privy to those problems, because it wouldn't have helped to have known, yet they existed. I know this sounds a little bit ethereal and meta, but it is like, and I kind of think that is what at the heart of leadership is, being able to bridge the gap and be able to communicate to people very clearly and honestly, without being a yes man. I think that's another thing that is a really tricky thing as a leader. I'm sure Gareth far more experience in this than myself, but it's knowing how to be very clear and communicate honestly with people, because people deserve that, rather than having a conversation with somebody where you placate potentially a little bit because it's a bit easier for you, and that, I'll pick that up later and I'll sort that. When actually having a more difficult conversation in that moment, but an honest and a clear one with integrity, is going to have far more impact and less ramifications down the line. Yes, okay, that person might not like the message they're hearing. However, how you communicate that message is everything. And having built the correct culture in your schools, that conversation will be couched differently, because if the culture's there of honesty and integrity and that kind of thing, you won't. It's easier to have the conversation because you've laid the groundwork. It's still not, the person still might not like what they're hearing, but the long term, they get what they need, the children get what they need, and the picture's better. So I know that's a bit of a woolly, not a here's a nice piece of research and here's my answer for it. But I was expecting the question. So that's my sort of roundabout answer to how I've changed potentially in the last year, definitely over the last 2.5 years.
Nice. Hugh's come back, so I'm just going to bring him in. And then, Gareth, I'll definitely get to ask you that question at some point today. Hi, Hugh. How's it going?
Okay, gents, can you hear me okay now? Is that better?
That's perfect. Crystal clear.
Perfect. Sorry about that. I was starting 2 computers up and all sorts. So, maybe I just recap, really. I came in when Gareth was talking around Velindre and the importance of it. And it is vitally important that cancer services and charities sort of work as best they can. And it's difficult in these times as well. When we fully appreciate that, but it's been a bit of a journey for myself, actually. If I maybe explain what's happened with Velindre myself, I came along in a friend, a good colleague of mine, who died of pancreatic cancer at 46, and I really felt like we needed to do something just to while he was still alive, actually. So we did the Welsh 3 Peaks as 19 police officers, because I was a police officer. 19 of us did the Welsh 3 Peaks. Started in Snowdonia and decided to do them all in the one day. So Snowdon, Cadair Idris and Pen y Fan. But put 19 anybody together and have a quiet beer the night before, don't kind of work out. So we were still sort of in a pub at midnight. And it was like, come on, we're going to go 4. And then the people said, well, let's just stay here and just go straight from the pub. But we did it. And that was my first foray into it. And we raised about £8,000. Started Snowdon at 5 o'clock in the morning, come off Pen y Fan at 8 o'clock in the night down in the south. So it was really my first foray into it. And that was for a local hospice, cancer hospice. But then I was talking to a rugby colleague of mine. I played a little bit of rugby at one time and in another life. And a good friend of mine who I played with for Wales, Jonathan Jiffy Davis, who is the patron of Velindre Cancer Centre, was chatting away to me one day at an event. And he said, look, why do you come on board with Velindre? We tried to raise some fantastic money while having some fun. And I think that's important as well. You can still have fun while raising money. And I got involved in my first Velindre sort of expedition, if you like, and fundraiser in 2014 when we cycled from Boston to New York. On that trip, there were about 8 former rugby internationals at the time who. So we had a really good banter and we had really good fun and lots of other people. And we raised, that one trip raised around £500,000 for Velindre. And then I was bitten by the bug and it's a journey. And I was offered then an ambassadorship and I took that up. And then my next foray into fundraising was cycling again. And we cycled through the Canadian Rockies from Canmore up to Jasper, and they are proper mountains as well. And it was we were on the trail one day and we had wiped out with snow, even though it was early September. And what tends to happen, you get 60, maybe 70 people who are on the ride together. We'll spread out over the day because you'll never all stick together because you just got the big old fat lads at the back like myself, right the way down to couples who'll do it, and then the real racing snakes who are proper cyclists that just want to, do as fast as they can, and it's all good stuff. So we were at this one point in Canada, and the snow started to come in, and I stopped to put gloves on because it was that kind of cold, and the snow coming in thicker and thicker, and there was probably somebody about half a mile in front and half a mile behind. But I've never felt so lonely in my whole life. I thought if some type of bear or something wants supper before you hibernate you, I'm really in the soft stuff. So we've done that right. And then we raised, I think we raised around 600,000 on that ride. Moved on to the next one, which probably was my favorite. And we cycled San Francisco to Los Angeles down through the Big Sur. And that was an amazing experience. And all amazing experiences because The cycling is tough. It's a tough challenge because you're cycling around averaging probably 80 miles a day. And 80 miles is still a fair shunt on a bike. But then we could get back on the next day and do it, and back on the next day and do it. And it is a tough challenge, particularly after lubricating your legs the night before as well. So, but then I always come back to when it gets tough and when I'm doing it. You'll have your moments. I just think about people who are then fighting cancer and what they battle, what they go against. Wouldn't they just love to be out on a bike and being able to be punished because of it? And it kind of drags you through that sort of drive, and it gives you a warm feeling when you finish the ride. So that was a beautiful ride. We were coming down through. You didn't know the next kind of town you're going to turn up in, because I don't tend to look really, because it's pretty straight road down to the Big Sur. And but while we were coming, you sort of come into a town and you can see, you drive on the surfboards across the top, the welcome to the town, and Santa Cruz, like, and there's people playing volleyball on the beach, and there's a burger bar there, and there's music playing. You think, wow, I'm in Santa Cruz, and the water's freezing, mind. The Pacific is the coldest sea. It's like the Irish Sea. It's about that cold it is, I'm telling you. And so we did that ride, fantastic. Finished up in Los Angeles, LA, and now that rat raised 895,000. So it's going up kind of every time. And then the latest one I've been on, I've just finished it. I did the 3 canyons, and that was without doubt the toughest one yet. So the 3 canyons involved us cycling Bryce Canyon, Zion Canyon, and the Grand Canyon. But we were cycling at 10,000 feet. So the altitude was really difficult to breathe. And we got to one hotel in Bryce Canyon, and it'd been a fairly long day. And I got to the hotel, and behind the reception hotel, they're selling cans of oxygen with a mask on it. So people, they're struggling to breathe. I'm saying, cycling in this shite, like, and this, but again, that was a fantastic experience. And we got to visit the north rim of the Grand Canyon. And the guys who were support guys for us on the ride, they were kind of, I asked, why is it one? They call it the 1%. I said, why? What's 1%? Why? What was that? What was the significance of the 1%? And they said, of all the visitors to go to the Grand Canyon, only 1% of them go to the North Rim. And I said, oh yeah, why only 1%? He said, because the South Rim down by Vegas is 621 miles away, like, so we did that ride. That was really, really tough ride. And it was a good experience again, because we were through Arizona, through Utah, changed states, picked up a lot of experiences, and I've never experienced it before, around the Mormon culture and how they sort of, the differences in how they sort of, their rules, if you like, I guess, and their culture was a significant change, because every time you're in a bar or whatever, you can't order a drink. You have to buy food with every drink you order. So like there's 6 sets of chicken wings, and you've had enough food then, like, so but that was really a tough ride, and I couldn't figure out how high 10,000 feet was. And I was like, in my mind, what is 10,000 feet? I know what 10,000 feet is, obviously, but what is it? And Lloyd and Gar, you will know this. I said to one of the lads who's a cyclist with me, I said, look, give me some perspective on what is 10,000 feet. And the Bulk Mountain, in the Bulk, Lloyd will know the Bulk, which is a large mountain in Wales. He said, we're starting at 8 bulks high on top of each other, and we're going up 2 bulks. So I was like, oh, well, that's high. But we finished that ride in Las Vegas, and that was quite cold when we were up in the mountains, and we had hail and we had all sorts, and it was tough to breathe. We got down to Vegas for the last day, and we cycled in from the Hoover Dam, over the Hoover Dam into Vegas, and it was 48 degrees then. So it was extremes of temperature. So that really got a good thirst on for when we arrived in Vegas. That did, so 48 degrees, right? And cycled into Vegas, and that ride raised £1.1 million. The next one's planned now. I'm on another one next year, which is in France, actually, my first European one. We're doing a World Cup ride from Paris down to Bordeaux in time for Wales' opening match in Bordeaux. And then my final one, maybe, is probably going to be the year after, where we're doing Niagara to New York. So that would have been six rides I've done then. We're going to do a walk, my wife and I. We're going to do a walk, because you can do walks as well as cycles, but they're every other year. So you'd be doing it every year then if you were doing it that way. We were going to do the Great Wall of China, raise the money, and that big C word come up there, and not cancer. And COVID arrived, and I don't think anybody will ever go to China again, really. I don't know. So that's kind of been my journey around Velindre, and it is a passion. And Kieran, I know I said a little earlier when I was on my phone, but you couldn't understand me. I just want to really express my absolute gratitude and thanks for setting today up. And it is in the work you do around this is phenomenal. And Lloyd keeps me in the loop, and I see it on Twitter. And the work you do, Kieran, is massive for education. And you take a big pat on the back from everyone for that, mate. Because and the feedback I see, I don't understand lots of the stuff you talk about, but the feedback I see is phenomenal from it, and doing this for Velindre today is just a fantastic gesture that I can't thank you enough, really. And when we look at, I think I mentioned earlier, it may have been a poor reception when we talked about it earlier, but just to recap, I think historically we've seen 1 in 3 people who have cancer, and that's going to drop to 1 in 2 people now having cancer. And I think
it has dropped out. I think Gareth said earlier it's 1 in 2 now.
Yeah, it's one in 2. Yeah, it is. It's 1 in 2 people. So and I was like, well, we're doing all this work, we're raising the money, we're trying to push forward all the advancements in curing cancer and victory over cancer, which is our it's on the side, our logo. And I was saying, well, at an ambassador's evening, they were saying, well, it's going to go to 1 in 2. I was like, well, how? I just don't understand this, because we're doing all this work. But then, and as I mentioned earlier, the difficulty comes, or that has happened because people are living longer. So people who would have perhaps passed with heart failure or and now having stents fitted and living longer, people with diabetes are keeping them alive longer. So cancer catches people as the older they get, and the demographic is a lot more older people are now tending to have cancer than the younger people, which I suppose is a good thing in many respects, but it's still a bad thing across the piece. You can't flower that up at all, could you? Because whoever has cancer is a terrible disease that we need to fight against. And kind of some of the work we're at a Velindre ambassador evening, and I was like, they explaining what the fundraising does then, and they said that there was a machine that the government would pay £4 million for a certain machine to treat cancer and target the areas, top of the range sort of machine. Government would pay the £4 million for it, but then the real deluxe model, if you like, was £6.1 million. So the £2.1 million was then taken from the fundraising. So it allowed Velindre to have the £6 million machine to treat the cancer. So little things like that across the piece, and they work well, and it just, you have a nice warm feeling. I find this personal feeling that I'm trying to help, and God forbid cancer touches everyone. It either will, it either is, or it either has, and that's the unfortunate situation we're in. And if I can do my little bit, then I can do my little bit. And at the moment, I think I'm just around 89,000 that I've raised personally now for Velindre. And keep chugging along, keep doing it, and it would it wouldn't be work, and it wouldn't work without the support of people like yourselves, people like you, Kieran, Gareth, Lloyd, giving up your time today to come on and talk around your educational things while supporting Velindre, Kieran, and I'm totally in all of the work you do. And I'm just looking now, that's zipped up to 14% of the target this morning. So it's up to £220 at the last look. Yeah, so that is starting to flow really nicely. And can't thank you enough, Kieran, really. And you, Gareth, Lloyd, and all the people who are going to come on today. So that's kind of my journey, really, with Velindre. And it's a passion, and it is a journey. And I'll kind of keep on doing it for as long as I can. So I don't know if you've got any questions or anything you want to ask around Velindre, or anything you're not sure of that I may be able to answer.
I mean, you're talking about inspirational, you're sitting in a room with yourself for 10, 15 minutes and hearing those stories of the fundraising you're doing. I mean, I couldn't imagine cycling, at normal feet, never mind 10,000 feet, even though I've got a bike. And you three guys here, have inspired me to do this, and like you said, because even a little bit, I think at least twice cancer is a fact that has come across my doorstep. And anything you can do, I've got some friends and family back home who do a lot of, they'll do a walk around Machu Picchu, those kind of things, and really push themselves, because again, that's high altitude. So this, sitting on my computer for 12 hours is minimal. I think the debt of gratitude goes to the people who are joining us today, who are going to share their expertise, so generously, and that starts with you guys. Shannon Doherty has put in the chat, I think we've got about 3 or 4 minutes before I need to do transition into the next one. She says Hugh's stories really are the best. Have you got a story for Shannon to finish us off?
I think I've frozen at the moment. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Yeah, you're okay.
Oh, you can hear me. I've frozen. What story can I have? Look, it's kind of difficult to pull them off the top of your head. Something triggers them. Flipping heck. Story for Shannon. I'll think about that. Can I come back to it later on this evening when I'm going to come on, I think?
Yeah, of course, absolutely.
That's a good idea.
But yeah. And I think Kieran, if you'd like me to, for the last hour, we come back on and I can then ask some rugby questions if you like, because I was fortunate enough to play a little bit of rugby and toured a lot of parts of the world, and got some stories around that. If you would allow me to indulge you with some of them a bit later on, or any questions around that.
Yeah, absolutely. That'd be fantastic. Yeah, brilliant. And Shannon says she can't wait. She's excited. So yes, if anyone's donating and they want to add a rugby question into their donation, then yeah, absolutely far away. And yeah, we can cover those later on. I think all that's left to do then, guys, is say thank you very much for joining me this morning. I'm going to transition over to the first education based. I think we've set the scene for today, the reasons why we're doing it. So really can't say thank you enough. Thank you very much for joining me, guys.
Well, thank you.
Thanks very much, Kieran.
Kieran, good luck.
Yeah.
Later.
I'll catch you later on for
have a great day. Enjoy.
For some questions again. I'll get a story for you, Sean.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Right. So at 9 o'clock, we have Christopher Such, Cassie Young, and Tom Oakley. We're going to explore evidence-informed practice, and the questions have been written by Sam Sims. So we have an opportunity to explore the reasons why we might want to be evidence-informed, and also looking at Sam, who is obviously a prolific researcher and sort of education academic, and his take on the questions he would ask to practicing teachers about their practice. So let's use a short video in the interim while those guys get on board. So if we add source, welcome to Thinking Deeply About Primary Education, the YouTube channel for time-poor but enthusiasm-rich teachers. In this video, we're going to consider one potential strategy for reading research articles, exploring the 3 key parts of any peer-reviewed paper and how we can make the most of the limited time we have to engage with academic material. But first, click like and subscribe to show your support for the channel so we can continue to make high-quality content for you and your colleagues. It can seem at times as if research articles are designed to be intentionally opaque, with access denied to the uninitiated, and sometimes this is true. It's quite common for suspect findings to be dressed up in overly complicated writing styles, to divert attention from the dubious nature of what's being presented. Usually, however, it's just a case of becoming familiar with the parts that are important to practicing teachers so that we can avoid the areas of interest to academics, which are essential to the genre, but less useful in the real world. Focus your attention on these 3 key features and you'll be on your way to meaningful engagement with the world of education research. So without further ado, let's spend some time thinking deeply about a strategy for reading research articles. The first place to turn your attention is the abstract. Usually found at the start of the article, this is a concise précis of what the researchers hope to find out by conducting the research, and it may even go into some detail about what to expect in the rest of the paper. By exploring the abstract, you can get a sense of what to expect when reading, and you can draw on the context to support your efforts to make sense of what follows. The greater your domain-specific knowledge, the easier engagement will be. But drawing on the abstract and the hypothesis laid out in simple terms should make things a little easier where knowledge of the domain is lacking. In the methodology section, you will typically find an exploration of matters of ontology, epistemology, and the complex functions used to determine the validity of the research. Most teachers I speak to find this overwhelming, and it can be a significant barrier to engagement with research articles. You'll be relieved to know that it is entirely acceptable to skim over these or ignore them entirely and move straight to the methods used in the research. As obvious as it might seem, somewhere in the methodology will be an explanation of the methods used to test a hypothesis outlined at the start of the paper. A well-written paper should outline exactly how the researchers plan to test their hypothesis, and what we should do is ask ourselves if the test they've designed has the power to support the claims made later on. Is it in a classroom setting or a laboratory? How big is the sample size? What age were the participants? And what checks were put in place to make it as scientifically rigorous as possible? These are the key ideas to consider when putting research through the smell test, and it's important that we do if it has the potential to impact on our daily practice. For example, a study with a small number of participants is likely to have a larger effect size than one with a large sample, and this can guide our decision making in real time. If you've enjoyed this video so far, and there's one crucial element still left to consider, then please like the video and subscribe. Your support will make the high quality content we produce possible and makes a real difference to teachers at the chalk face. Perhaps the most important part of any research article are the conclusions drawn in what might sometimes be called the discussion section. Here the researchers will make inferences based on their study, propose actions for those reading, and even make some proposals for future research to be carried out. Here we need to take what we've read in the abstract and the method to perform a true stress test of the claims being made. When you've read the claims, ask yourself if the method chosen really allows the researchers to draw the conclusions they have, or are they reaching beyond the limits of sensibility? It is much more difficult, for instance, to make generalizations across the population using a study of 15 people than it is with a study of 15,000. In the beginning, this will be more difficult, but all teachers will be able to spot exaggerated claims simply from the language used, so trust your instincts and be critical at all times when engaging with research. If we can focus our attention on these 3 core elements and combine what we learn to make reasonable inferences, then we will be able to access and use the vast majority of research articles. Remember, however, reading research is only part of being research informed, and we must combine what we read with our experiences and the wisdom of those more expert to make the most of research and develop a truly evidence-guided approach to our practice in the classroom. If you've enjoyed this video, why not share it with colleagues and support them in becoming more expert in engaging with research articles. Until next time, thanks for watching. Excellent. So we have got everyone here. That worked out quite well. That video was just long enough. I'm going to run this as if it's an episode, so then I don't need to re-record the introduction if I use this again. So welcome to Thinking Deeply About Primary Education, the podcast that makes time and space to think about pedagogy, teaching and learning, professional development, anything of interest to time-poor but enthusiasm-rich primary teachers. In this episode, I'm joined by Christopher Such.
Hello again.
Cassie Young. You okay, Cassie? Can you hear us? Okay, and Tom Oakley.
Hi, everyone.
How's it going? So Cassie, give us a shout if you find us, if you're having issues. So we're going to focus on evidence-informed practice, and the twist for this is that Dr. Sam Sims has written the questions he would ask practicing teachers. And so we've got 60 minutes or so to really explore evidence-informed practice. And so the first question, I'm going to throw this your way, Tom, if that's okay. What's your favorite type of edu book? Books written by a research-informed teacher? Books written by an academic who understands the classroom? Or a collaborative endeavor written by academics and teachers together?
Good question. I'd say that the books I'm enjoying reading and sharing most with colleagues at the moment are the In Action series. And that kind of straddles the fence of some of those categories, doesn't it? Because it's practicing teachers talking about research and how they've applied it. But I can't not mention Peps McRae's books, can I? I can't not mention those. They're the ones I enjoy reading, are the ones I revisit the most. So I'm probably straddling the fence on Sam's options there. But yeah, anything written by Peps McRae, I'm there. Little disclaimer, I have notifications set up on my Twitter that when Peps tweets, my phone pings to say, you need to read this. So yeah, anything written by Peps McRae, anything in the In Action series gets my attention.
Yeah, for me, it depends on purpose. So I'm a big fan of kind of research-informed teacher stuff, particularly if it's stuff that I don't really know anything about yet. If I want that introduction to something, if it's something that I want to see, practically applied, naturally I'm going to the kind of research-informed teacher. But that said, if it's something that I've started to know a little bit more about, something that I've spent some time on, then I naturally begin to gravitate towards things where maybe it's researchers themselves talking about their own work or talking about the work of the field they're in, because obviously they tend to be able to go into a little bit more depth. But as I say, I don't tend to start there. There are plenty of books out there that are written by researchers that complain about the disconnect between research and practice. And then you read their book and you say, well, this is maybe partly the reason why. It's a wonderful book, but yeah, your understanding of classroom practice and how teachers are going to interpret this is maybe not there. I'd really like to see more of that researcher practicing teacher overlap, even if it's just as basic as teacher writes a book, it's about research evidence on a particular area, and they reach out to a researcher and say, if I write a 100-word primer about what this is about, can you tell me if I'm on the right track? Or the reverse, where a researcher writes a book on a subject and then reaches out to teachers in different phases and says, please, can you read this? Please, can you say whether this actually, what I've written, does this apply? Does this make sense for teachers who are out there? So I'd love to see more of that. I know there's good stuff out there in that area, but I think there's definitely room for more of that.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, that's what Danielle Kohlenbrander was doing. She was thinking, okay, here's what we think. How does this apply? And she worked quite closely with schools. Am I remembering that correctly, Chris?
Yeah, absolutely. From what she said, and just thinking about the way she communicated in that podcast, I think she's basically the gold standard when it comes to researchers communicating their work. because yeah, she makes great efforts in the role that she does to reach out to schools, to work collaboratively with them, and then to communicate things in a way that a busy teacher can apply. So yeah, if in doubt, if you're a researcher out there thinking, how can I better reach out to schools, get in touch with Daniel Collenbrander. She's yeah, excellent at it.
Morning, Cassie. How are you? Yeah. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm here.
Excellent. So your face drop as
I know. It's like I can't hear anything at all. I'm just going to do the classic: turn it off and turn it back on again, and there it is. It worked. My years as an IT lead have clearly paid off there.
Fantastic.
How you doing? You had a good Christmas?
Yeah, it's been okay so far.
Yeah.
Still got a couple of days left to go, haven't we? We're on the first question. What's your favorite type of edu book, Cassie? And then there were three options. One written by a research-informed teacher, an academic who understands the classroom, or a combination of both.
I'm probably just going to repeat what Chris has just said, but basically I think it needs to be a mix of two. I think since changing job roles and being out of the classroom, I've been a bit more research heavy, but I think it needs a mix of two. I think that there needs to be a familiarity when you read anything around research and how actually that might look on the ground. I think it makes it a little bit more approachable and something you can kind of grapple with and reflect on your own practice. So I think it does need to be a bit of both. And yeah, agreeing with Chris that I think I've been contacted by people that are doing research and said, you know, what is the reality? What does that possibly look like? Can I talk this through? And I always think that that's a bit more of a powerful conversation, that you kind of think, actually, yeah, you want to understand it a bit better. It's not completely theory based, and you're getting the realities. So yeah, I would say probably a mix of both.
Nice. I think, like you were saying, Tom, Peps's books, I think he does quite a good job of straddling both as well, because there's some pretty lean referencing, but also this is how it might look in practice, which is, I think, is really, really useful. Now, Sam says that reading or hearing about evidence-informed practice is relatively easy, particularly social media. Shifting practice to align with the evidence is hard, particularly if you think about the cognitive biases that prevent us from doing this sometimes. And he wants to know, what methods have you found work to help you embed change in your own classroom? And how do you hold yourself to account?
I mean, I can dive in there if you like. Just I'll start with just a couple of things. Ironically, because I'm about to say that working on one thing at a time, or at least one thing in a particular aspect of what I'm doing. So if, for example, I want to consider how to improve my explanations, say, or reduce cognitive load while I'm doing my explanations in mathematics, I'm unlikely at the same time to be thinking, oh, I also want to be working on something to do with questioning in mathematics. I like to say, this is the thing I'm focusing on in this area. So prioritizing is central to what I'm doing. It doesn't, I say one thing at a time. It might be the case that I'm doing one thing in mathematics and I'm thinking about one thing I'm doing in my reading lessons. But at any given moment in a given day, if I'm kind of trying to think, oh, I need to do X, Y, and Z, it's not going to happen. I'm just going to end up doing all of them badly. And equally, even then across a day, if I'm trying to implement and try more than a couple or two or three different things, it's very difficult for me to reflect at the end of the day. So the first thing, prioritize. If in doubt, stick to one, would be where I go. Just one more little thing. I find that incorporating the help of other people in the room. So if I'm fortunate enough to be working with a teaching assistant and I'm trying something out and I'm trying to do something, I'll often just say, if you get a moment, keep an eye on me when I'm doing this. And am I doing it in the way that I think I'm doing it? Am I, again, going back to the idea of, clarity of explanation, am I being more clear? Am I being more deliberate? If I'm intentionally or trying to intentionally repeat myself in given aspects of an explanation, am I doing that effectively? Or have I just thought that I've done it, which is unfortunately much more common than I'd like it to be. But yeah, so those are two things I'd say to get started: prioritizing and trying to incorporate extra observers to help out.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think it can be very easy to stretch yourself really thin, and we have to think about capacity, what we've got time for, what we've got headspace for, what we've got knowledge of, and what we don't have enough knowledge of yet. Often we want to improve in areas that we're not an expert in. And naturally, if we were an expert, we might be more effective. So reaching out, getting that expert help. We've done that at our school. We reached out to Chris because one of the things that we want to work on is our reading fluency, and delivered a great session. That's now given us a really good focus for spring term to develop in our practice. And thinking about how we can utilize the resources we've got internally within our school. Where is practice really effective? What's going well at the moment? Can I go and see that person teach? Can I get kind of into the detail? How are they putting those things in place so that it works well? And when it doesn't work well, how do they respond to that? And ideally getting that person into your room and showing how it might be done with your class. So now that, some of the restrictions from COVID have reduced, getting people literally into the classroom, watching your environment, like Chris was saying, getting a knowledgeable person who knows you, knows your setting, to see the impact of what you're trying can be really, really helpful. And if you don't have that knowledge in-house, you might have a connection in a nearby school. We've got 2 teachers in our school at the moment, one in year 2, one in year 6, who really want to develop writing. And they're working with really knowledgeable teachers from a local school within our trust who have been lead moderators for Key Stage 1 and Key Stage 2 writing. They've visited our school, they've learned about the context, they've watched lessons, invited our teachers to their setting so they can see how they teach writing. And that's going to be an ongoing back and forth yo-yo between the teachers, coming and going, keeping in contact regularly. And I think, like Chris says, think about capacity. What can you focus on at any one time? Don't stretch yourself too thin. Reach out to experts wherever possible, and ideally get people into your setting. Get them to support you on the journey. If we want to become incrementally more expert, what is the one thing we're going to focus on now, and who's the best person to help guide us on that journey? That's what's working for us really well at the moment.
I think that's really powerful, because I think there are a lot of individual teachers working within schools or trusts that are not supported like that, that actually they work in schools where being research informed isn't really a priority, because what they do, they've been doing for years and years and years, and don't feel that they need to kind of reflect on practice. And I think that you've got some individual teachers working in schools that feel quite isolated in the fact that they want to read about research and they want to reflect on their practice and they want to kind of be better at what they do, or completely change it. And I think it's important that kind of networking, what you were saying, Tom, about kind of finding people that have got those strengths, that are doing things well, or not necessarily kind of seeing themselves as doing something particularly well, but other people can see that they're having an impact, and sharing that good practice. I think that's really important, because I think that there are, the question was that, access to research is really easy. It's easy to kind of go on the internet and chuck something in Google search and find it, or go on EEF and kind of start reading around it. But if you haven't got that network around you, you haven't got anyone to kind of say, actually, this is what's going on in my class, this is what I'm finding, are you finding the same thing? I think that's really important.
So obviously, Tom, you had time in the classroom, then were an advisor for a period, and then now you're back. Have you noticed a difference in the willingness to be evidence-informed across those two? And obviously, your time in the class initially spanned different continents. So I think you've got a lot to bring to this part of the conversation.
Yeah, so for those who don't know me, I was a class teacher for 11 years, including teaching in Asia for 2, then a local authority maths advisor for 6 years, and now I'm back in school working as a deputy head teacher. And in the time period in which I was a maths advisor, in those 6 years, there was a noticeable change within that 6 years. Within the kind of 2016 to 2022, I don't know what happened or what catalyzed it. I'd like to say that in my local authority, I might have made a little bit of a difference to it, but there became an increasing interest in reading, research, and that might have been supported by the way in which trainees were taught. It might have been the fact that we're starting to see the impact of some of the MPQs, and that the people who went on those themselves had to access research and use that to further themselves as they went in. But yeah, in the time that I was an advisor, I saw a noticeable shift in the use of research to inform decision making, school improvement planning, those kind of things. And the last few years, particularly, teachers joining the profession as ECTs now, who come in knowing some of the things that I didn't know for the first 10, 11 years of my teaching, coming in knowing about things that we're now really grateful that teachers come in knowing more about, how memories are made and stored, and, how we develop our understanding over time. I did a 4-year teacher training degree back in, early 2000s, but none of that was covered. At no stage in those 4 years did we think about the cognition of learning. But now teachers who do a 1-year training degree get a little bit of an insight to that, and then they get 2 more years. And I think that's really supported that. I think it's easier to come across evidence-informed practice now. I think the danger sometimes is that lethal mutation. When people try and do something on their own, with best intention, I've read about this thing and I want to try it out, and here's how I'm going to make it work for my context. If they're not well supported in doing so, if they don't have a good network, whether it be people within their school, trust, advisors, etc., it's very easy to end up doing something like what you intended to do. And again, that's how the lethal mutations might happen. No one intends for them to be, a Frankenstein version of what they read about, but it can often end up that way if we're not well supported or well connected.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously Sam's written the questions for us. His work has gone a long way to supporting us in exploring exactly what it is that might make a difference. So we can read as much as we want, but here are the ways that this is likely to have an impact on your professional development and then professional development across a school. So I think in terms of the likelihood, it's come up a lot on the podcast so far this year that I've been working with these early career teachers. I'm thinking, well, what do I teach you next? Because you've sort of got a lot of it mapped out, and I think once you've got some of those fundamentals in place, it really becomes a very individual journey in terms of where you go as a teacher. So I think I've definitely seen that shift. Certainly since maybe 2017 was the first time I saw other people getting really interested in real life as opposed to online. But now it almost seems the norm. But then that could be a sort of confirmation bias in schools that I've been working in. I mean, the next one feeds in really nicely. Have you ever found resistance to evidence-based practice from middle or senior leaders in your school? If so, what and why? You may not want to talk about your current schools. You might choose an example from the past. But yeah, it must be some examples.
I was thinking about this morning, actually, while I was trying to work out what's wrong with my computer. But the research around teaching assistants and the lack of impact that they have, because I obviously work predominantly with Senkos and teaching assistants and school leaders. That piece of research always kind of falls apart. And it's really difficult, I'm saying, no, it's not saying that they have no impact. It's saying if they're just plonked in a classroom and they're sat next to a child, they have no impact. And actually, you've got to think about how much they support the class teacher to allow the class teacher to do their job. So you've kind of got that catalyst there. And actually, a lot of school leaders will say, well, they have a massive impact and we can't do without them. And I'm like, no, that's, actually sometimes I think it's an EEF piece of research actually, and it just doesn't help sometimes. And I think you have to read it thoroughly and you have to look at the recommendations and not just the headlines. And that's, I mean, that's no fault of school leaders at all. That's, we haven't got time and we're going to read the headlines. So I think when we approach kind of becoming evidence informed, that we are really careful about kind of making sure that we're really clear on what it's actually saying. I don't know if anyone else has found that, particularly with kind of that support staff aspect.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak to that particular piece of research, but I've had conversations around it about this idea that it suggests or can be thought of as suggesting that teaching assistants aren't a valuable resource, and when of course they are incredibly valuable in the classroom. Yeah, I mean, it also comes down to what we can quantify, you know, because obviously we're working on the assumption that this piece of research and other pieces of research that are looking at things in a quantitative way are saying, look, they're not having an impact on achievement. They're not having a measurable impact on achievement. So, okay, so when are you measuring that achievement? Is it 6 months down the line? Is it a year down the line? How limited is your measuring of that before we jump to, maybe we should consider that before we jump to particular conclusions. But yeah, I agree. I think there is a more nuanced understanding of that particular piece of research. And it's just sometimes the headlines that can get in the way of that. One thing I would say is that there are a couple of reasons why why there might be resistance from middle leaders and senior leaders to research. In some cases, it's just, well, I've put this thing in place. It took me a long time to do it, and I don't want to change it now. And in some cases, that's actually fine because it seems to be something that's working quite well in that context. And there is kind of what you might call local evidence that it seems to be doing quite well in that results are pretty good, and teachers seem to be able to teach this way particularly well. And so maybe there are other considerations there. But sometimes it is just, no, I don't want to because I've embedded something. It took time, it took effort. There's a credibility issue if I row back on this so soon, though generally I would argue that you have greater credibility if you're willing to reflect, willing to change. It's also worth noting, though, thinking about it from the other side, that a lot of this stuff doesn't exist in a vacuum. So while it can be tempting to look at a piece of research and say, it tells us that this might be a good idea, let's do this. Usually when we're looking at bits of evidence in an area, so an area that I know a bit better than others that might be reading, if you're looking at this stuff, sometimes it gives you a particular principle. This is a good idea. But actually, if you read a bit more around the research, it's like, well, yes, and that's a good idea. But there's also other principles that come from research that kind of butt up against each other a little bit. And it's possible to overdo one thing at the expense of another. And a lot of this, I find, where I've had these conversations with leaders and teachers about, you know, changing something, or even in my own experience as a teacher, experimenting with something, and there being some pushback saying maybe that isn't a good idea. A lot of that comes down to a conversation around autonomy. And when you're a class teacher, it's tempting to think that when it comes to autonomy, the only thing you need to bear in mind is, how can I maximize how well I am teaching in the classroom? Which sounds obvious. It sounds like that's obviously what we should be doing, trying to maximize what we're doing in the classroom. But once you're a middle leader or a senior leader, you have other considerations. It might be the case that actually giving teachers that little bit more autonomy so that they can reflect on research and try things in their classroom conflicts a little with your desire to make sure that there's just like a baseline of adequacy across the school. So it can be, a little bit more challenging once you're actually in that position of being a middle leader or a senior leader to make those decisions. In short, like I have sympathy with middle leaders or senior leaders who sometimes just want to keep something in place just because it seems to be providing a sensible structure to guarantee a level of adequacy, even if it doesn't, you know, perfectly align with what evidence might suggest is best practice.
But there's that risk, isn't there? That what you're saying is that if we see a piece of research and think, yep, it could be a bit of a all change every time something new comes out, and we're like, right, this is what the latest thing is saying, let's do that. And then you end up without that kind of base level of competency. And actually, we know that these things are embedded and they do have an impact, and we don't want to change that. But I agree with you. I think it's like one thing to focus on and say, okay, this is the bit that you can start grappling with in your classroom, or you've got autonomy over this particular aspect of your classroom teaching. Have a go. I think you're right, because I think that reassures your schools that actually you know what works and you're not just doing the latest thing, which is that risk, isn't it?
Yeah, and there's definitely that sense that something, and I've been there. You find out something new and you want to do something with it because it's really just exciting to do a new thing. And embedding and thinking and reflecting on something that you've already tried and that is already beginning to make an impact on your classroom can end up being deprioritized. And obviously that's not the best. So yeah, in other words, another consideration is that sometimes that pushback from senior leaders, when you say, I think this aligns with evidence, I think this is a good idea, might just be them saying, yeah, I agree with you. Let's think about that 6 months from now. Let's reflect on this a little bit more. Let's see how that fits in our context. And in some cases, they might not be able to tell you that, you know what, we've got some teachers in upper key stage 2. They're new to the profession. They're doing a good job, but they're at the real limits of what they can do now. And if we roll out this new thing across the school, because if we do it, we want to do it across the school, then, and it's only going to work in this case across the school. If we do that, it might be a little bit overwhelming, and they might not want to share the exact details with that for obvious reasons. So yeah, sometimes that pushback is perfectly reasonable, though of course is worth. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, I was going to say that pushback from senior leaders is probably because they've got a wider kind of they've got a wider vision of actually what you're saying. We know that this is going on in key stage 2. I'm talking primary, but key stage 2, or we know that in early years they're trying to implement, early language intervention, and actually I know that could possibly be the next step, but it's about the implementation, because the risk is that you just jump over the implementation, plonk it in a classroom, and then it falls on its face. And actually, as a senior leader, you don't want teachers to feel like they're failing at something. So if you're going to do it, you need to do it well and at the right time. So yeah, I do feel a bit, I agree. I feel quite sorry for senior leaders sometimes that have to say, we're not doing that now. Agreeing with them as well.
Yeah, I think both of you have summed up what I'd like to say is that, whoever you're working with, we all want to get better. We're all in it for the right reasons. We want the best outcomes for children. But there are so many pressures in middle leadership, particularly most middle leaders are class teachers as well. And it's hard for them to think at that macro level about the whole school whilst thinking about their classroom. Senior leaders are thinking about everything all at the same time. Now being one, I know that better than ever, that it is really hard to both think about where you're at right now, what you want to achieve next, and where you see yourself a year or two down the line. And I think as people, as an advisor giving advice, I always had to be open to the idea that my suggestion for improvement will help the school at some point, but it's not up to me to decide when the school takes that on board. People with the position of the overview of the school, whether it be the subject leader, the senior leader, they have to make that choice. I can say that by bringing in, let's say, retrieval practice in your maths lessons is going to really help, but they might know, or they will know way better than me as the external person, whether their teachers, whether their leaders, whether their school has capacity for that now. And if they do, who are the people? It might be this person in year 1 and this person in year 4. They have capacity for that right now. And they're going to be our guinea pigs. They're going to try that out. They're going to make it work, because we want to get there a year from now, 18 months from now, but we want to do it really well. I've heard Tom Sherrington talk about it on his podcast before, about that kind of, oh yeah, we did Rose and Shines. Schools saying, well, we did it, but we just don't have headspace to keep it going. And that there's always that temptation, isn't there? Particularly in primary. So many subjects spanning such a broad range, especially if you're nursery through to year 6, so many plates spinning at the same time. So I think it's okay for there to be pushback from middle leaders and senior leaders to say, not now, actually. I completely agree with you that this is something that we should look into, but not now, actually, because our number one priority right now is this thing, and it might be, sorting out our safeguarding procedures to make sure that everyone is happy, safe, and well looked after, and that is taking all of our concentration and focus. And I think as people who give advice, whether it be at trust level or local authority level or national level, we have to bear in mind that, everything works somewhere, but nothing works everywhere straight away. We all want to improve. We're all in it for the right reasons, but we have to be open to the idea that it might not be now. And that's okay.
Well, also, I'd say we've been rather nice to middle leaders and senior leaders. They're very sympathetic, thinking from their perspective. So I'd like to take a moment just to be not quite so nice and just to say, there are also, of course, occasions where senior leaders have just bad ideas, and beyond that, I mean, quite specifically in my experience, it tends to be stuff that's kind of seductively closely related to what they perceive as outcomes. I'm bound to talk about this, but for example, reading teaching that is SATs practice, and that starts off as being the end of year 6, and then it's all of year 6, and then it's lots of key stage 2, and then it's drifting into key stage 1, and it's like there's nothing to suggest that this is a good idea, but it seems so closely aligned. Like, they're going to do this test, and they're going to be asked these kinds of questions, so let's do this. Let's teach them how to answer these kinds of questions. Surely that's got to work. And it's very difficult sometimes to pry senior leaders away from this stuff, regardless of what you can put in front of them with regards to research, because it is so seductive to say, look, this is what the test looks like. Let's do some of this. That'll work. So yeah, there are circumstances where senior leaders just have bad ideas and are tempted in by, as I say, seductive kind of outcomes attached practices, and sometimes they just need a bit of a shove to move away from them.
Do you think that's linked to accountability, though? The amount of accountability?
Oh, 100%. Yeah,
you do have bad ideas.
Yeah, I mean, you absolutely.
I've been one of them that's had bad ideas, and then a year later thought, what the hell was I thinking there? And, it's about holding your hands up and saying, actually, that was a terrible thing to do. Not that terrible, just before I told myself. Yeah, I think that stems from leadership accountability, and probably higher up the chain than school leaders, to be honest, and even trust leaders, that, that accountability, it's all on that SATs paper in year 6. And actually that can previously would have made make or break of a school. And so I think that pressure builds, doesn't it, as the closer you get to the classroom. And unfortunately, the teachers end up being the ones that get that you're doing this, whether you like it or not. But yeah, I agree with you. I wanted to ask you, sorry, Kieran, I'm not trying to derail this, but I wanted to ask you about the research that came out about read, write, ink and phonics, Chris, and how that kind of affected, because, well, probably Tom as well, so you're in primary, aren't you? But because I felt like that came out and it wasn't the great, I'm going to say it's full of holes, but I'm not sure. It was kind of in the middle of COVID, wasn't it? And a lot of the findings were kind of unfinished, people that didn't finish the program, and it showed a lack of rigor, etc. But I feel like they use that as, we told you synthetic phonics was an absolute waste of time, even though everything else around it is saying this is a really good approach. But I wanted to know what you thought about it.
Well, fundamentally, it's a fascinating bit of research. I won't talk about it too long, but there are massive holes in it, mainly because, dropout rates, the number of people who were in the control group that were being trained to write ink stuff, the people who were in the kind of the kind of main group who actually didn't complete the program or didn't follow the program particularly. But even then, you dig into it and it's like, oh, okay, so it seems to be that there is relatively minimal but slightly positive impacts associated with read write ink. But what's the control group? The control group it's in England, so it's other people doing different phonics programs. So it is in no way a test of whether phonics is effective. It is looking at read write ink as a famous, relatively expensive program and saying, does this work better than other synthetic phonics programs? And it seems to suggest maybe, very slightly, hard to tell. And lots of flaws in the research, but to use it as a way of comparing synthetic phonics to not would be, would be an absurd misreading of the research. But you know, this is phonics, so absurd misreadings of the research are,
I just felt like everyone sort of went, "See, we told you," and I thought, hold on a minute.
Well, there were a group of people out there who not only make research and put it out there as a way of getting headlines in particular newspapers or on particular radio programs. There are people who will intentionally misinterpret that research. But over time, you learn how to recognize these individuals and these institutions, and you begin to take their conclusions with something of a pinch of salt.
If I can, I'll just come in there on a slightly related point. I think some of our senior leaders and exec leaders feel like they've been burnt in the past by quote unquote bad research. Things like learning styles, you know, the impact that had on the way people taught, planned, etc., etc., etc. And I think for some senior leaders, there's always a hesitancy that the next new thing could be later disproven. You know, we could put huge time, effort, energy into this right now, only to find out that the research it's based on is flimsy at best, or self-referential, or those kind of things. And I think for those senior leaders, if they are apprehensive, if they are reluctant to take on board evidence-informed practice, we have to get to the bottom of why. What is it that's putting them off putting that thing in place? So yeah, read write ink is a good one. You know, lots of schools currently and in the last few years have really considered which phonics program they're going to use and why. It has huge implications, not just financial, but you know, the allocation of people, resources, all of those kind of things. So you want to know, don't you, that what you're making your decision on is based on really sound practice. And I get why some schools are hesitant and they want to see other people in their local area do things first. You know, they're kind of, well, that school down the road's trialing it now, so I'm going to wait a year and see how they get on and what their teething problems are before I make a decision one way or the other. So, yeah, I think we do have to bear in mind that not all of our evidence-informed practices in the past have been well-founded or well-supported, you know, particularly with learning styles in mind and those kind of things. And sometimes that can play into people's mind. Just to go back to the point that Chris was saying as well about, you know, the bad ideas and doing things like teaching to the test and all that kind of stuff. Sometimes it happens because our now senior leaders were seemingly successful as class teachers back in the day. You know, when they were class teachers, they did these things. It brought them great success. And then you get, you know, well-worn teachers going, oh, everything comes back round every 10, 15 years. Well, yeah, because our new leaders were in the classroom 10, 15 years ago doing these things, having success, and they're bringing it back. So, yeah, sometimes a bad idea or something that we bring back is because the people bringing back that idea had success doing it at the time, you know, and that's, again, understandable, not an easy nut to crack, to convince those people that they've got survivorship bias. Yeah, you're one of the few that survived APP, but it doesn't mean it's a great idea to bring it back round, you know. So, yeah, lots of reasons why there can be that kind of reluctance. You know,
we've got enough people leaving the profession without bringing APP folders back. I think I still have trauma from logging those folders around with highlighters.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, you know, in lots of schools, we've just replaced it with digital versions of APP where you just just do all of these KPIs for every child, for every subject.
Yeah. Easy to forget that APP was originally, when I dealt with it, it was like, oh, do it for these 3, 4 or 5 children. And people were like, no, this is impossible. And now there are schools asking people to do that for all 30 and also history and geography. No, I did. I got lucky. That was right at the start of my career. So Yeah,
Every child at one point.
In my first year of teaching, we were in one of the trial schools. You know, there's like 1,000 trial schools across the country that had to try out APP for a year before it became a national thing, and we had to give our thoughts on how it went. And our report back on how it went was, "Don't do this." But obviously, we got ignored, and you know, because it was always planned to come in anyway, wasn't it? Regardless.
Teachers love highlighters, Tom. Teachers love
highlighters. That is true.
In the chat, Emma's saying she thinks it's part of its surface level understanding of research without the depth. And obviously, one of the things we always talk about in the podcast is the idea that we're going to try and spend a year reading about something before you go anywhere near implementation. You know, and as much as you really want to get involved right now, oh, I've read this really good paper, I've read about Rosenshine's principles of instruction, let's do it tomorrow. You know, getting that depth, I think Emma's absolutely right, is key. And she threw that in terms of, you know, while you were talking about phonics, Chris. So I think maybe that debate would be better served by a fuller understanding of the facts or the available information across all sides of the aisle, I think. I mean, we're gonna be pushed to try and get the last two questions in here. You guys done a fantastic job of talking about evidence-informed practice. Now this one's going to be a personal one. What's the single most influential experience you have had in terms of changing your perspective or your practice in an evidence-based way? So now, Tom, do you want to start us off with that one?
Yeah, I've got a few examples that come to mind. The first was a liberating example, which not many people will have. But when I moved to Thailand to teach over there, I worked in a school that didn't have many established systems or structures, and a lot of the kind of the must-do things that you find yourself doing in the UK, I no longer had those pressures. So I could look at my practice and go, I never wanted to do that thing. I'm not going to do that anymore. So yeah, in the time, you know, kind of building up to going out there, I had a good 7-8 months when I knew I'd got the job before when I was going out, and I'd spoken to the kind of founder of the school, and it was very much a case of, if you have a really good idea of doing something or the way something should work, you have the opportunity to try it out here. It might work. It might work really well. It might not, but you now have the option because you can try it out. And I spent those kind of 7-8 months reading really heavily around how we learn multiplication tables, because I was moving to teach a year 3, year 4 group of children who'd come from all over the world, prior different experiences and those kind of things. And I basically read and watched as many different things as possible. This must have been, yeah, the kind of summer before 2014. And basically created a program that I thought, I could do this. This could work really well. I'm in charge of my timetable. I'm in charge of my resource. I'm in charge of all of those kind of things. And yeah, it was because the kind of the shackles of what we always do and doing what we've always done were off, and I could do that. So for me, it was that kind of liberating, being trusted, given that autonomy. We are employing you because we know you're good. We know you've got these good ideas. You've got a proven track record. Go for it. And I think sometimes now I'm in the position as a senior leader, identifying when we can do that for some of our colleagues, going, you know what, in this area, in this thing, go for it. Be bold, be brave. Read up the research, try something out and go for it. Even if you're the only person in your school trying it, I'll be by your side as you want to go into that. And as our school now, as the spring term starts, we're going to look into bringing in professional inquiry projects as part of people's performance management. We've given them kind of a background of different things that they might want to read up on. And now in this next half term, I'm going to sit down with people as part of their PD and think about, what is it that you are really interested in, that you want to get to the bottom of, that you want to try out, that's going to be your bold move, and I'll be there and I'll help you do that. So yeah, that was really influential on my practice, and now I want to support the colleagues I work with doing the same thing.
When I first moved over, I thought this was the way things had to be done, you know, because it was a totally new system. I think, okay, right, I'll get really good at this. And then I think it was Mark Answer was saying about what would happen if you just didn't do some of this stuff? Would it make a difference? And I'm like, oh, if only I'd known this a long time ago. Your life might have been a bit easier. I mean, what about you, Cassie? What was your watershed moment, or sort of the most impact on your development?
Probably a couple of things. I think working in taking on a special measures school, and that nothing being in place, like Tom just sort of saying, oh, there's nothing here, so I can just start putting things in and seeing what happens, basically. But didn't have the luxury of time, unfortunately. And I think I learned an awful lot from doing that. And I think even though we were in, we were in an inadequate school, very inadequate school, it did feel, looking back, that was a luxury, actually, not having to kind of grapple with people saying I'm not doing that. It's like, well, there's no choice because there's nothing in place, so we're actually starting from ground zero. But actually, I think only a couple of years ago, the school did some work with a Kent project around deprivation, and we worked on implementing some evidence-informed practice around language, early language acquisition and vocabulary further up the school. And we worked with Mark Rowland and Sean Allison, and I didn't realise how little I knew about implementation and the importance of absolutely getting that spot on. So it was really nice. It was almost like hand holding. They sort of said, it was very layman's terms, but this is the research, this is what it tells us, and this is what your context and your demographic and your community looks like, and this is how you put your implementation plan together, this is how you do your CPD, and this is how you then track whether it works or not, and these are the barriers that you might come across. And actually just going back to the basics and reminding me as a senior leader of actually all of the things that I needed to consider before putting them in, because previously we didn't have that kind of luxury, and it was like, we're doing this, we're implementing this, and you just need to get on with it. Actually, it was so much more powerful to go back to the basics and relearn that, and make sure that I had a much deeper understanding of getting that implementation bit right. So I think, and that was really nice to do, having already done things previously, and realizing, oh, that's why that didn't work before, or oh, that's why that bit was particularly useful at that point. I think things happened quite naturally, but going back to that was really, really useful.
My kind of moment as such is probably a bit more prosaic. I remember very specifically about 5 or 6 years into my teaching career being asked to teach maths via guided groups. So we were asked to, divide kids basically into ability groups or attainment groups, teach them kind of one at a time, focus on their own version of whatever explanation of whatever you were teaching that day, and then to kind of move around the room and to have a teaching assistant working with one of those groups as well, and to so bounce between giving support and them doing stuff independently. And I kind of made it work. I like to think the results weren't disastrous, etc. But we were asked to do that, and then new leadership came in. And just to say, the reason we put that in place was because the local authority had said, this is the gold standard, do this. And then new leadership came in and said, no, don't do that. It's a bad idea. And we all stopped doing it. And immediately I thought, oh, so none of you know what's going on. You're all making it up. You're all lost, as I am. And I just felt emboldened to do my own thing. And it's a really bad way to say this, but also as part of that, and a little bit later, meeting senior leaders and people higher than that who were people in positions of authority who were, at least as far as I could tell, pretty inept. That emboldened me to go, oh, okay, yeah, I should be taking way more responsibility for what I'm doing. I should not just be trying to do the best version of what they think teaching looks like. That's not good enough. I need to take more responsibility, because then the people above me sometimes might just be a bit inept. So that was the thing. Just a note about the guided groups thing. That was more like a straw that broke the camel's back. It wasn't just that. I say straw that broke the camel's back, but I think a better metaphor might be the buckaroo donkey. Just a number of things had been put on me to the point that at some point you just go, nope, everything goes everywhere. And you think, no, I'm going to do my own thing for a bit and see what happens. So yeah, guided groups and then suddenly being asked not to do that in mathematics was a kind of a turning point for me when it comes to evidence-informed practice.
The whole, oh, no one really knows what they're doing, do they, is quite a powerful one. Mine was, I think it must have been 2013-ish, because it was between the publication of the new, well, at that time, new National Curriculum Draft consultation and before it became real. And I was at I think it might have been an Ofsted session on what the new sort of greater depth in inverted commas meant. I was going, oh God, yeah, this doesn't make any sense at all. This isn't a thing, and clearly, yeah, that was a minute for me. Well, okay, maybe I'm going to have to tone back the deference to authority in this situation. But it was almost like a watershed moment. What's an area of teaching where you wish, and Sam has put "wish" in capital letters, all caps, there was more or better evidence? What should researchers like Sam focus on? I mean, this feels like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to influence the direction of his research. So this is your opportunity. I don't know, Chris, do you want to take us on that one?
Yeah, you won't be surprised to hear where I'm starting with this. But I would love to see some decent research on the impact of what you might call reading mileage, because there are vast differences in the amount of reading that children do in schools. And informally, I strongly suspect that has a major difference. Causes major differences in outcomes. But there isn't really the research into that. I mean, ironically, it's one of these areas that's so intuitive that people don't. There doesn't seem to be much research on the idea of whether reading mileage is supportive of outcomes. What there is lots of correlational evidence that suggests that those that read more tend to do better and vice versa, but it's hard to know which way causation runs on that. So a decent bit of evidence that says, look, we're going to look at two. There are natural experiments that I think you could find there, just looking at ways that different, relatively similar trusts do things that might be useful. So yeah, reading mileage would be one. I'd like some decent research on the impact of the explicit teaching of basic mental arithmetic, in particular via things like, so if you think about programs that exist out there like Numbots and TT Rockstars, that seems like a pretty sensible way to find out whether actually making sure that pupils have this foundational understanding, and at what age we want them to have this foundational understanding, like what impact does that have? I think that would be something I'd really like to know more about. Again, because this just follows my intuition that I think that this stuff is particularly important. And I think having this research to buttress good practice that's already out there and to allow schools to have a little bit more confidence that, yes, this is a good idea. It doesn't have to be, Numbots or TT Rockstars. I mean, it could be like Number Sense. It could be something that schools have put in place themselves. It doesn't have to be a program like that. It just might mean that sort of thing makes it a little bit more clearly distinct about what's going on. Final one. I'd like to. Sorry, I wrote down 3. I thought I was being quite.
What is an area?
An area.
I would like to whisper more wishes.
Sam's met me, so he knows where this is going. I'm looking at the time. I'll be dead quick. Let's say final one. The big thing about one of the key things about direct instruction, capital D, capital I, is there's lots of covering of old ground alongside introducing new stuff. Sometimes the balance is like 80-90%. Then I'd like to see particular research into kind of everyday classroom practice that looks at that and says, well, this school is, or this group of schools are doing lots of covering of old ground in each lesson compared to this one that are maybe just doing a little of that or none of that. What's the difference in outcomes? I will stop talking now so others can chip in. But yeah, sorry, Sam, 3 things.
Go for it, Cassie.
I was going to say the times table check would be a really useful tool for that, Chris, in year 4. So you could see the outcomes and then find out what they do. Unsurprisingly, something around mental health, well-being, the impact of nurture provisions, some research around whether they actually have positive impact. I think there's a lot of research about mental health and well-being, and most of it's negative, but some positive stuff to make sure that, you know, I think we fill a gap in schools that should come from kind of outside agency. And it would be really nice to know that it's actually having a positive impact on children's mental health and well-being. So an area like that would be really useful, I think. I only had one because I followed the rules.
You get a gold star for following the rules.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say our nurture in our school, it does absolute wonders. You know, our Thrive practitioners that work in that nurture setting do absolute wonders, not only for the mental health of the children that access it, but their families too, their teachers and the peers of the children who get the most support. Yeah, I think that would be a great area. Yeah, very briefly then, my one is about cognition and learning in the early years. Lots of research around cognitive load, etc. Focus on older people because it relies on people explaining what they're thinking about and how they're thinking and feeling at the time. But you can't really do that with 3, 4, and 5-year-olds. They can't give you that same kind of insight. There's no way of seeing what they're thinking or them explaining it very clearly. And I think sometimes the advice given to early years practitioners, even as far as nursery, etc., is based on advice that we know works well, or we think works well for much older people and older children. So I'd love that. My wish would be how can we really find out about cognition, how learning happens in the very early stages of formal and informal learning. That would be my one. Not an easy one, but wish was in capital letters. So, you know, I've gone for it.
That's awesome. Fantastic. I mean, I would add to it that if you were going to do Chris's, I would like a really large sample size. And I think with the programs that Chris suggests, that might be possible. But I read so many research papers where the sample size in mathematics research is less than 20. And I would love a sample of 30,000 to really sort of get under the skin and make some broad generalizations, because I don't feel I have the tools at my disposal to make those sometimes, you know, particularly when I looked at manipulatives, you know, you're talking groups of 3 or 4 sometimes in that research. But I mean, guys, I think I could have booked this in for 2 hours and we could have easily filled it. I had to curtail the conversation. You know, it's been absolutely wonderful. All I have to do is say thank you very much for joining me. Thank you for your generosity in supporting today. Thank you very much, Chris.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you, Cassie.
Thank you. Have a good rest of the day.
And thank you, Tom.
Thank you. Hope to see you later.
Awesome. I'll see you guys later. And Cassie, you're more than welcome to join us throughout the day if you want to, or you can go on about your daily business. It's entirely up to you.
I'm sure you've had enough of me today. I think an hour's probably enough.
Never. Awesome.
Cheers.
Thanks, guys. I'll see you soon.
Cheers.
Fantastic. All right. And as if by magic, we'll bring in Neil Almond. How's it going, Neil? All right?
Yeah, not too bad. Thank you. Yourself?
Yeah, all good. You'll notice we've given you 2 extra minutes because this never runs to time.
Well, it's probably take me 2 minutes to get the
stuff up,
to get the slides the way I want it to, and all of that stuff. So then if I do that, not that one,
make it disappear for now. So obviously you're going to comprehend this, which is a talk on reading and in particular comprehension. You know, feeding into the research informed, it draws heavily on the available research and how that might impact our behavior in the classroom. Anything else you'd add, Neil, before I hand over?
No, that's to say pretty much it. I just want to make sure that everyone that you can see everything okay. You just got the slides and the
yeah. So
your slides and the QR code.
QR code, and then the blue form.
Super. Well, I guess obviously it goes to mention first, obviously just to remind people, if you are just tuning in, that we are doing this for Velindre Cancer Centre. If you just hold your camera up to the, or your mobile phone camera up to the QR code, it will take you straight to the Just Giving sites that we will be using for any donations. Say £1, £2, £3. Appreciate times are hard, but anything you can have would be appreciative. So thank you very much.
Awesome. I mean, we're up to 255 at the moment. So a big thank you to Gillian, Annabelle, Richard, James, Polly and Nimish. They've all been very generous and donated since we've gone online. So a massive thank you to everyone who supported so far. And yeah, thank you for putting that code in, Neil. So I'll leave you to it, Neil. Your screen has disappeared again. So you're back to all view, like the presenter view or the... There you go. Now it's on the slides. I'll leave you to it, Neil. And obviously, if you run over, it's just you and Matt afterwards. So you're more than welcome. Take as long as you need.
Wonderful. I say I mainly get told off by Tom Bennett when I do this talk purely because this is what I've been doing at Research Ed. So if you've seen this already, I hope this will be a far more succinct, also a little bit more detailed, thanks to the extra 10 minutes that Kieran's affording me. Hopefully there'll be time for me to go back through the chat and look at questions afterwards. So thank you very much, everyone. As I say, this talk is all about comprehension, and I thought the most clickbaity title that I could possibly come up with was comprehend this. Reading is not a skills-based subject, because I think, and this is what the first half of the talk will kind of look at, is the reasons why I think as a profession we're kind of fed messages both implicitly and explicitly regarding reading being a skills-based subject. But as I say, it is a bit clickbaity. There is an element of skill, I think, in being able to comprehend, but the way in which we teach it shouldn't necessarily look like a skill. So this is Scarborough's reading rope. And what I need to make really clear from the outset is that this talk will assume that everything with regards to word recognition, so that phonological awareness, that ability to decode and to decode fluently enough with prosody and accuracy, that side of things is taken care of, and that side of things is everything okay? So what do we do, and how can we teach that language comprehension aspect of it, which I've kind of conveniently hidden away from this model just for now? What can we do to encourage comprehension occurring, assuming that word recognition and everything listed there is as we would expect it? But before we get that, I just want to go through to why we think reading is a skill. Comprehension is certainly a skill. To kind of start off, let's kind of define what we mean by skill. Here's the one that I'm using just from an online dictionary. So it's an ability to do an activity or job well, especially because you have practiced it. And it's this kind of practice that I want to kind of emphasize right now, because and I'm sure many teacher has experienced this, when you practice comprehension as you may be currently teaching, or you've kind of experienced or seen, what you don't necessarily then get is transfer. It would be really silly to think of a skill as something that doesn't have transfer. Sport, for example, if you were practicing a particular football skill on a particular pitch, and that skill then didn't transfer when you were playing at an away pitch, it's not that useful to have. We're fortunate enough that obviously skills like that do transfer. If I can perform, insert whatever football skill here at this particular time, at this particular moment, on this particular pitch, then when I go to a home pitch, then obviously I'll be able to perform that skill again. In a nutshell, my whole spiel on this, my main message, is to basically say when it comes to comprehension, it tends not to have that transfer, certainly in the way that we currently teach it. But we think we can, because we are usually, say, sold messages, something like this. So here's a comprehension support book that you can buy for children. And you can say, there's the little blurb that goes with it. So this workbook will help your child to progress with essential comprehension skills. That carries on then to, again, the SATS skills builder. Those of us that have kind of drawn to various other websites to help get our reading lesson material. This idea then of obviously, these reading skills packs that can help us out, various other ones as well. So we want to prove, so we're being fed messages as a profession from external areas that are here to help us about improving reading skills. Likewise, our friends at Ofsted, these are all from the new framework, from a variety of different schools. So this school overall was good. And here it's really nice that the teachers use high quality text to teach a range of comprehension skills. However, some comprehension skills are not taught as precisely as they should be, whatever that may mean. Here's another good one. In this case, this idea that they're doing their reading skills quite well because it widens their vocabulary. In this require improvement school, pupils move up the school, they develop a range of comprehension skills. And if, again, linking to the conversation that just happened, if heads are reading this, they're going to be thinking about, right, what are we doing about comprehension skills so that when Ofsteds do come and visit, we can be prepared for it. In this case, something that happens delays the use of comprehension skills. In this inadequate improvement, one of the inadequate schools here, something was effective that they don't develop their comprehension skills effectively to deepen their learning across a range of subjects. In this case, though, they do develop that fluency and comprehension skill. Some teachers here, and even in this good school, require further support to teach reading comprehension skills. And I would hazard a guess that if you were to ask, and in this outstanding school, this new approach to guide reading has further introduced pupils to develop vocabulary and comprehension skills. And I imagine if we got all the Ofsted inspectors who wrote these reports in a room and asked them individually, what are these comprehension skills, you would get every answer would be different. Or they would be referring to the content domains that are taken from elements of the national curriculum. So the content domains there, the areas of focus at the end of Key Stage 2 SAT. So all of the questions that you are given kind of can fall into any of these kind of content domain references. You'll be familiar with them because various reading comprehension resources, they tend to have their questions that follow these particular content domains, because as Chris said, if you were listening to the first chat with Cassie and Tom, it looks like the end performance, and there's that lovely, that inherent safety net, if you will, that if we're doing something that looks like the test, then the kids will probably get better when they come to actually doing the test than if they hadn't done the test. And also what kind of tends to happen, because this is all publicly available, you get to look at the percentage of total marks that on average could be put to any single one Key Stage 2 assessment. And what you tend to see is that the percentage of the content domain is reflected in the question types that you get in the text. What I mean by that is the most predominant types of questions you'll be asked are the retrieve and record information, as well as the make inferences from a text. And then you can see there, yeah, we'll do a little bit of prediction, but not too much. We'll throw a little bit of summarizing. We'll maybe throw one identify and explain meaning. We'll maybe do one prediction question. And then, because we know that prediction isn't really going to come up in the Key Stage 2 SATs, so we don't need to focus on that quote unquote skill as much as we need to do. And because of this, there are kind of entire industries built upon then our kind of intervention systems of how we get pupils through that Key Stage 2 threshold. So we'll obviously then, I've certainly had to do it. Some practice SATs, perhaps in the first term of Year 6. And then we feed it into the QLA of which questions they got on. There's normally, I think there's about 50 marks out of 50. So there's normally around 40 questions there, 30 kids. That's a lot of 1s, 0s, or 2s, or sometimes 3s that you then need to put in. And then the systems will magically tell me who got greater depth, who got expected. But then they'll also break that down then by reading skill. So here you'll kind of see here that, let's see, pupil B okay, so he's all right, but as you see, pupil D, pupil C, in retrieving key information, it's not so great, especially here. Oh, and in inference, 31.82% of that question was right. That's not good enough. So do you know what we're going to do? We're going to pull this child out of their lessons in the afternoon, and we're going to give them retrieval and inference question practice, in the hope then that will improve their inference skills and their retrieval skills. And as I say, my core message is to say that isn't going to be a good idea. And then you tend to get like a really nice bar graph here at the end that can kind of break it down as to the percentage of the class that are doing really well in something. So here you can see, oh yeah, that inference needs a bit of work and retrieval needs a bit of work. So you say you'll take those children out, and then you will give them a inference intervention or a retrieval of key information. And one of the things that I used to do, certainly, I found this website very early in my career as a teacher, and I thought it was amazing because you can go and look at, there are so many worksheets that are tied specifically for those particular skills. You can kind of see inference here. You can see that there's theme, text structure, fact and opinion, purpose, characterization. So all of these kind of things, prediction, main idea, which would be our kind of like retrieval, all of these things, there'd be reams and reams of worksheets. In fact, there's one up here for you. I very remember teaching kind of this kind of passage in the hope that what was happening is that all the work I was doing here would somehow then transfer, and all that practice would transfer to when pupils finally came to do their end of key stage 2 SATs. And what you tend to see, I think Chris mentioned it earlier, is that then this kind of teaching certainly happens lower and lower down the school. I know schools that from year 3, they'll use various reading resource or comprehension resources from around year 3. That's just kind of focusing on these particular skills. It might be something as obscure as, we're going to learn this, focus specifically on this one reading skill for this week, or it's going to be inference Tuesdays and prediction Mondays, and then summarizing Fridays, because that seem so nice that everything kind of fits neatly and packaged into just one week. But again, the key message here and the kind of core message is that I don't think this works, and it's not just that I think this works, I don't think the research backs up that this is a particularly good idea either. So I kind of got interested in comprehension kind of like 4 years ago, did lots of reading, and kind of came across this when it came to like these kind of idea of like comprehension questions, so like these prediction questions, these inference questions, what are they all about? And so I found this from Timothy Shanahan, who is an American professor in Chicago over in America. And this is what he has to say about reading skills. So if you can't see it on the streams, reading comprehension skills was used occasionally throughout the 20th century, but really took off in a big way in the 1950s. Professional development text and basal readers were replete with the term, and its use began for about 30 years before slackening off a bit. But basically, the term comprehension skill refers to the ability required to answer particular kinds of comprehension questions. Skills would include things like identifying the main idea, recognizing supporting details, drawing conclusions, inferencing, comparing, contrasting, evaluating critically, knowing vocabulary and meaning, usually by reading around the word, and sequencing events. And I kind of think anyone who's done a SATs-based kind of practice paper or an assessment like a GLS or a Puma, you'll see those kind of questions and these kind of skills reflected in those papers. And then here's kind of the kicker. There are no studies showing that they can be taught in a way that leads to higher comprehension. And even in those few instances where there is evidence, the effects are really small, probably due to great attention to reading the text than to practicing the so-called skill. So, that's pretty comprehensive right there, I think. And I say, if Timothy Shanahan says it, it's worth listening. But actually, it gets worse because he then adds the final kicker. There have been a number of studies and logical analysis showing that these skills lack any kind of psychological reality. And when I kind of read that, that was, you know, a massive kind of thunderbolt moment for me. Is that the kind of thing that I'd been teaching, assessing against, putting intervention for? These things, you know, they don't have any kind of psychological reality, is not the kind of thing that you want to read, because all of that effort, all of that time is not actually improving comprehension. But not only is it not kind of improving comprehension, but, you know, this distortion field that I kind of put around this idea doesn't actually exist at all. So hopefully that's kind of put you, set the groundwork. That's where I'm coming from. Prediction, inference, summarizing, all of those kind of content domains that the SATs kind of assesses against, I think don't necessarily, they lack like psychological reality, and the way that we kind of teach comprehension should be almost pretty much not worry too much about those in terms of thinking of them as skill. So now we've done that, I'd love to talk to you now about what I say comprehension actually is. And so I enjoy Snow's definition. So reading comprehension is the process of simultaneously extracting and constructing meaning through interaction and involvement with written language. I really like this definition because it really kind of highlights that construction element as well as that interaction. And that kind of interaction kind of implies like two people. So that there's the writer who's also written something, but the reader themselves need to come, they need to kind of bring something to the table in order for them to actually get, to comprehend what it is that they're meaning by extracting it. So extract it, they construct it through that interaction and that involvement with written language. And that's a really kind of useful definition for me, because when I think about how comprehension happens, which is something that I've kind of looked at a lot too quite recently in terms of, you know, what's actually going on in you know, our brains, as it were. They say there are many models. My preferred one, just from reading around this, is the kind of construction integration model. It's kind of put forward by a chap called Walter Kinch. It's been around for a kind of a long time, but this most recent research around it is from this 2018 paper that is on the screen for you right now, and it's called the construction integration model, or kind of the situational model. And so what I'm kind of going to do now very quickly is kind of just go through, try to show you what this kind of looks like at the word level and then kind of at the sentence level. So hopefully most people here, they're familiar with the simple model of memory from Daniel Willingham. This particular one is from Oliver Caviglioli. So here's what kind of happens, we think, as we kind of comprehend text. So first of all, here's the kind of the text. So the first step in the construction integration model is to construct more or less a literal representation of the text. And this involves transforming these patterns of dark and light and squiggly, not so much squiggly, but these lines from our eyeballs into letters and words. So what kind of happens is that this then goes into our environment. We take that into our working memory. And then what happens is kind of every experience that we have with that written word, not meaning every experience that we have with that written word is kind of activated, as it was in our long-term memory. Now, I've used the word bark here. So in my head, you know, all of these ideas with the word bark have been activated now in your long-term memory. The idea, it could be a trunk, it could be a tree. Bark is a synonym for shout. It's a type of noise. Obviously, we associate that with dog, and you can kind of see then the connections between all of those things. So the basic kind of building block of Kinch's theory are something that he calls propositions. And a proposition is a way of rewriting an English sentence that makes a clear, single, literal meaning. Now, these propositions are useful because English sentences, they can be really ambiguous, or they may be arbitrary, you know, complicated, and so contain too many propositions. In this case, the simple proposition is just the word bark. So you've got to think of these propositions as a fundamental building block of meaning. But as I say, as you'll find out, we form these greater complex meanings by connecting these propositions together in a really kind of a complex network. So right now, we have a proposition in your head, which is bark. plenty of experience with this word is now activated in your long-term memory, but you obviously need a bit more to work out meaning from it. Which meaning am I actually trying to get? And the only way to do that is if I bring in something that we can then use to update this construction part of the model. So if I was to show you the word dog bark, just like that, we've introduced a new bit of text. And so another literal proposition, we have dog and bark. So here there are kind of two propositions, and these are, say, propositions are now linked together. And so we're kind of creating and building this network of propositions, and we call this the text base. And so what we do is that we link these propositions to our prior knowledge. We're in the fortunate position where we've experienced plenty of doom scrolling on YouTube Shorts, cute dog videos, etc. So we know that dogs bark, and we link these propositions with our prior knowledge, and these interactions will kind of boost some meaning, but also suppress the incorrect meaning. So because I'm seeing dog bark, this idea of bark being noise and dog gets a boost, and the propositions that could mean, you know, shout, tree, and trunk, they get suppressed. So that's kind of how, very briefly, we kind of make this happen, and say that's the integration part of it. So let's see how this now works for a sentence. So here's a nice sentence. It says, time flies when you're having fun. That's the environment. We take that in, we put that into our working memory, and we kind of start then kind of analyzing it to build up this model. So the first thing that we're going to see then, obviously, we're going to create some propositions. And the first kind of thing we might see then is time flies. Now, time flies, this is an interesting one, because just from these two words, I can have several propositions here from the text. I could have a specific type of fly called a time fly. I may understand it as a linguistic metaphor demonstrating the perceived speed of time, or some sort of representation of time, you know, literally flying. Now, I know that you've probably read ahead and read the whole of the sentence already, so that's fine. But what's important here to understand is that, you know, this happens at the word by word level. And if you have a child who is, you know, quite novice in their understanding of, you know, metaphor and literary devices like that, then when they see time flies, they may actually think that there is something called a time fly. But what's important here is that, say, you read that part of it, both of these meanings are activated. So there are three potential propositions here in our long-term memory, but we need more information to know about it before we can then convert that into a meaningful text base. So I'm going to read the rest of it. When you're having fun, okay, so I can activate that. I know what it means when you're having fun, so that's fine. Again, I can now put these two together, and we can kind of link these to form a text base, and this network of propositions forms the literal interpretation of the text base. And so now all these kind of little nodes of the text base activate our kind of prior knowledge. So we kind of have two parallel networks here. We have this momentarily activated one that consists of the text literal meaning, and this kind of vast dormant network of prior knowledge in which retrieval strength of those ideas can play quite a large part. Because if I can't retrieve these ideas from my long-term memory well enough, then obviously that is actually going to disrupt the comprehension that I'm going to be experiencing. So once I've read this, I kind of overlay this with our prior understanding that kind of give words meaning. Because I'm a relative expert, I know that there's no such thing as a time fly. I know that there is, you know, I don't actually see clocks as a representation of time flying around. And because I'm familiar with this sort of metaphor, you know, I can make sense of what's going on here. That's not a problem for me. But of course, for our younger students, that is going to be a problem. So I've activated that meaning. I can suppress the contradictory ones. So I'm getting rid of the time fly, I'm getting rid of this representation of time flying. So I can now make this obvious inference that, you know, aren't necessarily literal in the text. So I can now kind of understand what meaning the author wanted me to get from this particular one. And so when this happens, the term for this is like stabilization. And so this is what we call the integration phase of the construction integration theory. And this happens because one of the possible meanings will not match other information in the text, and also because prior knowledge constrains which meaning is activated in that network. So if the text makes this meaning explicit, a good reader will rely on the text base over the prior word knowledge. However, if text does not provide many inferential steps, we have to fill in the meaning using our prior knowledge of the world. And that's kind of where inferencing then kind of comes in. I've had to introduce this to you in kind of small steps, but obviously the model likely kind of happens in parallel, not the way that I've had to demonstrate it to you now. And obviously, you'll be working with text that's, longer than just one sentence. And I say, every time we read a word, a phrase, a sentence, a paragraph, we are updating that model all the time, overlaying any possible proposition with our prior knowledge, and then trying to make sense of it. So I hope that's given you a bit of a tasty introduction to what's actually going on in our, or one possible thing that might be going on in our brain as we are reading. So how can primary school teachers kind of make most use of this? I think there's a couple of ways. The most important way, and again, you might be confined to what you can do because the senior leaders were in the classroom, but if you kind of have to do, and I term, as you can see on your screen, I term these kind of comprehension tasks like the read all and answer. So, read all the text on the left, and then can you answer all of those questions? So I'm hoping you can kind of see the problem here is that if my mental model and my construction integration model falls down really, really quickly, and I don't make sense of something in the first sentence or the first paragraph, then actually when I get to the second part or these interesting facts, that model is broken because I've not constructed it in the way that the author has intended. Now, if I have to answer all of these questions right here, it's going to take me quite a while as a teacher to know at what point did this model fail. Did it fail in this paragraph? Did it fail in this paragraph? And actually being able to think about when you're reading text, when you're reading to children, thinking about, well, what the questions you should be asking aren't necessarily just inference, although they might be, but actually, what can I do to make sure that this construction integration model that the author wants these people to have is accurate? And so one kind of quick win would be to kind of just break up your questions into kind of chunks like this with the text. So then you kind of get a rough idea then of where the model has broken down. So if I then ask children to read all of this first, so the Earth's crust, and then they can answer those two questions, and then fault they answer incorrectly, then I know as a teacher their construction integration model has likely fallen down around that point. And so this is going to make it, I think, far more easier for teachers to actually pinpoint the point of which comprehension has actually failed for those pupils, while still maintaining and going through, if your policy on comprehension and reading is to actually, provide things from these various resource sites, then of course, it kind of still does that, but in a way that's going to hopefully be a little bit more meaningful for you. And now that you have this idea of thinking about, well, okay, now I've got to pinpoint the part in which that situational model has failed, that will hopefully then be able to help you help those pupils. Now, if you have been attending research eds for some time, as I've done, and if you kind of read Daniel Willingham's Why Don't Students Like School, a big part of that is background knowledge. So if you want to make inferences, if you want to be a really good reader, then what you need to have is, expert background knowledge in that particular content that you're reading about. That's absolutely true. And in fact, there's some quite nice evidence coming around now that suggests that, it does make a difference. So say here's one piece from 2021. The bit in highlighted says, review findings highlight that higher levels of background knowledge have a range of effects that are influenced by the nature of the text, the quality of the situation models, that's that construction integration model required, and the presence of reader misconceptions about the text. Our findings also indicate that background knowledge impacts differentially on stronger and weaker readers. So readers with lower background knowledge appear to benefit more from text with a high cohesion, and we'll talk about what that looks like in a moment, while weaker readers were able to compensate somewhat for their relatively weak reading skills in the context of a high degree of background knowledge. And here's another one as well. So a relatively small but robust evidence base demonstrates that content-rich ELA instruction can serve as an important context for simultaneously building both language and knowledge. So that's good. Background knowledge is good. What I am not saying here is that we should forget about the role of background knowledge. What I'm saying is that there's so much more in terms of what we can do, because what I tend to see is how, oh, so we're reading a science piece of work, so actually what we need to do is give them lots of content knowledge about the science. Yes, that's important, but actually there's lots of literacy knowledge that they need to learn and understand about as well. What I started to see as well was people perhaps, we won't take people out for interventions like prediction inferencing. What we're going to do is that we'll then kind of give them, lots of background knowledge. So actually we won't do many reading lessons anymore, or we'll just kind of integrate reading within the context of science, history, geography, etc., etc. I think there probably is a way that you can do that, but I still think there's a place for explicit comprehension teaching. And I'll kind of explain now as to what that looks like. And kind of conveniently, it was the part of the rope that I covered up at the beginning. So all this language comprehension. So definitely background knowledge is really important. But as I say, you can't teach everything. It's impossible to. So let's assume that as they go through geography, history, science, any subject, you're always building their background knowledge. So you're always kind of teaching something that could improve, their reading from that. Vocabulary is really, really important. And to demonstrate that, I want to talk through this particular piece of research called the York Reading for Meaning Project. So it was done within 20 schools in the northeast of England, and it was a randomized controlled trial. So again, for us, it suits our kind of context. Randomized controlled trial, you hear are the gold standards of educational research. So straight away, the kind of instructional design of this gets us kind of a thumbs up from me. And so what they wanted to do, or kind of they had 3 interventions that they were running. There was this oral language training, there was text level training, and there was this combined text level and oral language training. And what they surmised was that because all of these are related to reading and reading comprehension, which of these is going to be the most effective? There were 60 sessions altogether, and those 60 sessions lasted 30 minutes long, and it was done over a 10-week period. This is what the oral language program looked like. Again, I'm not sure how well you can see this on the screen, so I'll just go through it very quickly right now. So for the oral language, there was a 3-minute introduction, they had 5 minutes working on vocabulary, 7 minutes of reciprocal teaching style with spoken language. They get 5 minutes then of figurative language, but again, so no written text, just talking through what figurative language is, giving some examples orally, some spoken narrative intervention, and then a plenary. The text level looked like this. So they had the introduction, metacognitive strategies, reciprocal teaching, but with written language, 5 minutes on inferencing with text, 7 minutes on written narrative, and then a plenary. And then kind of our mixed variable, then our sort of combined, there was kind of 2 variants there. There was the introduction, then there was metacognitive strategies, reciprocal teaching with written language, reciprocal teaching with spoken language, figurative language, spoken narrative, and then kind of plenary. So you can kind of see here that metacognitive strategies comes from the text level. And then in the second variant of that, there was the introduction, vocabulary, reciprocal teaching with spoken language, then reciprocal teaching with written language, inferencing from text, written narrative, and then plenary. It's quite comprehensive. It was, as I say, it ran over kind of a couple of years. So there was a pre-test in October, then from April to December, then there was this block, plenty of mid-tests, the other block, and then kind of another block post-test. What they kind of did here, then control block 1 because obviously it was randomized controls, there was a control, so people who weren't getting any of these interventions, from an ethical perspective, giving children some interventions that may improve their reading comprehension and then not giving it to another group of children is ethically on dodgy grounds. The researchers did come back to actually deliver this training for those pupils, which I kind of think is quite nice. So what's kind of important here, again, this idea, plenty of pre-test, mid-test, post-test, and then there's this maintenance test. So this idea then of actually, Chris mentioned again, what are the effects? There's this immediate post-test, and then months later, when was another test, not with any teaching, were the results after the post-test, were they maintained after a period of time? This is what they found. So oral language, just to give you things. So term 3 is or T3 is the immediate after the intervention period, and then T4 refers to the months after the intervention. So obviously you have then oral language, text, and then the combined. So you can kind of see here, actually, on the face of it, oral language, comes out really strong initially in terms of maintained gains. It certainly had the highest kind of statistical relevance there with 1.24. Text actually didn't do so strong straight away, but did okay afterwards, but not actually as well then as the combined did, which I kind of find quite interesting. But when you kind of dig in though and read the kind of funky analysis that researchers do that I don't kind of quite understand, this is kind of what they reveal, is that the findings revealed the gains in reading comprehension scores at time 4 were partially mediated by gains in vocabulary. Children who received the combined program, their comprehension gains were entirely due to the growth in vocabulary. So thus findings strongly suggest that one aspect of children's oral language skills, their ability to acquire and express vocabulary knowledge, is one cause of the improvement in reading comprehension. They go on, this coupled with the strong effect of the oral language program at time 4 provides evidence for the theory that difficulties with reading comprehension frequently arise from oral language comprehension difficulties, including but not necessarily restricted to limitations of vocabulary. So I think that's quite, for me, quite a conclusive piece of evidence to suggest that vocabulary is a massive factor in what limits comprehension. And so perhaps instead of taking children out and giving them inference practice, prediction practice, retrieval practice, just giving them some vocabulary practice, or some ideas to build their vocabulary are actually going to be really useful. So ways that you can do that, obviously I'm sure you're all kind of familiar with the Beck's kind of tier of instructions. That tier 1 is the everyday familiar words that you get through just your everyday conversations. Tier 3 are the words that belong to kind of these subject specific groups. And then kind of like tier 2 are your, say, robust academy vocabulary words that students are likely to encounter across all topics and content areas. And people will say that, tier 2 really are the words that you want to focus on because of that high leverage between their transferability between different subjects. But of course, tier 3 is going to be important as well. If you're coming across prime numbers in maths, you need to be able to disassociate, prime numbers in the mathematical context and, Amazon Prime, for example. So I say I'm also kind of passionate in that instructional time is very limited for teachers. What can we actually do to give teachers a decent steer as to what words then should we teach? Because yes, there's an element of teachers going through whatever they might be reading and picking out that tier 2 vocabulary, but also I think having, dare I say, some sort of list or guide to tell us maybe what some of these words are, that will be quite useful. So Avril Coxhead's high incidence academic word list is one of these. It's done in alphabetical order in this one, and the number after it refers to the frequency of it. So obviously, if it's number 1, then obviously it's going to be quite a high frequency word. So perhaps actually at primary school from around, maybe like year 4, let's go through this list and teach them, anything that has the number 1, 2, and 3 afterwards, because those are, high frequency, high academic words, and they might be used, within text that children read. That could be quite useful. again, thinking about then what plenty of research around this idea of morphology. So that's going to help with vocabulary, because obviously we can't teach every single word, but if we teach children the smallest, parts of words that have meaning, so the morpheme, that's going to be useful, because if I've never seen a particular word before, but I recognize chun or al or or ship, and I understand what that does to a word, then I'll be able to at least have a, using my prior knowledge, not necessarily just, reading around the word, I can use that knowledge to help me understand, what is this word actually trying to say. So again, this piece of work here, research here in 2002, gives a rank order of suffixes from a corpus of children's literature, so age 7 to 12. So what kind of suffixes do we really want to make sure that children know by the time that they leave? Would that be year 8? Well, if they know all of this, and this is a large corpus of words that they come across in children's literature that they are going to read. So we're thinking about good bets here. This seems like it might be a good bet to make sure children actually know what these words are, because they appear a lot. One of my favorite pieces of research by Holly Lane, Linda Gutloan, and Wilhelma van Dijk is this morpheme frequency in academic words. If you've seen me talk about spelling, half the presentation just comes from this particular paper, but they took Avril Coxhead's academic word list. They took some textbooks from Texas, and they ran their statistical magic, and they kind of came back then with a collection of prefixes, Latin roots, Greek roots that you would find in academic language. They're able to kind of analyze that then by kind of like full collection. So kind of the overall corpus, but then they're also able to look at that within a subject level. So English language arts, so your literacy and your literature, maths, science, social studies, that's your history, geography, etc., etc. So they found that these were the common prefixes that appeared in these academic vocabulary in these particular subjects. So if we teach children the meaning of what these prefixes mean, then when children come across some different words, if they understand that, by is one, then that's going to be really useful. Or sorry, by is two, that's going to be really useful when they come across words like bicycle, or try is 3. Then obviously that's going to be useful then for when they come across words like trident, for example. They can picture it being a something to do with 3 at least. It kind of gives them a rough idea then of what that word might mean. As I say, they also do a frequency of Greek roots in academic words as well. The other thing that we then can do is look at language structures. So here we look at something that's called anaphor. So it takes its meaning from another part of the text. It's called its antecedents, I believe, if I'm pronouncing that right. Common anaphors kind of include pronouns such as it, he, she, or they, and perhaps some verb phrases. So here, the children looked around the exhibition. When the alarm went off, they quickly found their teacher, who led them to safety. For you to build up that model, you need to know who they and them refer to. And say this text looks at intervention studies again for weaker readers who, as I say, are in that kind of bracket of they're okay at decoding, but comprehension is going off. And this is something actually that can help pupils, asking pupils actually, well, who does they refer to? What's them referring to? Those things are helpful as well. And there are many kind of these as well. So there's kind of whole and part structure. So they took out some picnic supplies. The cider was warm. They need to make sense of that by actually understanding, that the cider was part of the picnic supplies. This idea of item and container. So the orange juice is in the container of the bottle. So when we say the bottle, we're referring still to the orange juice. This hyponym, looking at broadening these categories. So lager is obviously a type of drink. So kind of drink is a kind of higher order category that lager would fall into. And then kind of synonyms, which for me kind of falls into this vocabulary one as well. Glenn had a pile of jumpers, so understanding that pullover is a synonym for a jumper as well, kind of really important. Then we have things like conjunctions, prepositions, and adverbials, and actually kind of teaching children the meaning of what these means and their function is something that we can do to actually help with comprehension, because all of these are going to impact that situational model. So there are kind of 3 sentences here which could, fundamentally change that construction integration model that you get. So June left the barbecue just before Bill arrived. June left the barbecue after Bill arrived. June left the barbecue at the very moment Bill arrived. So obviously, yesterday I watched the Glass Onion, Knives Out. Obviously, knowing when someone arrives could be, or when someone kind of leaves, is going to be fundamental to you then understanding that story. So really, really important that these are taught, but also thinking about then, well, how then do these impact that construction integration model? Yep. And then we kind of have our literacy knowledge as well. So this idea of concepts of genre. So obviously, fully recommend you try to get through the 7 basic plots. I think it's about 700 odd pages, something like that. But readers who are familiar with the particular structures of a genre of the text have several advantages. They know what to expect from different parts of the text, where to search for particular types of information, and how different parts of the text are linked together. The premise of Christopher's book is that every kind of story can be distilled into one of these 7 basic plots. So actually, if we teach children what these plots are from quite a young age, then they'll be able to use that knowledge and use that information to help them understand other texts that kind of follow the similar plot, because they'll have a mental model for what's likely to happen in that text. So in these narratives, for example, it kind of concerns, so like what the character's doing, what their actions might be, their mental states and emotions, the interactions with other characters or other items in the text, and also with the physical world of the narrative, and have that kind of narrative point of view. So if we kind of can think about the books that we're reading to children, and if we can kind of like distill them into these kind of plots and talk to children about these, then obviously when they come to read their own, then they will get a full understanding of where this story might be going, and they can use that prior knowledge then when they're creating that construction integration model to kind of overlay that with what they're currently reading to help make sense and support that. And so I think for me, this kind of gives quite a theoretical use, perhaps to avoid not using whole text. So if you're only using snippets to parts of text, obviously then children aren't going to be able to get that full overarching arc or narrative arc. And so you need to make sure that you are definitely including kind of these full texts so pupils can experience these whole plots as well. But also within our informational or expository text, they follow a range of structures as well, such as description, sequence, compare and contrast, problem solution, cause and effect. And often the text will combine 2 or more of these structures. So actually teaching children that, these are kind of the signal words to look out for. This is what that text is doing. Again, that can kind of help build almost a framework for each text that pupils read, so they can attach things to that situational model so they don't have to work that hard. Some evidence for this, so a meta-analysis on the effects of text structure instruction on reading comprehension in the upper elements, in the upper elementary grades. So again, it is American. There are some, and obviously it's never going to know, research is going to be perfect, but I think it's a good bet that actually this is something that we could look at. I was a bit upset when I read the part where students who received text structure instruction no longer outperformed control groups at delayed post tests. But again, when you kind of go in and read that, then actually the reason why that wasn't there was because actually they stopped teaching text structure. So perhaps their text structure wasn't long enough, but also they were tested later on text structures that they hadn't been taught. So it's not so surprising that in that post test, they didn't perform better than the control group. So it's definitely something that's still, so the evidence for it isn't solid, but I definitely think that there is enough evidence to say this could be a good bet. And obviously, of course, we have the master of kind of putting text structure together and thinking about how sequencing, cause and effect might work. Ollie Cav's wonderful book, dual coding with teachers, and the subsequent one that he did as well with organizing ideas, can kind of show you how actually we can use these graphic organizers as a way in to help pupils kind of have that model for what this text structure might look like. And then we kind of come to the part where we need to talk about then strategies, not skills. So there's a wealth then of other research out there about particular reading strategies that we could be teaching pupils that don't and will never kind of be used instead of skills, or never instead of knowledge, but can kind of help if comprehension fails. There's something then that pupils can go back to kind of help them make sense of what they've read. Those of you will be familiar with the EEF literacy report. This one comes from Key Stage 1, Key Stage 2, and Key Stage 3. And kind of here, then you kind of have these kind of reading strategies with kind of prediction, questioning, clarifying, summarizing, activating prior knowledge. That's there in the Key Stage 1 and the Key Stage 2 one. I'm not so sure on the efficacy perhaps of these particular strategies. Some of them are okay. One of them, though, I'm not sure why is there. I don't think the evidence suggests that it needs to be there, particularly with Key Stage 1. And so we're going to kind of do a bit of a deep dive on this kind of prediction strategy. So first of all, and actually in terms of the research into comprehension strategies, there is very little of the research that suggests that this can be applied to children within the Key Stage 1 range. And when I look into the detail and the depth of the papers that go into making the EEF report, I think there are some potential errors in how that was compiled, because you see quite a few of these studies mentioning 6th grade, which of course is our year 7. So there's that question then, can you actually use that to transfer over to primary school? I'm not so sure, but it's not just the case that there's one. There's quite a few instances where that's been done. When you look at the National Reading Panel, they were again, research in America. They put a very large report together in the year 2000 regarding what high quality reading instruction will look like, including strategies, and they kind of don't mention anything about strategies being useful for children above the 3rd and 6th grade range. So that would be our kind of year 4. But when we look at prediction itself in kind of a bit more detail, these are the strategies that the National Reading Panel suggests. Prediction isn't there. So I kind of think that prediction, they put prediction in there because it relates back to that profile of content domains that we saw earlier, but also then from reciprocal teaching as well, which is a program used again to kind of help research, to help kind of teachers put something together to help and aid reading comprehension. Now, before Barack Rosenshine was all arranged with his 10 principles of instruction, or his 17 principles of instruction, he was doing some other work on reciprocal reading and reciprocal teaching, and actually did a lot of reviewing of the research behind reciprocal reading and teaching, which was used to kind of say that prediction is a good thing. So let's have a look what he says about prediction. So no relationship was found between the number of strategies taught and student achievement. Studies obtained significant results both when the investigators taught the 4 strategies identified by Palinska and Brown, and when they used 2, 3, or 10 strategies. So despite the fact that Palinska and Brown argued that prediction was one thing, there was no relation to work out whether prediction was actually useful or not, because some studies only taught 2, some only taught 3, and some obviously tried some others as well. Not too fussed about this one, but it might be important that standardized tests were the outcome measure. All the results were non-significant and no differences between the 2 approaches, so the control group and reciprocal reading. When we look at the number of instructional sessions, so good, poor, all here refers to good decoders, poor comprehenders, or good at everything. and then you have kind of below average at everything. So some pupils who are good decoders, but poor readers, poor comprehenders, they could have had 50 sessions and still their ending result, their change in comprehension from at the end of the study test, would be non-significant. Some had 20 sessions, 25, it was good. Okay, fine. Here, again, below average. Some pupils had 100 sessions of reciprocal teaching and you got non-significant results. But here, though, some pupils got 6. So a bit mixed, but for me, it's not coming out quite strong for reciprocal teaching and whether prediction belongs there. And then when you look at the size of the instructional group, it's all really, really small class sizes, or just small groups of pupils. So things like I don't remember the last time I had a class of 18 or 3 or 13 or 5 or 4, whatever it might be. So a lot of this kind of research here kind of goes beyond what might be possible in the classroom. So here 22, the most significant significant result only had 2 people in at one point. At some point 22 had an instructional group of 22 had non-significant. So imagine if that was that, if the 22 instructional group size was also the group size that had 100 instructional sessions and you still came out as non-significant, it's an issue. Although students were then taught to make predictions in 12 to 18 of the studies, actually they were only assessed on this ability only once. And kind of to summarize there, we are uncertain which of the more effective strategies to use with reciprocal teaching and how many strategies should be taught. So for me, and again, it kind of goes back to what Cassie said, leaders tend to look at the headlines. They'll see that headline of kind of, right, okay, let's do those kind of 5 strategies that the EEF outline, and let's kind of get that going. But I don't think that the evidence is kind of there to suggest that prediction is a particular good use of time. As a pedagogical choice, maybe, nothing more exciting than getting 30 year ones, year twos, showing them the book and taking 2 or 3 minutes to perhaps guess and predict what might happen next. That's lovely. That's a nice little hook to get them into the story, to get them engaged. Not there as an aid necessarily for their comprehension. And then again, when it comes to these kind of comprehension strategies, a common retort back from some people is that, well, actually, a lot of the evidence suggests that they are done in kind of small instructional groups because they are done as interventions. So here's quite interesting research on, it says intervention, reading strategy intervention, as in like these are the strategies you would use for the intervention, but in a whole classroom setting. And again, it kind of reinforces actually what the National Reading Panel said, in that the studies made it clear that reading strategy instruction is effective for those in the middle and earlier grades. So grades 6 to 8, that's basically from year 4 through to about year 9. Are substantial effects on research development measures of reading comprehension are found. However, for the older groups though, so for our year 10s and 12s, the effects of reading comprehension is actually negligible. So that's kind of quite interesting for our, if there are any Key Stage 4, Key Stage 5 colleagues here. But certainly in terms of teaching these things within the context of a whole class situation, yes, we can do things that will work. So things that we can do, comprehension monitoring, very simply, are pupils aware of them actually aware of when that comprehension model, that construction integration model has failed? So again, that's very simple. You can kind of show a sentence like this where it deliberately fails in quite an obvious way. So here, kind of, it rained hard, the ogre stood at the top of the tall cliffs that touched the blue skies. Well, obviously, you want children to actually stop and think about, well, actually, that can't be the case, because if it rained hard, it's unlikely that there's going to be blue skies and that. And so starting off to teach children things like this, to recognize these kind of clear, obvious errors in building those models, should then hopefully be able to help translate into them realizing, oh yeah, actually I don't understand what I've just read. I need to go back and have a look at it. And, as adults, we're guilty of reading, I think, 3 or 4 pages perhaps of fiction or a research report and going, actually, I've got no idea what was mentioned there. So this is what they summarize about comprehension monitoring. Children in grades 2 through 6 can be taught to monitor their comprehension, become aware of where they're having those difficulties, and learn procedures to assist them in overcoming the problem. There is evidence that this training has specific and general transfer benefits. So there's that transfer. The main transfer is to improve detection of text inconsistencies and memory of the text, and on standardized reading comprehension test performance. But again, we don't necessarily do it just to get better results at SATs. Question generation. This is very simply, are we actually getting pupils to think about those, those 5 W's in that house? So again, nice literature review here on self-questioning and reading comprehension. Large participants from a range of ethnicities, which is always, really important and nice to see. This is what they kind of say. So the mean length was roughly about, 1 to 6 months. So not too long at all, about 8.5 sessions, so not a lot either. And when you look at the outcomes, the vast majority of the studies finding generally indicate that students who use self-questioning strategies improved on their reading comprehension performance over and above either control conditions or control groups. This was the case for students with and without disabilities, and for students in elementary and secondary grades. The students who struggled academically, favorable outcomes were partially evident with explicit instructional components. Modeling, guided practice, independent practice were used to teach self-questioning. So again, self-questioning, I think, is particularly, seems to have a decent evidence base that, it's something that we could be teaching pupils to do when they kind of read these texts. And again, there's another piece of evidence and a bit of research to suggest the same thing as well. Summarization again is actually really useful for comprehension. But because it gets kind of thrown against things of it as a skill, and because again it's really in that kind of, I think it was like 6 to 12%, it hardly ever comes up. But actually, there's a really good review here that getting pupils to summarize, stopping them summarizing as they go along kind of helps them actively engage and think about that text a little bit more. You ask them to think deeply about it. And so obviously then they can, because they're thinking about it, obviously that model comes up. And actually there are quite a few ways that you can teach, summarizing, which actually have some empirical findings, which I kind of find quite interesting because I had no idea about that. I had no idea actually how thinking about it. How did I actually teach summarizing before? And kind of this comes from Brown AL, and Day JD from 83, macro rules for summarizing text, particularly I think for informational text. But there are 5 things that you can do: delete trivial information, delete redundant information, superordination of lists, select the topic sentence, or invent a topic sentence. So let's do that really quickly now because I am over. You can see some small things with your eyes with the microscope. However, you can see much smaller details. Think of a butterfly's wing. You can see it with your eyes, but a microscope can show you small parts of the wing called scales. So the first thing I can do is kind of delete the trivial information. I can then kind of delete the redundant information that I definitely don't need. I got no superordination of lists here. What that would mean is that if I was reading, say, something about deserts and it mentioned 3 specific flowers, I could then, instead of writing down those 3 specific flowers, I could just go to a higher order category and just refer to them as flowers in general, rather than specifically saying the cactus, the daisy, the poppy, whatever it might be. Then I'll see if there's a topic sentence available, in which case I can see that this first one usually does. And then interestingly, what they say as well, you kind of want children to really kind of remember what they've read. Take then this information away for them and then ask children to invent their own topic sentence. So there's my own topic sentence that I've just kind of done there. And something like that. So if you're reading a long chapter book, getting pupils to do this as they read, spend some time at the end of a reading lesson, going through the paragraphs and thinking about what the main going through kind of this 5 step sequence might be a useful way to make sure that model is effective and built and strong and sturdy, so when they come back to it next week, the next day, they're likely to remember what they've just read. Again, kind of going back to the effectiveness of reading strategy interventions in the whole classroom. It's a really good paper. I fully recommend if you're interested in comprehension at all, kind of do go and read it. But effectively it says, these are still kind of really good things to do. particularly this idea of setting reading goals, where you're kind of going into each session and you're kind of telling pupils, this is what you're going to get out of this. Like, we're going to read this text, and I want you to really understand what it is about ABC. So they have that goal in their minds. That's what they're going to get out from, not necessarily arbitrary goals like, oh, I need you to read this in like 5-10 minutes for, say, to help with fluency or something like that. So kind of quick do and don'ts. I don't teach them in Key Stage 1. I don't think there's any evidence for them in Key Stage 1. Do teach them in Key Stage 2 and 3, and you can teach them in a whole class setting. Things you should be teaching, I think, are comprehension monitoring, self-questioning, summarization, text structure, and I think I would add to that goal setting as well. Do use the gradual release of responsibility to teach them. So that's I, we, you. You don't need to spend too long teaching them explicitly. We don't know how long for. Research suggests, Daniel Willingham came out with an article that said around 2 weeks is enough. That came from that Rosenshine research. Tim Shanahan said, no, that's probably not long enough, but we certainly don't need to be doing it for as long as we might do it as thinking about prediction skills and skills-based stuff. You probably want to teach them for about 3 or 4 weeks, and then just make sure that pupils are obviously constantly reusing them. It might seem obvious, but don't force pupils to use them if they don't need them. The only reason you would need to use this strategy is if your comprehension has failed. You need to be strategic. The owner should be on the pupils to use these strategies. So it needs to come from them. Don't force a pupil to do summarization, self-questioning. Once you've taught them explicitly and said this is something that can help you, don't then have lessons where you're forcing necessary pupils to do this, because if they understand it and they understand it well enough, and that model, that construction integration model is absolutely fine, then they don't need to do it. Do not teach them as a means to pass standardized tests, because the research suggests they actually may not help with that. But also, we're teaching children here to be readers, not to just pass tests. And do not expect them to compensate for a lack of background knowledge. When I first did this, many teachers came up to me and said, right, but my school still wants a skills progression for reading. So this is kind of my best bet as to what that might look like. Make sure pupils can decode. Make sure they can then decode fluently. Teach vocabulary explicitly, including Latin, Greek roots, and common affixes. Choose some really good books that most readers in the class would not be able to access independently to study as a class. Perhaps decide as a school as to what comprehending that text actually means. So what kind of themes, connections, main messages, knowledge do I actually want? Is the bare minimum that I want pupils to actually make from this. Obviously, 30 children are making that construction integration model, so it doesn't necessarily matter. It's not going to be the same, but there should be the lowest common denominator of what you think comprehending that text actually means. Map out your strategy instruction at Key Stage 2 only. This is for primary. As you're teaching, again, Ofsted say, curriculum is the progression model. So if you're saying these are the texts that we teach at year, in Key Stage 2, well, there's your progression model, as long as, you're ensuring that pupils are actually getting those messages that you want, that you've agreed upon. A little bit of SATs practice to get used to the question formatting is fine. It's useful. It'll probably actually increase the reliability that you're going to get, because I certainly remember that question where, we teaching kids how to do, a point, evidence, explain, and then it came up in a weird kind of table where it was like, put your point here, evidence there, and lots of children just got confused because they just weren't familiar with that layout of the question. So actually doing a little bit of that, absolutely fine, but it probably only needs to be done at around January of year 6, I'd say, for them to get used to some questions. And where there's the asterisk, kind of just make sure that leaders know that this will not be a useful indicator for the actual SATs, because I think it just depends what comes up on the day. As I say, there's absolutely no research to suggest that this prediction, inference skills stuff exists. So actually, perhaps giving some of these ideas a go that I've mentioned here might be a way that you can actually get children to become lifelong readers and not just readers to pass a assessment. I've overrun by 10 minutes, which is always going to happen. But if you've enjoyed any of this, again, obviously feel free to reach out to me, but also please give Velindre, you know, £3, £4, £5, whatever you can spare at this time. Thank you very much, everyone.
Super stuff, Neil. You know, whether the session's 40 minutes or 60 minutes, you're going to overrun.
Yeah, I need to get better at that.
I've got Matt here. I'm going to bring him in.
Oh, yeah. Hi,
How's
Matt.
it going,
Sorry.
Matt? You all right?
Yeah, good. Yeah, I was listening to Neil overrun. But I mean, yeah, I'm ready to ramble on about collaboration for the remaining 50 minutes, I guess.
Excellent. I've got one short thing to do. We've got to give away a copy of Christopher's The Art and Science of Teaching Primary Reading. And I've got the Wheel of Names ready to spin. And I think Chris is going to sign this copy. I think we have raised £345 so far. So thank you very much to everyone. Mark and I think it was Rebecca, really generous donations during this talk. Thank you very much. It was really appreciated. So this is for a copy of Chris's book. And it's going to Heather Marshall. So I'll make a note of that. And Heather, if you DM me wherever is easiest, then we can get that sent out to you. So I'm going to remove Heather once. And so for this episode, I'm joined by Neil Almond and Matt Swain. How are you guys? You all right?
Yeah, good. Yeah, good. Been listening this morning. It's been good. I've just got back from a 3-day sort of jaunt to the Midlands, which involved a 7-hour journey there, and then breaking down yesterday and a 10-hour journey back, thanks to the wonders of the AA recovery service. So, yeah, I'm quite glad to be just sat here chatting to you, like drinking some water. And although my hoodie's quite tight today, I've had a very sort of like sort of Henry VIII Christmas, right? So I've eaten well. So I just anyway, no more cheese. Yeah, this will be nice. I'll do my best today to sort of to talk about what we've been up to down here in East Sussex. Yeah, at some point I'll sort of streamline this into an actual talk. But for now, I'll try and ramble my way through it, and hopefully it'll be interesting because I think we've tried to do something quite unique down here. So.
Excellent. For a bit of context, in case anyone isn't sure, you guys both work for the STEP Academy Trust.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Matt, you are, I think, is it fair to say, deputy head of the teaching and learning team?
No, I'm head of teaching and learning.
That's changed over the summer, didn't it?
Yeah, no, I've changed job titles almost every year. So I was deputy director of the hub, so that was a very different role. That was kind of outwards facing. This is all of last year, you know, rolling out the ECF and the MPQs to East Sussex, Brighton and Hove. That's a really different job, actually. And I learned loads from it, and I took a lot into what I'm doing this year. But I started this year, I kind of missed the classroom. I kind of felt I started to have a conversation about what we're doing now, whether we could do something smarter. And so I sort of rejoined the inwards-facing part of STEP as head of teaching and learning, and with an aim to have our schools collaborate like at a higher level than than I guess most schools in Matt's do. I kind of felt there was a missed opportunity and wanted to take lessons I'd learned from last year, kind of working at scale, and other things I'd learned from working teacher education and from being a leader in schools, to try something new with the backing of STEP and obviously the head teachers down here. So what we're trying to pull off here wouldn't work without a lot of head teachers having a bit of faith in us to do that. So yeah, so I'm currently head of teaching and learning for East Sussex, and currently got 5 schools working as one, and with the aim of possibly some more joining soon.
Nice. And then Neil, you are deputy head for South London, so you've got your
Southeast London.
You've got your whole domain.
They wouldn't give me everything.
Do you raise taxes in that area? Is that
I
you're
wish.
like a sheriff?
Paying tithes, right?
Pretty much how it works. Yeah.
But
I
your
can just walk
paths
into
cross.
any school in Southeast London, and they know me, and it's fine.
Yeah, but you guys get to collaborate on stuff during
really
the
nice.
week because you're here, there, and everywhere, Neil.
Yeah.
As part of your role. Matt, I'm going to start with you.
Yeah.
You've made changes, you've alluded to them, to the way your teachers and schools plan collaboratively. Can you describe the system you have in place now?
Yeah, I'll try my best. As I said, this will be better in time when I turn into an actual talk. Okay, so as things work, we have 5 schools in East Sussex. We had 4 in Helsham, 4 different schools in Helsham, 3 1-form entries and 2 form entry. all of which have outstanding affiliation with the new Ofsted, all doing really well under the new Ofsted. Bertha went most recently, had outstanding in all the categories but Q of E. Okay, and they were collaborating in a way in that, and in a sense, right? So the planning was put on a shared drive, but there's no real formula to it, and the curriculum, I guess, wasn't maybe specific enough for people to sort of like be, to using it in the same way in different schools. Another school joined us, joined the trust at Telscombe Cliffs, which is not too far away, like 30 minutes down the road. But a large three-form entry school joined. And they just had RI in the new Ofsted, but had loads of potential, right, as a school. But obviously needs some support. And I guess I started talking to Jeremy Meek, who's was executive head, and Tim Mills, who is executive head to the school of those schools down here, about maybe thinking about a smarter way of working together. Sharing the expertise that we developed in Hailsham and the 4 schools there, wider really. I mean, it's a challenge, isn't it? But there's lots of challenges in lots of different ways. So Telscombe Cliffs, this three-form entry school, had challenges just because of where it was. Its legacy was its challenge, really. Lots of new teachers, 10 ECTs in the school, all being mentored, but 10 ECTs. I mean, that in itself brings benefits but challenges. And then we had the 4 schools in Hailsham, but 3 of them were one-form entry, and anyone knows, one-form entry is hard, right? You've got a very small staffing body, and you're relying on a limited pool of expertise, although we had lots of it. And we just started to talk last year about whether it was possible to literally just work as one school. So, is there a way of working smarter? One of the things I've considered is just, there's a lot of talk about, and good talk, I'm chatting to Andrew Purcell about this and a few other people about designing good curriculum. Okay, so and there's a lot of great talk about designing really good progression documents and so on and so forth, and specifying what you want and having a really good journey for pupils from EYFS to year 6. But for me, the challenge with that always is to converting that into lessons. Okay, so you can have this amazing progression map for every subject, but but you need time to convert that into really effective lessons. And so if you take like the normal PPA session, which is about 2 hours 50, give or take, I think, and you say if you assume there's like about 25 hours of teaching a week to deliver across 11 or so subjects, then if you do a little simple maths, that gives a normal, in a one-form entry school, of which in this 3 were one-form entry, that gives a classroom teacher in year 4 around 6 minutes to plan every hour of teaching. That's a problem, isn't it? That's a challenge, isn't it? It doesn't matter how smart they are, how skilled they are, how much they know about every single subject. If we say the PPA is the time they plan, and if we say that's the time they spend planning preparation, then that gives them around 6 minutes per hour of teaching. And if they were, and most teachers will spend most of that time on maths and English. So you can have these amazing progression maps for RE and geography and history and art and DT and so on and so forth. But if there isn't the time to think about those lessons and to plan really effective, sequences of learning, then it's all kind of for nothing, isn't it, right? And I keep coming back to time being this massive currency in schools. And so we can all sort of parade out our sort of brilliant curricula, but if we don't allow our teachers the time to think about those lessons and to plan them, then what we intended to happen to Ofsted doesn't get implemented, and then doesn't have the impact it's meant to have, right? And that's what a great quality education is. It's like a really specific curriculum, which is ambitious but not too ambitious. So that's there for all, which is implemented with fidelity in the classroom. And then with pupils, doing tasks that look like that represent what they're meant to learn, and then them remembering and doing work that represents what they're meant to learn. And what we found, and what we often found, was that started to fall apart because there just wasn't the time to do it. And so, I just thought to myself, well, what if we got them to work together, right? So I spent a lot last year for the first time working with secondary schools because I was head of the appropriate body. And the ECF, we deliver to everybody, special schools, secondary schools. And one thing I picked up last year is that, secondary schools are huge, and departments planned collaboratively, and that allowed for more time to be spent on planning each lesson. So I kind of thought we were maybe missing a trick, right? What if we take these 5 schools with 9 forms of entry, and we get them to run off the same curriculum, because it has to be the same curriculum, but plan together. So instead of one teacher in one form planning 25 hours of lessons, you've got 9 teachers across a year group plan those 25 hours. And do you know what that gives them? About an hour per lesson. So mathematically, that's just better, isn't it, right? So suddenly these really well thought through progression maps, that you've spent time and care on, start to turn into great lessons, because smart people are given an hour to think about and plan each one. Obviously, that requires like faith in the system, doesn't it? Right? that requires everybody to step up and everyone to spend that time. But it's not surprising that teachers do care about lessons, and they do. And so what? And we're just talking about the club. There's a planning element now, and there's lots and lots of parts to this. And so I apologise for not articulate it very well. And we'll come back to the curriculum in a second. But broadly, what happens as far as planning goes is that within a planning group of 9 teachers, each term, people, they assign the different subjects to each other, and and we have 2 on maths, 2 on English, and then one person on 2 foundation subjects each. And they have about 2 hours a week in their PPA to plan those 2 lessons. And then for the other 35 minutes of PPA, they meet online and share the planning. Okay, they talk through the lessons. They write a primer for each of the lessons they've put together. And this was from them. This came from them, the idea of a primer. Something that I came across last year, but something that they wanted, which will have any key explanations scripted on there, any key questions and the answers, any key vocabulary, how it's pronounced, that helps the teacher take that really good lesson and deliver it in class. And what you get when you get 9 people is you can start to play to strengths then, right? So you can have the teacher who's particularly strong at planning the art, and the teacher that's particularly strong at planning the history. And you may have a new teacher who's not particularly strong, but they can co-plan. You can start to facilitate this, and this sharing of expertise. So if I'm an ECT or a teacher that's not competent in planning or delivering art and never has been, but somebody with a real specialism has planned this sequence of lessons for me and talks me through each one, then I suddenly start to become more expert. And what this means is, hour for hour, the kids are just getting a better deal. There's a lot of work gone into the curriculum itself, the intended curriculum, but what we were seeing, it wasn't converting all the time. Our most recent Ofsted was Burfield. We got good for QV. They were pretty vocal about the core subjects being more in the outstanding category. But what we were seeing was, there's some variation in foundation, which you're going to get when you've got 1 form entry schools and people with 2 minutes to plan stuff. And so this, I guess, initially was kind of like just a bit of maths, right? What if we gave people more time? Would that benefit them? Would that reduce their workload but increase the quality of education that people's got? And I came this year, and this is a small part of it, thinking, well, I think it should. And we're term in, and it does. And we can talk about the assessments we've got in place to check on that. But I can tell you the feedback from teachers around their work-life balance is nothing but positive. They're doing their planning in their PPA session, yet they're getting 25 hours of really strong planning. They're getting primers for every lesson on a piece of paper they've got in front of them while they're teaching, that's helping them make sure that they're delivering exactly what was intended. And those lessons that they'd been less confident in teaching before are working in classrooms. They've just delivered a great art lesson, but they've never delivered one before. And their confidence increasing, their own sort of expertise increasing. And so in that sort of, that video call they have every week, and that sounds like, well, you're taking 40 minutes of their PPA off them. So that seems a bit wrong. But it's kind of like, it's kind of like the opportunity cost. If you do that, then you only have to spend 2 hours planning 2 lessons, right? And
just on that one, sorry, Matt, I think that's the difference between what we're doing and going to a resource that provides all the slides and worksheets for you, is that you are not getting the thinking behind why that person has designed that slide the way they've done it, why they've designed that worksheet the way you get it, which is why, teaching off other people's planning, certainly my experience, has always been like really difficult. But what this kind of layer does is ensure that every teacher understands kind of that hard thinking behind why this works. And so it's, you know, it works in that regard. And I'd say that's why we think it's better than, you know, it's not just, oh, everything's on the system for you. You can walk in that day and, you know, download the slide deck and send the worksheets to the printer. There is a layer above that.
I think it's like it's about increasing the mean, isn't it? Right. So, what's the mean quality of your lessons across all your schools? We've got some incredibly strong schools, and we could say, well, we'll just stay here and be an incredibly strong school, and you catch up when you can. Or you could say it's about the 2,000 pupils as a whole, and giving them the best deal you possibly can. Right. And so we've had EIP visits for Telscombe, which is probably a really good sort of like barometer. So that's an education improvement partner, sort of local authority, sort of Ofsted equivalents, I guess. Yeah, which is whatever it is. But they see a lot of schools, so they probably know a little bit about stuff. They came visited Telscombe, well, maybe 2-3 weeks before the end of term, and were confident in the Q of E being outstanding after the term, right? But that's because it's not Telscombe. They're looking at 5 schools working together. They're looking at the expertise of 5 schools, the expertise of 9 teachers in year 6, 9 teachers in year 5, more than that in EYFS, all working together and sharing experience. And obviously, it doesn't mean that like every lesson's blinding, right? There's still people sort of like, there's still lessons that don't quite work, but it gives you systems to support with that. So in this PPA meeting every week, so we have a PPA meeting for every set for every year group, and obviously behind this is all the PPAs synchronized. So year 6 is in the same time in every school, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, reception and nursery. A teaching and learning leader facilitates each session. So we have teaching and learning leaders nominated in every school. So and they're part of a bigger system, which we'll talk about with them later. But they sort of like host the session. Okay, they don't have to do anything but host it, but also to deal with any queries. So if there is an issue around the planning of a history lesson in year 4, then they're able to support with that. Okay, they can support that year 4 teacher. Maybe it's a new teacher and they're ECT and they're not quite sure about something. Then they'll get some support. They can notice that in the session. They can notice that maybe needs a bit of work on that one, and they'll then communicate with the T&L lead from their school, who'll then give them some support. Does that make sense? Right. So there's this beneath that. You're not just saying, well, every lesson is going to be perfect, but we've got systems to support the planning where it needs to be planning, and it's super responsive, right? In what school have you got eyes on planning? Just out of interest, it doesn't happen. What leaders know what's happening in the plan at the planning stage? What we tend to do is look at implementation. We tend to look at it. We tend to look at our learning walk once every 6 or 8 weeks, possibly for a subject. At which point they've been taught 6 or 8 lessons that could have been not very good or not very effective. On a weekly basis, we've got eyes on the planning. And we can direct support, whether it be through teaching learners, whether it be through colleagues, to help people develop their planning in certain areas. It's a really collaborative, really sort of like powerful model that genuinely feels like people happily sharing expertise, but also happily asking for support where they need it, right? And that's kind of one level of it. So I've just talked about the planning so far. So I'll probably stop talking for a second now. Can you do another question?
No, I mean, you say it's not or you need to work on a talk, but last time you did 45 minutes without taking a breath whenever we did our first interview together. and I mean, it sounds fantastic. I mean, you could do that 20 minutes and, people will be like, okay, yes. I mean, Emma's asking about the logistics, and I think you've gone somewhere to explain the logistics, in terms of PPAs at the same time. Who has the oversight of this? Is this your role, Matt, within the trust, or have you delegated it to someone else to make sure this logistically takes place?
Yeah, I suppose it's probably best to talk about the systems that's beneath it, because this is like a really small component of a bigger thing. So we have sort of 3 teams, 4 teams really, that kind of make this whole thing work. So we have sort of learning design team. Okay, so there's actually, let me take this back a section. Right, let's go with, first of all, how the school set up. Each school's got a head of school. They'll have their deputy assistant heads depending on the size of them. But within that SLT, there'll be a nominated teaching and learning lead. Okay, and for 1 day a week, they'll come and work with me together. Okay, and that's part of the quality of education team. Okay, that's what we call it. And so there'll be 5 of those at that meeting. They will all run one of those PPA sessions. Also, that quality of education meeting is our head of EYFS, our head of SEND, and one of our executive head teachers, Jeremy Meek, which are bringing that leadership perspective, that EYS perspective, and the SEND perspective. Okay, so that's what sits behind this as a kind of monitoring mechanism. So each week we meet and we get feedback from what's happening in the planning. Okay, so what's happening in planning, what we're seeing, where there are issues, where there are challenges, what's strong, what's not, yeah, so on and so forth. And that's fed back in that meeting. And that allows us to sort of triage that. So it might be fed back that in year 3 they're having some trouble. The math isn't working, maybe. You know, the children find it too hard. Okay, let's have a look at that. Can we have a look? You know, the maths team have a look at that. Can you support the year 3 with the planning of that? In that same meeting, it's really important. It was always really important for me to have all the perspectives. So we've got Dee Hughes, who's head of EYFS. We've got Karen. I've got a new surname now. Hayward, right? Karen Hayward, who, and they're all there listening as well. So going, okay, so what's, you know, what's that looking at for our SEND pupils? What's that looking like for our EYFS pupils? And so that's that kind of system that brings back that intelligence from the planning. And now in those planning groups, if there are any challenges, if say, I've got some, the plan I'm giving for history isn't kind of working for my kids, then the person to contact is your T&L lead that runs the group. So any sort of queries and questions come back through those groups, so that we try and then solve. Like, the idea is to solve that. Now you might solve it in 3 ways. So you'll solve it. It could be individual bespoke support. It could be, okay, it's coming out that in year 3, the ECT is struggling with the planning of science. Okay, so first year they need some support. Okay, that teacher's in Telscombe, T&L in Telscombe. Can you give them support? Can we find someone to work alongside them? That's one level of support. The second level of support might be something that might be like across just one school. Okay, so there's some challenges around sort of the maths teaching in one school, in which case we'll start talking about what CPD that school can have. Okay, that will support that school. And finally, like the largest level of support we can give is kind of like, okay, we're seeing challenges across the piece with like history. And we found that, actually, interesting, I'll talk about history. So we found that history was something that people were, it didn't feel like history. Okay, it was a bit too IWU and not enough sort of thinking and inquiring. And we were hearing that from our teachers and from the pupils. And in that case, you go, okay, so what, now it's a collaborative response. And so we respond to that with PD, okay, for all schools, which brings us on to the PD. So as people may or may not know, across STEP, we have 2 STEP CPD sessions a week, on Tuesday and Thursday, just 40 minutes long. We think it's a better model. Like, it's shorter, it doesn't take up the rest of your day, and you can get something done quite quickly. It actually gives you more sort of, no more time, but it seems like more sort of sessions to play with. Every Tuesday now is a 5-school CPD session that goes to everybody at the same time, and that deals with moving our curriculum on, so stuff we're doing our own curriculum, or being responsive to things we're seeing in the classroom. And Thursday is the school's their own sort of bespoke CPD. So you can see how those 2 models work. So you might find a school that there's an issue with maths. Maybe, you know, we're not doing our checking for understanding well enough. That's a Thursday thing. If we're seeing that across all the schools, that's a Tuesday thing. Now, sitting behind the Tuesday PD is an entire another team. So now we've got a teacher education team. So I spent a lot of time writing CPD and hoping getting quite good at it, right? I mean, I'm very lucky to work with Harry Fletcher Wood and other people on the fellowship and with all the guys in STEP. And hopefully these days I'm pretty good at it and understand what makes good PD. So, and Neil will know about this. So every Tuesday we deliver CPD to all our schools at the same time. And before it gets to them, this is what happens for it. So so when we launched our new our foundation curriculum, there were some key bits of learning and science wanted in every lesson. So let's say, for example, we want to do a bit of CPD on making links in learning. We want to be an explicit part of the lesson at the beginning. We want to make sure that it involves the children actually thinking, retrieving, but also explicitly pointing in the right direction. So that piece of CPD would be 4 minutes long, was written and scripted by another team called the Learning Design team. And then on a Tuesday, that QV team we talked about earlier, get that delivered to them. They get delivered the CPD with a workbook, in line with the sort of like EEF guidance on professional development. We assess it against those guidelines, and they give feedback to the author from a SEND perspective, from an EYFS perspective, and from year group perspective and school perspectives. That's redrafted by the Thursday, and it's scripted, like fully scripted. And then the following Tuesday, so the week later, on the day it's going to be delivered, the teacher education team, which is most of the teaching and learning leads really, rehearse and deliberately practice that session before going to the schools and delivering it at the same time to all the schools. So we've got this system, and that allows us to move this curriculum forward. And that allows us to develop things and be responsive where we need to be. So example would be history. So what came from that is a model history lesson. We wanted to, you know, for whatever reason, history didn't feel very historical. It felt very sort of like, it felt very much like you were being told stuff all the time. And the children weren't thinking hard enough. And if there's one thing that's like, if there's one proxy of like learning, it's like kids thinking hard, as far as I'm concerned. Right? If they're thinking hard, there's a good about like the subject, there's a good chance they're learning. They didn't seem to be thinking hard enough for history. That allowed us to script a model history lesson, deliver it to this QV team who gave suggestions to send and EYFS and so on and so forth to make it palatable, redraft it, and then deliver it over 2 weeks in 2 sessions on Tuesday and Tuesday to the schools to reframe how people planned and saw history. What did that lead to? Really good history being planned and being taught within weeks of that. So yeah, there's lots of systems behind it. There's 3 teams. There's 3 main teams. The QV team, which is there to monitor things and to respond to things and to deal with queries. Then you've got the teacher education team, which are there to deliver the PD. And then you've got the learning design team that are there to write the PD. Obviously, these teams need populating. So that takes support from schools. So the QV team is people giving their time up as leaders, and those teaching and learning leads being given a day a week to come over and work. The morning they spend in the QV team, the afternoon they spend in the teacher education team practicing. Right? The design team is a larger team. Neil's a big part of that, and we meet on a Wednesday, and we're there to make, you know, design curriculum documentation, but also mainly to design the PD. Okay, and that's a very different. People in that team are less senior leaders and more really promising teachers in schools that are interested in this sort of thing. They come on a rotating basis, like a day every 2 or 3 weeks. We're a rolling team, about 5 every Wednesday, working on different projects. At a small cost to schools for what they get in return, I guess. Everyone feels it's really good value. You send someone every couple of weeks and you get your PD written for you. You get your curriculum written for you. You get documentation like so what we've just recently made. We just started making graphic organisers for all of our subjects. We've got rid of knowledge organisers because I don't think they're very useful. We've moved to graphic organisers, which I think are really useful, and we tried them and found them to be incredibly impactful in pupils retaining and recalling things. And so that is a rambly thing. I do need slides for this in the future, but that's kind of how it works. Behind it, all these systems. For schools and school leaders, they're having to commit their assistant head, normally a deputy head, for 1 day a week to us. That's a cost to them, isn't it? I mean, Tuesdays are pretty difficult in a small school. They are willing to do that because it means in return their curriculum, the quality of teaching in the classroom is constantly being supported and refined. But it is an expense, right? And I was a bit worried it wouldn't work. It does seem like it is a little bit. Someone else, Adam Smith asked, what's the ideal size of a mat? We're not sure, right, Adam? So we're a large mat. We're like 20 schools, I think, right? Large-ish, yeah. I think. And we trialed this across 5. I don't think there's a real limit to it. I think you can probably hub it. I think you probably get to, we're at 5 9 forms of entry at the moment. That's comfortable. I think you probably go a little bit higher to get even better value on the planning. But I think if we were to do it across a 20 school mat, you'd probably hub it into 10 forms of entry. I think I imagine there's a sense the size of it becomes unworkable because just too many moving parts and too many people trying to be involved. But at the moment it's working. Like, it's surprisingly working. We've had 4 EIP visits, and all of them have said the same thing about the QV. So like. And more broadly, they're more interested in the model, aren't they? Because actually they're going, hold on, this is how you improve schools. Telscombe was, requires improvement less than 8 months ago. And here it is. Everyone's really happy. The kids are getting great lessons. The PD is really good. And this doesn't look like the school that was visited 9 months ago. Yeah, I guess I don't know what the limit is. We're not sure. There's there's some conversation within the trust at the moment about some other schools maybe looking at what we're doing in the trust. So it's not a trust-wide model. It's just a thing we're doing. But I definitely feel like 9's okay. 9 forms of entry. I think you probably push it to about 11, maybe. I think there's a point where it probably becomes a bit logistically complicated. But yeah, I mean, Neil and I have talked a little bit about this. Like, how do you think it works if you make it bigger? I think probably you start to hub it at about 11 forms, like just pod them off, right? Does that make sense?
Nice. I mean, that feeds really nicely into my next question. Neil, have you seen any impact of these changes so far? Obviously, because you travel around a lot of the schools in STEP. And what have you noticed? Obviously, because measurable impact, perhaps not, but what have you seen?
Yeah, so kind of like two perspectives I can take on this. One is obviously because, as Matt said, this isn't a Matt-wide thing. So I'm 1 day a week on Friday. I'm deputy head in a 1 form entry STEP school, and we work together with some schools, but certainly not at the level like this kind of happens. So straight away, being the deputy head of a 1 form entry school, like I know the pressure points of what staff are having to do in terms of as I say, having 6 minutes to plan every lesson, and they're a wonderful staff team. They do really well, but their life would be far much more easier, and they'd be far much more happier if they had far longer to plan fewer lessons. As I say, obviously, there's no kind of impact in terms of national outcomes at all, but I'm sure Matt will talk about this later on as well. Like in terms of the assessment side of things, they're kind of like 3 kind of pillars. One of those pillars is people book study. So that's getting kids to come down with their books and talk to senior leaders. So there'll always be an SEN child in there. There'll always be a couple of kids who are pupil premium, etc., etc. And I think it's once every 2 weeks, Matt, we get our leaders to do that. And so because I've had some training on people book study, I was able to kind of give a bit of input. And so after that, you recorded one of the, they're doing it for art. So it's like, if you want a rough, like a proxy of, our kids actually, learning more and remembering more from this kind of model, you take art, because unless you're an art specialist, no one does art very well, or certainly in my experience anyway. And the amount of knowledge that these kids had about perspective and, why you would choose a H1 over a H2 pencil, and how this kind of links back to some work that they had kind of done like prior to that. That for me was a bit like a watershed moment. It was like, oh God, like this probably really is something, because if you can get it out of the kid, I think talking to kids is the best form of one of the better forms of assessment that you can kind of have, because that's what it's not what it is what Ofsted do. It's not why we do it for Ofsted, but the fact that kids can actually sit there, and because, to say, the curriculum is it's well structured, and leaders just go around with that document, and they can kind of like ask those questions. So I see that you've been learning about perspective. You start quite open, and because the leaders know specifically what's being taught, you can then kind of narrow it down, that focus. Should pupils be struggling a little bit, because asking anyone what do you know about that straight away is always going to be a bit daunting. So definitely I'm seeing some outcomes already, and I say I'm using art as that proxy, but I'm sure when we do some more pupil book studies after this half term, and there's been a whole term of this done, we'll feel more. And in terms of what I'm seeing, it's just like, now that the model's there, it's clearly working. Like, I can't see myself wanting to work in a school that isn't trying to, or not working with a similar model, because I think as a leader, particularly a 1 form entry school, more about your school and what's actually happening in your school from one meeting with the Q&E team than you would do in a whole term of just being a leader, because you just have to, when you're the deputy head, everything, you're taken here, there, and everywhere. Behavior problem, and you're going to sit down and do some PD, you're taken. Yeah, sure, go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, so I was just going to expand that, just to give you a bit more on that, because QB team look at 3 levels, right? That's the idea. So we look at the planning. So first thing we feedback on is what's happened in the planning session, okay? And then every 2 weeks we do we look at the impact of a subject, okay, and the implementation. So we've done science, history, art, and RE is just being done at the moment. And so let's say we set up art for to look at. We'll have a sense of what arts are going in the planning. So we've already got that sense anyway. We've been hearing that and looking at that over the term. And then the next 2 weeks, the teaching learners in each school will learning walk to look at the implementation. So learning walk the subject. So that will be across at least 3 year groups, but hopefully more. But yeah, you have to be realistic within the confines of the school. They'll also pupil book study, and each one will do a different year group. So you'll do 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, R, N. And so pupil book study, as Neil said, is like 4 pupils. It's is it Baron? I don't know his name anyway. But it's a great way of seeing what kids actually know. And so we got there. You got this, and they bring that back to the meeting. Okay, so they had a pupil book study of art, and they'll walk art in their own school. So when they come back to that meeting in 2 weeks' time, we've got a snapshot of what pupils know in every year group. So a pupil book study of every year group, because we'll have done all of them, because there are, there's a leader of each PPA session, so they just do one each. Then we'll have a look at generally what it looks like in every school. That gives us unreal levels of data around a subject. How often do we really basically deep diving in a subject? And we do it every 2 weeks. And in that, and you like that, you can snapshot an entire subject. You can deep dive every year group and look at the delivery of the subject in every school every 2 weeks. Plus, you've got an eye on the planning of that subject, and you get this incredible picture of each subject. If we layer into that, then the ongoing assessment of the subjects, you get even more. So, can I share screen quickly? Is that okay? Just to give you an idea of what's sitting behind this. So I can do that, can't I?
Yeah, be my guest, Matt.
Oh God, window. What do I press? Oh yeah, let's just go for this one. Okay, so sitting behind that, and I think share. Okay. Sitting behind that, can you see this big yellow screen? The screen of the Word document. Okay, so sitting behind that is other progression maps. Okay, so I'm going to talk about this because I think it's important. So, and the big shout I haven't given so far is to Sarah Constant, who's my assistant head teaching learning and just a genius, right? Like an absolute genius. And I'm really privileged to work with her. I'm privileged to work with everybody I work with, and everyone brings their expertise to the table. But this is the person who did the work on the curriculum and is helping it work. So this is a progression map for history. And you can see this is like ancient Sumer here. Okay. So one of the things we looked at this year, and I'm just going to look at this yellow spot bit here, is that if you want to collaborate and work on one curriculum, it's got to be really specific. It's got to specify exactly what they need to learn, or else it will look different in every school. And there can't be any like ambiguity in the learning, because then in my experience, that's where it all starts to fall apart. An outstanding quality of education is about the intended curriculum being enacted in class exactly, and that being exactly what's remembered. So here's what I want them to learn, and then with no ambiguity, exactly that being taught in class, probably some hinterland stuff, but that stuff being taught and tasks being about that thing. And then that being what the children remember. And often where it gets fuzzy is because the intended curriculum is too vague. And so what they learn in one year is not what they learn the following year, because it might say, learn about the causes of the Industrial Revolution without specifying them. So that can mean different things to different people, can't it? Depending on what book you read and what you prioritize. But we try to remove that. And Sarah spent an unreal amount of time working with the subject teams, and behind this, each school has a lead for each subject, which work together as a collaborative team for the subjects. But to be more specific in our progression map. So here we've got an example here of a lesson. So each lesson has an overriding question. And you'll see here, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces of knowledge. 4 things we want to know. Know that Sumerians are polytheistic. Know that each city-state had a temple of worship called a ziggurat. That Sumerian gods have human characteristics and sometimes good or bad. And know that the main god Uruk was Anu, the king of the gods. Know that Sumerian gods likely inspired Greek mythology. So that's really specific, isn't it? That tells you exactly what you want to teach. And then here's probably the big shift this year in how we taught this, and probably why the children remembering it all, is that the way this is taught is one step at a time. So normally in a lesson, and I don't know why we do this in foundation, not another, we don't do it in maths. In maths, we teach something, and then once they're secure, we move on and we teach the next thing. But often in foundation lessons, we just have this massive eye session where we tell them about all these things. Then they go and do some talking about just a few of them. They do a task about maybe one of them. And not surprisingly, don't remember them all. So we thought, what if we just teach one at a time? I had a really good chat with Andrew Purcell about this. He's definitely thinking the same realms really, and doing exactly the same sort of brilliant work at his school at Stanley Road. Like, why are we treating this subject differently to these subjects differently to the core subjects? Like, we know good learning science. We know teaching small steps is important. So teach everything in small steps. And so we designed our curriculum to be taught in small steps. So in their history lesson, which would be an hour and a half, they'll first learn that Sumerians are polytheistic. And they'll be taught that, and they'll do some discussion around that, maybe do a task on that. And then there'll be a hinge question to check they all know it. And if they all know it, the teacher will move on. And they'll explore the temples of worship that are called ziggurats. And they might be some looking at artifacts. There might be some inquiry about those artifacts. There might be some discussion. There may or may not be a task. And this might take 5 minutes. The thing before might have taken 20 minutes. And then we'll check with the hinge questions if they all get it. And if they all get it, we move on. And so what this means for the pupils in the lessons is that they are only moving on and secure, and that they're having to deal with less at any one time. They're not getting this like deluge of information in one big lump at the start of a lesson. Then they have to hold that in their working memory whilst they perform some task about parts of it, and then not really be sure what to remember afterwards, what they're meant to remember later on. This means that lessons, just over a lesson, you might spend 20 minutes teaching the first bit, 5 minutes on the second bit, 20 minutes on the next bit, 5 minutes on the next bit, and 30 on the last bit. But over that period, you don't move on to the next bit of information until you're sure they're secure. And that's been like a revelation, because that makes these documents a working document. For the teachers, it's really clear what needs to be taught. It's really clear what they need to secure in that lesson. It's also really clear what we need to retrieve in the future. So at the beginning of every lesson, like most schools, we'll have a retrieval quiz. And the lesson after this will have some of these bits of knowledge in that retrieval quiz, of course. Equally, when we come to assess them, when we have like a big quiz at the end of each unit, we'll go back and we'll pick a couple of sample pieces of knowledge from each lesson in that unit, probably front loading a few more from the first couple of lessons. And so then you get a really nice picture of what's been learned. So then suddenly the pupils, it's really clear to them, the pupils, they've told us this in the book studies, they like being taught the way it would be. It's really weird they told us that, actually. They like being taught in small bits because they know what they need to know and they find it easier to remember. So in a lesson, what our lessons look like are like 5 mini lessons. And it's so much better for pupils. Why are we not taking the learning science that we know works for other subjects and not applying it to these subjects like it's something different? Just teach little bits, right? And secure them before you move on. And so sitting behind all of us, so each of our subjects has a progression map that looks like this. Every single lesson or episode, because there may not be lessons, is specified. And I'm going to scroll down. It's horrible to see on the screen. And at the end of each unit, we wanted pupils to be able to make links between the units. Now, I think the problem with that is, and I think I learned with Harry Fuller Truth, is make things easier for people. So you can tell people it's really important to make links between learning. But unless you help the teachers do that, that's not useful. So we just told them what the links were. So you can see here, subject links, we just wrote them, made it really clear. And because all the progression maps look the same, then you can find your way around them. So you could take a second to read that if you want. So in this unit, the pupils will consider the changes settling civilizations brought about, which they began to consider in 3.1. So year 3, unit 1, when they learnt about. So as a teacher, you can say, okay, we're about to start to learn about the changes settling civilizations brought about. Do you remember in the first term when we looked at the transition from nomadic hunter-gatherers to civilizations? Well, we're going to start looking at what that started to look like. And then also, there's cross-curricular links, right? Now, they're not forced, and lots of they're empty, but it's really important then that you help pupils not just link between the subject they're teaching, like forwards and backwards, or what they've learned before and what's coming, but also if they exist, where there are links across those other subjects. So all of this kind of sits here. So when you then come to book study with the people, the leaders sit there with the progression map and we'll just sit there and say to them, okay, can you tell me, what do you remember about the religious practices of the Sumerians? And the children will they'll start telling them this stuff. But obviously they'll go deeper because it's not, and hopefully they'll link all these ideas together, and they've shown us that they can. But then you've got this beautiful sort of like alignment between intent, implementation, and the main thing, impact. We want them to learn this. We taught them exactly this. We checked they understood this, and now they remember this. And what we're seeing, and what's probably the most heartening, is that this is working for pupils currently with SEMD. It's working for people for PPG. It wasn't working for them before. We know from our own, looking at our own subjects being taught, that some of our foundation subjects were not working for those groups of pupils. It was too much for them. Break it down to small pieces, it's much better. And so sitting behind, I guess, all of this work is a fully redesigned curriculum. Every single subject, and I can show you, I'm going to show you art, for example, looks the same. This lesson here you see is over 2 sessions, so 2 afternoons, so 3 hours worth of teaching. So there's quite a lot to get through. They all look the same. They're all designed the same way. There's a lot more to talk about when it comes to curriculum, but for now, that broadly gives you an idea what sits behind this. So in those Q of E meetings, when we're looking at the implementation, we're walking with the progression map and seeing what the kids are being taught. And when we're looking at the impact, we're talking to the children with the progression map and assessing that, that they know they've learned what we want them to learn. On top of that, we layer in some sort of quantitative data from their big quizzes, and we're starting to see this get a picture of kids learning exactly what we want them to learn, and not just some kids, all kids. And where they're not, we respond. Where they're not, we give support to that planning group, or we give broader direction to all the schools. Where things aren't working, we work on them. And what's been interesting, not everything's kind of worked, right? I should have stopped sharing now, hopefully. Not everything's worked, but lots weirdly has. And where it isn't working, we just fix it. Where it isn't working, we just respond and fix it. So I guess I wanted to talk about the curriculum's a whole other conversation. And actually, there's a year's worth of work gone into that. It's an incredible piece of work, led by Sarah Constant. She's a stupidly smart girl, working to make this more digestible and useful. But it's paying off because it allows us to lean into the science we know works, right? Teach small pieces of information at a time. Use retrieval to increase retrieval strength. Use making links to increase storage strength, which will deepen our understanding. Check for, use hinge questions to check they know stuff before you move on. Check for understanding before you move on. All those things we know kind of work, right? But yet we were applying them to some subjects and not others. And then in our most recent Ofsted, like as I said, that was kind of the opinion. There's some great lessons going on, but not everyone's accessing. And they weren't wrong. We already knew that. We're already working on it. Just maybe, just within a few more months. This, though, is working. And I would say there's definite parallels at Stanley Road. So I remember going to see I don't know her name now, the girl who does geography there. And I've chatted to Andrew quite a lot since. Right? We've had some really good chats about this. We're both seeing the same impact of this approach. Like, it works for everything. Works for PE, works for art, works for RE. There's some adaptation to how you check for understanding. So in PE, you check for understanding by watching them, because there's a lot of procedural stuff going on. So it may not be you do a hinge question that is like, which of these is the correct definition, whatever it might be. But you might just watch them hold a hockey stick with the correct grip. But it's the same thing. Just do that, then move on. Do that, then move on. I knew this. I'd fly off on a tangent here, so apologies. But there's so much to talk about, because all of this, everything we're doing rests on a shared curriculum. Like, it sits upon like a shared curriculum, and that curriculum itself has to work, has to stand up, has to be smart and accessible. And I probably should have started by talking about that, but I think maybe we're ending with talk about the curriculum itself. If anyone's interested in it, we're happy. We're going to post it on the website soon. We're not precious about it. We've done it for every single subject. So every single subject is thought through to that granular detail. If I could give you one tip out of this, at a school level, like, be really specific about what you teach children, and then let them just learn a bit at a time. It makes a massive difference, right? Anyway, I reckon I'm coming to the end now, and I've probably talked a lot and gone all over the place. This very much needs like some slides and some thinking through, but hopefully it's been interesting, right?
Yeah, it's been wonderful. And I mean, Adam's asking about accountability, and I still had one question, which we don't have time for, about...
I think I should have an extra couple of minutes, because Neil went over by 10.
Christopher Such is already in the waiting room, so he will not be happy with you.
Okay. So that's accountability. So as far as it goes, we've got executive heads over the schools. The accountability for what happens in the school is the teaching and learning team, I guess, but they're working as part of a whole. It's about like being willing to hand some of that over, right? So I'm ultimately accountable for the quality of education. Like, so that's my job. That's my time. I'm quite happy it's going all right. As far as the school's grades go, the heads are about implementing it. It's on the heads, isn't it, right? But so we've got to make sure we don't let them down, and they have a choice to not collaborate. But for them, it's working. So who's accountable for their school's outcomes? The head teachers and their SLTs. But this collaborative way of working is showing is I guess allowing them to to feel secure they're doing the right thing for their pupils, right? Like we haven't had an Ofsted yet with this group. We have had 5 ERP visits, all saying the same thing. So we've had lots of people starting to pay attention to it, a lot of local authority interest. We haven't even got into like foundation assessment yet and all the other things we've got going on. But the point being, the accountability to the schools, I guess my name's over a lot of it. So I guess I'll lose my job if it goes wrong. But, and making it work in your school is up to you. But generally that means freeing your teacher and learning for a day a week and maybe offering, supporting a couple of teachers joining us as a learning design team. It's a small cost, I think, for like really high quality PD and a really strong curriculum that's constantly being refined and really good, really powerful planning.
Yeah, I think we're not afraid to get rid of some units if they don't work. If teachers are telling us this isn't working.
We've heard like there's a year 2 unit that's not going too well, and so we've already started rewriting. Well, Neil's already started writing. Neil's doing this one. Neil started writing the unit that's going to replace it. So this is what the sort of thing you can do. Okay, so we don't think Victorians in year 2 is working as well as we want it to. So okay, we're going to do Castles, and Neil's already started writing that. That's ready for next year. Yeah, the plan will be, and a lot of the subjects where there's choice, and don't forget there is choice. And I suppose one thing you're giving up is choice. Where you can choose your instance of civilization is to design parallel units. That's what we'll do. But for now, there are some costs to doing this, and that is having a little less choice. But I guess it's just like everything; it's not weighing it up in it, right? Okay. And of course, you can visit Emma. Yeah. When everyone used to visit for the maths, didn't they? Like the maths model is a big thing. I think, I quite enjoyed breaking the school timetable to make the maths work. I've enjoyed even more breaking like the map model to make maths work, right? But I couldn't do any of this without the team. I worked with loads of amazing people, and also without the leaders that back me. So Tim Mills, Jeremy Meek, and all the heads that allow us and have faith in us to do this. Let me and Neil and everybody tinker around every week, writing PD.
That's the leap of faith, isn't it? That makes or breaks.
Yeah. It feels like they've made a good bet so far. Like what's coming out of, if you measure it by what the pupils know, then it's working. Like it's absolutely working. It's from our sort of our 2 weekly deep dives, it's worked in art, it's worked in science, it's worked in history, and it looks like it's working in RE as well. It's working, right? From the ERP visits, it's working. From the foundation assessments, the big quizzes, it's working. Like it's working, I think. Like so, it's probably a leap of faith. I went into it with a plan. There was a plan to get, a lot of which I came from last year. My time working across East Sussex, learning from maybe people like Ambition, our partners, how to work at scale and how to get fidelity to the things you want to do. It's all kind of come from where I've been really, and also been lucky enough to work with Sarah Constant, Neil Almond, and all the other people I get. I'm going to shout out Tim Lodge, Sam Thomas, Joe Ford, and all these other brilliant people. Put loads of smart people in a room, like good stuff happens. I get to do that every week. Like no wonder it gets improved. It's not me. I just sit there. Me knows it's not me. I spend my whole time just like faffing around, not be able to operate technology.
I teach you how to Control C and Control V.
I learned this last week.
All the shortcuts.
Anyway, I hope that was really interesting.
No,
I'll do a proper talk on it soon. Neil and I we'll put some together that makes more sense. Yeah. But I hope it's a decent ramble. And well done with today. It's really great. I've enjoyed it. I'll stay on. I won't stay on, but I'll.
Cheers, Matt. I mean, very few people think more deeply about education than you guys do, and I love hearing what you're thinking about. And even though it's the second time I've heard you talk about this particular model, I'm thinking, going, oh my goodness, I need to do another hour with you. So hopefully we'll get that.
Yeah, we'll do a proper
future.
Well, I'll have some slides or something, right?
Thank you very much for your time, guys, and I'll see you later on.
Thank you.
Right, and so that was fantastic, and we're straight over to slightly delayed. Apologies, Chris.
No worries. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, loud and clear. How are you doing?
Fantastic. Yeah, really good. Really excited to indulge in something I've been nagging you about for a couple of months at least.
Yes, because I tried to time this so that Canada was waking up, because I know they've got quite a big following on that side of the pond, you know, yeah, Mr. Absolutely. Worldwide. So I don't know, was it like 5 a.m. on the East Coast? 7 a.m. maybe?
I've no idea. No, I joke about the 2 or 3 people that follow me from Canada and America, but I'm not obviously popular enough to have memorized the time differences yet.
Right. Yeah. So obviously, to set some context, we are going to discuss the art and science of teaching primary reading 2.0, and essentially all of the changes that you would like to make were your publisher to give you permission.
Exactly. Yeah. So I wanted the chance to talk about the things that I've learned in the past kind of 2.5 years or so since I've written the book, like tweaks here or there that I'd make, like whole sections that I would add, things that I would remove, etc. I still stand by the book. I'm still very proud of it. I still think you should buy it, please. But at the same time, if you've ever committed anything to paper, you know that as soon as it's done, you have things that you wish you'd done differently, and having the chance to discuss those as a means to explore the interesting stuff that I think I've learned over the past few years about reading is an opportunity that I kind of feel like I forced upon you. But thank you for going along with it.
Not in this. I mean, forced upon me nonsense, because I mean, I think the episode we did solely on reading has been listened to something like 8,000 times over the last 1.5 years or since it was recorded, you know. So it's clearly of interest to a lot of people. And so I'm just grateful that you would allow me the opportunity to ask you those questions. You know, I think, I don't know who's to say, maybe I predicted exactly how successful this would be during that episode. Maybe I made it that successful. I'm only joking.
No, definitely played a role. Definitely played a role.
But yeah, let's get cracking, because I know you've got lots to talk about, and we've got about 54 minutes to fit it in. I mean, if it doesn't fit into one episode, we can fit it into 2, but I'd really like to release this as an audio version in about 2 weeks' time, so that lots of people can listen to it in their own time. So first question, what are the underlying causes of any changes you'd make to the book?
So the nature of writing it originally was that the plan I had in my head was that I wanted to self-publish it, which I didn't. I wanted it to be under 100 pages, which it isn't. And as I got into the topic, I realized that it needed more than that, but I was determined to keep it under 200 pages because, having read quite a few edu books, I wanted something that was accessible. I wanted something that a teacher could pick up and feel like I can get through this in a weekend and learn something. And the nature of being brief about complicated subjects is that you make compromises, you make certain decisions. And for that reason, yes, Elliot Morgan posting a comment under 100 pages. Yes, that was the plan, unbelievably. But yeah, it meant that I had to make compromises, choices with the book. And most of those I'm really pleased with. And some of those, you know, over time I've thought, actually, I should have added this, I should have taken out that. Obviously, as I've said, another reason that there are changes that I'd make is that it's been over 2 years since I actually wrote it. And so there are things that I've learned. Before I wrote the book, I'd been teaching for well over a decade, and I'd spent 3 or 4 years kind of quite obsessively reading about reading research. But that means that the 2.5 years or so since then is still a pretty substantial amount of the learning that I've done on this subject. I'd also say that my confidence has grown in the potential interest that people might have about what just I think about reading. I tried to constrain the book almost entirely to this is what the research suggests through the lens of a fairly experienced teacher, but I wanted it to be through the lens of any experienced teacher, not me. And over time, I've thought that actually maybe there's room for me to talk a little bit more about what I think. I remember when I'd done the first draft of the book, dearly departed friend of mine, Andrew, said, "Oh, well, I quite like it, but I was expecting something more you." And that's kind of stuck with me. And also, I guess the last thing is that I'm a bit of a perfectionist. And I don't mean that in the, saying I'm wonderful sort of way. I mean it in the worst possible way, in that I made last minute changes to a few bits and pieces. And in a lot of those places, or at least two of them, that's where typos crept in. And as you can imagine, that stings. That really stings, because so much time and attention was put into avoiding that sort of thing, not just by me, but by the publishers. So yeah, those are kind of the overall kind of causes of why I might make changes.
And what broad differences would there be?
So, I mean, the first sweeping change would be that I just think I'd write it better. And that's an obvious thing to say, but that was the first substantial thing that I'd written since my dissertation. And there's a big difference between writing about cytochrome CD1, an enzyme involved in the denitrification cycle, the nitrogen cycle and involved in denitrification, and writing an accessible book for teachers. So while I think the writing's adequate, I do think I've become a significantly better writer since then, partly because the last year I've worked for Ambition Institute 3 days a week, and the majority of what I've done has either been writing or taking feedback on my writing or reading other people's writing and giving feedback on that, etc. So I've spent a lot of time actually learning the nuts and bolts of writing. And as much as you can learn about writing from books and from reading other people's work, there is an element of it which is just, you have to deal with it. You have to crunch through it in order to recognize your own strengths and weaknesses, and etc. So yeah, I broadly, I think I'm a better writer. I like to think I'm a better writer now. But also the other broad thing is, I think the structure of the book is something I thought quite a lot about. And it's something that I now think it's okay, but it isn't ideal. In particular, I started towards the start of the book. I looked at the simple view of reading, and I looked at the initial, one of the earlier phrasings of that, which included decoding and language comprehension. And then the sections that followed that were decoding and language comprehension. And firstly, while I chose decoding because I wanted to kind of really emphasize this idea of decoding within word recognition, I wish I'd chosen word recognition because I think it gives me more room to talk about the subject and to talk about aspects of word recognition that aren't really kind of decoding necessarily. But also, I wish I'd, in terms of that structure, because I looked at decoding and language comprehension and made these sections of the book, it means that there are parts there that fit in one or the other. So, for example, vocabulary fits in language comprehension. And that ties in nicely with things like Scarborough's reading rope, which does the same thing. But I think it's actually a little bit problematic. One of the strengths of the simple view of reading is that it doesn't say that vocabulary contributes to just word recognition or just language comprehension. There's room for it to contribute to both. And by sectioning off the book in that way, which I think made it kind of nicely organized, it might have given a false impression that vocabulary doesn't contribute to the learning that we do in terms of recognizing words. So I'd probably avoid that. I probably wouldn't section it off in those ways. I mean, as I say, it equally meant that I ended up putting fluency within the section on decoding. And fluency is something that is commonly thought of as a kind of a bridge between word recognition and language comprehension, rather than just as this specific element of word recognition. So the more I've practiced this stuff, the more I've written about this stuff for other organizations and in blogs and this sort of thing, the more I've found ways that I prefer that kind of steer people through that subject. The last thing to note as well, thinking about the simple view of reading, I didn't talk about why that was a way of thinking about reading that I think is particularly valuable. I didn't talk about other models that maybe talk about working memory, that bring in ideas like attention, motivation, cultural factors, etc. Why I focused specifically on reading, and I wish I'd done that. In particular, I wanted to talk about the fact that, well, if this book is going to be less than 200 pages, I need to focus on the things that are specific to reading. If I start talking about, you know, the simple model of memory, if I start talking about the relationship between working memory and long-term memory, attention, motivation, as I say, cultural factors that impact reading in a kind of model that includes that, then it's going to go way off track. So I wanted to kind of make an assumption that readers were coming in with a kind of a basic idea that attention is important, that motivation is important, that working memory is a thing that might impact all areas of learning, including reading. So I just wish I'd kind of stated those assumptions rather than just, you know, leaving them unsaid.
I love that. I wonder how many people actually think about how the structure of their writing limits or not the inferences that can be made by their readers, you know, because have I thought like that maybe subconsciously, but I've never thought, okay, I have restricted a way of thinking because of how I've partitioned this. I don't know what maths you'd be writing about the relationship between reason and fluency and problem solving, wouldn't you? And whether or not you would like to separate those or not. Most probably do, don't they? So yeah, that's fantastic. Will Isabel make it in?
That's a really good question. Probably not. I imagine that a reference to Sarah Cottingham's upcoming work on the subject will almost certainly make it in. But so if there is a reference, it'll be pretty brief. But if it does, it would probably go in something like the chapters that relate to background knowledge and the importance of a curriculum, because it's very easy to say, okay, so you need to have an organized curriculum that supports people's development of knowledge about the world. But what does that look like? And I'd like to briefly talk about the importance of higher order concepts in organizing a curriculum. And it's hard to do that, I think, knowing what I know now, thanks to Sarah, without talking about Ausubel.
Fantastic. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this already. I'm just going to pause, Chris. We have just gone over the £500 mark, £550,
oh, wow.
which is fantastic. You know, way more than I thought was possible. So thank you very much to everyone who has donated to Velindre so far. Now, this is probably the meatiest question. What specific changes would you make? And I've seen your notes; you've written loads.
Yeah, I basically I could talk about this for hours. And you have to bear in mind as well, and this is a bit of a confession. Since the book was actually published, I haven't been able to bring myself to read it, other than when the odd person is, you know, messaging me on Twitter to say, "Is this a typo?" And I say, "No, it isn't." And I look, I'm like, "Oh, it is a typo." So I haven't been able to bring myself to read it cover to cover. I've dipped into it. So there would be more, I'm sure, if I brought myself to read it. But just on my memory of it and just on conversations that I've had, these are the things that I would. So let's start. I'm kind of going to go through the book to some extent in chapter order. In the early chapters, I really wish I'd taken a bit more time to more carefully elucidate what I mean by a phoneme and a grapheme. Because what I gave, I think, is a really teacher-friendly definition of phoneme. You know, it's the smallest chunk of sound in a spoken language, which is fine. But there are bound to be people who have studied linguistics who are coming away saying, nah, does this guy really know what he's talking about? Because a more precise definition is the idea that it's the smallest chunk of sound in a spoken language that can differentiate between two words, words that are sometimes called like minimal pairs. So, for example, the difference between top and cop is a single phoneme difference at the start. So it's just a technical way of getting to grips with what we mean by the smallest chunk of sound, which I also think makes things nice and clear for those who are new to the subject. And alongside that, I chose to define a grapheme as an individual letter or group of letters that represents a phoneme. And I think it might have been safer to say that this is a common definition. It's a useful definition. I think it's by far the most useful definition if you are actually teaching young children or anyone to read. But there are other definitions that look into, that basically just take grapheme as this eem idea as being analogous with things like phoneme and morpheme. And so they're talking about like the smallest meaningful chunk or the smallest meaningful group of letters that we kind of deal with. So it's worth noting that with basically everything I find in linguistics, you can say this is, rather than saying this is what it is, it's worth saying this is how it is commonly defined, though other definitions often apply. So that's what I change in the early chapters. Now, this is clearly going to be the chunky bit. The stuff that relates to decoding, in particular phonics, is the areas where I think I'd like to add a bit more nuance in certain places. So over time, one thing that I've done over and over and over again is describe what I think phonics is, what phonics does. And while I'm fairly happy with how I define it in the book, what I really think is a valuable thing to do in a little bit more detail is think about what phonics doesn't do, what it doesn't achieve. Think about examples and non-examples. So we often, there's I think a bit of a misconception that people have sometimes that phonics is where we teach children to recognize words with phonics and then off they go. And it's not quite that. What we're doing with phonics is we are teaching pupils how to begin to recognize words. And then there's this long journey of learning to recognize words by using that, by applying that to text. It's, if you'll excuse a slightly ropey metaphor, it's a bit like if you're learning to play chess, or you're going to teach someone to play chess. A sensible way to begin would be to say, well, this is how the pieces move. You know, the king can move one space in any direction. The bishop can move as far as it wants diagonally. Now, that's not entirely true. The king can move 2 spaces when it's castling, and there are circumstances when a bishop might not be able to move at all because it's pinned, etc., etc. But the basics that allow someone to begin playing the game, you can teach them. And phonics is a bit like that. You are teaching kind of a slightly simplified version of the relationships between graphemes and phonemes, between letters and sounds, so that they can begin this journey of becoming experts at word recognition through like the data, as it were, that they'll process through reading. So there's a shorter version of that I would put in the book, but the idea is that thinking about what phonics isn't is a really valuable thing to do when talking about what it is. And alongside this is this idea that, as I say, phonics involves necessary simplification. There is some wild stuff out there about how phonics involves lying to children because it doesn't reveal to them the full breadth and the full depth of English orthography, as if it would be lying to children to talk to them about atoms as particles, because, actually a more modern understanding might be that we're talking about momentary instantiations in a quantum field or something along those lines. Teaching, by definition, always involves necessary simplifications, always, because we're talking about a world that we don't have a perfect understanding of, and we are building up our understanding as we go. So making clear that phonics does involve necessary simplification would have been a useful thing to do, and I think it might have diffused certain arguments. I also would like to have added that to diffuse arguments as well, this idea that, thinking about the chess analogy that I made, it's perfectly possible for someone to learn to recognize words without phonics, because that's often what people come back with. They say, well, I wasn't taught phonics. I just learned to recognize words from someone reading to me and pointing at the words. And that's how some members of my family learned to recognize words as well. But a bit like a game of chess. I mean, I've taught children to play chess. Some of them, they just watch people playing and they know how the bishop moves. They know how the king moves. They know how the rook moves. But many children who go on to be brilliant chess players, they still need to be taught from the beginning, oh no, a rook moves like this, a pawn moves like this, etc. So just because some people can learn these patterns for themselves, because we are brilliant pattern spotters as humans, doesn't mean that phonics isn't valuable to some children. In fact, phonics can be valuable for all. And kind of linked to this idea of necessary simplification, I think the phrase that's bothered me most in the book is where I say, linguistic phonics makes clear how written English actually operates. I think you can see the influence of certain books that were in the forefront of my mind, things like Diane McGuinness's Early Reading Instruction when I wrote the book. And I still really value linguistic phonics approaches, but in some ways it's kind of for the opposite reason. I think that what linguistic phonics does particularly well is that it simplifies what we think of as the correspondences between letters and sounds in a way that's brilliant for teachers and children learning to decode. It says, for example, that silent letters, don't worry about those. Let's just imagine that all letters in a word represent sounds. All of them do. All of them represent sounds that we can hear. And I think when you're first diving into decoding and when you're first teaching decoding, that kind of simplification or that way of understanding English orthography, and it is a legitimate way, I think, of understanding English orthography, is fine. It's actually possibly my preferred simplification for early decoding instruction. But it isn't quite right to say that linguistic phonics can lay claim to telling us how English orthography operates. In some ways, as I say, its strength is that it simplifies in a particular way. And again, if you can see kind of a flow here. As part of that, I state, I think, at some point where I'm talking about hints and tips, that I think that teaching pupils about the idea of silent letters might be a misconception. This is something I don't think anymore. The more you learn about English orthography, the more you think it's a perfectly legitimate thing to think of there being silent letters. You can't learn about the progression of how words like night are pronounced from something akin to knicht, where, you know, we lose this k sound, this k phoneme at the start of the word, and we lose this phoneme within, and not think that it's perfectly legitimate to say that the K and the GH are etymological markers. They're markers of sounds that were once there that no longer are. So yeah, to say that silent letters within words is a misconception, I think is probably just like the one place in the book where I think, you know what, I just completely reword that. So yeah, it reminds me, I hope you will forgive the slight digression. I've read a bit about orthography since writing the book. I read a bit before, and it's fascinating to see how it's written about compared to how it's talked about when you come into discussions online. So because it's written about as if it is people coming together to hash out interpretations of what they think might be the most plausible way to understand this incredibly complex subject. And then online, it's no, it's this or it's that, which obviously don't align. It's a bit like economics in some ways, in that people talk about it as if there's this bedrock of rules that if we can just get to through our understanding from experience, then we'll be fine. When in reality, there is an element of interpretation and preferences that is inherent in the subject, or at least in the subject at present. Other things in the phonics section, I decided to go with sound spelling correspondences as my way of describing the relationships between letters and sounds. I think that's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. It aligns with a linguistic phonics approach. I now realize that if I wanted teachers to come away with an understanding of what a grapheme is and what a phoneme is, I should have hammered that home. I would have called them grapheme phoneme correspondences or phoneme grapheme correspondences over and over again, so that they get the kind of centrality of these ideas. I wish I'd included something on syllabification. I'd say, again, this is like one of a couple of areas where I just think, I thought about this, how did this not end up in the book? So the importance of a pupil being able to flexibly break a word into syllables. And I don't mean teaching syllable types necessarily. That's kind of quite an American thing. And I've no doubt that some people teach it in a way that has value. But as far as I can tell from the research, the ability to flexibly break words into syllables is a really valuable thing. And I just don't mention it, which is, yeah, not ideal. Giving myself a bit of a hard time on that one. And I guess the final one, I had a really fantastic conversation with someone online, Tiffany Peltier. I hope that pronunciation is correct, about the idea of phoneme flashcards. Because I've seen a lot of practice in English schools where people hold up a CH and the kids all say ch. And where I've seen that done and where I've then tried to teach those children to read down the line, I've kind of found that there's a reluctance to then see CH as representing potentially other phonemes, so representing the k in chaos or the sh in chef, because there's been so much of this immediate work between these two things. However, Tiffany Peltier said that one of the things that she does with flashcards, which I think is really interesting, is as pupils learn more of these correspondences, she will hold up, for example, CH on a flashcard, and instead of children saying ch, they will say ch, sh, k. They'll say the different correspondences that they've learned. And so rather than desensitizing pupils to this idea of the complex relationships between sounds and spellings, she's actually using flashcards to sensitize them to this. So hadn't seen that done. In short, I don't think that flashcard usage is necessarily problematic. I say in the book that there's no reason to suggest it's in the research to suggest it's in practice a bad thing to do. It's just something that I've seen used in a problematic way in classrooms. So that's the phonics stuff. I promise that's like the biggest chunk of where I would make changes.
That's just the phonics stuff.
That's just the phonics stuff. That makes up about half of I would say the kind of the key changes that I'd make. That said, I remember when I published the book and it had been out a little while, and someone online, I think it might have been Pi Corbett or someone else who, really knowledgeable about reading said, "Yep, like the book. Think there's definitely more to say about fluency." And immediately I was like, "Whoa, what? How?" But actually, he's spot on. He's on the money with that one. And I think part of the reason why I flinched at it was because I knew how much I'd cut from the fluency chapter. And with hindsight, there are definitely things that I would change. So, for example, I don't mention much about echo reading and choral reading because of issues that I've seen and that I've personally had with teaching it in a classroom setting, where often the most struggling pupils end up doing just echo speaking or choral speaking, where they're not actually engaged with the text. And if we assume that the active ingredient of what we're doing in fluency, involves text in some way, and the relationship between the reader and the text that's in front of them, then that's obviously problematic. I also don't mention really interesting or reference, which is unfortunate, really interesting studies on things called FORI and wide FORI, so fluency orientated reading instruction, and a version of that gives pupils lots of reading breadth. Again, partly because when I read this stuff, I was tempted to change how I teach reading in a way that wasn't ideal. So I was wary of leading teachers down a garden path before they're ready. I think you need to understand some key things about fluency before you go into understanding those papers. But again, maybe this is an area where I might change things a little. What else? The key issue with the fluency chapter is that I wish I'd made more explicit the relationship between fluency and comprehension. And I suspect that this is what what Pi was kind of referring to there, that there is this kind of reciprocal relationship between reading fluency and comprehension. The more we understand, the more fluently we can read, but also the more fluently we read, the more we can understand. Now, that can be overplayed. People sometimes say, "Oh, well, fluency, if you don't understand it fully, you can't read fluently." Well, that's not necessarily the case. I read Jabberwocky fairly fluently. I've not got a clue what's going on. But there are certain aspects of it that make sense to me. The sentence structure, I can work out pretty much what's a noun, what's a verb. There is lots of unconscious stuff going on in the background to allow me to read it fluently. But I don't think it's the case that I really need to grasp exactly what's going on. I don't need to, using the phrases that Neil was discussing earlier in the day, I don't need to be building a perfect or a particularly wonderful situation model of this text in order to read fluently. And the last thing, oh, sorry, go on.
Sorry, Chris. I always bring it back to reading in other languages, and I'm at the point now where I can't obsess about understanding absolutely everything. I just have to go with the sense. And maybe I've mentioned this last time, but I totally get you, because at some point you're getting diminished returns in terms of what your aim is for reading and the time spent. on that actual reading itself. You just got to trust yourself. You know, I'm 80% sure. Let's go with it. And if you end up in trouble, well.
Yeah, well, and there's also, you know, when we think about something I do mention in the book, standard of coherence, this idea that we are setting a particular goal in our understanding is an important thing. And sometimes we think of that as simply monitoring your comprehension, making sure that you are understanding. But equally, kind of the reverse is true. If I'm reading an article in a newspaper and it's about, you know, bacteria and the way that antibiotics are being overused, and that being a problem. If I find myself, you know, if at some point they write a list of bacteria that they're talking about against which antibiotics are now not working quite so well, I don't necessarily need to know, you know, what each of those 5 bacteria are to understand the rest of the article. And being able to say, oh, yeah, I don't need to get this, I can move on. Or it would be great if I knew what those were, but I don't need this for my comprehension of the rest of what's going on. That's important as well. So part of comprehension monitoring isn't just, do I understand? It's, well, do I need to understand? And that's kind of what you've alluded to there in the reading you're doing in a second language. Just one final thing on fluency. I had a really enlightening conversation. I can't remember the name of the person. If they happen to be listening, it's a long shot. Happen to be listening, I'm really grateful for what they said. We were talking about speech disfluency, and in particular, the conversation started where we were speaking with different definitions of what we were meaning by fluency, and so the conversation didn't start well, but it ended well because I learned about something key. We were talking about reading fluency in the end, and how the assessments for reading fluency, because it's what we can observe, tend to look at oral reading. In fact, they always look at oral reading because that's what we can see, unless we're doing something like looking at eye movements or this or that kind of thing. And this means that while accuracy, automaticity, and prosody of oral reading are a really valuable proxy for understanding reading fluency itself, or silent reading fluency, it's not perfect. You can, I spoke to Lynn Stone as well, who kind of set me on the right track for this stuff. She works with pupils who can read really well, silently, have perfectly good silent reading fluency, but couldn't possibly read aloud. And not just because of necessary speech impediments, but because of other things relating to perhaps social anxiety or whatever it might be. So I wish I'd paid more attention to that in the book. I wish I'd made the point about how these accuracy, automaticity, and prosody of oral reading are imperfect proxies. They're really valuable for the vast majority of children, but we need to think carefully about where they don't apply and why they don't apply to certain pupils. And to that end, actually, this is one area where I've written a blog on fluency. I think it's called something like 5 Things I Wish I'd Said or Wish I'd Written about fluency, that addresses this stuff. And kind of, I couldn't wait for this podcast, effectively. I had to say, no, look, I like my fluency chapter. I really like my book, but inevitably there are things that I'd like to change. And if in doubt, you know, think about this as well. So yeah, that's fluency. Can I move on to another one? Is that okay? How are we doing for time?
Oh, you got plenty of time.
We're doing okay. Yeah,
23 minutes. I mean, I really like your chess analogy, because I've been playing for a while, and I only remember that en passant is a thing when it happens to me.
That double space movement by the pawn. It's like, oh, what's happened there? You can't do that. Oh, yes, you can. Yeah, yeah. No, it's a perfect example, because you wouldn't necessarily, if you were introducing someone to chess and you started saying, and it kind of goes back to this idea about whether or not we're lying to pupils when we make necessary simplifications when we're teaching phonics. It's like if I were being taught the rudiments of chess and someone got into, oh, well, actually, you know, I said the pawn can do this and it takes pieces this way. Well, it can also do this with other pawns when they've done this. Like, oh no, that's too many conditionals for me. I like save that. It's a bit like, you know, and going back to this analogy of games, you know, it's like the board games. You can sit there and you can read the rules, and that is useful. You need to learn the basics. You need to know the object of the game. You need to know how the pieces move, what the dice are there for, all of that stuff. You need the basics. But at the same time, at some point you need to play the game if you're going to get it. And it's through playing the game that you get there. But being directly taught, explicitly taught those rudiments to get you started is likely to be beneficial for many people who if you want them to get good, as it were, at playing that game. So yeah, I'm quite a fan of the chess analogy as well. Whether it holds up, it's an analogy, so it's bound to have weaknesses at the margins. But and I'm happy to accept pushback on that. But yeah, I think it's a useful way to understand what phonics does and what it doesn't.
Yeah, I'm with you.
So I think that other than the thing on syllabification, I would say the biggest absence from the book, the most notable absence from the book, is on the subject of morphology. I talk about morphology within vocabulary, and all of the kind of practical stuff that you want teachers to do with morphology is in the book. But again, this goes back to this structure idea as well. I think not talking more about morphology in word recognition is a bit of an oversight, frankly. For people who want to learn more about this, Kathy Russell has I mentioned it the other day, a masterpiece of a lecture on this. I think it's, if you type in Kathy Russell mid-career prize, and it's available on her website, Russell Lab. I think it's russelllab.com. But again, if you type in Russell Lab, RASTLELAB, you'll get there. It's brilliant. It talks about morphology, amongst other things. But what it provides, I think, is a more nuanced view in what I sometimes describe as like the problem of orthographic depth. So it is a problem, orthographic depth, in terms of learning the relationships between letters and sounds. So for early decoding, it obviously provides a problem. But thinking of it as only a problem is perhaps, if you read Kathy Russell's work, is perhaps not quite right. You know, it's a bit of an oversight, because actually the more that we learn these wider patterns of English and the more that we can directly access chunks of meaning through morphemes, these chunks of meaning within words, the more that actually that may contribute to the development of our fluency rather than just hinder it at the start. So yeah, I'd highly recommend checking out her work. And as I say, I mention it in the vocab section, and as much as critics of phonics might claim otherwise, the teaching of morphology is inherent to what any teacher does when they're teaching a phonics program. They talk about the meanings of words. They talk about the meanings of prefixes and suffixes and this sort of thing. But again, in the book, I think making that explicit and making sure that was talked about when I was dealing with word recognition would have been, you know, maybe a preferable way to go about things. So where we've been so far, we've been start of the book, we've talked about phonics, talked about morphology. On the section where I start talking about comprehension, in particular comprehension monitoring, I talk, and again, this speaks to what Neil was discussing earlier, I talk about the differences between understanding comprehension as a skill and understanding comprehension strategies. But from conversations I've had, I don't think I've made myself clear enough about what I mean here. I think a lot of teachers and school leaders start thinking, when they hear this discussion, they think it's the old skill versus knowledge debate, when it isn't. It isn't that. When we're talking about the difference between skills and strategies, it isn't just this philosophical debate about how we think about knowledge. It's much more than that, because it leads to real practical differences in teaching. Now, what do I mean by that? So if we talk about comprehension strategies, well, what is a comprehension strategy? It's something that you're doing consciously. By definition, for it to be a comprehension strategy, it needs to be conscious. It needs to be something that you are actively thinking about. So, for example, summarizing. If I get to the end of a chapter and I think, you know, that was pretty tricky, might be a good thing for me to summarize what I think that chapter was all about. By definition, that has to be conscious for it to be a strategy. If I start doing it and I'm not thinking about it, it's unconscious, it's not really a strategy in the same way. The whole point is it needs to be kind of raising my conscious awareness of what I'm doing. It needs to be at key points, making me more awake to what I'm doing. Otherwise, it's not really a comprehension strategy. Whereas if we contrast that with a skill, the whole point of a skill is kind of we practice it and practice it and practice it to the point of automaticity, where the aim in many ways is that we can do it competently, but unconsciously. Whereas a strategy is something that we want it to remain conscious on some level. So yeah, key differences there. I'd also want to say, and I think Neil articulated this beautifully, when we're talking about comprehension as a skill and why that view of things can be problematic, so we don't get bogged down in just this philosophical debate, I want to talk more about what happens in the classroom. And I think I touch upon this, but I think it's just something that I could have hammered home. This idea that if we think about comprehension as a skill, what we end up doing is teaching children to answer certain types of questions. And there's nothing wrong with, questioning is really valuable in the teaching of reading, but teaching pupils to identify what is a prediction question and then answer it in a way that fits with a prediction question, there's no reason to think that's a good idea whatsoever. So really kind of nailing down what that looks like in the classroom, I think would have been a valuable thing. On the section about writing, I kind of briefly brush over the idea of spelling rules without kind of elucidating exactly what I mean by that. So when we're talking about I before E, except after C, that kind of stuff, those kind of rules, our orthography is too complicated for them to apply, really. That said, this doesn't mean that we should stop, and quite the opposite. We should talk about spelling patterns, things that tend to be the case. So, for example, if a pupil came to write a word with the ch sound at the beginning and they spelled it TCH, it would be perfectly sensible for me to say, well, actually, at the start of words, we don't tend to spell that sound with the letters TCH, except for, I think, the word, as I've mentioned before, I think tchotchke, which is a Yiddish word. It's like the one that I've come across, but almost never. Well, it isn't a rule if we're saying almost never, but it's certainly a useful pattern. And so thinking about what is rarely the case and what is commonly the case is a really valuable thing to do. So contrasting rules with patterns, I think, might have been a valuable thing to do. And equally, if you work in a school and you talk about spelling rules, but you're actually talking about patterns in what you're doing, it's not necessarily problematic. It's just the idea of saying this is always this in English orthography is pretty much always a bad idea. So I think it could have been a bit more nuanced again. I could have mentioned morphology again. Again, you see the value of morphology as a subject. And perhaps it might have been valuable to talk more about the overlap between reading and writing and how integrating them in teaching can be a valuable thing, and some of the dangers of that. Had some really interesting conversations about that recently with, the name escapes me, I'll tweet it later, but there's a book called The Science of Teaching Writing, and the people who wrote that were talking to me about what tends to happen sometimes in that writing becomes always based on reading, which can be problematic because sometimes you want children to have different kinds of model texts, for example. And so I could have talked about the potential dangers of that integration, but also the value of integrating and how you might be able to do that sensibly. I guess the very last thing that bugs me is that I didn't do what the likes of Doug Lemov is really good at, which is giving a label to something that really matters to me. I really wish that I had nailed down a name for my view of what good comprehension instruction looks like. I think now I would go for something like content-focused and a content-focused approach to reading comprehension, because I think that gets to the heart of what I want to happen when we're teaching reading comprehension. I want, what we're reading about to be at the heart of what's going on, not just secondary, which it often is. So I think, and again, there's a blog on that if you're interested. That I've, go to my blog, find some stuff on there, because the most recent ones I've written about comprehension, I think it's called "What's Stopping Us from Teaching Reading Comprehension Well," is that one in particular. But yeah, that's all the stuff, the kind of bits and pieces that I've nudged around. I'm making it sound like I regret the whole book. I really don't. I stand by it. But, if you're honest with yourself, you always learn new things. There's things you would change. There's things you would modify. There's nuance that you've missed, and there's things that you've learned.
See, this is why you describe, or you should describe it as a work for beginning and new teachers, because then there's stuff that is left out on purpose, and then, you know, so you never need to go back and make those changes. You can move on to the next project.
And in fairness, a lot of this stuff is stuff that I did leave out on purpose, but it's just then that, you know, you find something, think, oh, actually, this is a little bit more valuable than I thought, or actually, this way of explaining things might have diffused certain discussions that I've seen other people having that have got heated. You know, I'd love to be able to say, oh, actually, here's just a paragraph that I could chuck in somewhere to say, look, actually, I think this will, you know, I like defusing kind of conversations that people are having that aren't necessarily as productive as they could be.
The power to diffuse arguments online. I mean, that would be some book. I don't think it exists.
No, you're right. You're right. That is asking for almost godlike capabilities.
I mean, we've got a little bit of time left, Chris. What would you add in that isn't currently there if brevity, you know, like Emma says, if you had 1,000 pages, if brevity wasn't a consideration, what would you add in?
Yeah, so had I gone for, say, the 400-page version of the book where the second half is just me talking about this stuff, obviously, as I've already discussed, I talk about morphology and more than I did. I think my own views and my own experiences on things like discussion and questioning and how to, you know, how to deal with close reading in a classroom. Now, there are other books out there that do great stuff on this, but increasingly, I think that what those books offer is a really valuable perspective that someone brings from their own experience. And maybe if I'd been a bit bolder to lean into the art side of the art and science of teaching primary reading, there might have been more on that. I mean, in particular, thinking about how we bridge the gap between guess what's in my head and telling, you know, because if you've got kids in front of you and they're reading something and you want them to understand something in the text, well, do you ask them a question that they don't know the answer to, which can feel like guess what's in my head, or do you just explicitly tell them something? And if explicitly telling something is a good way to go about things, and it often is, why not just do that all the time? And I think there are good answers to that. I think partly because what we're inculcating in children is this way of critically approaching texts. And you don't get that just from telling pupils stuff. You do need to ask them questions. You do need to model for them the kind of ways of approaching text. You need to model and scaffold them from what they don't know to what they can't understand from the text to what they can understand with your help. And yeah, while those who really, really value explicit instruction might say, nah, just tell them, I don't think that that leads necessarily to the most inviting and to the the best kind of comprehension instruction that can be, despite the fact that often just explaining stuff really is, you know, valuable, and teachers often, you know, shy away from it, not just in reading teaching, but in other places. I'd also like to have talked about things that I mentioned in little Twitter threads here or there that seem to have proven popular and that I know I really valued, but I felt that it might just be me. Things like the power of might, you know, building might into the questions that you ask, which in my experience, allows pupils to, it depressurizes reading conversations and allows pupils to engage with them over time, at least, in a more productive fashion. I wish I talked about the importance of text specificity. In particular, the best questions that you ask about texts, I find, only work for that text. You know, they are about that text. They fit with that text. And the importance of, when we're planning, of getting to know that text, spending more time understanding it ourselves in preparation for the teaching that we're going to do. I've seen far too many reading lessons in my time where it's fairly clear that the teacher either hasn't read the text or has spent fairly little time reading it. And yeah, obviously that's less than ideal. I'd like to have talked more about building a reading curriculum, what that might look like, how you might go about that. And you'll notice there's a pattern here. This stuff is, there's not much research on this, if any. This stuff is the things where I think this is a good idea from what I've done and what I've seen. And before writing the book, I would have assumed that no one wanted to hear that. And I tried to strip as much of me out of the book as I possibly could. I now think there might be room for that, either there might have been more room for that in this book or in something else down the line. I'd like to talk more about why skills progressions are bogus, because people who have read my book will say, well, okay, but what about skills progressions? How do I make a sheet where teachers can tick off these things that kids can now do? And there's only so many times in my Twitter DMs that I can say, don't do that. You know, that's a waste of your time, before I think, oh, yeah, that should have been more clearly spoken about in the book. I think there's much more to say about spoken language development. I think I really could have gone into that a bit more. Again, that was done for brevity. I think there's 50 pages or so about the value of that, how to teach that, the foundations of that, and quite literally the foundations of that when we're talking about EYFS. I wish I'd spoken more about, well, no, this is not true. I don't wish I'd spoken about this stuff, but stuff that I've learned recently through my experiences of, you know, reading consultancy, working with schools, working with MATs and other organizations. I'd love to talk more about how to design and deliver professional development for teachers on reading, kind of the order that you need to go in, and how from that you can change one way, not the way, but one way that you can change the teaching of reading across a school, how you can go from a situation that you're not very happy with regards to reading comprehension to something that you think, yeah, this seems to be sensible, it aligns with the evidence to a good extent, we can put our mark on this. What I did in the first book was try to say, here are principles, and from this, you can build a reading curriculum, a way of teaching reading across your school in loads of different ways. That was the explicit aim, and I hope to think I achieved that. But I almost want to do the opposite as well and say in a lot more detail, that said, here's one way that I think works. And yeah, maybe that wasn't the book for it, and maybe something down the line, if I can get my act together and if there's a desire for it, then it's something that I might do. What else? I wish I'd talked more about one-to-one reading, how you can maximize that, how you can support adults across the school to make the most of that. Little other things like how to communicate with parents more effectively, about things like phonics, just stuff you learn from doing this stuff in a school, the pitfalls and dare I say, the joys of it as well. But as I've said a few times now, maybe that didn't fit. Maybe I'm being harsh there. Maybe that is stuff that didn't fit in that book. And maybe there's room for blogs or another book or something down the line that is more just what I think about reading, that aligns with the art and science of teaching primary reading. But yeah, thank you so much. I recognize that I've just waffled about my own narcissistic tendencies with regards to my book. But yeah, it is what it is. Thank you so much for giving me the chance to talk about it. And I'm so proud to be involved with what you've put together today, Kieran. Yeah, so thanks again for inviting me on.
No, my pleasure. I mean, that's what we do best. I listen, you teach, and then other people listen. I mean, there's lots of really good comments about the book in the chat. You know, I think a practical guide. I think, yeah, two. You know, did you say to me, you know, two standalone things, then bring them into one massive thing? You know.
Yeah, I mean, that was when I started thinking about this stuff. There was part of me that thought actually it'd be quite nice to have a second one that built on the first and then eventually released them as something larger. But this is just pipe dream stuff. I mean, in a lot of what we've said today, I'd love the opportunity to do like a second edition of the art and science as well as something new. But, you know, there's a lot of work and a lot of time and a lot of trust involved with that stuff. And so it'll probably never happen. So if you want to know more about this stuff, buy the first book that I've spent the last hour criticizing.
And on that bombshell, Chris, thank you so much for your time today.
No worries. Thanks again for having me.
I'll see you in a couple of hours.
Yeah, I'll see you at 3. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Awesome. Cool. Right. So I'm going to show a quick video while everyone arrives. I can see that Stuart and Neil are in the waiting room. Good to see you guys. Just going to get ready for the next session, where we're going to have some curriculum conversations. And so let's see if I can share this video with Andrew Jeffrey. When he did his episode, I think it's season 3, he also did a bit on smart motorways. Let's have a look at this, and I'll be right back.
this is part of the package. So I've got a PowerPoint with effectively this is called Smiler, this purple character here, and Smiler is hiding some information, and for 25 days Smiler is going to hide 2 pieces of information. So it's divided into 5 chunks of 5. It's all based on smart motorways, which I've explained in a webinar to explain this to people. Now, all of these 25 things I've gone through the Key Stage 1 curriculum and thought, if I could get kids doing 25 facts, what would they be? And in fact, if I click on the bottom here, you'll see all 25. So for example, day 1 is just 5 and 5 is 10. And then it's the key concepts. So things, that's a deceptively simple thing, but if you've taught Key Stage 1, you know that there's a lot going on there. So you've got doubles, you've got the commutative property, you've got number bonds to 10. And then the really, really vital thing that I think is going to allow children to fly is the related facts. So 10 minus 5 is 5, 50 and 50 is 100. And the word of the day happens to be sum. And so you've got these 25 things all around. And I won't lie, I focused almost entirely on numeracy. There's a little bit about shape, but not much. There's a little bit about fractions, but not much. Again, a little bit about other measures. So each day looks very similar. So they'll have a fact of the day, and you can see Smiler is hiding on so 5 and 5 is, and they have to decide what Smiler is hiding. Hopefully they'll all be able to say 10, but you never know. Okay, so that's the kind of, put it on your whiteboard. And then the word of the day, I really want them, if you're going to communicate mathematically, you have to be able to speak the language, right? If you want to talk to someone who's French, you need to speak French. So if you want to think mathematically, you need to think in maths. So the sum of 5 and 5 is 10, right? So that's it. But then the crucial bit comes where the teacher says, what time is it? And all the children shout, it's what else time? And the what else time is the crucial thing where they then have to, at their tables, find out as many other things as they can. And they have to show me with part-hole models, with Dinesh equipment, with Numicon, with Cuisinart, with bead strings, with tens frames, with Reckon Recs. All of those things can be used to show. And there, I think, is where the best learning comes, because there I'm putting together my fluency and my reasoning, all right? So, and then every single day for 25 days, there's like teacher notes to go with that, okay? And then the next day, there you go, 10 take away 4 is, what do you think it is, kids? And then there's the sentence, so they have to say it. So it's all about facts, relationships, inverse operations, language. I mean, if I show, I can show you, Kieran, obviously it won't show everybody, but if I show, just how beautiful this looks. I mean, it really is a lovely piece of resource for Year 3 teachers. And you can kind of see, we get quite quickly up to things like 20 minus 5 and 100 minus 20. And then on what else time? And then multiplication and division, all the language around it, arrays, inverses. But every single day, it's what else time greater than. And that, I think that is what we miss. I think sometimes we're so, here's a fact, let's learn the fact. Because I mean, anyone can just put up 25 facts of the day. I've seen lots of resources that do that, but actually it's much more than that. It's about making those connections. So that's the pupil-facing presentation. Then there's a teacher-facing one, which is basically just a question of how to use the stuff and what the teaching sequence is, because I think that's important. What is the teaching sequence? And it's all about getting the children to communicate, okay? And then the what time is it? What else time? So that's the crucial thing. And then sharing their ideas. And then another thing, I think this is so important, is that after day 4, you start going back. So you say, what did we do there? And what was this one? And can you remember this one? And that idea of recall, and we know the EEF published some very good stuff about what is actual proper neuroscience as opposed to what isn't. And so one of the ideas that I want to encourage is revisiting. And so, yeah, it's based on smart motorways, because that's the concept, hence the sort of motorway sign that you can see. It's because the thing about smart motorways, Kieran, is that there seems to be a paradox, doesn't there? Which is that they sense a problem ahead. Yeah, they sense a problem ahead on the road, and in order to help you get through faster, they slow you down. And this seems so counterintuitive, but it works. We've all done it. I mean, I have sat in fewer motorway queues when the traffic sticks to those slow down signs and we don't all hit the back of that queue. And so that really inspired me. I thought, you know what, I'm going to base the whole philosophy of this on, do you know what, guys, if we spend 25 days embedding the fact that all these ideas matter, all right, and they're all related to each other, hence the kind of, you know, what is related. It's not just about a number fact. That's hardly at all what it's about. It's about the number fact and therefore what else. So I guess number fact is fluency, related fact is reasoning. So the teacher, even in case you're an inexperienced teacher, they're even given some things that are likely to come up. Yeah. What as related fact, and if they don't, they can bring them up. So that's a really kind of teachers facing thing. Then I've got, I'm still building other resources, like, for example, just the names of words. And I find kids, you know, they just knowing the names of words. So it's a very obvious idea, but I don't know why they always say that. The numbers from 1 to 20 in a word search. Okay, it forces you to find this. And then, but we don't start with that one. The numbers from 1 to 10. You know, let's start there. Then we can go to 11 to 20. Depends on your level, really. And then they need to be able to write out multiples of 2. And there they are. They're all there. Slight problem with the gaps, and you know, multiples of 10, multiples of 5. These things, I mean, they took ages to make, obviously, but they are a fantastic resource, all right, for teachers. So there's the main chunk of the lesson is going to be, here's today's fact, here's what we do, and then here's some greater depth. And I'm still writing the greater depth bit, all right, but effectively it's built into the related facts. I tell you, I'm unbelievably excited about this project. I think it's going to really, really help Year 3 teachers. I don't know what to even charge for it at all. So by the time you hear this, you'll know, okay? Because it'll be on my website and you can go and get it. And please do. I mean, I'll price it stupidly as I always do to encourage more people to get it. But don't do it for the sake of me. Do it for the sake of those kids. You know, honestly, even if you can't afford it, if you say I can't afford it, email me. I'll give it to you. Honestly, you just got to help your kids out. So yeah, I'm going to go with that. In the sense that the latest and newest thing is almost everybody's favorite thing, I guess. Long answer, sorry.
As we said earlier on, I imagine there's going to be lots of schools who are thinking about this very thing. And the fact that they can draw on the thoughts of an expert who has already done a lot of the hard work for them, then that's definitely something I think schools should invest in. So I'm really looking forward to that, because I'll definitely be pushing it in the direction of my Year 3 teachers. Because like I said, time is the most precious commodity a teacher has, and if someone more expert has designed something, you'd be foolish not to get involved. So I'm looking forward to that coming out. Thank you very much for sharing that with us. All right, thank you very much for your patience. I'm joined now by Stuart Tiffany, Gareth Ryan, Neil Almond. How are you guys?
All good.
Hello.
Pretty good.
Oh, great day so far, Kieran. Well done.
Cheers, Gareth. I mean, yeah, you were here at the start. I'm just going to refresh my page. I mean, with some fantastically generous donations. We're up to £813 now. And I know some of those have been from your family members, anonymous family members, who don't want to win books.
They have enough of the books when I tell them all about them. They don't need to read them as well.
That's fantastic. I mean, surpassing all aspirations at the start of the day. Like I say, that target was an imaginary number. We might make it. Who knows? But thank you very much for joining me, guys. I think between us, over the last 2 years, we've had maybe something close to 6 or 7 hours worth of curriculum conversation. So what I tried to do with this was not ask questions you've been asked before. I don't know how successful I'll be at that, but we'll give it a go, because I've had some fantastic conversations with you guys. I'm trying to think if they were all during 2022, but I think, Neil, we definitely went back as far as 2021 with the first ones. So my first question is, how important is the local aspect of curriculum design? Because the local gets quite a lot of attention in conversations about curriculum. And I'm interested to know how important you guys think that is.
Oh, I can nip in first if that's okay.
Yeah, of course.
Wonderful. That also gets me over the slight panic of, have I selected the right microphone, which I've done wrong many a time. I thought it was a really interesting place to start, and I don't know if this is the originator of this particular reference, so do correct me if it isn't. But I found it on a blog by Steve Adcock, and it's the idea of the mirror in the window. And if you haven't heard it, I've just a little extract just to get started. The mirror signifying that all pupils would see themselves in our curriculum, the window representing our ambition to show all pupils the world beyond their immediate experience, which I think is a really beautiful metaphor in its own right, but it also it can be applied to so many different things. I've used it in terms of thinking about diversity and representation. That's where I think it's used kind of most often, but in a locality sense, I think it also is a very useful metaphor to consider as a basis, because it's really key that children look at their immediate locality, because that's their sphere of reference. And given that part of our role as educators is to take them into those varied and multiple worlds of the unknown, the known is a very useful anchor point from which to draw comparisons and expand outwards. So in a kind of nutshell of what we want to accomplish with it, I think that's probably a useful place to start.
There was a lot of talk about this when the curriculum for Wales was being written. And something I kept coming back to is there being kind of 3 levels of curriculum in terms of how it's designed and what the content should be, and in terms of its actual focus. And I think that then if you have local, meaning immediate vicinity of the school and where your children live, and then a wider picture, which could be regional or it could be national, especially in maybe a smaller country like Wales, and then a global focus. And I think that your curriculum needs to have all of those ideas. When we were having conversations about curriculum for Wales, and there was lots of focus on things like Welsh history and Welsh geography and Welsh culture, I kept on coming back to this idea of what is Welsh culture, because if you live on a farm in Brecon or you live in a very diverse area in Cardiff, then your culture is entirely different. And so this idea of there being coal mines and sheep farming and so on, which is often kind of a parody of Welsh culture, that wasn't typical of my childhood at all, and it's not typical of the children that I teach. So I think it's really important, and there's also a big focus right now on place-based learning, which is a slightly different thing again. But this idea of place-based learning is really coming into our curriculum. So I think that it is a very important part of our curriculum. However, it shouldn't be all our children experience, because they must look outside of themselves and outside of their own experiences, even from a very young age, to learn about the wider world.
Yeah, just to clarify a few things, obviously Gareth teaches in Wales and different curriculum there. So Stuart and I might have a bit of a shared language, and when we're definitely talking about the English national curriculum. And obviously Gareth will be talking from his experience there for curriculum for Wales, which I haven't got my head around yet. Just no sight on the curriculum for Wales, just not having time enough to actually look and have a look what's going on over there. I think a little bit. I think I understand completely what Gareth's saying, local, regional, national, and then like global. I don't necessarily think that then means, and I'm not saying this is what Gareth's saying, is that needs to be like an equal split of like, your curriculum needs to be like 33% local, 33% national, 33% global. I think starting the little ones off, keeping it local makes sense. Particularly, again, we have children, high deprivation, they don't really get out much. So, their local area isn't actually that well known to them, let alone, areas of, specific historical interest that you might use to hook them in. My fear with perhaps overdoing the local element is kind of, I guess, comes back to why there was a national curriculum in the first place, which was if I if I took myself and my non-existent family up to Leeds, because I've heard there's a really good primary history teacher around that way. Obviously, you know, and if I'm doing this when my kids are my non-existent children are in year 3 and their whole like 2 years has been local, then obviously they have no prior knowledge of that. So when you know, you start talking about the Romans in Leeds, or the most like, you know, Vikings in Leeds, and you're talking about all that prior knowledge that they've had from local area studies from Key Stage 1, you know, these kids are at a disadvantage. Obviously, we're at a point where I think, you know, social mobility is quite high. So certainly kind of in my school anyway, I've never known a school to have such high, you know, mobility of pupils. That actually going so far to extreme the other side and making it kind of really just local, I think can kind of produce some perhaps unforeseen circumstances that you don't think about student mobility in that way, that, you know, could put those students on a bit of a backbone.
I think that's really interesting, and that's why I quite like both the mirror and the window, as both are really key, and they do have huge levels of importance. If we're talking kind of ancient history in Yorkshire, we're going to York. Leeds is, you know, very much a fly on the wall until we get to industrialisation, but we shan't nerd out too much in that regard. Oh, I don't think the audience would enjoy that beyond kind of you and I, but we'll see. The key thing that I really took from this when I was thinking about what my kind of response to it was, I don't think we'd ever try and put a percentile factor on in terms of, you know, necessarily the value added. I can't imagine many, if any, would want to do that. But the difference when I was listening to Matt's talk before about how Neil's Trust works in terms of that coherent planning, locality is the one thing that jumped out of, well, how does that enact? Because within the space of a mile, you can have huge variations, and that can play such a massive underpinning. So, for instance, the school I taught at last, we had Stone Age carved stones in the woods down the road by coincidence, and nobody knew about them because it hadn't been taught. And the reason locality, and I will always argue that it is an important factor, is it allows us to tell those local stories that matter where you are and could so often get missed. One of my favourite facts from the last HA survey data, just over 80% of primary schools taught the Great Fire of London in Key Stage 1. I don't know why just over 80% of children need to know about a 17th century fire that in no way relates to their kind of sphere of reference. But you can compare it to an event that happened locally that was a fire. So the Bradford City fire is one we tend to compare it to. That happened, I think it was the late 70s or early 80s. So it's that sense of it facilitates something where the children can go, oh, I know about that. You mean there's more to it than my little view of the world?
I'd pick up on that and add to it, really, that exactly what you're talking about there of relevance. So often, you mentioned diversity earlier, so often when it came to something like Black History Month, and again, there's an argument of it shouldn't be a month, it should be an embedded part of your curriculum that's relevant at all times. So often it comes back to American history. And so people are looking at Martin Luther King and different American history, whereas in Cardiff, for instance, where I'm teaching, it's one of the most diverse areas of the UK, with going back 100 years, 50 different nationalities living within one small part of Cardiff. So that is much more relevant to the children's experiences, both now and their parents' and grandparents' experiences. And then they can bring all that into the classroom. So I completely agree with what both of you are saying. Neil, there is absolutely, of course, no percentage to this, but the relevance in history and geography and in other cultural matters is significant and is important, but we absolutely mustn't keep the children just to their local area. That would be a disaster for any curriculum. I think even going down to what we would call foundation, what you would have as Key Stage 1, even going down to those levels too, we must broaden their horizons and open their minds to what's going on across the world.
I sense that a kind of a natural point. The thing that I think people find difficult with this, because it's quite often, I mean, there was a post on one of the teacher Facebook groups the other day about kind of local history, and they happened to be based in Leeds, which I got tagged in, strangely enough. And they were talking about, I want to look at Saltaire, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. So they were focusing on industrial Leeds, but that's kind of the far end of Bradford. And it's that balancing act of to what extent do we veer towards, you know, places like for teaching prehistory, Skara Brae, and then thinking about, well, what does the local evidence have to say? A really useful website that I think lots of people will hopefully know about is the Portable Antiquity Scheme, which is where the kind of artifacts that are found, you know, kind of the treasure hunters and the digs that are found. Well, what you can do is you can literally Google the things that were found, and you can refine it so you can find those archaeological finds in your area. So whilst you can still have that, you know, enormous national picture, you can look and go, don't forget these people were here now in where we live. So it gets over that, you know, the history just happened in London, because that's, you know, where you've got all the national museums. That regional variation is hugely interesting.
Top tip, that didn't know about that one.
Oh, it's great. I've been playing. I've been down the antiquities rabbit hole with that one. There is so much on there.
Nice. You anything you want to come back with, Neil, before we move on?
I want to come back with, I guess, obviously you can then get into, like, local is never defined. So, you know, what is it like a 5-minute walk? Is it like, do we put a compass in and just say anything, you know, anything within this 5 miles? Oh, but we can get onto a local bus, and actually the buses from London could take us from one side of London across the river to Norfolk. So it's I always find that how we're actually defining local a really interesting conversation.
Can give you a definition if you like. So a colleague of mine, Bev Forrest, hugely brilliant on all things locality, and she did a bit of digging. We had to go back to Geoffrey Timmins from the one of, I think it's the earliest national curriculum of 1992, who basically described it in the most varied terms of, if it's within your region or closer, you can make a claim at locality. But I like, just for that regard, I like to use the idea of ripples in a pond. Because it's a really useful one to start with, you know, as close as you can. Because if we're taking children into the unknown, let's not jump all the way outwards until they've got a base level of understanding with something and kind of get their head around. So, you know, start with this street the school is on. You can get huge richness for, you know, the humanities studied in there. Start with the school building, as I imagine, unless it's a new build, you're probably going to get a lot from it. But yeah, ripple outwards as opposed to diving straight into those big sites, because those stories are wonderful, you know, in all their glory.
I've been watching, it's like a, not a documentary, but a biopic about the guys who, from Berlin, who invented what Google Earth became. I think it was called TerraVision. And essentially it's about their court case with Google. But what one of the guys did was he had an art installation where he did Google, essentially TerraVision, but it went back through time. And I really want to find out if that still exists, because you're talking about, you know, you start with your street. Well, he was starting with his street in Berlin and then going back 50, 100 years and stuff, using whatever sort of sources he had. You know, I think we talked about it a bit on the this is the Great Subject Knowledge Compendium a while ago, Neil, about sites that do that kind of thing. But I think that's definitely something I'm going to go and check out.
Yeah, the favourite digimaps for schools, I think you can go back to like the 1850s-ish, I think, when they, as far back as they go. But one of my favourite sites is Old Maps Online. It's just a site, and it literally is what it is. It's just old maps, really, really old maps. But online, you just browse through them and have a look. And I found a whole wealth of interesting local nuggets from that as well. So.
Nice. Matt has, I don't know if you see the comments there, Stuart. He said that 4 of the schools are in the same time, but I think we're looking over time to alternative units for local studies, which sort of speaks to your point, I think.
Yeah, I think I have got that. I've just put into the YouTube chat the website for the Portable Antiquities Scheme, just to annoy Shannon a little bit more.
Thank you, Stuart.
Anytime, pleasure. But yeah, I think it's that sense of, you know, I loved what Matt was saying about that kind of curriculum, you know, kind of thinking, and that rich conversation you can have, but never being afraid to tweak it because you know your children. And that's, you know, that's that sense of kind of individuality that we always have to consider alongside that. But yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and there's also opportunity cost with, because there's so many new things happening at the same time. It's like, you know, I say the 4 of them are in the same town. Just you doing that one thing for now is, you know, the only option. Not to make life easier for them going forward, but as I say, in the long run. So definitely some more localish stuff will be definitely quite interesting to look at. And it's really, I think perhaps the more local stuff, and I guess that's an interesting thought I just had, the more local as well doesn't necessarily mean that your teachers will know about that. Like I've done a local history study for us, and we're looking at, it turns out in like some awful like grass area, literally opposite our school, it used to be like an old Victorian like pleasure garden, and like Queen Victoria visited there. Some really interesting stuff that, looking at it, you'd think nothing interesting ever happened on that bit of pitch. But it turns out, there was quite a lot. But I know none of our teachers are local enough to actually know that. And the only reason that I know that is because I was, as a leader, I'm given the time away from the class to actually go and like research that thing. So yes, all the, the local stories are wonderful, but with that then comes making sure you actually give teachers enough time to actually find that stuff, or ensure that you have that expertise in your school who can do that. Because with the greatest respect in the world, if you go onto many resource sites that kind of offer you kind of off-the-shelf curriculum, they're not going to have a 6-lesson scheme of work about your school. They're more likely to have those national global things. And if you are planning, say, 24 hours of other lessons in your time, then it's quite an ask perhaps to go and find that local, to find that local nugget, and B, then to think about, okay, well, how do I then, what does a scheme of work actually look like based on the school's 50, 100, 150-year history.
I think what Adam said in the chat is interesting as well, about every school needing a local history obsessive. You'll find the community of the school as well. So people who either live on your street or who are within the parents and grandparents of the school. So using that kind of resource can be really helpful and interesting in those ways. So I know, for instance, we had some building work and we dropped off some kind of chocolates to the local neighbours to say, sorry for the lorries coming back and forth. And just the guys on the door there were just stopping to say, oh, did you know, in the 40s, in the 50s, this school. And so just that kind of information then can be so interesting to you. And then trying to tap into that community of the people who went to the school 30 years ago, 50 years ago, if your school is of that kind of age, that can all help as well. But I mean, as I'm sure we'll come on to later, the biggest thing about curriculum, of course, is deciding what to put in and what to leave out. But so you can't do everything. So you just have to try to say, what exactly do we want the children to learn from this? And what exactly are we going to use this study for?
Nice. I mean, I can totally relate. When I moved to Medway, or started teaching in Medway, I had no idea about the history, but Rochester High Street, and in particular the Guildhall Museum, if there's a period of history, then they had something that would help you. I mean, Charles Dickens lived in the street in Rochester High Street. You've got Tudor buildings, you've got Victorian buildings, or certainly things that have been around since the Victorian time. I don't know if the Guildhall museums do that generally, but yeah, it really helped me. And I think we used to go there 3 times a year, just walk down and look at the different aspects of history. So yeah, so I think really interesting responses there. Now, I don't know what the answer to the next one will be, but there are seemingly regular calls for the inclusion of things like financial literacy, life skills to be included in school curricula. And some of the proposed ideas often already are. You'll see secondary teachers say, oh, we already do teach that. To what extent do you think it's the responsibility of schools to include such themes in their curricula?
I think there's somebody on Twitter who started to make a list a couple of years ago. I wish I could remember now who. So every time something is put in a national newspaper or a local newspaper where it says this must be included in the curriculum, maybe it was someone like Mark McCourt, but it was a great list. It was a fascinating list. And it was something like within a year, 80 different things. The national newspapers, it said, must be included in the national curriculum. So every time there's any kind of incident, disaster, national experience, it's always this must be included in the curriculum. So as I said just moments ago, really, the hardest bit of curriculum planning is deciding what goes in and what stays out of your local school curriculum. So it's impossible to include everything. So we just have to decide what are the most important things to us. So in a primary level, there are certain financial things that we can do, and there should be elements, kind of basic elements of that within the curriculum. But should it be things like this calls for talking about mortgage rates and compound interest and so on, elements of that within our work, very small elements, and maybe, you know, the importance of financial literacy in terms of saving and so on, but not going into great detail. And I think another debate often is about first aid. And if you are going to include first aid in your curriculum, exactly what elements of first aid, because you could do something like life-saving, that all the children kind of enjoy that. It could be something that they do, knowing how to phone 999, knowing where to go to get help. But we can't spend hours and hours on what to do with a broken arm or what to do with the burn, those kind of things. So there can be elements of those areas, those where we have these calls to include it within our curriculum. But we just, going back to Matt earlier, talking about teachers being having time being a precious element for them. Well, that's the same for the actual curriculum itself. We have to just be so careful of what we include and then what we leave out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going back to GCSE business now, like Neil did before. Opportunity cost. You know, what benefits does that add, and what's lost because of that choice? I quite like the idea of that kind of, the balancing act of, well, what does it add versus what it takes away? That's my usual port of call with thinking. The other thing that I thought was quite interesting from a primary level is, do children have the prerequisite world knowledge in order for it to actually make any form of sense? As I don't think I fully understood what mortgage and compound interest, etc. was. And that was after I'd got my first mortgage, because it's hugely technical, it's hugely important. So to me, it's kind of, it has to be that age appropriate level, which is, I think what Gareth was saying as well. And is it adding value, and what's getting cut? The first aid and the life-saving one, I think if it's going to save a life, that has quite a lot of value. But it can just be the stage of, with young children, especially if you see, if something really bad happens, who do we need to call? And if anybody didn't say Ghostbusters in the chat, I think you need to have a word with yourself. But do you know what I mean? It's that sense of, well, let's think really carefully about which bits are utterly key and achievable, because it's that level of achievement. If we set ourselves lofty ambitions, there's huge amounts of work and teaching time that's going to go into that at the expense of something else.
Yeah, I think it's Mark Lehane who's put that list together, but I think he put it together before he became a SPAD, and so I think it's disappeared now because he deleted a lot of previous Twitter history, unless he downloaded it and saved it somewhere. Yeah, just to echo that, obviously I would be against anything where insert event A, which then a month or two later down the line, calls for X to be put in the curriculum with literally no thinking time whatsoever. And I do think no one's going to say that they have lots of time to spare right now, I think, in teaching the curriculum subjects and getting through the breadth and depth of what they want to do. And so there has to be there needs to clearly be some thought put into this, one thing in, one thing out. Like, I know like BSL is quite a popular one to get into primary school. I wouldn't be against it. I don't know any. It's probably easier for a teacher to learn BSL than it probably would be a foreign language, maybe. I don't know why I think that. It instinctively feels that way. But of course, if you do that, fine. But then, take out MFL as it is, and, just tell us to do one or t'other. Don't just kind of put an additional layer of expectation that it's BSL as well as languages. So yeah, a one in, one out system, I think, would be lovely. And again, I'm sure we all know you're quite right with the relevance. It's hard enough now teaching money to year 1 and year 2. And so imagine, like, back in the day, it'd be like, your parents would give you maybe like a £5 note and you'd stick it in a piggy bank. And I get the impression, I certainly don't carry much cash around with me anymore, and I'm getting on a bit. I think most of the parents that we have sitting at our school are my age, a little bit older perhaps, and I imagine most of their stuff is done, contactlessly. And so now at this point, it's all, these prepaid cards and stuff that you can give all like these very precise kids' bank accounts things. So say it's hard enough teaching some of these things, some things that are core content on the curriculum, to make it relevant enough and find that in as it is, which is really interesting, because literally yesterday the BBC Archive on Twitter tweeted out like a 3-minute clip about, it must have been about year 5, year 6 children, just having a discussion about pocket money and what they used to get, and talking about 3 and 10 and all of that kind of, going back to the imperial money and all of that stuff, which went above my head. But an interesting conversation, that they clearly knew the value of money in a far greater way than I think we could actually give kids that age now, because they were experiencing it. Wages that back then would have been probably paid in the envelope, etc., not kind of all digitized.
Yeah, I also think I meant to say this before. It's the idea of, if we teach this to children, in the kind of the age of, let's go 7, 8, mid-range, of is that going to be anywhere near to the world they actually have to deal with when they get to adulthood? Because in this age of digitization, I do a bit of undergraduate lecturing, and I have to convey to the undergraduate students there was a time in teaching before high-speed broadband and iPads. When I was top of primary school, we were really lucky, because in year 6 we had the school PC. There's one in the whole school. We had Acorn computers. I don't know if people remember those. The Aldi version of Apple Mac, I think. And if we teach it to them now as it is, by the time they get there, that's possibly not going to be relevant at all. And to me, it seems better to really hammer in those core fundamentals and focus in on the things that will facilitate future learning. And the more we try and add in, the more kind of tangents and reactionary tangents we own, especially, it's not really going to be overly helpful in 5 to 10 years' time, I would imagine.
No.
I mean, I'm with you. I think I must have been halfway through my NQT year before I realized that you needed to write stuff down, because your memory wasn't infinite. And it's not my school that I look back and shake my fist at. I don't say, "Oh, I wish my teachers had taught me that." So I think most adults will have that same sort of feeling.
Yeah. So, and I just think there probably is, I don't know, maybe I stop me very quickly and go down the tangent, but it seems to be the simple fix to all society's ails seems to be, well, schools will fix it. And it's like, let's think about it in a little bit broader sense than that. There is a role for, parents and government agencies, but it's not just, it shouldn't just, the first reaction shouldn't just be, well, the schools should sort it. I think there's many different avenues that one should explore before you get to pinning the that 95 theses of things to change on the DFE's door, and declarations go out very soon.
Now, next one I'm really interested to find out about. Can a well-designed curriculum act as a vehicle for teacher or teaching development? And if so, how might it do that?
I think Matt answered that pretty comprehensively before. The bit I really enjoyed from that was when it was originally, we share the planning out, I had a bit of not a scowl, that's far too strong a word, that kind of reservation. There we go, that's better. That reservation of, well, how is the intention conveyed? Because when I've spoken to friends who teach at different schools, and they were saying they have a system where all the planning is done, you pick it up and you teach it in an attempt to ensure consistency. But that real methodology, that underpinning intention, that's what can so easily be lost if we're not careful with this, which is why I really loved the collaborative Zoom call, Teams call, or whichever particular software it happens on. That was that moment of, now I get it. And that to me is the essence here is, in isolation, can a well-designed curriculum act as a vehicle? To me, it would be if there is that supporting thought process, because without that thought process, it's very easy to misunderstand. And if you're teaching, let's say, a block of 6 lessons and you've misunderstood the first 2, that is a heck of a lot of backfilling. And I think that was the bit that I found really interesting, of just let's look really carefully about, well, not only do we give them the what, but also why and how. Those 2 bits I find really useful additions.
Yeah, I think that layer of accountability, monitoring, I don't know what the right word for it is, but I can say, as I mentioned, I think that's the difference between this and going on to insert any other resource website where everything is done for you. Because I think instinctively you teach a you teach a better lesson even if you spent half the amount of time thinking through it than just kind of whipping it off the shelf. And so it's trying to find that happy medium between, well, realistically, teachers in a 1 form-entry school, 2 form-entry school can't do that as well for everyone, versus this, I think, as I say, it seems to be working quite well right now.
Narrative arcs are a really useful way to think about that sequence of lessons. And, as teachers, we are storytelling in many different guises. And if you don't have that narrative arc thought through, and if you didn't plan it yourself, you don't have access to that sense of arc, then conveying it's more difficult. Sorry,
it's kind of like a really good box set, like
if only someone had done an analogy for that.
There are important lessons to know, though. Like the ending can't be rubbish, otherwise it just lets down everyone. There are important lessons that you need to know, but yeah, that narrative arc is super important.
I think well-designed curriculum programs can certainly add a lot to to teacher knowledge, though. So, for instance, when I moved schools a couple of years ago, I brought the core knowledge curriculum, so the US version, the Hirsch version, the core knowledge curriculum, to my new school for teaching of reading. So it's called the language arts curriculum, but it's mostly reading and writing with a kind of touch of oracy. And the way that the curriculum is written is in such depth that it was teaching teachers things about teaching of reading that they didn't know. And so, having not read Chris Such's book at that stage and so on, the curriculum itself and the teachers' planning was helping the teachers to be able to see things that they hadn't seen before in using other programs like Letters and Sounds, Jolly Phonics, those sorts of things. And so, even though we've got to a stage now, a couple of years in, where the teachers are adapting the planning and making it their own, initially, they were reporting back to me, it was making them better teachers of reading, especially. And I think probably the complete maths curriculum, again, it's a framework. It's not a complete curriculum in that way. It's a framework. But the pedagogical notes in there, the misconceptions, those kind of things, again, are helping the teachers in terms of the mathematics. Oh, look for this, or this is a way to think about this. Those kind of things are helping the teachers, I think. So it isn't that it's all done for you, and the teachers still have to put in a lot of the work. But definitely there are bits that can add to your knowledge and expertise, and even how you might approach how you're going to teach the actual pedagogy if the program or the curriculum content is written well.
Yeah, and that comes down to then that specificity that Matt talks about. Like, there's no, having written a few curriculums like that, and had looked at like Sarah's as well, like you always learn something new from doing it, and that you generally find, quite interesting. And like, yeah, I've learned far more about I can't remember what the phrase in the national curriculum is. I'm sure Stuart told me, like what was supposed to be like the narrative, the British Isles or whatever it was. I've learned so much about like that narrative from putting these curriculum together, and I've no doubt that teachers, as they go through that, that sentence that they may see in the national curriculum will suddenly make a lot more sense to them. Keeping up to history, because we have Stuart here as well, but my sense of chronology has gotten so much more better by having this outlined so clearly. I can really see, Stone Age, Iron Age, Bronze Age, Celts were around the same time as the Bronze Age. Then then there's the Romans then came, and then the Anglo-Saxons came, and then the Vikings were kind of like the same time, and then 1066 happened, Norman. And for me, that's just. We talk about powerful knowledge, important. I think that is quite important to understand, all those reasons as to why you're here and how it is that that's all come to be. I think that's intrinsically quite interesting, and I think it's quite powerful that I have that kind of mental model in my head that I can go, oh yeah, don't get me wrong, Bronze, Stone Age to Iron Age is like that long, and then then you just have a micro bit and a micro bit and a micro bit, but I think it's still really interesting, really good. And I'd only get that by looking at these kind of curriculums that are coherent, that do flow from one another, that do make explicit reference back to things that have happened in the past, or not necessarily chronologically in the past, but things that you may have studied in the past that may have come before as well, etc.
Yeah, it's the reference point is always really interesting. And I think one of the ways in which I've kind of changed my own thinking over the past, I don't know how many years, it's that I'm not going to presume you remember it, but I'm going to use like storytelling devices like callbacks and foreshadowing, because it's a really useful thing to kind of, just set things up to go, next year, this will make more, you'll have another perspective on this. When you look at concepts like an invasion or a migration, you can look, there's always multiple perspectives. And when we think about the fact that, the history of these islands is a coherent chronological narrative, when the Iron Age comes after the Bronze Age, but we won't mention that somebody got that wrong a second ago. We wouldn't dream of it.
Oh, there we go.
I mean, somebody had to do it. It made me giggle quite a lot. And it's that sense of, once again, it's that sense of, that narrative arc, that storytelling aspect. We've got, stories being psychological privilege is pretty well known, you'd hope by now. I think the other element to this, just to move on, if that's okay, is to think about that sense of it's never necessarily done. One of my particular favorite kind of models of thinking, it's and I think I heard Neil mention this on one of the previous podcasts, Kaizen, which is a Japanese business model. So somebody else has mentioned it at some stage. That's fair enough. And it's this idea, it's kind of quite often wrongly defined as many small steps, but it's this, it translates as kind of good change or almost like continuous improvement. And the idea is, when you look at things and go, here's the curriculum as it stands, which bits were really successful and which bits do we think, do you know what, we need to have another look at that. And it's that, the reason I really like it is it doesn't attribute blame. It's about everybody having that, all the way, because it's a business model, all the way from like the CEO at the top to the people on the production line going, this bit, I think we could make better by doing this. And, having that investment, that staff team investment. That's why, when Matt before was talking about the people working, kind of allocating who needs which bit of support, that alongside a very clearly defined curriculum, I think that's what gives you that real strength and power, because, knowledge in isolation is really useful and helpful, but continuously renewing it, as Christine Council quite often talks about, that's where we get that sense of this is the power and this is how we can continually drive that improvement forwards.
I know it's not quite the same question, Kieran, but exactly what Stuart and Neil have been saying about the curriculum and so on. I had a really interesting conversation with an inspector, so Estin, our vision of Ofsted, and the inspector was saying how pedagogy is the most important thing of all and curriculum is not as important as pedagogy. And her view is that a really good teacher, because they have really good pedagogy, will make up for a poor curriculum, but a poor curriculum can't make up, a good curriculum, sorry, can't make up for poor pedagogy. And I don't ever think that it's either or. So what we're trying to do is build great curriculum, and alongside that, like the double helix thing, we're trying to then also make our teachers excellent in terms of their knowledge of pedagogical choices. So what pedagogy would you want for this particular part of how you're teaching time right now with this age of child, and even with this group of children who, one thing didn't work for previously. And so making those choices then would be very different within history or geography or REF. So having teachers who have pedagogical knowledge across different areas of the curriculum and also have great curriculum content to teach that has been put together by people with great knowledge in terms of the content and also in terms of how it all fits in a great progression model. So I think what we're hopefully trying to work towards is both making great choices, having great content, and then having great pedagogy to be able to deliver it well.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm sure I've said a million times before that thinking deeply is not just the name. It's like a mantra. I think the bulk of our job as teachers is to think. We're thinking during lessons, we're thinking in advance of lessons and following lessons, and anything that can help us to think better and more deeply about things, I think is welcome. So I'm totally with you guys on this. So I think we've probably got time for one more. We're thinking about 2023. I'd be really interested, Gareth, if you have Wales as the context for your response to this. So maybe we'll start with your response. What are the biggest challenges facing schools with regards to curriculum implementation in 2023, and how can we overcome them?
So this is a very specific answer really to your question, is curriculum for Wales itself. So Neil was saying he hasn't really looked at it much yet. I'm sorry to say that there are quite a few teachers in Wales who haven't looked at it much yet, even though we started this journey back in 2015. There is a huge challenge in terms of trying to figure out not just all the different elements of Curriculum for Wales itself, but what it means in terms of the big picture. So trying to say that we have 6 areas of learning, and we have the pedagogical principles, and we have our cross-curriculum responsibilities, and we have all these different elements to the curriculum. How do they all fit together within one school, but then within a cluster of schools? So something to come back to what Neil said earlier about a national curriculum. In Curriculum for Wales, we have around 1,200 schools in Wales, and we're going to have 1,200 curriculums. That is by design. And so the more that schools can work together in really efficient and in great ways, maybe not quite at the level Matt spoke about earlier. I don't think that's going to be possible within Curriculum for Wales, even within a cluster. But the better that we're able to work together to be able to design great curriculums that we can then amend and adjust for our schools, rather than all starting from scratch and having 1,200 different individual curriculums, I think the better off we'll all be. So that's the biggest challenge, is the Curriculum for Wales itself, which has been statutory since September for primary schools, and will be for Year 7 and Year 8 in secondary schools next year. But the second element of that has been the biggest challenge for my individual school this year. And again, I'm sure it's across maybe even the whole of the world right now, but still coming back from COVID, our reception class in particular are not anywhere close to the level of last year's reception class even, which is really interesting because, of course, those children were still 2, 3 and 4 when COVID kind of started. And so we're having to adjust what we thought that we would be teaching with our reception class this year. There is a knock-on effect in other year groups, but it's reception in particular within my school where we're finding a huge challenge. And we're having to say all those great things that we were doing last year and the year before, even when we had lockdowns and so on, the majority of the children are not at that level right now. So we're having to take a step back. So things that we might have been doing in nursery in terms of personal and social development, physical development, those kind of things we're doing in reception now. But at the same time, for those children who maybe have had great experiences with their parents, they still manage to get to childcare, they still manage to go to nursery, making sure we don't hold those children back as well. That's definitely been in terms of one individual school. And I hear this from lots of other heads as well. That's the biggest challenge facing us at the moment.
I made myself a list of all the things that I could kind of come on. It's just a list, you know, the things that kind of jump to your head, jumped into my head. Sorry. I think the first one is time, and having the ability to make time at lots of different levels. Because in a kind of a strategic oversight sense, if you are an academy that's not part of a trust, a free school or an authority school, then the layers of assistance you can draw upon is hugely varied. Budgetary constraints, because I mean, I thankfully have never had to deal with that other than the history leader is a couple of £100 to spend. That is has huge ramifications, not just in the kind of the financial sense, but also more importantly in that brain capacity sense of actually having the time to really think deeply about the education that you're providing. The vision, as a person that kind of goes around England, looking at different school curriculum offers and thinking about there is a huge variation in terms of what each either curriculum lead, head teacher or academy trust wants from there. And it's that variation that really has kind of interesting ramifications. And then the other one, the kind of the final one, because I've collated several of them into one, is the idea of Ofsted's role and the fact that, lots of people are hearing lots of different things about how to please Ofsted. And the fact that there are huge kind of contested things based around people getting an external consultant in who claims to know what's going on, and then they put their own spin on it. And it's that sense of, that I think what we could do with is a bit more objectivity of these are the markers to hit. And I think if we can get to the stage where it's that we have that moment of going objectively, this is what we're aiming for, these are the criteria. For instance, there was the a while ago now, the Ofsted training materials leaked. Well, the biggest challenge is schools don't know. And if schools don't know, they're playing a game with an uncertain outcome. And therefore, to me, it seems really logical that if you don't know what you're aiming for in kind of granular, specific details, to quote Matt's curriculum conversation before, well, how do we know we're getting there? And, you know, the counter argument is the fact that, you know, schools have ownership over their curriculum. It's what's right for their pupils, to take it back to question one. But I think the biggest challenge is there isn't a huge amount of concrete detail out there that we can reliably say, this is what we're going to adjudicate ourselves against. And, you know, if just something that make life easier would be if that were available and done in a way that schools go, right, now I get it. That to me would be the biggest kind of benefit.
Yeah, linked to that one, I was going to say assessment, because that seems to be, from the bits and pieces that I hear from the Ofsted murmurings, you know, oh, everything was going really, really well. Then they asked us, oh, how do we assess history, geography, DT, and not blank eyes, but clearly the answer isn't the preordained, Ofsted accepted answer. Should such a thing exist? I'm sure it doesn't.
I don't think Ofsted asked that question, Neil. I think it's those who are acting and preparing schools for that kind of situation who asked that question.
Might well be.
Because I've not heard of anyone actually be asked that by an inspector. Well, I'm happy to be proven wrong, but I think it's a nasty byproduct of a positive understanding of the actualities of the approach.
I definitely have heard stories of inspectors asking it, but again, this is where it all comes down to, you know, the difference of an Ofsted inspector and, you know, their curriculum materials, and training the Ofsted inspectors clearly aren't as effective as perhaps they could be. So I think there will be. So in terms of curriculum, I'd like to think that there are probably quite a few schools who are at that point now where they have a coherent, structured, granular curriculum. And so the next part of their journey might be like, okay, well, how do we make sure that this, here's the intended curriculum. How do we make sure that's actually being enacted in schools? I think the other biggest concern about curriculum is that once you kind of have these granular things, obviously, if a child misses it, the detrimental knock-on effect because of that. And again, kind of since COVID, we're just finding, you know, SEN provision is just through the roof right now. And so actually, you know, we can't magic another 3 or 4 hours in the day where we can kind of give them this pastoral support to kind of help them in that. So they need that pastoral intervention to kind of help them deal with various issues that I'm sure, you know, we've all experienced that in the past. And so the fact that, you know, we have to take children out of lessons to kind of give them that support that they need, because there's nothing out there, you know, CAMS, for example, has been cut to an inch of its life. And so we're having to deal with, say, going back to what I said earlier, you know, schooling seeming to be the social safety net for, you know, children's mental health and all of that kind of thing. So I think that's a kind of a massive deal that's going to really impact kind of curriculum carrying on going forward to 2024. And then obviously, in all of our cases, obviously, you know, an election is now sooner rather than later. It seems unlikely that the current government will remain. The current party won't remain. I don't want to call anything too soon, but obviously should the Conservatives come out of government, you know, no doubt there will be then more curriculum change to come in 2025 that, you know, we'll have to start thinking about. And because of that potential change, maybe that might mean that some schools will, you know, take their foot off the accelerator a little bit, because they know that wider ranging changes is potentially coming sooner rather than later.
Curriculum for Wales is coming your way, Neil.
I'll have no excuse then but to look at it.
I'm told the Labour Party are very interested in looking to see what's going on.
Oh, really?
There's money to be made here. We need to position ourselves really carefully, right?
I was going to say, so clearly,
after this,
whoever's listening to this, if you want, well, I guess maybe. I mean, maybe, you know, they'll hear this and think, oh, maybe we'll get Stuart and Neil to write the national textbook of primary history for England. That would be good fun. I'll do the national bit. Stuart can go around and then do a page on every local school in England. Start at the top and work your way down. Or it would make more sense for you to start at the bottom, wouldn't it, and then work your way up. It'll be nearer your home then.
Could call it Curriculum GB. Oh no, wait, that might associate it with the news channel. Let's not do. No, let's not. Yeah, sorry.
GB curriculum.
Well, we're halfway through. Well, 2 minutes away from being halfway through this thing. Thank you very much for joining me, guys. I mean, essentially, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take your big challenges and I'm going to invite you back to talk about them during 2023 because we only scratched the surface. And Neil, I am happy to accept that those instances have happened. I'm just poorly informed, so definitely prefer to your experience. Thank you very much for joining me, guys. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Kieran.
No problem at all. Thank you.
Well done.
Awesome. So now I'm joined by Elliot Morgan, who for some reason allowed himself in. He must have extra rights. and Johnny Hall. How's it going, Johnny?
Oh, that's well, thank you.
Yeah, can't complain. Yeah, I'm looking forward to my next break in 2 hours' time.
You get a break? I thought you had to do the whole thing without a break.
I do, but there's some CPD happening that I don't need to be talking during.
That's fair enough.
How you doing, Elliot?
Oh.
Yeah, your microphone must be off. So we're just waiting on Shannon. What I'll do while Elliot's sorting that, we've had lots of people donate. I'm going to say thank you to them. Emma, Sarah F, Sarah M, Jean, Alex, Michael, Rachel, Adam, Jane, Paul and Sue. That's Neil's mum and dad, I think. Michelle, Seb, massive thanks, Seb, Morgs, Alison, Michelle, Shannon, Catherine, Adam, Diane, Nikki, and Natalie. Thank you very, very much for supporting us with this. That's massive, and I think what £863 raised so far. That's unbelievable.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Yeah, so I did plug in an external microphone, but for some reason it didn't work, so I've just gone straight back to the laptop.
Excellent. I think that Shannon's coming in as Neil. So we're going to talk about task design and designing effective tasks. I think while Shannon's getting set up, we'll start with the first question. What are the features of a well-designed task or question? And obviously this is very subjective. So what do you guys think?
Go on, Johnny.
Well, I'd like to say hi to Elliot because I've never met you before in face-to-face. Yeah, I've seen you on Twitter, obviously, loads of times, but no, never seen you in the flesh, so to speak. So, okay, features of a good task. Right. Okay, so I've got some notes on my phone here. I think the key thing is for me is, well, first off, what do you mean by a task? Because there's millions and millions of different types of tasks. So how are you going to define your task? Is it just going to be something for building fluency, or is it something for sort of mathematical thinking, or are you going to go along the lines of sort of like some mixed practice where the questions might seem same on the surface, but actually the depth is different, or the reverse of that, where the questions look totally different to each other, but underneath it's the same mathematical structure. So there's all sorts of different tasks. I think for me, the tasks that I like to design in particular, I guess, I like low floor tasks where every kid can see it. It's quite engaging. Yeah, there's a nice hook to it maybe or something. Everyone can access it, but then you can take it really, really far. So it's how you can extend the task for me. And I think that's quite important. So something interesting which gets the kids engaged, and you can develop a mathematical concept through it by extending it.
Yeah, I agree that I was thinking along the same lines as Johnny. Like you need to first consider like the purpose of what a task is. And in my experience of observing a lot of people in the last couple of years, I think the task should never take the basics for granted. Like at its core, the task has to give the learner the opportunity to apply the knowledge that they've been taught. That's like the very core feature of any well-designed task or question. So it needs to provide that opportunity to build like a shared notion of understanding between the teacher and the pupil. That the teacher said, look, I've taught you this, and now your chance to go and show me that you've learned X or whatever it may be. So at its core, a well-designed task is always thinking about what is it I want the learner to think about or do. And there needs to be, like, I know we talked about it on a previous episode of TDAPE, like with learning objectives. We talk about like a task being the chance to go from a clear path from A to B. Like the start of the lesson, you come in, you don't know this, but by the end of the lesson, you are going to know this. And the task is somewhere along that journey, along with instruction and questioning and assessment or whatever, for the people to go from A to B. Is Shannon in now? She's not here now.
No, she's having technical difficulties. I'm sure she'll be with us very shortly.
The other things that I can keep nattering on. Like talking about that path between A to B, the thing that comes to mind for me as well is Bruner, like that seminal paper on scaffolding, that like the learner needs to understand what that outcome is, so what B is, before they can get to it. Otherwise the scaffolds, it's not a useful scaffold in supporting them to get there. And then there's that sort of generic stuff, isn't there? Like, how's the task going to guide student attention? How are we going to challenge the learner, like Johnny said? And I think, like, lastly, I would say, like, the best tasks for me have gone through some sort of iterative process where it's been refined over time. Like, they may have been ineffective when we first used them, but we've redesigned them once we've tried them, implemented them, we've got new information, and then we've adapted them or redesigned them so that they can better support pupils in the future.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point, because like quite often you might design a task or think of a task, use it in the classroom, and then immediately after the lesson, you're like kicking yourself thinking, oh, I wish I'd used a different number there, or I wish I'd changed the question slightly there, or next time I'll do this. And I think that's so important to go away and, like, if you can, the same day while it's still fresh in your mind, because you know what teaching's like. If you don't do it there and then, you'll forget about the task, and then you might roll around in another few months' time and think, oh, I wish I'd made that change then. So that iterative process of making tasks. There's some tasks I've used like maybe hundreds of times now, and I'm pretty sure they're about as good as they're going to get. But there's new tasks that I'm making all the time where after the first challenge, like after the first go through, you want to change the numbers. So
there's even those tasks that, like, even if you use them 100 times, when you go to use it the 101st time, for some reason it doesn't work with that group or that class, and that's like the beauty of tasks, like a constant ongoing thing.
That's why I like tasks which are flexible as well. I mean, how long we're 5 minutes in, so I think I'll mention completion tables by now. Kieran's sick of me talking about these in our day-to-day job, but I do love the idea of a completion table. If you don't know what they are, they're essentially a sort of row of headings along the top, and then normally like a series of different numbers down the side. And it could just be asking you to add the two numbers together, or it might be asking you to share it in a particular ratio. But it's really nice because that's where that low floor, high ceiling that I mentioned comes in. You can just have, let's go with sharing in a ratio. You might just have your quantities down the side and what ratio you're sharing them in along the top. So it might be 50 quid in the ratio 2 to 3 or something like that. But then you can reverse the problem as well. So give them the solution, give them parts A or give them part B, and what was the total amount shared and stuff like that. And you can really increase the difficulty of the question just by reversing what part of the completion table you're actually showing to the kids.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds like it would like a sort of task that very easily guides their attention as well, because like you said, it's in that format.
Absolutely.
We like the idea that you can adapt it, so like you could put individual values here and there, and that's what your challenge is, isn't it? Yeah. Simple.
Chris McGrain, I should mention Chris McGrain. He's on Twitter. He's got loads of on his Starting Points Maths website. It does exactly. There's that. The first row is normally completely revealed. There's that with the low floors, and then as you go down the table, you get less and less information or harder initial information, and try and work backwards.
Yeah, there's your scaffold there as well, then, isn't it? If the first one's
exactly,
done for
We've got a lot of things
your book's also great. I mean, I'm not a secondary maths teacher, but I learned a lot from his book, just in the sort of general principles and thinking behind designing tasks. So I definitely recommend his book.
Oh yeah, definitely. Mathematical Tasks, it's called, isn't it?
So do you think then it's impossible to give a generic set of features for a well-designed task? Do you think it's task specific, or what you want the outcome of the task to be specific? And so you would need to look individually at different types of task to come up with a set of features?
I think there's quite a few sort of almost boilerplate template tasks that you can use. Like, are you going to use a minimally different? Are you going to use a same surface, different depth? Are you going to use a completion table? There's loads of little boilerplate tasks, which I think card sorts as well as another one of them. Which I think, like, yeah, it's you selecting the task and you've been able to justify the reason you're using that particular task for this particular class at this particular time. That's where the skill of the teacher comes in and the knowledge of your class comes in. Because like what Elliot said, yeah, one task for one class might go completely wrong or completely differently for another class. So that's where the skill of the teacher comes in, really, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if there can be like features that can be like generic, because like tasks are bespoke to the class, aren't they? But I think there can be sort of guiding principles behind a task that are generic, like make it challenging, make it easy to engage with, and things like that, which can be applied to every task in every subject. But I'm not sure about features within an individual task could be the same.
I don't know. I mean, I'm obviously massively towards biased on the maths front of here, and like maths is so nice for just being able to, for instant extension challenge, just reversing the question all the time. Even if you're doing simple number bonds to 10 or something, okay, 7 plus what is 10, but then okay, give me 3 different pairs which have number bonds to 10. Give me 20 different pairs which number bonds to 10, and then kids start thinking about decimals. Hang on, because there's not enough whole number number bonds. Okay, give me more which is not got decimal, and then you could start introducing, okay, one of the numbers has to be a negative. And then all of a sudden you've got like tons of extension from a simple question just by saying, here's the answer, what was the question?
Yeah, I like maths is the best subject for task design. It was always my favorite to teach, but like you said, it's just so easy to extend and challenge and adapt so simply. Hello, Shannon.
Hi,
Hello.
sorry.
Afternoon, Shannon. How are you?
Technical difficulties on our end. Clearly the flat couldn't cope with us swapping places.
Well, what are the features of a well-designed task for you? Because obviously you've written at least 100 tasks in your time. What do you think the features of a well-designed task are?
I think I echo what the boys have said about, it depends on what the purpose of it is, and there are lots of different ways you can do it. But I think like being able to recall some prior learning, linking it to what you know, think about what's coming next, the ability to extend it very easily, and like Johnny said, additional questions that you can just fire off because it's that open. And I think also not making it just like a tick box kind of working through really easy questions, just that you think that they'll just fly through, because that's not the point. I think I'm sure Elliot's already said it and he's written about it loads of times, where I think sometimes teachers think that their tasks or lessons have gone well because the children have flown through a task, and therefore they think, well, it must have been well designed, but actually it hasn't necessarily given them what they wanted from the task.
Yeah. That's really easy to do with maths, with things like expanding brackets. You can teach anyone a really successful, in quotes, lesson on expanding brackets or something, just by getting them to regurgitate a procedure or something. But as soon as you try and mix it up by adding an extra term in the brackets, or reversing them around a little bit, or sticking expanding binomials is a classic where you've got a 2x2 array. Everyone can do it when they're doing grid multiplication with 2-digit by 2-digit numbers. And then we extend it when we get to secondary with like x plus 2 times x plus 3. But as soon as you put that third term in, if kids have only ever seen a 2x2, they can be completely stumped by that. So you've got to be careful with the task. I think there's a time and place for really easy questions, and that's probably during some sort of session of maybe I do, we do, or something like that, just to make sure they can literally get the question right. But really quickly, you want to get them thinking a bit more deeply about what's actually going on.
Yeah, so it's like touching on what Shannon said, it's Rob Coe's poor proxies for learning, isn't it? The idea that like just because students are engaged or students complete the task, or that they seem like they're engaged with the task because they're looking down it, or like if it's part of the task that they're talking loads, that this task is being successful. But those are actually poor proxies for learning. It's not to say that they're like in direct contrast of learning. They can be evidence that like learning is occurring, but them individually by themselves isn't enough evidence to say, oh, this task has been successful.
Yeah, and often you want those easier questions early on in a lesson or early on in a like independent practice so that they gain some success and are motivated to continue. But you obviously don't want that to be the entirety of what you're getting them to do.
No. You just reminded me of my last lesson of the year before we broke up. I cracked and I gave them calculated colouring to do. And like one of the kids at the end of the lesson just said, "Sir, that was the best lesson I've had all year." They were engaged, they were colouring for a full solid hour. And the kid thought it was the best maths lesson they had that year. So that poor proxy for learning is probably at play there a little bit. I probably argue they probably didn't learn as much as they maybe thought they had learned during that lesson. I mean, but they were engaged and working hard for an hour. So,
and at the end of the term,
that's all you want on the 20th of December, 16th, whatever it was.
Well, that's the best like possible task, isn't it? Where they think they're just having fun, but secretly underneath it, there's a bit of learning going on that they're not even aware is necessarily happening. Whether that it's just like simple retrieval or recall, or it's like much deeper thinking. That's the sort of dream task, isn't it? Whereas I think sometimes we tip the balance too far in favor of let's make it fun, and we don't think enough about like what is it we want them to think about while they're doing it.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, the things that are really helpful when children are learning or anybody's learning are really difficult to see. It's like, you know, Dylan Williams thing where he says about the feedback should bring about a change in the learner, not the work. Well, there's absolutely no way of realizing if that's definitely happened or not, you know, so you're just going on your instinct and things, aren't you? How about a poorly designed task? How can you tell if something has just been thrown together with little thought?
I think there's going to be a lot more answers for this one. I think it's very easy to spot. Often you've got teachers who will go to well-known resource websites and pluck something off that they think is related, but they won't have read the whole thing. They won't necessarily know where the questions are leading, what the challenge is, and you can see there's a gap between their instruction and what the actual task is. And then the children are kind of flummoxed to a point where it's not an appropriate level of challenge because they haven't been given the tools to succeed.
Yeah, just get a MathSpot differentiated questions and hitting 30 questions in each column, off you go. See you in an hour. That's probably what I'd say is not a well-designed task. But I've seen it. I've seen it being done more times than I'd like. I always say it's the best and the worst resource I've ever made, that thing, because it is really convenient, but like it's not designed to just give kids 30 questions to do. Like whenever I use that resource, it's normally just for the, okay, can you get the procedure right resource? And I'll limit it to maybe 3 questions in each column tops. I certainly won't just blast out 100 questions and say, right, crack on.
It's like anything, isn't it? With sorry, Morgs, when you like with the curriculum chat that was happening just before, and with Matt's session about how he provides the planning, you can give the best resource or the most well-intentioned resource like yours is, but it will still get lost because people haven't understood the theory behind it or whatever it might be.
Yeah, there's that quote in there saying any task can be used really well or any task can be used horrendously bad. I think it's a John Mason one. I paraphrased massively there, but yeah, it's true.
I think the issue with the like going on TES or just like downloading a resource is that a lot of the times teachers don't then reverse engineer back from the task, so like the instruction suits it really well. They might just like plan a lesson, come up with some slides, whatever, and then they're just like frantically searching for a task and download one, and it doesn't necessarily have like that close link or as well as we'd like it to be linked. And then obviously the lesson falls down there because there's not the appropriate opportunity for them to demonstrate what it is they've learned.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and I think for the working through the tasks themselves beforehand is almost essential. Like the maths world is blessed with the Don Stewart website, But he purposely doesn't give any answers for any of his tasks. So as a maths teacher, you have to take a task and work through it and see. And it's never just a straightforward thing he's given. There's always a twist in there to make you think mathematically. So using those for things like departmental meetings is a great use of time, I think. Like, you've got some topics coming up, get on Don Stewart, pick a few relevant things coming up in the scheme of work and work through those tasks for 10 minutes at the start of a departmental meeting or something like that. It's a good use of time.
I think that's really important, particularly as you get into the kind of chunkier and more meaty problems. I know that when I was in my NQT year, we had Problem Solving Friday, as I think a lot of schools did at the time. And we went to Enrich, and Enrich is full of amazing problems.
Oh, Enrich is good, yeah.
Yet we were just snipping them, printing them out, handing them to the children and saying, crack on. And then they'd come to me and say, what do I do? And I'd look at it and go, I don't know, because I haven't read it and I haven't done it myself. And I'd sit there and do it and go, oops.
It's interesting. I think, like, sometimes, not every single Friday, sometimes it's good to see kids. It's sometimes good to see kids see a teacher actually work through a problem from scratch. Like a question they've never seen before, maybe towards the back end of a higher GCSE paper or something that's cropped up. And sometimes you have to just sit there for a minute or two until it makes sense. And I think it's useful for kids to see that, but probably not all the, probably not even close to all the time. Maybe like 95% of the time, the teacher should know exactly what they're doing and exactly where the task goes and what other areas of maths you can connect it to and things like that.
I also think similar to that, where problems are quite meaty or wordy, tasks that are overwhelming when it comes to like the actual process of doing the task, where they have to think far more about how they get through the task and and answer each question or whatever the steps are, than actually about the content of what you're doing. And that could apply to any subject, obviously, but I'm sure the three of us are probably thinking maths, but anything that's like cognitively overwhelming them, that they can't then take what they need to take from the actual learning intention.
The one that always comes to mind for me there is when you first teach long multiplication, because like they need to think about times tables, but they also need to think about the process of going through the long multiplication. And I naively, whenever I taught it for the first few years of my career, would just go, right, we've looked at long multiplication, here you go, here's 30 questions on it. But then I realized over time that, like, those who aren't confident in their times tables, I'm just going to give them the times tables on a sheet. I'm just going to give them the grid. So now that they're just thinking about what it is I want them to think about, which is the process of long multiplication. I'm not worried about times tables yet. I know it's like requisite core knowledge they need for this, but I'm going to come to that in a few days' time once they're secure in the format. And I go, right, now you know the format and you don't need to think about it, the process of long multiplication. Now I want you to think about the times tables as well. Yeah. So I think that's like a big area where tasks are like poorly designed, where I call it like the two task paradox, where like your intention is to just give them one task, but you sort of accidentally given them two in a, like, and it happens a lot in English where it's like, read this bit and now turn it into a piece of writing. And so those are sort of two separate tasks, and like you need to do them one at a time for them to be as successful as you may like.
And there's a bit in between there as well.
Yeah.
Ideally.
You're spot on there, and we're in a similar boat when it comes to teaching secondary as well, because 2/3 of the maths GCSE is calculator based. And like kids have had potentially like 16 years of schooling and they still don't know the times tables. Like if you're trying to teach them a bit of sharing in a ratio or whatever, just give them a calculator at this stage. And it's like there's two schools of thought, I guess, like something, well, no, until they've got their multiplication tables, why should you be teaching them sharing in a ratio? But like they're not going to get any marks on the GCSE paper, and it's our duty as a teacher to maximise their grades. So yeah, if we're teaching them a topic, yeah, you can have a calculator for virtually everything, and especially in sort of year 10s and 11s if they're still weak with the tables. Like with all the will in the world, they've not learned them in 14, 15 years. They're not going to suddenly magically learn them in the last. So for all our lessons, yeah, we have calculators available for them, just for that very reason. So they're not thinking about extra stuff, which we don't want them to be thinking about at the time. We don't want them to think about times tables if they're trying to learn this new concept.
Yeah, And see, Emma's just said in the chat about it not matching input as well, and that's one of the points that I kind of jotted down earlier.
There's a chat.
There is a chat along down. It's down the side of my screen. I
Oh,
don't
yeah.
know.
You're meant to be the tech wizard, Johnny. I mean, you're the guy who codes websites.
I've never used Restream.io before. I've never even heard of it before.
Well, Emma, my walkthroughs pal, just said that you know, often pupils have no idea what to do because the activity or the modelling or the explanation is so different to what their task is meant to be, and that again is another another way that you can spot a teacher that's not necessarily thought about.
Yeah.
In
well,
relation
Emma,
to
if you stick around for 6 p.m., that's my first guiding principle of task design. Like, it's the thing I always say, and I think I've said it a couple of times already. Like, the absolute core thing is that the task must match your instructional intentions. So, like, yeah, I'm exactly with Emma there. And I think the most common we see it, and I was guilty of this myself, is ECTs. Like, it happens a lot when you're a novice in your career. Like, I learned the hard way from many, many mistakes. But yeah, couldn't agree more with Emma there.
I think Emma's been around since the start, if not very close to the start. So if she's still here at 6 p.m, she'll have done some shift, and fair play to her.
I think it's a very common pitfall for ECTs to jump into. They see a lovely task and they try and shoehorn it in the lesson rather than
seen it on Pinterest, probably.
Yeah, rather than thinking, okay, my kids need to learn this specific thing.
Yeah.
Let's either find a task which hits this specific thing, which probably exists. Certainly in the maths world, virtually everything exists for you. It's a case of picking it, or if you want to be creative, design something yourself for it.
Yeah.
I think that goes good. Back to your question, Kieran. What makes a rubbish task? It's basically if your task is not appropriate for the current attainment of your class and what you want them to learn, then that makes it a bad task in that circumstance.
Niels asked if there's anything by or based on Don Stewart's work that matches sort of the maths we would explore typically in primary.
I think Rich, or like Shannon said, there's loads of primary stuff which is Don Stewarty, I guess. I mean, there is a fair bit on Don Stewart itself which is suitable for primary, but I go with Rich.
Yeah, definitely. And so someone with Niels' expertise could look at those tasks and ask himself how he could make them accessible for different groups of kids. So, yeah, so that's another evening project. Once he's finished looking at all those history websites, you can check that out.
Well, I know Neil's a fan of the task booklet as well. I'm making in our day jobs with the South. I'm doing a little videos with those as well. So that's
nice.
Did you release a video this week? Is there one coming out today?
I've been on holiday for 2 weeks, so
taking a break.
Eating mince pies.
Well earned rest, Johnny. You deserve it. You know. So I'm looking forward to next week's though.
So just to add, because the second part of the question was like, how do you know if it's just been like thrown together with little thought? And I just thought something because Shannon sort of hinted at the poor proxies. I forget their names, but they're two people. I think it's in my talk later. They talk about looking for proxies for working memory as evidence that like a task isn't working. And I think this could perhaps be evidence that it's been poorly designed or little thought as well. So they talk about, I think there's 4 things. So the pupils struggle to retrieve the relevant information. So that could just be like the cues that you've put in the task aren't clear enough. They're not obvious enough. They're maybe a bit muddled. That the pupils fail to follow the instructions of the task. So it could be that the instructions themselves aren't very clear, whether that be in the input or within the task if it's written down. That people struggle to keep their place, which I know is very common when you've got like 2 pieces of information, they're flicking back and forth, especially if one's like a big text, like too much information to attend to. And then the last one is just like if people just abandon the task altogether, if they get distracted easily, or are just not trying to complete the task.
Now, this one's the question I'm most interested in, right? So we got 3 relatively expert teachers. What are you thinking about when you sit down to design a task? What's going through your head when you sit down? Yes, you're sitting in your staff room, you're planning your task. What are you thinking about?
Who's going first?
You are, because you spoke.
I'm going first, okay. Well, I think it touches on kind of what we've mentioned. The absolute very first thing is, before I even think about tasks, is what am I teaching this class next lesson? What do I want them to know by the end of this lesson? And my lessons, quite a lot of them will have a similar structure, which I guess most maths teachers will probably do. A bit of a I turn, I do, you do. But well, before the I do, you do, it's introducing the topic. And I think that's something that's potentially missed by a few maths teachers. They might go straight into the I do, we do, without a little preamble of what are we actually doing this for? Why is it interesting mathematically? Or why could this possibly be useful? What's the hook for doing it? And then go into the I do, you do. Then the first task of, okay, can you actually repeat? Can you regurgitate and get this stuff right? And then I get into what I call the more interesting bit of the lesson, where I will have some sort of task for the kids to do, whether it be a completion table or whatever. And I've been teaching like maths for, I think it's 17 years now. So like my library of tasks and where I go to is obviously like extensive, and it's a case of, okay, selecting from that library what I'm actually going to use. So it's, for me, it's not necessarily about, I don't need to think hard about the task itself. It's more about what am I teaching and which task shall I use for that lesson, which I guess is a bit different to maybe an early careers teacher who are more along the lines of, oh my God, I'm teaching this topic for the first time. What resources are available for me? Yeah, I'm not sure if I've answered the question, but I think I've tried to.
You have, because you're saying in your position, this is what you're thinking about. You know, what am I teaching, and which tasks align with that sort of aim that I've got, which is entirely fair. And like you say, it might be that Shannon and Elliot have the ECT in mind when they describe their thought process. You know, but I think, you know, there'll be lots of teachers of different experience listening, and it's well worth considering what the actual thoughts are. You know, you can't make up a situation, you know, just for the sake of the question.
And in addition to that, I think, like, in a way, once you've been doing it a while in your subject knowledge there, you don't really need to have anything prepared as well. Like, we had a situation back at the start of last term, not this year, but last September, where we had no tech for 2 weeks at all. So people couldn't fire up PowerPoint or anything like that. And I was just in my element then. I'd just like write a little prompt on the board or something, like the answer is 20. What is the question? That sort of stuff, or just some classic tasks like 1089. Whereas some of the others in the department were a bit like, oh, what do I do here? Do I go to the photocopier every lesson and print out a set of 30 sheets for each of my 5 classes? And that's like 150 sheets of worksheets to print out. It's like, no, just here's some tasks which don't need any preparation. Just pull it out. And I think, I'm not sure if I'm being controversial here, but I feel as though PowerPoint has kind of encouraged this a little bit by people can just have all the lessons pre-planned, so they don't have to think maybe as much as they should about the lessons. And that's why I spend most of my time just thinking about maths and thinking about tasks and where they can go in the classroom, what you can use it for. And it's like, I feel as though that part of maths teaching is missing a little bit, maybe from what I see. I don't know if that's too controversial, but that's probably how I feel.
I don't think it's that controversial. I think there's obviously a place for both. And I think some of those like classic tasks that you're referring to, I think some people probably aren't aware of them now because they probably haven't been exposed to them. And B, I think some people need to know that it's okay to sometimes use those and put up if the answer is 20, then what is the question? And have something that open. But I think that people need permission for that, because I think there's been a lot of focus on, and rightly so, curriculum being high quality and fairly rigid and well sequenced and well designed. But there should be freedom for a little bit of fun and open every now and then. I think when sitting down and designing a task, obviously you need to think about, like Johnny said, what are you teaching? What is the learning objective? What is your intention for them to come away from your room now having a better understanding of, or knowing, or seeing in a different way? you know, if you want to pull out misconceptions that they may have about something, then maybe you're doing a multiple choice question, or you're doing a matching activity. Or if you want to see how they can apply their understanding about something, then you're doing something more open. If you want to see how they've understood a definition of a scientific term or a term in geography, then you might just ask them to regurgitate it in their own words, you know, or like filling the gaps to see if they've really taken in what you've said, and then later on making it more open. And I think sometimes there's that kind of old school, you know, starter, main, now you're going to do your independent work. And that independent work has to be a long task, that's just one task, rather than being able to work through lots of little tasks. Like I watched Neil design a history booklet. I can't remember what it was on now. Was it history or geography? He's in the next room. He could tell me. For a staff meeting he was doing on their curriculum, and it was just all the tiny little tasks that they would do in a lesson, and the reason why you would choose those things. And it is because you want to put out a misconception, or do you just want them to take the terms in? Do you want them to be able to thank you, it's geography, do you want them to be able to then explain their understanding? And I think, again, being given that freedom and seeing that that's a really good thing, where you can do little tasks and then a little bit more input, and little tasks and a little bit more input. And I think that's probably when I'm sitting down and designing lessons, I probably don't sit down and design tasks in isolation. I think I probably used to. But now it's just that little and often, and what do I want them to get out of this section? What do I want them to get out of this section? And always thinking about what you want them to come away from your lesson knowing, or seeing, or understanding. I'm not going to use the word having, you know, I'm not going to say they've learned something, because we can't see that. We can see them performing something, but we have to think about what I want to see from their performance. And then how it links to what's come before, how it links to what comes next, and what elements of challenge you can throw in there. I'm just reading the chat. Oh, Neil said teach, do, practice, behave in humanities. That was it, which was particularly interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how familiar people are with the teach, do, practice, behave model. I mean, last time I did it, I did a 5-hour day CPD on it, so I probably can't do it justice in a couple of minutes. But like most of my lessons when I was sort of younger in my career was just the teach and the do bit. Here's how you do Pythagoras, and now you do some yourself. Great, you can find the hypotenuse, you can find a short side as well. Brilliant. Next lesson we'll move on to trig or something like that. But that was missing all the practice and missing all the behaving mathematically, which is like my sort of little passion, I guess, with maths, where you actually, you know, stop and you make links with all the other areas of maths, because school level maths, GCSE level maths, there's not that much to it at all. Everything is related and everything is connected. And if the more connections you make, the more you realise that there's not actually that much to it. And in a way, everything goes back to triangle numbers, I've decided. Whenever I'm doing a task, it always turns out that there's triangle numbers involved at some point. But it is making these connections and these little wow moments you get for kids. Oh, I never realised that. Oh yeah, it's all just connected. One big massive web.
I mean, if you want to get a sense of teach, do, practice, behave, check out Dave's podcast, well, our podcast, on Thursday mornings. They're about 15-20 minutes long, depending if Stuart's involved or not.
Yeah, we're about an hour if Stuart's in it. Yeah, we just pick a particular topic, don't we, of maths, and we talk through the teach, do, practice, behave cycle with it, and it's great fun. Really gets you thinking deep about a topic. We're thinking deep as well there, Kieran. Using
exactly.
All
well, that's copyright. I did tell Dave I will litigate if he uses it during the podcast episodes. Anita has slides, so you've got example tasks from each of those phases. I think one of the most recent ones I recorded, I don't know if it's been released yet, is about money and making different amounts using, or the fewest number of coins kind of thing. So in the last session, he was saying about how he doesn't like teaching that to year 1 and year 2. So he could go there, he can look at it, and he can sort of take inspiration from it. I mean, I've got my opinion on the things that I like to do. But Elliot, I'm going to throw it to you before I sort of weigh in. What are you thinking about when you're designing a task, and maybe with a broader than mathematics sort of lens?
Yeah. So I always think about broadly two things. So the first thing is the design process itself that I'm going to use, and then the second part is the design of the task itself. So the first one, the design process, in my mind, there's two ways of going about it. The first one is like a big macro, like zoomed out, looking at the entire unit or entire curriculum, which is like what I call the hierarchical model. So you're looking at like that end goal, that superordinate goal, like what is it I want pupils to learn at the end of this unit? So like, I want them to be able to write an essay about the Bolshevik Revolution or whatever it may be. And then it's thinking about, right, what's all the different pieces of requisite knowledge or tasks that I need them to do in order for them to be able to go and achieve that final essay at the end of the unit. And that's a good way of breaking down all the requisite knowledge and relevant knowledge, especially when we as teachers take that sort of knowledge for granted and think like, oh, they should pick it up easily. It helps you to break it down into sort of those tiny steps and helps you to visualize it as a unit or series of lessons to help minimize any cognitive overload. The second type of process is more like micro, looking at an individual lesson. But I suppose you could also use it zoomed out as well. It's called backwards design. So it's just 3 steps. You're thinking about like what's the desired result? So what is it I want every pupil to be able to do or know or say at the end of this lesson? Once you've established that, then you think about, right, going backwards, what's the evidence that I would need to see or hear that demonstrates to me they have learned or can do that thing? And then once the last step is, right, now I go and plan my instruction and task, because I know those things that I want them to do, how I want to see that they've done it, and that's my task. So those are like the design processes. But then I think about the design of the task itself, and then it's the same things that like Johnny and Shannon have been saying. So what is it I want the learner to think about, do? How do I guide their attention? What sort of level of challenge am I going to do? Like the low floor, high ceiling that Johnny said. What scaffolds will I provide? What am I going to say to a child if they get stuck? What am I going to say to a child if they're breezing through it and I need to challenge them further? Those are the sort of things I think about broadly. Yeah, like I said, there's no set of features, is there? We said it earlier on for individual tasks that are like generically applicable across tasks. But I think those sort of design processes can be broadly applied regardless of subject.
Yeah, and I think like what you were saying about that end goal of what you want them to be able to get to, and the kind of, you know, the breadcrumbs that you need to lead to it. And Emma's said in the chat as well, it's scary how many teachers don't plan from the end goal. And I think about when I started teaching, it was probably one of the better examples of what we did in my NQT year, of like when we were teaching an English lesson or an English sequence even, and we would always go from the end goal of what do I want them to be able to write at the end? And then you would have to think about the steps they would take, and then you would have to teach them. But I think for some reason that doesn't happen for history or science or geography, art, whatever it is. You know, you need to think about what do you want them to do at the end of this. And I know people like Lloyd in their humanities curriculum, they have quite a lot of like essays as the end of kind of unit pieces. So if you want them to be able to, like you said, Morgs, answer that essay question, what do they need to know? What do they need to do? What do they need to be exposed to? And you could do the same with like a nice meaty maths problem. If they're going to tackle this, then what do they need to do? And I know that S planning has been fashionable in some maths hubs, and you know, whether you like it or not, people start with an end goal and then they work backward and say, well, what are the tiny nuggets that need to be put in place for this child to be successful in this objective or task, whatever it might be. But I don't think we have a lot of time to do that. I think Matt said, was it 6 minutes for every hour of instruction that we have to plan if you're in a one-form entry school? It's not a lot. So we don't have the time to put all of that thinking. And actually, when I was in my second school, we did like a form of lesson study, and which I was going to talk about later, but I'll talk about it now. And we were feeding back to each other about how it was going. And I said, oh, do you know, it was really great because the head took all the kids in the hall for like an hour in the afternoon for an extra long assembly, while all of the teachers got to like plan collaboratively and plan a sequence of lessons that we would go and then teach and watch and whatever. And I said, oh, it was just great because we had a really big chunk of time dedicated to thinking about every minute detail and every minute of every lesson and what was going to be. And he said, well, shouldn't you be doing that anyway? I don't have the time. I would love to. But and then this is why we get people going to famous resource websites, because we don't have the time. So you can't blame them, but maybe we need to think more about our tasks.
I have the luxury in my teaching job, like Monday to Wednesday, I'm in the classroom, and I have part of my role is like lead practitioner, going around classes, observing teachers, and literally just telling them, or giving them feedback on what I've seen. But it's all very, very, as part of my role, it's like math specific, and so even to the point of, okay, I would have used this task here, and while I'm sat watching them, I'll just like scribble down a little completion table on my notes or something. If I'm feeling really kind, I'll even type it up for them in PowerPoint or whatever. And if I'm super kind and I really like the task, I'll make a version on Mathspot or something for them as well. So here you go, here's a random version you can use. And that's the sort of thing which I think is really, really useful. Literally concrete, specific thing that you can use. An actual task that you might want to use next lesson. Quite often, like, my department will take the mix saying, oh, I could have done with that last week or something before I taught the topic. So, well, you've got it for next year, haven't you? Or you might have another class which is a couple of weeks behind or something like that. But yeah, I do love that. That's one of my favourite parts of the job, going into a classroom and just saying, okay, here's something you might want to try with them next lesson or something.
It's just like the thing Shannon's saying, it just made me think that I think like the national curriculum in itself is like a little bit partially to blame here, because like sometimes like a geography or something, it would just say one bullet point, and it might be like compare human and physical features or whatever. And it's like, well, it's up to whoever's designing the curriculum to actually think about what's the breaking that down into the requisite steps. And sometimes if you're a teacher who hasn't been involved in the curriculum design, you just get handed it. So you just go and teach it how it's been handed to you. But that's the sort of thought that needs to go in it. And I think that demonstrates the need for this being like within a department or within a year group, like Johnny just said, where you go around and see each other and discuss that at length.
Nice. I mean, I think you described my sort of approach when you talked about those processes, you know, starting the end 3 points, Elliot, their design processes. I mean, Stuart in the last session on curriculum talked about storytelling, and I think even right from your IWU to your independent task, you're trying to tell a story from the start to the end. And I always go back to the paper by Anne Watson, John Mason, 2006. I think it was the second one, so it has B. Whenever you look online, you know, to the 2006 B, and it talks about seeing the task as a mathematical object. And almost, you know, it was the first time I'd think, okay, instead of having 30 random questions, how did these 6 questions behave with each other? And what's the story they're telling, which is a part of the bigger story? It's almost like mathematical tasks as box sets. You know, I'm sure no one's thought of that before, so maybe I can write a blog or something about that. Because yeah, I think that's inspiring. But yeah, this little story within this bigger story, which is then within the story that you're trying to tell across the sequence of lessons. But I mean, you guys have absolutely hit the nail on the head. Just wanted to. I
think one thing we've not mentioned, which is related to that theme, like you were talking about a story of 6 questions that you might use with the sort of popularity of visualizers now in the classroom. I find them so useful for telling a story, and as with all classes, like some kids might have missed part of the story or whatever because they've not been here for a few lessons, or you might need to change the story halfway through because kids aren't getting it. And that's another advantage, I think, for having a visualizer rather than a pre-prepared PowerPoint, for example, where, okay, you do the first 2 bits of your story, your first 2 questions. Oh, the kids are finding this too easy. Well, my 3rd question, I'm going to move on. I'm going to advance the story quite a lot because I don't need to go through all these questions. Or, hang on, my kids are struggling with this part of the story. Let's do a few more of the easy bits first. And it's that responsive teaching. So I suppose responsive task design, I guess, if we're going to try and keep it on theme, I think it's really important. And that's what, I mean, the visualizer has been a game changer for me since, well, about 6 or 7 years probably now. I've had one in my classroom. It's been amazing.
Yeah, I had one for a few years. I don't have one anymore because I changed to a different school in our trust in September. So if any visualizer companies are listening and want to send me one, feel free, because they are expensive.
I'd say that is an essential bit of equipment now for any school.
So you have live modelling. I don't think you can beat it, can you?
Live modelling where they can see everything on the screen because the teacher isn't in the way.
Yeah.
And you can also see all the class while you're doing it as well.
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah.
I mean, I do like writing on a whiteboard, but that's more as a sort of like collaborative sort of task thing. We're doing a task together. The whiteboard is for our ideas. But if I want something like in their books exactly how I'm doing it, more on the sort of I do, we do sort of style thing. Okay, book slice down the middle. Here's my example. Here's your turn. Do it exactly the same sort of thing.
Yeah.
That's where the visualizer comes into its own.
I mean, quite often we take for granted the ability to think about when more or fewer questions are needed. I mean, in my last role, I would spend a lot of time with our newest teachers looking at the structure of questions and say, okay, what is it about this question that's really difficult? Let's write 5 more like that. So that they would have a Post-it note ready to go if, as they imagined or we imagined, the class got stuck at a certain point. You know, what is it about this one? What's different from this one to the others? Because obviously you're looking at increasingly difficult and more complex questions, and you'll have some sort of general truth revealed in one of the questions.
I mean, that comes back to a classic sort of boilerplate task that you can have. Give me an example of an easy one or a hard one. So like you could do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1,234 plus, I don't know, 2,345. Why is that a really easy question compared to, I don't know, say 89 plus 78? You've got more digits in the first one. It looks scary. You could even put decimal points in the first one, but you've got no carrying, you've got no exchanging to do. It's an easy question. And getting kids to notice that and pick out those features of what makes a question hard and what makes a difficult question. Standard form is a classic one at secondary maths, where you have to mess around with the end of it, making sure that the first digits between sort of 1 and 10. That's just a classic sort of boilerplate task that you can use all the time. I've not mentioned ATM's thinkers, and I can't not end the hour without sending that. They've got like a list of about, I think it's 16 or something, of just these boilerplate questions that you can just ask. Give me an example of a hard one. Which one doesn't belong sort of thing. Always, sometimes, never. Those sort of classic things. It's a brilliant book.
Absolutely. I think we've got time for one more question. So I'm going to go for the last one on our list. How do you know if a task has worked how you'd hoped? And what do you do if it has not? Because obviously that's going to be quite a common occurrence, the less experience we have. So what do we do in that situation?
It's difficult to know if it's worked. It goes back to that proxy. Like, kids might give you a fully correct task as they're leaving the classroom. Completion table, say, fully correct completion table. They've done everything you asked of you, but you've got no guarantee there, have you? The proof of the pudding will be next lesson or in a week's time or in a month's time, whether they can still do it. It's hard to answer that one. I mean, it's easier to tell if it's gone badly, because you'll have incomplete tasks. You'll have kids asking loads of questions constantly, like what's going on sort of stuff. It's easy to know when things are going really wrong compared to when things are going perfectly swimmingly. You feel good about the feeling good swimmingly lessons, but then, okay, did you give them enough challenge? Did they already know what you was trying to teach them? There's so many things to consider. It's quite hard, that question.
Yeah, I think like Johnny's saying, like the proof is in the checks for understanding, whether that be in questioning, in assessments later down the line, or within that task itself. Like, ideally, you've got some sort of assessment opportunity built into the task that like you can reflect on as a class. Like, a lot of teachers utilize a plenary at the end of a lesson. That's a perfect time, isn't it? I mean, some might use it to extend learning, which is fine. But I think there's a strong case for using that as your chance to check that everyone really has understood today's content before you go on to the next lesson, because that could affect what next lesson needs to be. And then you have to go back to the drawing board and plan again. And ideally, the task can like like I'm thinking back to Johnny's table task that he talked to, the completing the table task. Like, ideally, you have a task that sort of has built into it like this instant feedback. So, like in maths, it might be like, right, remember we're doing this today. Your answer has to be an odd number. So, like if they're doing a task independently while you're supporting others, and they get an even number, well, there's their instant feedback that they've got it wrong, and they need to go back and then check it, don't they? And I'm sure like that table could be perfect for that, because it's got like the conditions at the top, and if it hasn't met the conditions, then they know they've got it wrong. Having that sort of instant feedback built into the task is perfect, because it not only allows the learner to see the mistake for themselves and think about it without seeking adult support, it also gives you loads more time to go and support others who are struggling with the task.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're basically talking about by calculating colouring there. Like if the sheet looks rubbishly coloured in at the end, they've got it all wrong.
Yeah.
No, it's a good point. It is like, and often I build into my task this quick error checking thing. Like, I know that down this side of the table, you're just going to get the numbers 1 to 10 in a random order, but you don't tell the kids that, so you can quickly mark the work as well. And things like solving equations, kids are dreadful at like solving an equation. They're not just actually going back and checking it makes sense. They're like, out of all the GCSE questions, probably solving equations are the easiest ones for kids to actually go back and check and see if it makes sense, because essentially they're turning a solving equation into a substitution question at the end. Substitute X into this expression. Do you get this answer? Yes, I do. Well, I've solved my equation right then. But how often do we get kids to do that? I'm guilty of maybe not doing it as much as I should.
Yeah, the second part was, what do we do if it hasn't worked? Yeah. Again, like tricky to answer, but I think a lot of that is about being responsive in the moment. So, right, what scaffold do I need to use now, or what prompt do I need to like push them on, or whatever it may be? And I think often, sometimes it is literally just being like, right, everyone pencils down. We're going back to the visualizer. Everyone eyes on me, doing it again. Accepting that, look, sometimes that's the case. Like, I mean, I'm sure everyone in this chat, we've been teaching years and years. We still give a task every now and again that doesn't go the way we want. And nothing wrong with that. It's all about how you take that information and what you do next. How are you going to implement that task again next time, so that issue doesn't happen? And I think a lot of the best tasks are just through that iterative process, designed and redesigned again and again over time.
And I think if you're working out what to do next, if it's not gone how you'd hoped, you have to think about what level it's not gone well on. Is it your explanation wasn't good enough because none of the class have got it, which I think is rare. I think it's rare that an entire class doesn't get something or doesn't work their way through a task. Is it just, a subgroup that you can pull together and intervene there and then? Do you need to do a little bit more instruction? Do you need to go back a step? Did you make an assumption about their prior knowledge and then you think, oh, no, I've missed that? So it's just you working out on what scale has it not worked.
I hold my hand up here. Yeah, I'm guilty of this, Shannon, all the time. Like, I'll maybe have a really good task lined up my sleeve and I'll give it to the kids and like they weren't quite ready for it. They needed a bit more instruction, a bit more practice at the basics before I give them the task. And then you're kicking yourself at the end of the lesson, thinking, why have you given them that now? They needed an extra half an hour or an extra full lesson potentially on it. But I think like realizing that in the first place is quite a good position to be in, and being responsive and just being able to just change a lesson on the fly. It's the mark of what a decent teacher, any decent teacher should do, rather than maybe when I was younger in my career. Okay, here's my lesson. It's all nicely prepared on a smart notebook or a PowerPoint, and I'm getting to that last slide, and I don't care what the kids are learning. I'm clicking through these 25 slides and I'm going to finish with my plenary here. And my plenary always used to be like a rock hard question. And like, that's not what a plenary is about. And Craig Barton writes in one of his hundreds of books that he's got, like, plenary shouldn't just be a really hard question based on what you've been doing. It's what the kids all get wrong because they can't do, and then they just leave feeling demoralised. For me, a plenary should be about, okay, here's a question, no harder than what you've been doing, but here's the connections to the other area of maths that it links to. So we've just been doing a lesson on triangle numbers. Maybe look at something to do with handshakes or oh, I don't know, square numbers or something like that. There's always something nice you can link it to, which gives that nice wow factor, builds those connections, and just gets kids interested in maths, I think.
Yeah, I think all of that stuff we've talked about being responsive links to something that Emma said in the chat about it's a challenge of really good questions for foundation subjects where teacher subject knowledge isn't very good, and then them being able to be responsive in a lesson, in a history lesson, a geography lesson, a science lesson, a computing lesson, whatever it might be, they're likely to be far less responsive because their subject knowledge just isn't where it needs to be for them to be able to act in the moment. And that's something that, you know, we all need to keep working on subject knowledge PD and our curriculum, because otherwise those lessons aren't going to be taught as well. And I'm sure they're not taught as well in a lot of places.
Awesome. I mean, it's been fascinating talking to you guys about task design. Maybe one to pick up another time as well, and maybe go into a bit more depth. We just noticed we've raised £883 so far, which is amazing. Can't believe it. So thank you very much to everyone who is sort of donating. I really appreciate it. All I have to do is say thank you very much for joining me. Thank you, Johnny.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elliot.
Thank you.
And we'll see. I mean, a bit of a delay there. We'll see Elliot later on when hopefully his housemates have stopped working for his session on designing better tasks. But I really appreciate your time, guys. Thank you very much.
No worries. Cheers.
Thank you, guys.
Ciao.
Fantastic. So I've got Masters of Destiny, taking charge of our own professional development. We've got 3 of 4 guests arriving, so I'm going to bring them in now. If Adam is ready. Afternoon, Adam. How are you?
Hi. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Oh no, I can't hear you. Now. Is microphone lead? Are you having issues? Afternoon, Tom. Afternoon, Chris.
How you going?
How you doing?
Nice. So I think it's your connection, Adam, because it was going fuzzy when you were talking. So I don't know if you want to go with the internal mic on the thing.
How about now?
Yeah, that's much better. Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, no, we're fuzzy again.
No, it's done the same thing. It's come back and then it's gone. I would unplug your mic, Adam, and then just go from whatever's in the computer. I mean, we've done well to get 7 hours without any serious technical difficulties. That sounds a bit better. But no, it's definitely, there's something going on.
Okay, let me just. What you make? Input. Oh.
Hi, Seb. How's it going?
Hi, I'm good. Thank you. How are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. Thank you very much for your donation earlier on. We're just trying to sort Adam's sound. I think while Adam works on it, we perhaps make a start. So we're going to look at taking charge of our own professional development. Chris, you're going to co-host a bit of this one for me. And so the first question is, why is it important to be involved in our professional development? So we've got Adam, who is a year 5 teacher and subject leader in London. We've got Chris, obviously author, teacher, and part-time Ambition Institute. Tom, deputy head teacher in just Cambridgeshire. And then Seb, you're I want to say not like year 1, year 2 teacher in Nuremberg.
In Nuremberg, yeah, in Bavaria.
So just key stage 1-ish. It would be key stage 1.
Yeah. At the moment, I'm in a mixed age year 1, year 2 class.
Nice. Awesome. Cool. So first question, why is it important to be involved in our professional development? So I'll throw out your way, Seb, to start off with.
Well, I think in the end, it's my responsibility. If I want to be the best teacher I can be, so I need to look for ways how I can improve this I want to improve. So if I would just like sit aside and wait for other people to tell me what I should improve or what I could do better, I think it's so important that I get involved and see, okay, what I want to get better in. I want to then make sure I see what is out there where I can get the expertise from other people to improve.
Yeah, I think I'd add to that, as a teacher, as a senior leader, we want what's best for the children in our care, the children that we teach. And to do that, we have to be the best that we can be. We have to try our best. And we have to really think carefully about what it is that we find easy and find less easy in our job. And it's harder for somebody else to dictate that to us. For someone to say, oh, I really think you need to work on the way you check for understanding towards the end of your topic lessons. Well, there needs to be a dialogue there. Am I finding that difficult? I thought I was being quite effective in that area, actually. So what are you seeing that I'm not seeing? I don't want my professional development dictated to me, but I want a guide. I want someone on my side, someone who can help me think about my practice, help me to endeavour to improve. So, I think Seb's spot on.
Would I be right in thinking that, or at least I know it kind of feels like it's linked to me, but is there an element where motivation comes into play, whereby if we're in charge of our professional development, it kind of hits slightly differently in terms of how you want to do it? Or is that kind of misplaced? What do you reckon?
I don't know if you can hear me. Hello.
I can hear you okay, yeah. At the moment, at least.
So for me, there's definitely a distinction between something that you're told to do and something you want to do, isn't there? I mean, I've just finished doing an MPQ, and as much as I thought it was a good experience, portions of it felt like a big chore because it was something I already knew about or something I wasn't particularly interested in, or just it felt like a chore because I was being told to do it. But what we're talking about is this kind of self-selected, or at least guided by other people but selected by ourselves approach to CPD. And but then even that has to be quite chosen. I worked in a school where we were given a CPD journal and given a lot of freedom to go and do it. But when it's even prescribed to that level, it doesn't feel as not fun. But I like that element that it's something I do in my spare time. That's my hobby, because it makes it feel more. Enjoyable is a strange word for something related to your professional work, but it does make it feel more enjoyable.
Yeah, I know from my experience that when I've, I guess this isn't just professional development, but actually almost learning anything where I felt like I've had to do it, I've almost been counting the hours, and whereas I've ended up doing kind of quite a lot of time. I've devoted quite a lot of time to certain things purely because it's something that I've taken to it myself. I mean, a really bad analogy, but I'm going to go with it. I learned to play 2 instruments as a kid, and one of them, clarinet, was this weekly thing. I had to do it. There was a structure. These were the pieces of music I needed to learn, and there was a little bit of choice in there. But I basically learned to hate it. It learned to become something, and whereas learning to play guitar, which was totally my own thing, I could stop whenever I wanted to stop. I could obsess about it whenever I wanted to obsess about it. I ended up devoting ridiculous amounts of time to it in comparison to these clarinet lessons that I'd been that people were paying for. So yeah, I do think it feels very different when you've got that own sense of when it's coming from you. And that obviously ties into the kind of flexibility that you can have with it as well. I wonder whether there's a sense as well that by taking charge of it yourself and it being to a much greater extent yours, you're then more able to support other teachers with that thing. I know where I've done professional development and it's been kind of not done to me, but done with me, directed by other people. I've not then felt as confident in talking about it with other people. I've not engaged with it in the same way to allow me to do that. Is that just me, or do any of you feel, have any of you had similar experiences?
I think to some degree it depends where you're at in your career and kind of your level of comfort within the job. I think that's more likely to be the case for those teachers who, you know, feel fairly confident in the classroom and feel like they can be empowered to take on that bit ownership a bit more. Whereas for the inexpert teacher, the trainee teacher, the ECT, then that might be too much leeway. It might be too much to say, right, off you go, here's everything you need, see you later. And then when you figured that out, come and tell the rest of us. I think, you know, there's a degree to which we need to help steer our colleagues in thinking about their professional development as well. And I said it previously, but to me it comes down to capacity. How much can I take on right now? How much can we take on right now? How much can we focus at any one time? And sometimes it really helps to have a coach or a mentor or someone to have that dialogue with about how much should we invest ourselves into this right now? And what's our goal? You know, do we have to fix a weekly schedule on this? Do we have to fix this is something we want to get in place by the end of the term? To me, I'm always thinking long game. You know, if you want to stick with teaching, it's a great career. It's a really long career. So sometimes if you want to do it, what's the rush? If you want to get better at this thing, what's the rush? Why do we have to give ourselves, right, in 3 weeks' time, we're going to be great at this thing? Because it might be unrealistic and it might become mature. So whilst there are uses in timescales, particularly if your school follows some form of instructional coaching or mentoring, those kind of things, it can help to have regular slots. I'd always caveat that with the flexibility that's required.
Can I, I think you've frozen there, Tom, perhaps. Can I ask the flip side to that maybe then, which is it possible, do you think, for a relatively experienced teacher to be, passive is possibly the wrong word, but a relatively experienced teacher just to say, you know what, fairly happy with where I'm in my career. You're providing professional development that relates to what we're doing in school. I don't feel the need to take this upon myself to kind of dictate it in any way. Do you think that's necessarily wrong or a bad thing? Or are there circumstances under which a more experienced teacher can be fine in saying, no, just tell me what to learn, direct me right now, because that's okay?
I think for me, we forget like what it's like at the very beginning of your career. I mean, I don't forget because it wasn't super long ago, but you kind of forget that when you're right there as a novice, you make huge improvements in your teaching practice. Like literally, you know, I know Tom was saying it doesn't happen day to day, but reading something, putting it into practice, you can see, at least I did, see improvements really fast. And I'm kind of realizing that again, working with an ECT, that you can go in and coach them and say, here's a really practical technique to try. And it makes the difference between them being able to get a class silent and not being able to have a silent class. It makes the difference between a piece of writing that reflects what they've learned and a piece of writing that's kind of, you're a bit like, oh. So at that early stage in your career, obviously you're naturally more receptive to other ideas anyway, because you're in a novice position, you don't feel like you have a particular amount of expertise. And you see those huge improvements as well. And the chances as your career goes along, I sort of see it like it goes up in terms of expertise really sharply, but then you bump along for a long time without making any different, not improvements necessarily, because I think you're always improving, but without making really vast, huge dips and troughs of, oh, this is terrible and oh, this is brilliant. So it's kind of a strange one. I mean, it leads to this thing of like, do we want teachers who are going to specialize in a certain area? So this model that we have in a lot of primary schools where you become the reading lead and then you specialize in reading, or do we want teachers who are generally always trying to improve all elements of their practice? Yeah, I think there was a point I was going to make after that, but I totally blanked on what it was. But it's just the difference between the novice experience of CPD and the more experienced experience of CPD is vast. It's really huge. I'm not quite sure when the when the difference between the two is, I think 5 years is about where I am, or just gone past, is maybe where you start moving from novice into something else.
Yeah,
and what I miss.
Go on, Seb.
Sorry, Chris. No, it's just one thing I was here teaching in Germany is because I remember in the UK, everyone was really happy to kind of come into the classroom and watch each other and kind of help each other out. But here, it's like, oh no, I'm really afraid that someone comes in and kind of says, oh, there hasn't, that's not good, and maybe you should improve this. So it's really a shame that you can't really have that, kind of ask someone to come and kind of help you and see, okay, maybe this is an area you can improve and stuff. So, and I think it's so important. It can help so much kind of talking to other teachers and people in school, and kind of maybe, you have a blind spot there and you can't really see that's an area where maybe, you can be even better. So I think it's so important to have kind of the exchange with other people in school too.
Yeah, I think that idea of blind spots is something we might address a little bit later, because it's certainly one of the things that I think about when I think about taking charge of my own CPD. And then there have been occasions kind of further down the line, quite in what I'd consider quite an experienced phase of my teaching career, where I feel like I'm in charge, and then just someone who comes in and notices something and just points something out, and I realize that it's something that's completely off my radar that they can see quite quickly. So yeah, I think definitely a balance to be had there. Sorry, go on.
Seb, no, it's fine. Seb actually reminded me of the point I was going to make, because when it's experienced teachers, I think I can't remember the name of the person now who does all the Goodrich talks about this. When it's experienced teachers, it's not so much about necessarily about them learning new things that they don't already do, but if you want to have a whole school culture of doing certain things in a certain way, so what Matt was talking about earlier with his, well, not even whole school, but whole trust culture of planning, these sorts of things often fall into this basket of CPD, that they're delivered through CPD or that they're part of that. And if you have teachers who you're going to allow or who will kind of opt out passively or actively from CPD, then you're going to find it really hard to roll out certain things in a whole school or a whole trust way. You're going to find it really hard to direct that culture of your school or your trust. So quite often it's not necessarily about them learning new things or changing their practice really in a really significant way for experienced teachers, but just everyone being on the same page. And one of the things I really love about my current school that I haven't necessarily experienced elsewhere is that often in CPD, experienced teachers there don't roll their eyes, they don't make comments, they don't kind of say, this is what we've always done, this contradicts what we did a couple of years ago. They're always asking questions, they're always kind of making really good points, but they're doing it in a way that is really constructive and is based on their experience, rather than here's how my experience says this is not going to work. And that's because we have a really good culture at my school where everyone supports everyone, which is nice, but like where experienced teachers want to be part of the progression and movement of the school forward, in the same way that kind of what you might have a divide in a lot of primary schools, I think, between kind of keen beans and whatever you want to call the other category of people, reluctance. And it's just nice being in an environment where that kind of division doesn't seem to exist.
So I don't know if anyone picked up, Emma said there's sometimes a real culture of fear of people coming into classrooms. That sort of, touches on what you were saying there, Seb, and it's important to get that culture right, and I think dropping to encourage this, I think one thing we mentioned really early on, Chris, I don't know if you've mentioned this, is, not writing notes in front of teachers when you're in their classes. And even if you do need to write notes, you write them outside. One of the very early episodes, we talked about that. I think it's so important. It builds that trust. You're not there to assess, you're there to support. So when did you realize that you could have a much bigger influence over the direction your professional development could take?
I'm happy to start. I must say I was incredibly fortunate to land on my feet as a NQT as it was back in 2005. I went to a school where I was really well supported by my NQT mentor and the head teacher. And every time we had those kind of informal get-togethers, it was So how's it going? So what do you want to get better at? Who would you like to see next? And those kind of things. And I realized that I was being given the ownership, the drive to have my say. It didn't mean I always got what I wanted in the order I wanted it, but I was given a voice very early on. And that for me was really eye-opening, because as a trainee in the 4 years kind of learning to be a teacher before that, I was kind of pointed in the direction of what to do next and where to go. But I was given a really great opportunity by my head teacher and deputy head teacher to have a voice and have a say about how I could improve, what I would like to see next, and also to share my opinions about how the school might improve. And ever since then, I've looked for jobs or roles where that's been the culture, that's been expected. And I hope now in my role that I can play a big part in building that culture and creating that culture for my colleagues as well. So for me, I must say I was very fortunate, because I had that, you know, from year one as a class teacher.
I think for me, it came through going from the really structured PGC that I was on, where everything I was given to me by, you know, the most expert person in the room, and that we were really guided through, you know, we're going to read this research paper this week and discuss it, and this one and this one and this one. So it's a real like program. I mean, probably quite similar in a way to the current ECF, where it's like we're doing this because this is what an expert has decided. And then my first year of teaching as an NQT, and to an extent, the last few months of my PGCE, I became active on Twitter, and I started to see things that were, or I started to follow my own kind of interests. And I underwent, between sort of the middle of my PGCE and halfway through my NQT year, like a complete flip, reversal of my pedagogical views and my views about education. I think that's not massively uncommon for people who've ended up kind of, you know, on edu Twitter over the years. And that was when I realised that I could have a lot more control over it. Going to my first research ed as well, going to a conference that, I was doing it on the weekend, and I funded it myself, and I went down to London and things like that. I mean, that was all quite influential in realising that I had a lot more control over my professional development than just what was on offer at my school. Or, to be fair, the school also did offer really good CPD, and there was a lot of thought that went into it. So you know, it was alongside that. It wasn't as if I was running up against what was happening at the schools, at least in terms of pedagogy, if not culture. So yeah, that was, for me, it was edu Twitter, and it was certainly Rosenshine as well, because I know, you know, Rosenshine's a bit of a cliche these days, but this was a while ago now, and kind of in the first big wave of Rosenshine hitting Twitter. And it was that thing of like, I'm an NQT, I'm not a good teacher, I'm not very good at doing my job, and suddenly I could implement this from Rosenshine, and I could do it, you know, over the course of a week or 2 weeks, and see like proper improvement in what was going on in my classroom. And that was like a thrill. That was really exciting, that I could get better at my job really quickly. Someone told me, you know, when does teaching get easier? And it was like, I mean, the answer is probably about 5 years into it, but at the time it felt like it was getting a little bit easier and a little bit better every week, because I was able to pick up something from Teach Like a Champion, pick up something from Rosenshine, pick up something from Twitter, from a blog, from whatever was happening at, you know, X school, and being discussed on Twitter, and try out in my classroom. And yeah, it was really fun, really exciting. I kind of miss those days, really. Yeah, those are the days. I mean, they were horrendous, because I was a secondary school teacher and I ended up going into primary. But you know, it was a good time. It's a good time for me.
I'm almost tempted to. Sorry, for the delay.
Chris,
no, please go for it, Seb. I insist.
That's okay. Yeah, for me as well, I think it was in my NQT, my second NQT, and she was absolutely brilliant, because I said to her, well, I'm not really up for lessons, because I think it's not really the day-to-day work I have to do. So I said, just come in, watch me teach, and then we can discuss what should I improve. And she was up for it and said, yeah. And then, you know, she said, okay, this is maybe an error. And then maybe she dropped in for 10 minutes or 15 minutes here, and then another day, like another 10 minutes. And so to watch certain parts of my lesson and errors, we kind of decided together we should improve. And it really made me feel like my voice is heard, and she really kind of was interested in you as well, and supported me, and then said, okay, maybe there is a CPD course you could go on. So that was absolutely brilliant. I cherish the experience so much, because I think it's important that you have someone who listens and who's not just kind of dictating and saying to you, okay, you have to do this and you have to do that, but kind of takes you on the journey and takes kind of decides with you what could be good for you to do, and to go to other people, watch and see how they do it. Yeah, so that was really good, and I'm really happy about the experience.
See, I kind of come at this from a far less positive direction, because I was way later in my career before I started, to my mind at least, taking charge of what I was doing. Those who were listening earlier on would have heard me talking about my experiences with guided maths, and that being kind of like a buckaroo donkey moment, at which I realized, like the straw that broke the camel's back, effectively, where I realized that no, actually, I need to take charge of what's going on, because there's I'm not necessarily convinced by the people above me that they really know what they're doing, and there's part of that that's down to me. That's not other people's fault. I'm just someone who perhaps is a little bit too respectful towards authority figures. I just assume they know what they're talking about, and then I'm shocked when I find that they don't. So for me, that kind of obviously made a difference. I'd also say a big thing for me, and it's a common theme on TDAPE, is some of the podcasts and reading that I encountered. So at about that time as well, I was given a book. It was David Didow's What If Everything You Know About Teaching Was Wrong, which, for where I was at, and again, for my natural state of respecting authority figures and assuming that everything is is the way it is for a good reason, that gave me a proper kick, which was really valuable. And then following that, as we've said many times on the podcast, the Craig Barton podcasts were a pretty big deal for me, partly because they helped me recognize that there was this academic, or potentially academic, I apologize for the word, but I can't think of a better one, that intellectual edge to what I was doing, rather than it purely being about craft and experience, that there was a potential for me to get better at my job, not just in the moment, but in the theorizing about it as well, which that was quite a big deal to me, just because it suited the way I like to think about things. So yeah, podcasts and realizing that authority figures are guessing as much as I am was it for me.
I think that point you mentioned, Chris, for a lot of people is a watershed moment. That, well, there is research out there, there are books, there are experts I can go to that can show me how to do this better. I don't have to figure this out myself. This isn't just a case of I'm either a good teacher or I'm not. There's either a way of doing it or not. That there are academics out there, that there are experts out there who can guide us in our practice. And teachers can go decades in their profession without being given that kind of, have you thought about doing it this way? And sometimes those teachers who've been teaching 25, 30 years, when they get a piece of advice that opens their eyes to something, they're so grateful. They're so grateful. And then they have that moment where they go, I can't believe I've been doing it this other way for so long. But they're just so appreciative. And I was very fortunate in my role as a local authority advisor to work with people from trainee to very experienced teacher. And then I very, very rarely came across anybody who wasn't just absolutely overwhelmingly grateful to be shown, no, there is research about this. There are books, there are texts, there are videos you can watch that can show you this thing can be done in a different way. And yeah, the moment we have that realization, that I think Kieran might describe that as a threshold moment in a concept to teacher development, but you can open your eyes and, whoa, now I know that. What else is out there?
I think there's another side to that as well, which is that with an experienced teacher, they can be doing something really effective in their own classroom. And when they are introduced to bits of research on it or some further reading about it, they go, oh, yeah, as well as having that intuition that this works, there are other people doing this. There are other people talking about this. And sometimes I can just give them the confidence to say, actually, I'm more happy to advise other people about this. I'm more happy to say, actually, come and look at my classroom. This isn't just me doing this thing that I think is effective. It's something that is a pattern within the wider profession. So yeah, as well as changing people's practice, I think it can also embed good stuff within their practice and make them more confident in sharing that stuff. And with more experienced colleagues, I think that's, quite a common, or at least from my limited experience, that's quite a common thing that's happened.
So, I mean, Chris, you're more than welcome to ask the next question if you want, but I'm happy to too.
It depends. I mean, I've automatically slotted into the role as guest because that's how I get to do more talking.
That's fine with me. Yeah.
Yeah. You take the next question, and I'll try not to be quite so vocal.
Assistant to the co-host. I mean, teachers are time poor by default. I mean, we start every show with that exclamation. How do you manage to fit your professional development into your daily lives? Seb, I'm thinking about you, recently married, recently christened, young child. Where do you find the time?
Good question. Next question, please. I think there's definitely no one size fits all solution. So I find it extremely tricky at the moment. Like you said, it's like at the moment I'm teaching 75%. I'm very eager to kind of improve and change the way I'm teaching, especially the way I got involved in Edu Twitter and that kind of stuff. But obviously, I still want to have a healthy work-life balance, and I want to be a good husband. I want to be a good dad. So it's really okay, how can I do that? I feel bad sometimes because my mind is always, okay, I want to sit down and I want to read stuff, to listen to podcasts, and I want to do things to kind of improve my teaching. But then sometimes I get told off because I'm spending too much time doing it. So I think, well, for me, sometimes I think there's just, okay, I feel like now I feel like I have the mental capacity and I have the energy, so I just do it in that moment right away. And that helps. Or, when I'm cooking, I'm listening to podcasts, or getting ready in the bathroom, kind of making those little moments where, I have time to make the most use of that time as well. I mean, unfortunately, well, I'm lucky because I only have a 5-minute walk to my school at the moment, which doesn't give me a lot of time to kind of listen to, maybe if I had a long drive or to listen to podcasts. But, yeah, I'm trying to make the most of the time I have to kind of fit it in and kind of make it work around still being there for my family, but also kind of making sure I can do the stuff which I'm really keen and happy to do, because it's when I want to think about how can I improve my teaching, and yeah, but it's tricky.
Yeah, I'd echo a lot of that.
Oh, sorry, Tom.
Go on, Adam. You go for it.
Okay, mine's just a short point. I have, the opposite of Seb, really. Have a really long commute because I live in Southend-on-Sea in Essex, and I work in central London, and that's when I listen to podcasts and I do things like that. Sort of an hour and a half there, hour and a half back. And if I'm going to the gym or I'm on my way to something else, then I listen to a lot of audiobooks and podcasts and things. And I have ADHD. I find it really difficult to concentrate for long periods of time, or concentrate consistently for long periods of time. So I go through periods where I'm very fixated on a topic and I read a lot and listen a lot and learn a lot. And then I'll go through periods where I don't read anything about education for a long time, and I read about other things or concentrate on other parts of my life. So I think some people, I have felt a pressure in the past that I'm always consistently doing CPD every week, that it's really consistent and really steady, and allowing myself that freedom to go through long periods where I'm not interested in things and then periods where I'm really interested in things has been quite freeing. And I think you have to find your own pattern of what works. I don't do a lot during the holidays. I like holidays of hobbies and friends and sport and things like that. And so I've I mean, I'm changing my career now going forward from the next academic year to something quite different from what I'm doing now, hopefully. But the last however many years I've been teaching, 5 or 6 years, I haven't had that work-life balance that other people have, because I've kind of transferred all of my work life. I do it all during the week, and I do it, and the week is just work. It's just solid work. I don't do anything work and maybe rugby and gym if I'm lucky. And then the weekends and the holidays, I don't really listen to education podcasts. I don't really do, although it is the 30th of December and I've watched this stream all day, but it's normally I wouldn't do that. So it's very lumpy up and down how I interact with education.
Yeah, I think you're both talking about a similar thing there, about capacity, what we're able to do at the time, about being self-aware, being aware of our mental well-being, being aware of our work life, and all of those kind of things as well. And it takes me back to something that Gareth Metcalf was saying a few episodes previously on the What You're Reading For. Actually, sometimes I'm not reading. I'm not reading anything at the moment because I can't. I just need to focus on something else. And yeah, I take a similar view to Adam. In holiday times like now, I'm not reading anything academic. I'm not reading anything that's particularly about my professional development. But I am reading for pleasure. I've got 2 books on the go. One that will be probably like an upper key stage 2 text. I highly recommend Pax if no one's come across that before. Great book, and I'm also reading the Richard Osmond, The Bullet That Missed, 3rd book in the series, because it's my holiday time. It's time for me to relax and kind of give my brain a bit of a rest from all of that as well, and to prove to myself that I really do enjoy reading and knowing about books that other people are reading and all that kind of stuff as well. And that's absolutely fine. But yeah, like Seb, I have very young children. I'm only married in the last 4 years or so. And my wife's a teacher, and we both live in that world where teaching can be all-consuming, and it's the one thing you have in common with everyone around the staff room table. Yeah. So you go to an environment, and the one thing you might have in common with everyone is that we teach, and we talk about our teaching and those kind of things. And you go on your Christmas do or whatever, and everyone's talking about the classroom and that kind of stuff. It happens. So you have to give yourself permission that we can't always be reading. We can't always be listening to podcasts and watching those kind of things. But when those times do come, when we are excited to engage with our professional development, we need to make the most of it. And like Adam was saying, I'm really interested in this right now, and I'm going to strike while the iron's hot. I'm going to go for it. I've got a real period of time now where I've got the energy, I've got the capacity, I've got the enthusiasm to do this thing and go for it. And don't stretch yourself too thin. For me, I try and give myself blocks of time in which I'll look at something, but it's largely one thing. So my head at the moment, going into spring term, is thinking about how we're going to develop our curriculum about retrieval practice, how we're going to bring retrieval practice into other areas of the curriculum, not just in maths, which is the only place it exists at the moment. So I know that that's going to be the focus for my professional development, because it's going to aid me in my work and my colleagues further down the line. But that's the one thing. It's the one thing I'm going to focus on. And sure, I'll listen to a brilliant podcast like Tadapi while I'm doing the washing up or while I'm cooking, because that will keep me engaged with the other things I'm not thinking about right now. And if there are great bits, I'll bookmark them that I'll come back to later. But I kind of give myself a focus on one thing for a sustained period of time. And I've learned, particularly in the last 4 or 5 years or so, to give myself a break when I'm not in the mood for it. If I don't have the headspace for it, I'm not going to take it in. And if I do take it in, I'm going to take in 10%. So I'll give myself a break.
Yeah, well, when I was...
And sometimes I think,
Sorry, Seb. Dive in. Go.
Go for it, Chris. Sorry.
Sure. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean...
No, I think, I wish my I think it's a delay, so
the floor is yours, Seb.
No, sometimes I wish, or I think I wish my partner, my husband, would be a teacher as well, because then he would understand why I'm so invested and so passionate about this. But then again, I'm really happy that he's not, because he kind of grounds me again and really tells me, okay, you have to stop. It's not all about your work. You do have your personal life. You need to think about your family as well. But yeah, it's when I talk to teacher friends and they have a partner who's a teacher as well, it's always like, oh yeah, no, they can work evening and no one says anything. And I think, well, I wish I could do some work in the evening, but no, I think it's good. And I'm very happy my husband is not a teacher, and he kind of says, okay, you have to think about other stuff as well.
Yeah, I also am happy that my husband is not a teacher. When I hear stories about couples that meet, in school and things, I quite often think a little bit like Seb, that'd be nice if they understood, or that they. But no, you need having a partner who's not a teacher is very helpful in separating work life. I talk enough shop on WhatsApp and Twitter and at school, and listening to podcasts and whatever. It's nice to have someone who just not for want of trying, but has no comprehension of what I do all day in the nicest way possible.
Thinking back to when I was very busy with classroom responsibilities, I would find that the main issue that I would get is that there'd be long periods of time where I might not engage with professional development, which obviously, as you say, is totally fine. My problem would be kind of almost getting back into it. I'd find myself in a bit of a funk. And so what I tended to do was to kind of break that cycle of not engaging at all, is just find one thing I'm really interested in, even if it doesn't feel like immediately relevant to, let's say that I'm particularly worried about my questioning, but that's not what I'm most interested in reading at that point. I'd just find something I was interested in, be it, variation theory or reading or whatever it might be. Just find something to get yourself engaged again. And it goes without saying, there are always useful ways to combine things that you do. So as has already been mentioned, like listening to podcasts while you're doing the washing up. I was caught reading a edu book while on my exercise bike, my father-in-law's exercise bike when I was in Slovakia. So often finding these little ways to just make little chunks of time. But what's interesting here is I think the key thing that sums it all up beautifully was I think when Adam said you've got to find your own pattern for this stuff. For some people, 5 minutes a day without fail, 5 minutes of if they read stories before bed, 5 minutes of reading whatever it is that you've bookmarked on Twitter, whatever paper it is or an edu book, and before you then dive into whatever else you want to read, can work, that little routine. But for others, it's a case of feast and famine. So yeah, find what works for you, and don't be too worried if it doesn't match up with what other people do.
Yeah, I think, Kieran, you've talked about this before, haven't you? Kind of that habit stacking. You're always going to have your habitual coffee at certain times of the day, or at lunchtime, or while your computer loads. So making use of that time. As my computer loads up, it takes about 4 minutes or whatever. I can read a short bit of my book in that time, or or as you're doing the washing up or whatever, you can have something on in the background. Just stacking those habits together, being a bit more efficient with your time, is really helpful if you are time poor and you're thinking, I want to do this stuff, I just don't know how. Having a 5-minute thing where you stack it onto a habit that doesn't take your full attention is a really good way to get started.
I think it's also worth saying that given that we're so time poor, that I think it was mentioned earlier that what we do has to mean something. It has to be linked to something. So I've spoken before about how I use Notion, which is a kind of productivity software, to keep track of all my notes, and all my notes kind of categorized. And it's very nerdy, but like each note kind of, the outcome of the whole process of categorizing them is that it leads to an action, a way of doing things differently, something I'm going to write about for my book or a blog post, or something I want to follow up on. And I found that really helpful, because when it is feast and famine, at least when it's feast, you're reading so much and doing so much that it's actually contributing to something. And also just like making notes in books, making it an active process, because I love reading and I read a lot for pleasure, and I wouldn't sit with a big fat fantasy novel and, well, sometimes I do, but make loads of notes in the margin. Whereas obviously with a book that's very rich, and I'm just looking at my kind of edgy books now, they'll all have little post-its in them or notes or something like that. So it's got to be an active reading process. And you know, that's not just what you can in Kindle. I absolutely love, I'm obsessed with Kindle Notes, and highlights in Kindle is an amazing way of keeping track of what you're reading. In listening to podcasts, you've got Scribed, so you can pick out so, you know, 3 minutes of a podcast to listen to again, or if you've got something like Instapaper, which I use, you can keep notes, and all of these devices just make it a more meaningful process. And then you're not building up just this kind of mental schema, you're actually building up an external schema as well, and you're building up a body of kind of notes and knowledge that you can then, if you decide to write a book or a blog or to do something, to do a talk at Research Ed or whatever it is, with all of that reading that you've done, it's so much easier to access it and makes it a useful process. But then it also gives you an onus. You can't just pick up a book. You have to have a pen in hand. And you have to think, what am I going to do with this? But I've found that really useful the last few years.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. I think sometimes I worry when I'm reading, you know, if it's not actively, then I worry that I'm not really going to use this, or I'm going to forget this a lot more easily than if it's connected. If that schema is a lot more developed. Like, say I'm reading something that I've done quite a bit of reading on, then you can normally make those connections quite easily or more easily.
Yeah, and this is also the case that a lot of edgy books, in particularly edgy books, are quite fluffy, or they're quite padded out. And not everyone is. There are some that are just like pure meat, you know, but a lot of them are... and it's not just edgy books at all. It's a lot of economics writing is like this. A lot of anecdote and story and things kind of pad out what's essential. So Mortimer Adler, who was this sort of really interesting guy about reading, has this idea of being able to X-ray a book. So you pick up a book, you're not going to read 350 pages of it. At least I won't. My stupid ADHD brain, never going to read 350 pages about one subject. But instead, you look through the index, you look through the contents, you look through the notes and the biography, the bibliography, and then you find maybe one or two chapters, the beginning of a chapter, the end of a chapter, or just those boxes that are at the end that are like points of reflection in a lot of John Catt books. And that way you're going to miss out on all the kind of clunky anecdotes and the stories about teaching in Bradford in 1986. You know, they're nice. Some people clearly enjoy those bits, and people clearly enjoy writing them for the amount that they seep into edgy books. But you do have to kind of find the wheat for the chaff a little bit. I hope that's not too controversial to say. I'm sure there's plenty of wheat and chaff in the book that I'm writing at the moment. But yeah.
So, I mean, you cannot answer with the Thinking Deeply About Primary Education podcast for this next one. But where do you go when you want to improve your subject or pedagogical content knowledge?
Good question. I think we have loads of options now, and it wasn't always the case. You know, I've been teaching long enough to know that it wasn't always as easy to get in contact with someone who is more expert than you. Social media has made it much easier. You know, lots of education researchers and people who write about education research are very keen to hear the questions you have and get in touch or point you in direction. So it'd be remiss of me to not mention Twitter and Discord. They are really useful places if you curate them well. If you have lists of people that you follow, if you have notifications for the people you want to read on, and you are willing to be bold and ask a question. You know, Twitter and Discord become much more useful to you. Well, they do for me, I must say. If you reach out, and you know, for people who've written about things, then follow it up. Where can I find out more about that? You know, is there a paper that you can recommend? And being able to say to someone like Chris or Sarah, Ambition, or Peps, or whatever, go, what is a beginner's version of this that I can read? Like, before I go straight into that source material that seems over my head, is there something easier that I can access? You know, we wouldn't give a child in our class something that was way beyond their reading fluency level or way beyond what they know at the moment. So what would be a beginner's guide to that? What's a really easy introduction? And I found that I've become bolder at doing that on Twitter and Discord, and going to people and saying, I want to know more about that. And I know you pointed out this paper, but I started reading it. I don't get half of what it's about. You know, I'm not at the kind of 95% fluency level where I can take it in and, you know, subsume it to what I already know. So where can I go for an easier version of that so I can build my knowledge from the ground up? So that's what I'd recommend.
I think for me, I always go to for subject knowledge rather than like pedagogical knowledge. I love In Our Time. I mean, I hate Melvin Bragg. Sorry to again be super controversial, but I love In Our Time. I love listening to those experts talk about their subject in a way that's supposed to be really accessible for kind of like university level, I guess, or college level listeners. And these days, they're super obscure, aren't they? I don't know if you've looked at In Our Time recently, but I don't even know what the titles are about, let alone the content. But if you go back into the archives, you can go back to like 1994 and listen to In Our Time on light or Buddhism rather than really specific things, and they're brilliant. And this is the same sort of format as Very Short Introductions, the book series published by Oxford that have those lovely little small format books with nice little painted covers. Very pleasing to collect and have on the shelf because they all match, except for the classics one, which is in a different size format. But anyway, they are like wonderful and they're great introduction to any subject. And they are written by experts in quite an accessible way, but also surprisingly in depth. Like the amount of knowledge in those little books is amazing because they very often are just wheat, no chaff. They're just kind of really the core knowledge. And then there's also the, I'm sorry, you're going to have to tell me what it is, Kieran, the history podcast that we all like, which is called
Short History of?
Very Short History of, thank you, which is really entertaining and has these little vignettes that play out and Kennedy assassination, Mary Rose, all these kind of history topics. Yeah, but that's kind of my recommendations. There's also a podcast called Thinking Something About Primary Something, and they did an episode recently about subject knowledge and one back in the archives about subject knowledge, which was passable. So that's worth a listen.
For me, it's probably mainly maths because I can apply that here in Germany. So what I do is I would go to the NCTM website and look at their stuff for mastery because I think it's really good and kind of helps you. And what I really like, what I've discovered recently is those subject audits they have there. You can kind of think at certain areas of maths and kind of see examples in how you would feel teaching it or supporting children if they have any misconceptions. And then they kind of also, then later on when you thought about it, you kind of give you some pointers, you know, how you could do it and where you could kind of find on their websites the areas to kind of look at it in more depth. Also Complete Maths, I think it's brilliant. I've signed up for the CPD course there and I've done a few and I think it's absolutely brilliant to have that kind of online resource to kind of look at it as well. Yeah, that's really good. And for me, research ed obviously was a big thing. And I think, you know, having, you know, the kind of getting to listen to other people and kind of challenge your thinking and, you know, kind of exchanging thoughts it's so much, you know, it's so worth it and kind of helps you really kind of think about your own way of teaching and how you would like to improve or what you could do differently. And one thing, walkthroughs. I wish we could have that here in Germany. I mean, I wish I could plan him to come to our school and do a training with us because I think it's absolutely brilliant. But at the moment, I just read it for myself and kind of try to pick a few things. Okay, that's something I want to look at. But yeah, these are the things I would go to.
I mean, that's how it starts. You've just got to put the right information under your head teacher's desk, you know, because you start with one person reading about coaching and about how you can approach professional development across a school. But no leader is going to just make that leap without being as informed as possible. So I reckon you just selectively choose little bits, Seb, and then in 3 years' time, you'll be leading this across your whole school. You know, I think that's the way forward.
Well, and we say it jokingly, but as a school leader, I want my teachers to do that. I want my teachers to be putting things under my nose saying, have you seen this? Do you know about this? Could we do this kind of thing? And I might say, we can't do it right now, but I'd love that if my colleagues were doing that. that'd be great, because you can't be everywhere, can you? Especially in primary, you can't be on top of everything. So if you've got a team of people looking out for the best stuff, then even better.
I think there's also an unspoken element to all of this that we haven't really talked about in terms of guiding our own CPD, is that by guiding our own CPD, I think everyone here and everyone that's spoken on the podcast, and most of the guests on the podcast, have also been able to guide their own career as well. Like, if I hadn't pursued the interest I pursued, then I wouldn't be at the stage that I'm at with the amount of opportunities that I have. And, you know, I'm pretty early on in teaching generally, but I got to do some really exciting things last year, and some things that kind of someone at my stage of my career and at my age probably wouldn't have had available to me before kind of Twitter. But also, like, it's just been amazing. It's been incredible. And all of that is because I did take that handle of what I was doing, and I guided myself to where I wanted to be, and put a bit of kind of I don't want to say force behind it, but, like, you know, I knew I had some goals and knew what I wanted to do, and part of that was learning about this, and this allowed me to do that, and I made connections across the whole thing. And this whole network, this whole community that we're part of through TDAPE has kind of I don't know, really, it's allowed a lot of people to do things or have experiences or meet people or gain knowledge from people or find out about things that there's just no way that happened in the past. And it's also good for the greater good, because then you're having people with genuine interest and real kind of connections going out, you know, like yourself, Tom, or like Matt or Kieran or someone like that, going out and sharing that knowledge with other schools and going into leadership. And you could even say that across the national picture as well, you know, the way that education has developed nationally in the last 10 years, not all good, not all bad, but probably many of the good things have come out of this kind of self-directed, I suppose you could call it grassroots approach to education. You know, it's been really exciting, and it kind of feels a bit dirty to talk about because career is inevitably linked to money and whatever. But actually, yeah, it's really, when you look back on kind of, I'm sure everyone, most people will feel like this when you look back upon the opportunities that you've had. You know, for me, the last year, the big thing was speaking at national conference, at Research Ed National Conference, and that was a huge career highlight that would never have come about if it wasn't for meeting specific people and learning specific things and sharing that knowledge that I had.
Yeah, well said, Owen. You got to put yourself out there.
Absolutely echo that. Yeah, I'm not, without edgy Twitter, a lot of the opportunities I've had, bits and pieces here or there, wouldn't really have come about. Just to add on a couple of final things, Stuart Tiffany in the comments, I know it came up on the screen, mentioned the value of subject associations, which I think has been mentioned, but I'll just re-emphasize that. And alongside that, while no organization that tries to do something as large in scope is ever going to get everything right, I do think that the EEF is a really good place to turn as a jumping off point in all sorts of subjects. Often a little blog here can then lead to an evidence overview, which then takes you into the subject. And like I say, you don't have to agree with every little thing that they do to see the value in the role that they play. So if in doubt, going there, I mean, I think there's an American equivalent, the EIS, which puts out kind of like, I think it's linked to the What Works Clearinghouse. I might be wrong about that, but there are overviews that give you a really nice jumping off point. And I think the EEF is, alongside the subject associations, are a pretty good place to start, particularly thinking about some of their recent stuff relating to implementation and professional development. So yeah, if in doubt, check them out.
Yeah, the What Works, it's been a while since I checked it out. I think sometimes it does take a bit of critical analysis of the sources. I mean, anything's like that. Basically, you don't go to the EF and say, I'm just going to accept this without question, you know. So I think the same applies to the What Works Clearinghouse. But yeah, really good starting point for CPD and things. You know, I think this has been a fantastic chat. We're not even halfway through the questions, I don't think. Well, we got at least, no, we missed one, but it's absolutely fascinating. You know, thank you very much for joining me. I've just noticed that we have just gone over £900, £903 raised today so far.
Well done to that big community.
It's massive, unbelievable. And what have we got? Another couple of hours left. We'll be 2/3 of the way through. And I suppose it's worth mentioning, after Adam's session, we're going to raffle a copy of Thinking Deeply About Primary Mathematics and a copy of 100 ideas. I always wonder if it's 105 ideas. It's not. The 5 ideas are the ideas me and Neil added on during an episode one day. So any £5 donation will count as a ticket for those raffles. Thank you very much, guys. I really appreciate you being here.
Just going to chuck in. I think, unless I'm mistaken, you're raffling one of mine as well. So do that.
That was raffled this morning.
Wow, that's already gone. Yeah. Oh,
yes.
Sorry, my apologies. It's my fault for being half asleep this morning.
And the book is going to Belfast. So if you want me to cover the postage, Neil, or not Neil, sorry, Chris, I'm more than happy to. Or I could deliver myself to him. Yeah, thank you very much for joining me, guys. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, always a pleasure. Thanks, Kieran.
Awesome. So, Adam, Powerful RE, possibly the best new talk I saw last year. Really looking forward to this. So if you want to share your screen, I'll set it up and then I'll disappear.
Great. Okay, let's do this. Allow to observe my screen. That's that view. Okay, can you see that? That's the end of my presentation. That's really helpful, isn't it? We'll start on the last slide. There you go. Can you see that?
Yeah, can see it.
Hey, exciting times. Good.
Awesome. Have fun. I'll be here, but I won't be on screen. See you in a bit.
Okay, great, fantastic. Well, okay, so this is, I can actually slow down a bit because normally I do this talk in I did it the other day in 20 minutes, which was remarkable. Normally I do it in 40. Hopefully Kieran's going to pop up at the end, or possibly Shannon at the end, to come and ask some questions if there's some extra time. But this is a talk essentially about my passion. So we've just had where we were talking about taking control of our own RE, taking control of our own CPD, and kind of this talk condenses a lot of the things I've been thinking about for the past year and years before that. So to give you a bit of background about myself, I began teaching and I trained to be a teacher in Oxford as a secondary religious education teacher, having studied theology at university. So it's always been a bit of an interest of mine. And I found that I loved the RE element. I loved the curriculum element of it. I didn't really get on with the idea of being a teacher of teenagers. And so I left secondary and went into primary. And kind of a lot of people who are involved in TDAPE were part of that process for me of going into primary, which was really exciting, convincing me that it was a really great, interesting place to teach. And then I've been able to develop my interest in RE through the primary lens. So at the end of this talk, I'm going to look at some examples that I've planned for RE that kind of put into real life some of the more abstract things that I talk about at the beginning of the talk. And they are both, so I think one example is Key Stage 3, but they're mostly Key Stage 1 and Key Stage 2. And so I work at this school, Charles Dickens Primary School in Southwark in South London, and we're really fortunate. We've got absolutely amazing things going on there. So do take a look at all these different things that we do. We've got the Wellbeing School and our entire humanities curriculum, and it's all the information sort of on our website, on our Twitter. So if you're looking for a school to come and visit, talk about curriculum, then we're the ones, or we're one of the ones to come and do. So when we talk about curriculum, these are 3 things that I think we want our curriculum to be. And this one's a bit cliche now, a bit old hat, but we want our curriculum to be knowledge rich. Okay, fine. We want our curriculum to be meaning rich. And a lot of the beginning of this talk is about the difference between those 2 things, because a knowledge rich curriculum is fine, but it could just be a knowledge organizer, or it could be some information that's laid out on a page. It could be a list of facts that people have to know that's in planning. Meaning rich is how we plug those into the much wider scheme of thinking, and that could be personal, so it could be kind of your own sense of what RE means, or linking it with history and other things, or it could be where it fits within our curriculum, or it could be where it fits within a wider, what I'll get onto later, a cultural schema. And saying that we want our curriculum to be culture rich. So we don't want it to be detached from what's happening outside the classroom, but we want it to pick and choose those things that are the most beautiful, those things that are the most interesting, those things that are the most commonly held to be beautiful and interesting, because that's not an uncontested or easy to come by term. And I don't just think this is RE. I think this can go for history, this can go for English, this can go for maths, any of this. It needs to be knowledge rich, it needs to be meaning rich, and culture rich is maybe more specific to RE, but it means it needs to be linked in with the real world of meaning and culture and shared experience. I have a horrendous cold, so I'm just going to blow my nose. Could have muted for that, really. Sorry. Knowledge. Okay, well, knowledge is obvious, isn't it? It's just facts. It's just things we need to know. Knowledge, when we teach it, if it's going to be useful, if it's going to be something that is purposeful in our curriculum, then it needs to be linked to a discipline and to a subject and to a culture. And often in teaching, those first two are one and the same. So a discipline might be something like how we do history, or the kind of the procedural knowledge behind history, and the subject would be history as it's recognised in the school. RE, I'll come on to talk about how they're not the same, how RE is a genuinely multidisciplinary subject, because it draws, if you think about disciplines, are more kind of what you would do at university, or what you might find if you went in a big Waterstones. They're kind of those bodies of knowledge that exist outside of school. And then a subject is how we distill that and make it accessible for students and make sense of it as part of a school education. So how does RE as a subject make sense is actually a much more difficult question than how does geography, geography's a bad example, how does English, also a bad example because they're quite complex. But anyway, how do they make sense as a subject? So this is from a really amazing book. This is from this is from an article that's based on Michael Young's book, Knowledge and the Future School. Kind of, this is where the idea of powerful knowledge comes from. And then in 2020, he wrote an article called From Powerful Knowledge to the Powers of Knowledge, which kind of did a little bit of what Chris was doing earlier, where it picked up on his earlier work and said, well, here's how I would change things or make things different. So he says, what is powerful knowledge? Well, the big and in many ways controversial and quite political idea behind powerful knowledge is that there is better knowledge, and those little apostrophes, not called apostrophes, are they quotation marks, are doing some massively heavy lifting there, because that word better is so contested, both on an individual level, cultural level, institutional level, whatever it is. But anyway, we're just going to use it. There is better knowledge in different fields that we refer to as powerful knowledge. And all students, not just those identified as having academic ability, have the right to acquire this knowledge. One of my favourite arguments for this kind of curriculum that I'm advocating for is that, yes, it has always been taught in elite schools, or some version of it, or something similar to it, has always been taught in Eton, Harrow, and Westminster, and whichever school. But what we're advocating for is that this curriculum is taught in the school that I used to go to in Great Yarmouth, on the edge of a suburban estate, with a very difficult cohort of children, that they also have the right, the entitlement to what we would call powerful knowledge. By giving them powerful knowledge, we are also, by rights, doing something, even if it's a minor thing, to level the playing field across, from X high school in Great Yarmouth to the playing fields of Eton. And the better or powerful knowledge is specialised, and it takes the form of academic subjects. So we're not just talking about things that Boris Johnson might pull off the top of his head as being powerful knowledge, Theodotus or I don't know, I can't even think of any, but though that's not what we mean. That's what I call a pub quiz curriculum. And what we're saying is that this is specialised knowledge that fits into academic subjects, not just kind of useless floaty facts that we can impress people with, or that might be useful at a pub quiz, or might be useful to kind of impress a date. This is a systematic approach to knowledge. This is, we have this body of knowledge, we pick it, we find it, we condense it, we distill it, we make it appropriate, we put it into these, if you want, silos of knowledge that we call subjects. But then obviously we can talk about how those silos aren't always a particularly good fit for knowledge. It's the basis of a curriculum that aims to be consistent with the disciplines where new knowledge is produced in universities and research institutes. And this is easy in some subjects, that you have a beautiful line from when you're teaching using pneumicons in reception, all the way through to people doing their PhD in number theory or something incredibly abstract that I probably don't even know about. You could say that's maths. There's a linearity to it, lots of offshoots from it. So you can, even by the time you get to A level, you're doing statistics and you're doing pure mathematics and you're doing algebra. But there's a linearity to it. Now, a little bit later, I'll talk about how RE doesn't have that linearity to it. There are multiple strains going off and backwards and forwards and all over the shop, and it's wonderful and beautiful, and it's part of what makes RE so interesting. And I guess the same could be said of a subject like English. You've got your linguistics, you've got creative writing, all these different things. So some subjects are quite linear, and some subjects are more an amalgamation of different disciplines, different forms of knowledge and areas of knowledge. These are the questions that Christine Council puts forward, and you always want to listen to the questions that Christine Council puts forward because she knows what she's talking about. She says, who's best? Which is, that's not an easy question to answer, is it? In 2022, when we're living in a society made up of millions of different people from all around the world, and the children we teach in our classroom are from incredibly diverse viewpoints and backgrounds, and we want to reflect our national picture in our classroom. And our national picture was fairly, almost, go back far enough, almost entirely monocultural. That was easy, and we could probably easily and uncontroversially in the Victorian period say what was best and what wasn't. We live in an age now where this is a huge question. Who's best? Who does that idea belong to? And we've got to make sure we're not uncritical and we just say, yeah, we're doing this because it's what they do at X school, or we need it because it's always been done. It's the traditional way of doing things. Where do we sit personally is really important to consider when we're doing any kind of curriculum planning. RE doesn't have a national curriculum. It has locally agreed syllabi, which my school, because we're an academy, and a lot of schools now, the majority of schools aren't obliged to follow. So as long as we're teaching something that looks like RE, and that we could justify to Ofsted as RE and is deep diveable, we have a huge, colossal amount of freedom in terms of what we teach, what we choose, and that choice will be influenced by ourselves. So we need to be aware that, for example, I'm a practicing Christian, so I don't want to overload my curriculum with lots of stuff that I find interesting in Christianity because I'm a believer of Christianity with a cultural tradition of Christianity. I need to make sure that everything that's in there about Christianity is justified by other things and is in there for the right reasons. Again, similarly with my interest in art history or architecture, if I'm including those elements, they're not tokenistic, that my interests are reflected, but they're not the only kind of guiding light for how we do this. And can there be neutrality? Well, I'll give you an easy answer. No, there can't, and there shouldn't be any attempt at neutrality. RE is not a neutral subject. We are not neutral teachers. Our children are not neutral receptors of knowledge. Our classrooms are not neutral spaces. Our schools are not neutral buildings. The communities that we live in and the broader national and international community is not a neutral place. So obviously, no, there can't be neutrality, but it doesn't mean these questions aren't important. And it doesn't mean that aiming for neutrality isn't important either. I'm not saying we can have a neutral curriculum. I'm not saying that, but I'm also not saying that we shouldn't aim towards trying to remove elements of bias and remove elements of discrimination or remove elements of historical kind of colonial views of things. Knowledge is an entitlement and not a form of domination. And for me, this is probably one of the big things that I had to come to realize when I went through my transition early in my career from kind of very progressive teacher to quite traditionalist teacher is, for me, tradition and domination were linked. And, the only way, this is years ago, I used to think this, the only way for people to escape from domination was to escape from tradition. So if we broke down all of the bad tradition, the things that oppressed people in this country and things that kept poor people poor and made rich people rich, we would somehow get rid of domination as well. And actually, I don't think that anymore. I think that things can become tradition, and that tradition can be good, and that we have a kind of cultural canon of knowledge and a national canon of knowledge, and that children are entitled to access to that, because some of those things are good, and because some of those things are interesting, and some of those things create opportunity, and some of those things are enriching, and some of those things are just good for their own sake. Learning, for example, Shakespeare, or learning about the Bhagavad Gita. These are things that are good experiences for our children to have for their own sake, but also allow them access to further knowledge about Shakespeare. If you've read one Shakespeare play in a way that is guided, that with help and assistance and loving care and attention from an English teacher, then you might want to go on and read Coriolanus in your own time. So it opens doors to further experience of knowledge. That's part of the entitlement. And also it does do some of that kind of like what I don't want to attach his name to it because it's not helpful, but that kind of Boris Johnson bonhomie, what you might call cultural capital, ability to engage in conversations with people outside of your community, outside of your direct experience, gives you access to what I would call like a shared cultural narrative of the world. And RE is a big part of that because it aims to do that in Christianity and Buddhism and Hinduism and Sikhism and Judaism and Islam, non-religious worldviews and philosophy and ethics and all these different areas. It aims to give children a starting point there. Again, it aims to give children a way to have a conversation about all those different things, about 15 different worldviews, approaches, to the world. So I've spoken a bit about this, and this is going to lead into RE specifically, the issue here. So disciplines are how we find new knowledge. So, for example, archaeology is divided into kind of disciplinary knowledge and historical knowledge. So disciplines would be how we find new knowledge about things and what skills we use, and actually there are people out there who can explain this in a better way than I'm explaining it right now. So that's disciplinary, and then there's a whole historical body of knowledge that helps build up what archaeologists are doing. I'm not going to use this analogy again because it's wrong, but disciplines are how we find new knowledge, and subjects are how we order and transmit that knowledge, specifically in primary and secondary education, I would say, and maybe in some undergraduate education as well. So subjects are more about how we transmit knowledge that already exists. When we do a science experiment, we would hope that the outcome of that experiment is, broadly speaking, already known, and that we're doing it to kind of demonstrate certain skill set, and also because it's an interesting way to show the scientific process. That's not really finding new knowledge. We know that osmosis exists. The link is really interesting between how disciplines, how they feed down into subjects. And in something like chemistry, there's a fairly direct link. In history, there's a fairly direct link. But in RE, that is not so much the case. Subjects are the most reliable tool that we have for enabling students to acquire knowledge and to make sense of the world. And that, if you look at subjects in schools, they have been fairly fixed. RE has existed as an idea in schools. Well, I mean, you could go back to Aristotle and Plato and really that far back, and then you can go through the trivium and the quadrivium and the medieval period, and then you can look at something like the Education Act, 1904, that established religious instruction, became religious education, is now merging into religion and worldviews. This is a reliable tool for transmitting information about religion, and it's the same. We've taught some form of history for hundreds of years. We've taught some form of what you might call oracy and writing and numeracy, and all of these things are hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of years old. They are the tools that we have to enable students to acquire knowledge. Now, some of what's been done in recent years, like project-based learning or topic learning, breaking down these subject boundaries, has been an attempt to say, no, actually, the best way to do things is through the use of through the use of generic skills. Problem solving, for example, is something that we can use across. You can use problem solving to solve a problem in maths, but then use those same generic skills to solve a problem in DT, and then use those same generic skills to attack an issue in RE. that's not a view that I have. I think that those 1,000-year-old boundary walls, if you want, between certain subjects are meaningful. I think the bodies of knowledge that we have built up in primary through curricula, national curricula, personal curricula, individual curricula are important, and that we should work within those boundaries, because those boundaries have meaning, that skills are not generic, that skills are more often the way that we apply knowledge that we've learned in individual subjects. So is RE a subject? Yes, it is a subject. At least in a legal sense, you are obliged to teach some form of RE, whether you work in a free school, an academy, a community school, a Catholic school, a Jewish school. You have to teach some form of RE. There's no national curriculum, but there is, through Ofsted and through the funding agreements that DfE has with schools, yes, RE is a subject, and yes, you have to teach it. That's easy. So I have this analogy about RE that says that RE, because it's not a direct link between your discipline of RE and your subject of RE, because RE is often seen as, what's the word for it? People see RE as a bit of a dumping ground, really, a bit of a generic subject, something that doesn't have really clear boundaries, that I say we, I mean me and my fellow kind of passionate RE-ites and teachers of RE and RE leads and deputy heads and heads of academic study, whatever, need to, in some ways, create a defense of RE. So this is my analogy, and this is about horticulture and walled gardens. So if you've ever been to a National Trust property, I'm thinking of Mottisfont House in Hampshire has a beautiful one, you might have come across this idea in garden planning of a walled garden. So you've got, you're walking through a big, vast sort of landscape of gardens, and then suddenly you come across a large, maybe it's like 12-foot tall brick wall that will surround a whole area of garden. And that, in my idea, is the boundaries of our subject. So these 12-foot walls are there to stop rats and rabbits and pests and the strong winds, and they're there to stop seeds being blown in and weeds being blown in. So they're a protective kind of defensive structure, and we need that in RE. We need to say, well, look, it's really interesting meeting you to talk about SMSC, but I don't think that we should be teaching about this new thing. I think someone was talking earlier about Mark Culhane's list of things that schools are constantly being told they should teach, like money sense, for example, mortgages. I don't think we should be teaching this in RE. It's not part of RE. It's, citizenship is not part of RE, and learning about political processes, that's not part of RE, and learning about this is not part of RE. That's the defensive part that we need to do. And when we do that, we're saying that RE is this, and this. We have a clear idea of our subject, and that is the starting point for us to be able to go out into the world and use all of these incredible curriculum thoughts that we have to begin to create a narrative or a golden thread through RE or something like that. Now, what I didn't know about walled gardens that I've since learned is that wall is not just a defensive institution. The purpose of the wall is actually also to create a microclimate inside the walled garden. So if you go to Mottisfont on a sort of autumn afternoon, you'll find that inside the walled garden is often several degrees Celsius warmer than outside the walled garden. The walls absorb the sun's energy throughout the day. They keep the heat trapped inside the soil and inside the plants, and it dissipates a lot more slowly. So you would find it a lot easier to grow tomatoes, to grow orchids, to grow beautiful, slightly tropical flowers and interesting things inside your walled garden than outside it. And that sort of leads to the next part of the analogy, which is once we have these walls and we've been able to establish what is and isn't RE, and being able to stand up for our subject and say no to certain things or yes and include them within our walls, then we create a microclimate for growth in our subject. We create the ability to plan out in this defined area what we're going to do, how much of it we can cover, what plants we can include and what plants we can't include, what there's room for to learn in detail and what there's room for to learn in a cursory way. And actually thinking about the walled garden, we can begin to lay out from nursery at least in a primary setting, all the way to year 6, but potentially all the way to year 13, a beautiful layout of all the different things that we're going to come back to, structure the whole curriculum. And I've had the privilege of being able to do that in my current school, of being able to write a curriculum that starts in year 1 and goes all the way through to year 6. And this analogy helped me to do that at the beginning, to think, what are the conditions for growth for our students? So what are students going to need to know in year 6, and how do we plant those seeds in reception? How do we plant those seeds in year 1, and then continue to come back to that throughout the curriculum? And when I wasn't worried about the walls being breached, when I wasn't worried about being asked suddenly to take on a certain element of something else, it was a lot easier to do, and it gave me a really clear visual identity for my subject. Now, is RE a discipline? Because really the walled garden, kind of in this analogy, is quite singular, right? It's one area as defined by a massive brick wall. So you think what you're doing in there is going to be pretty consistent. You're going to be just studying religion, right? That's what you do, or you're just going to study Christianity or whatever it is. Well, RE isn't like that, because RE is multidisciplinary in a really meaningful way of multidisciplinary, not just, we use computers in RE, or we do a bit of maths. It is properly multidisciplinary in the sense that it's well formatted, in that it takes on a lot of these different elements. So theology is where we ask questions about, even if you're not religious, you ask questions about what would it mean if God did exist, or kind of why is the existence of God so clear to some people and so clearly not the case to other people, and how do you construct a world in which God exists or doesn't exist? It's a fascinating subject. Religious studies is the kind of almost the external study of religious practices and how religious texts influence people, or religious beliefs influence people. So that's where we might look at like festivals, or we might look at stories, or I find it really interesting to look at how religious beliefs affect people's social action. So charity, giving, concern about things like climate change, all comes under religious studies. Art history is another one of these disciplines that has its own set of core understanding, its own set of skills, and yet I kind of claim that for RE, because using it as a lens through which to look at religion is so fascinating and so interesting. And when in a moment we come to look at some real lessons that I teach, you'll be able to see how art history feeds into them. More brilliant formatting. This PowerPoint is excellent. Philosophy is increasingly part of RE, because it kind of, a lot of it offers a non-religious way into thinking about human existence. So we can ask really big questions about what we're doing here and why we exist, and start to think about things like philosophy of the brain or philosophy of thought, even with quite young age groups. But it is distinctive from theology, because although there's a lot of crossover, a lot of philosophy is fairly secular. Sociology, so kind of links into what I was just saying about social action, but also about where communities exist and how they interact, how Britain has become a multicultural society. I mean, it's always one to some extent, but has become a much more multicultural society. How we can look at a map of London and look at the distribution of like Jewish communities, and how here I live in Southend in an area with lots of Orthodox Jewish people, and that's really interesting to me, how they began life in, if you know where Bevis Marks Synagogue is, literally on the doorstep of Liverpool Street Station, in the very centre of London. And they moved out to Whitechapel, and then they moved out to Stepney, and they moved out further and further. And you find Jewish people now living all through this kind of route out of the East End of London up to Barking and to Upminster. And now so many Jewish people living in Southend, because it's really it's still on that sort of eastern route out of London, but it's much cheaper. And in the 1970s, they built a synagogue in this neighbourhood, and it became a hub. And that's a kind of sociological look at Judaism in the local area. And modern studies, which is a really interesting one, because I only came across modern studies when I was in a Waterstones in Glasgow, and I was looking through to see how different the Scottish revision guides were to the English ones, because I'm just a nerd and that's the kind of thing I like to do. And I came across this idea that you could do an equivalent of a GCSE in modern studies, which is kind of an amalgamation of like I mean, we should do it in the UK, in England, really. But they do. They look at political systems. They look at how people can influence policy. They look at how Britain, how the kind of makeup of Britain. They look at historical change in Britain, things like that. So I kind of call it modern studies, but current affairs might be another word for it as well, like current affairs from the last kind of half century. Because of all of this, this is actually what our walled garden looks like. So this is somewhere in Devon, I think, but there is, an external wall here. So around the edge of the walled garden, we still have what we would call RE, but within it, there are all these different disciplinary areas. Now, what I really like about this analogy is that they're not closed off from each other. We're not got one walled garden, another walled garden, another one, and they're all set up with big high walls between them. Within the subject of RE, there's a real mix between these different subjects, both in terms of like a temporal mix, because we will do a bit of religious studies, a bit of sociology, a bit of philosophy, go back to religious studies, do a bit of theology, but also because what we learn about theology can then really influence what we know about, for example, reading the Bible, then that can really influence art history. And then when I say RE is truly multidisciplinary, these paths between the different subjects are what I mean. I mean that it's multidisciplinary by the very nature of its subject, from the ground up, from its construction. It's not an artificial thing. We don't have to, if we're planning good RE, we don't have to elbow in a bit of this here and a bit of that there. In recent years, it's become quite a thing to say we're now using a theological lens. We're now using an art history lens to look at something. And some people choose to make that really explicit in their planning. And that's really interesting to do. But it's not what I've chosen to do, because I think we're actually using an RE lens, which is kind of a mixture of all these different ones. And we want children to quite fluidly be able to swap between them. So anyway, clunky metaphor alert. I promise I'll try and... I've always tried to keep metaphors to a minimum when I'm writing and when I'm presenting. But that's the one metaphor that I do quite enjoy and that I allow myself. Does RE make sense? I think yes, it does. I think it is an interesting approach to lump all of these different disciplines together. But in terms of a subject which makes sense in nursery, although I appreciate it's not part of the early years framework, but makes sense, okay, let's say makes sense in year one, and a subject that then makes sense to study at A level, and through which a through line can be found from one to the other, yes, it does make sense. And I'm happy to say that. Otherwise, I suppose I probably wouldn't be giving this talk. A more interesting question is, can we make sense of RE? So can we take these ideas and can we bring them into our classrooms and our schools in a way that is in any way, shape or form meaningful or good? So that's where meaning comes in. I love meaning. I think it's something that we don't talk about often enough in school is meaning. We love to talk about knowledge. We used to love to talk about skills, but actually meaning for me is, I don't know, it's something really special. It's kind of the missing ingredient. Okay, there is another analogy that I'm going to do that I love that will kind of illustrate meaning. So there was a hot dog factory in New York, and it was in Manhattan. It was in a really an area where the property values were really high. So the owner of this hot dog factory thought, we're going to make loads of money. We're going to preserve our future. We're going to sell our site in Manhattan, and we're going to move our factory to upstate New York, and it'll be absolutely brilliant. It's fantastic. And this hot dog factory in Manhattan kind of had a very loyal following of people who bought their meat from delis, like you might do in New York. They closed down, they demolished, they took all of their same equipment from their building. So they took their meat grinders and they took their casing makers and they took their sort of big chopping machine, and they shipped it on big trucks all the way to a beautiful new factory in upstate New York. And then they set their machinery going, they plugged it in, they had many of the same staff working there, they had the same suppliers, they had the same people. The meat came from the same farms, the casings came from the same factories, everything was the same, the packaging was exactly the same. And they started making sausages again. And then they noticed that people were not enjoying their sausages as much. They did not find the flavour to be the same. Delis were writing letters of complaint and saying something has changed. There was something about the old factory that made it really special and that gave those sausages their flavour. Not something really tangible that they could pick up and move, something that was just kind of an essence in the air, a third thing between the equipment and the meat that was not conceivable. And meaning in education is that you've got your knowledge and you've got your skills, and that's great, and you can mush them all together in your big sausage making machine. But ultimately, meaning is that kind of third thing that will make it stick. Meaning is the third thing that will make it important. Meaning is the third thing that makes it relevant and powerful. Meaning is incredible, and we get to do that with our students. That's the joy of teaching for me, is that I get to take knowledge, which I find really interesting, and I get to take skills, which I find really useful, and mush them together and add in this meaning. So what do I mean by meaning? Because I'm not talking about sausages. Meaning is linked to schema. And schema is this idea that a piece of knowledge doesn't sit independently within our brain, that it is inexorably linked to other pieces of knowledge. So Jesus, in the RE curriculum, should be linked through to sacrifice and the cross, Christianity, and Christianity is then, so you build up this huge web of knowledge, a web that we could never even begin to appreciate or document. I think some people have attempted to document it, but this is meaning, this is understanding of the world, is that knowledge is not independent, that it's structural, that it's part of something. That knowledge is also linked to the world as well, so that schema that we have is again, even that schema is not independent, that we go out into the world and it's like, yes, we can identify a cross, when it's drawn using two lines on a piece of paper, but then we also see it on churches and we understand that building as a church, or we might also see it in someone's house and make the connection that they are probably a Christian and that they have certain beliefs, and then we can have conversations about them, and that it's linked to the world. And that meaning is how we link knowledge to ourselves as well. So it's not just a case that we're building up a massive schema of knowledge that we can use externally, but meaning helps us to understand ourselves better and ask questions of ourselves and be essentially better people. The more knowledge we have, the more broad our worldview is, the better we understand things, the better people we are, which I understand is kind of controversial, and I don't really have an evidence base for saying that, but I just believe it. And sometimes it's fine to just believe things, that knowledge makes you a better person. So within this schema, you have your individual schema, but I also happen to believe that there are two other schema that links to. There's an institutional schema, and that's what we might say is our curriculum. One is probably pretty analogous to the other. An institutional schema is what we do in reception links to what we do in year 1 and 2, and a well-planned curriculum will not just be kind of documents on a page, but it will actually be this whole body of knowledge that we want our students to go through. If you sit down and map out everything a student does between the end of year 6 and the beginning of nursery or preschool even, it is pretty unbelievable and remarkable and amazing and incredible. Again, it's the joy of education that I just cannot get over enough. That is the institutional schema that we have. And there's also, I call it cultural, I guess. That implies that there might be multiple of these. I might call it global as well, or just, what I mean is how what we learn in schools through tradition and canon and years of doing the same thing and studying the same people, how that enables you to link your own individual knowledge to the world at large, which might mean your street in Corby, or it might mean when you go to visit Hong Kong, or it might mean when you go and visit your family in Strathclyde or something like that. This is how what we learn, and in some ways new knowledge that we learn from outside, links into our individual. So I think there is a cultural scheme. I think there are things that are more important to Britain or more important to London or Huntingdon than there are. But again, as seems to be the case with all my third points, that's controversial and people have other opinions about that. Okay. So, concepts in teaching. Concepts are how we kind of mimic schema in our curriculum. Concepts are how we try to take what we want our students' heads to do in terms of making connections and meaning, and how we then take that and we put that onto the paper or the PowerPoint or into the booklet or the worksheet or the teacher's mouth or whatever method of transmitting information we have. In history, they are very fortunate. They have a wonderful they've been having this wonderful academic conversation for years about the different concepts that they have in history. Things like, for example, Stuart was talking about chronology earlier, so how one thing leads to another thing and how that's something that children need to understand, but also something like government. So, you know, when you're talking about William the Conqueror, and establishing a government after the invasion of Britain, how that might link to a discussion of government in the Tudor period, and how it links to the suffragettes, and how it links to the idea of government in ancient Greece. That's another concept. So I just thought, I'll wholesale steal the idea of concepts from history because I love it. But then how does that apply to RE? Well, how to go. So belief and doubt is a concept, isn't it? A kind of theological concept, if you want, but one that is at the very heart of what we do in RE. Some people believe in God or gods or, I don't know, a divine existence that's not a god, right? And some people really don't. And some people just aren't sure, and some people don't care, and some people are kind of 80-20 or 70-30 or whatever it is, right? And some people flip on a coin and some people go one way and the other. And that's really interesting because not only is it interesting that I think almost every adult probably has at some point in their life at least thought about this and formed part of their identity around this, but also because the students that we're teaching will be in that formative process. And, you know, when I was in year 11, I was the fervent atheist, you know, one of Richard Dawkins' most kind of God delusion bashing followers. And by the time I was in my early 20s, I was a recently baptized Christian. So that is something that I think also, the vast majority will come across. Orthodoxy and dissent. So within religions, you know, to what extent can you be a fully Orthodox Christian? Well, as I'll show you in a minute, it's really hard to the point where unless you're the Pope and a practicing Catholic to believe this, it's impossible. And dissent. So then when do you choose to actively dissent from what you're being told by religious leaders or what you're being told by religious tradition or to some extent by religious texts or by the words of Prophet Muhammad or Jesus? So that's a really interesting contrast is between orthodoxy, trying to stick to what you've been told, trying to follow tradition and dissenting from that. And many historical figures and many interactions between history and religion have been that dissent. Power and powerlessness, and I love this because again, like it's really important in the story of Jesus's life and in Christianity in general is the interaction between those who have power and those who don't. And we could mean power in the sense of a god that is powerful and humans that don't have that power. We could mean power in the sense of political power. We could mean power in the sense of religious power, but also like powerlessness. So charity comes into this and giving money and helping people who are less fortunate than yourselves. And then beauty and destruction as well. So beauty and destruction is all about well, I'll show you how, in a very literal sense, how we do it in year 3. But beauty is essentially art and architecture, and it could be illuminated manuscripts, or it could be Islamic tile patterns or something like that. And that's kind of divine. It's kind of related to godliness and related to people's expression of their faith. And then destruction is kind of about power again. And it could be very literal. It could be like, you know, the flood and Noah, or it could be something like the Holocaust, or it could be looking at World War II, or it could be destruction could also be like faithlessness, things like that. Anyway, these are, 4 concepts. There are more concepts which I'm currently writing about and thinking about to help work out how we bring meaning into RE. So I thought what I'd do for the last maybe like 10-15 minutes of this talk is just show you some of the planning that I've done and talk about how each bit of planning represents concepts. So I know there was a bit of chat earlier about PowerPoint. I love PowerPoint. I do all my planning on PowerPoint. Essentially, given the choice between writing planning into a Word document or structuring a lesson through PowerPoint, I always use PowerPoint. And there's often booklets that go with these as well. But these are real kind of slides and examples from lessons that I've planned to talk about. So we'll start with belief and doubt, because one of my favourite questions as a primary school RE lead and planner and teacher, whatever you want to call me, is this question about how do you get a year 1 or reception age student to understand the most fundamental category of sort of thing in RE, which is some people believe in God and they can't prove who God is, and they can't take a photo of God, and they can't show you any kind of scientific proof for God necessarily, but they just believe in God. And that's just what they believe. And some people don't, and they doubt it. And that God exists in this category outside of true and false, that binary, outside of fiction and non-fiction, that Jesus is not, I always say, not the same as, like Iron Man or another superhero. That, yeah, there are category similarities because miracles are quite similar to, superpowers, but trying to get young children to understand that Jesus stands in a third category, that Jesus stands outside of what they've so far been led to understand. Everything in the world is either true. As this third category is really interesting. So these are some slides from, I think, a year 1 scheme of work about Islam, where the idea behind these slides is they act as kind of almost like a script for teachers to guide a conversation with students that, in my view, I think Key Stage 1 teachers are really well equipped to have these conversations, and that if we can guide them through them, that's the best way of doing it, rather than saying that children need to know X, Y, and Z, and your job is to just teach them. That having it as a conversation structure, or having it as a discussion, or having it as kids questioning what is on the slides or questioning what you've told them is, I guess you'd call it a dialogical sort of approach, works really well in Key Stage 1. So you'd start with something like this. Muslims cannot see Allah, which is the Arabic name for God. They cannot touch Allah. They cannot prove to other people that Allah exists, but they have a belief in Allah. And that's trying to get to that third stage of, like, it's not fiction, it's not fact, it's something in between. For some people, it's really so close to being fact, it might as well be fact. For some people, it's so close to being fiction, it might as well be fiction. But there's this middle gap between those two ideas. Some Muslims say Allah is like the wind. You can't see the wind, you can't take a photo of the wind, but you can feel it and you can see the effects that it has. An analogy that I really like, which is, if you spoke to most Islamic and Christian and Jewish scholars, would say for X, Y, and Z reasons is really heretical or inaccurate or just not helpful. But when we're adapting complex ideas to year 1 students, sometimes we need to be brave enough to be a little tiny bit heretical. So sometimes we need to suspend our fidelity to that academic discipline outside of our subject, and just say in year 1 we're just going to say that Allah is like the wind, and when we come back and study it in year 7, or when we come back and study it in year 13, we can talk in a lot more depth about kind of this category of God and what they're like. But for now, this is useful as an analogy, and we're going to stick with it, knowing that we have until at least year 6 to come across this again and discuss it in some more detail, hoping that when they go off to secondary, they'll have it at least until year 11 or year 13. Muslims never draw or paint pictures of Allah. This is because they think that Allah is too special to be able to draw. A painting or a drawing would never be good enough. And then we use art. So we look at it. Well, okay, if Christians do draw pictures of Jesus and Moses and Abraham and whatever, what do Muslims do instead? Do they just worship in a big white box? Well, no, they don't. And we know that. How do they show their devotion to God, their belief in Allah? How do they show that? Through these different means. And we come back to this Islamic art is a theme that runs through our teaching of Islam. We're always trying to link the visual to the abstract in order to create something that is almost like a hook for children. So they think about calligraphy, and then they might remember the importance of the Quran and Quranic verse and the hadith to Muslims. And just, this idea that if I was showing this to a class, try and get them to imagine what it might be like to be a really poor farmer. I think this is in Uzbekistan, from a dusty land who'd never seen a big building before and never been somewhere decorated, had always lived in a tent with their camel. One day they come into the big city and they see this, and how do they feel looking up at that? And why is it special? Why is it interesting? What do you spot about it? And then we can talk about how Islamic tile patterns tessellate, and so they continue forever. And that's kind of reflection of the Islamic idea that God or Allah exists and goes on forever. And then calligraphy and introducing just what Arabic looks like, so that, again, they can identify it, make a link in their schema between Arabic and Islam. And then year one, that's a basic link, isn't it? But then you can start to build on different ideas. So in year 6, we look at Jerusalem, and you can say, well, look, there's Hebrew, there's English, there's Arabic. Why are these languages all here? What's the importance of Arabic? And then we can link it to, how the Quran was revealed to Muhammad, and why Muslims learn Arabic, and why they recite the Quran in Arabic, and why they don't use translations of the Quran. All hooked on this idea that Arabic and Islam are connected. So orthodoxy and dissent, we look in year 5. One of my favourite schemes of work is the question about Christianity and war. So why do some Christians decide to go to war, and why are some Christians, or in this specific case Quakers in particular, why are they pacifists? So what is the orthodox position there? What is the dissent? Well, it's not as clear as it might seem, because we look at quotes from the New Testament and the Old Testament. So there's this incredible scene where Jesus is being arrested, and Matthew 26, he says, one of his disciples chops off the ear of a Roman soldier, and he says, "Put your sword back in its place." Jesus said, "For all those who live by the sword die by the sword." And we talk about Christianity and the cycle of violence, and Jesus wanted to end it using forgiveness. But then we look at Exodus, an equally important, part of the Bible for Christians who believe that the Bible is the word of God or inspired by God. Right there it says, if there's serious injury, you are to take life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth. Wow. Okay, so Christians just follow the Bible, right? They just go to the Bible, they go to the index, and they go, war, okay, go to the... And then they read these 2 things, and there's 2 more things down here that are completely contradictory. So this links into the previous unit that we've done, where we look at Aquinas and we look at Augustine, and we look at conscience, and we say both of those people said you need to read scripture, but also listen to your conscience, but also use your voice of reason. So we would link that in with this. But then it kind of destroys this idea that you can be a totally orthodox Christian who is both simultaneously vengeful and wants to right the wrongs in the world, but also a pacifist who turns the other cheek. So we look at Quakers in quite a lot of detail, who are pacifists, who believe that violence is always wrong, and they oppose war and violence. And we look at the historical precedent for this, a meeting taking place in the Vietnam War outside of the White House. We look at their method of worship in silence and allowing God to kind of infuse that silence. Children find Quakerism fascinating. I mean, I always have personally, and maybe because I share that interest, that's why. But Quakerism has come from a dissent from the orthodoxy of Christianity. But it really interests them that people seek out silence, because so much of what they experience in school is having silence imposed on them, or when is the next opportunity to not be silent. And this idea that you would go for an hour to be silent is really interesting. I mean, maybe it's just interesting to me as a teacher because it's so infrequent. And then we look at a modern example of Quakers blocking lorries at the annual sort of arms fair exhibition that takes place at the XL Exhibition Centre. We might watch a news report about this, or we might talk about the scale of it, or we might look at the news report from last year and see how many people had been arrested or things of that nature. And then we look at chaplains who choose to go to war. So they are military members of the armed forces who actually decide that they want to minister to people at war. Obviously, they're not combat trained themselves, but they choose to go out and minister to those people who have chosen to be a Christian and also to fight and kill for their country. So here's a picture from World War II of a Catholic priest blessing people who are about to be sent out on naval vessels. And then we bring those two ideas together. I've really shortened this. This is part of a whole unit, really, looking at this. So this is just a recap lesson, really. But you bring together your Quakers and your military chaplain, who are both Christians, and you kind of want to say, well, which one of them is Orthodox and which one of them is dissenting? Because the Quakers would say the chaplain is dissenting, the chaplain would say the Quakers are dissenting. And that's why this is a difficult concept, really, because there is no strict orthodoxy in Christianity. But also focus on what they agree on. You know, they both agree that Jesus is the Son of God. They both agree that we should listen to what it says in the Bible, and they both agree that that Jesus's words are important and that we should listen to them, but they clearly interpret them quite differently. Power and powerlessness. So this is a good example of using art history to illustrate one of these themes, because I love bringing in paintings, sculpture, whatever. I particularly love Caravaggio and the Renaissance paintings. If you showed this to one of my students, they would immediately say, look at where that light is. Look at how Jesus's face is illuminated by light, but how Judas, if we illustrate, we say this is Judas to the right here. Judas is a much darker figure. In fact, Judas's face almost seems to put Jesus's face in the shade. And then looking at the expression on their faces, the action, what's happening, how Jesus doesn't look defiant. Jesus doesn't look pained. He looks sad. He looks like he knows what's going to happen. His hands are clasped together. They're not reaching around someone's neck. They're not reaching for a dagger. All of this is really interesting because Jesus in this painting is not powerful. Jesus isn't performing a miracle. Jesus isn't. This is Jesus, sort of human Jesus. You know, there's this idea in Christianity that Jesus is fully human and fully divine, but you really, Christ Pantocrator kind of does it, but you can't illustrate that in a painting. In most paintings, I think you're looking at a divine Jesus or you're looking at a human Jesus. And I find the human Jesus really interesting. Here's a brilliant painting. I love talking about Jesus in the temple with my students, because children have this idea that Jesus is really calm and loving. And, we used to have a picture at home that had Jesus with lambs and children by his feet, listening to him talk. And then these paintings from of Jesus in the temple, where he's got a whip and he's furious, and there are people being bodily hurt by him, and he's throwing over tables and he's chucking stuff out. That's a very different image of Jesus, and that's Jesus full of human power as well as divine power. And then we look at the power of nature, and we look at how Christians or any religion really might look at a painting like this and say, well, I can see God in this painting. I can see the power of God in nature, and kind of comes up at GCSE level, really, talking about creation, but also how Christians see God through acts of divine kind of natural worship. So this comes from a Key Stage 3 scheme that I wrote. This is probably one of my favorite paintings of all time. Again, a very human Jesus, a very powerless Jesus, being taunted by Pontius Pilate, saying, who are you? You say that you're the Son of God, and yet blah blah blah. We know what happens in the story. Jesus is obviously matching my beard, looking very scraggly and very unkempt. Really interesting to compare that with other paintings of Jesus. Here's Jesus' Descent from the Cross by Raphael. Really, I could probably talk for an hour about kind of Jesus in Renaissance paintings. So trying to drop that in there. Beauty and Destruction. This is from a year 3, possibly year 2 scheme of work, looking at the history of Christianity in London. We can almost see St Paul's Cathedral from our school, so this constitutes kind of local study for us. learning about religious architecture in terms of just the names of things, like this is a nave, this is a spire, but also like look at the other buildings around here. You know, this is in before, so this is the medieval period, late medieval period. How important is Christianity to these people that a huge section of the very dense centre of their city is a church, not just, you know, a little priory church, but in fact this the tallest building in Europe at the time, in the centre of London. So how would it have felt when it burnt down? Might that have made you question your faith, question your religion, your belief in God? And here's London after the Great Fire. You know, how many churches were there? How do people feel that their local church would have been lost? What would that have been about? This is linking in with history, obviously. Here's Wren's plan for London. What's at the very? There are two real centres for his plan that show the importance of at the time. On the left is St Paul's Cathedral, which, as we know, was rebuilt by Wren. And we look at that. But on the right, also, now money is creeping in as well, because look, there's a bank and a mint, there's a post office, there's the Guildhall and the goldsmiths, all clustered around what is arguably a much more important centre than St Paul's. So you've got these two contrasting places in the rebuilding of London. And then here is St Paul's Cathedral. They've replaced, you know, this vast Gothic cathedral with this vast Baroque cathedral, and it's amazing to think how this was built in a time period before computer-aided design, or before you could just whack something into CAD and create it. You know, this is the amount of skill and things is amazing. And here it is during World War II, a symbol of beauty amongst the ruins, a symbol of defiance, a symbol of London rising above the flames, and how it was so important to morale. And you can question again what it would have meant if St Paul's Cathedral did succumb. And so I know I've literally only got 1 minute left, and I was really worried this wouldn't stretch for an hour. Clearly this is an hour-long talk. How do we do this then? So we create a curriculum that is full of connections, because those connections are the difference between knowledge and meaning. We communicate the connections explicitly to ourselves, to our students, in our planning, to other people. We create a curriculum full of what is beautiful and important, and then we don't do that uncritically, because those two words have such huge amounts of baggage attached to them in 2022, or really at any point, that you need to think carefully about what we mean by beauty and importance. Look after your walls and your flowers. Don't let people dump stuff in RE. Don't let it become unloved. Make sure it has specific time on the curriculum. Make sure you have an RE lead who cares about it, whether that's at a school level or a trust level. And don't do it alone. I wrote an entire curriculum during COVID from year 1 to 6, and it was great. I loved it, except that sometimes I hated it and it made me miserable. And I think it's really important to make connections, and that's why TDAPE is so wonderful, and that's why Twitter has been so wonderful, and that's why the community that we've built is so wonderful, because you don't have to do these things alone. You can speak to me, you can speak to Stuart, you can speak to Neil, you can speak to whoever you want to speak to. They're out there and they've got time, and they're wonderful people, except me, who's not a wonderful person. And yeah, that's really the key takeaway here, is don't do things alone that you find difficult. Yeah, so that's me. Look at that. Here's 1700. Can't believe that took an hour. I don't know how to stop.
You said it was only going to take 20 minutes. So.
I've done it in 20 minutes. Right. There you go.
I mean, sensational as always, Adam. Love that talk. Thank you so much for doing it. I know that you've not been well this week, and yeah, it means a lot that you would persevere to.
No, thank you for having me. I always enjoy giving that talk, because it's like we were talking about in the hour before. You know, that is what I love. That's what I'm passionate about. Yeah, it's nice that I assume. Has that been recorded now, so that I can so I can send that to people now, and that's really nice. So yeah, I really enjoyed that. Thank you for having me so much, and thank you for everything you've done today, because it's been amazing. The amount of money that has been raised has been incredible, but also the amount of CPD that you're giving away for free, and the voices that you're giving to people. Is I haven't watched every single second today, but I've watched most of it, and I've thoroughly enjoyed it. So thank you.
It's fantastic. Do you want to stick around for the Wall of Names? We're going to give away some books here.
Oh, yes.
Awesome. I'm going to bring in Shannon. Hi,
Hello.
Shannon. Welcome back. And I'm going to bring in Sarah as well. Hi, Sarah.
Hi.
Sarah's in a very cool room.
Yeah,
it's my husband's Warhammer room.
Oh, what? I want to be in my husband's Warhammer room.
My oldest sister started getting into it. I might be asking you lots of questions about this because I don't fully understand it. Let's see if I can share the wall of names or the wheel of names.
Wheel of names.
Wow.
Wheel of names, right? So we're going to give away a copy of Shannon's book.
Woo!
100 Ideas Primary Maths. Sarah's book. Multiplication tables. Remind me of the name, Sarah.
Times Tables Ninja.
Times Tables Ninja. I thought that. I just didn't want to get it wrong. And then a copy of Thinking Deeply About Primary Mathematics by someone else. So we can see. Look how small the wheel of names is. So
wouldn't it be so funny? Is my name on there?
Every £5 you're on there.
I really hope that Neil Armand's parents win all the books.
Yes. So this one is for 100 ideas then, Shannon.
Ooh, who's my drummer?
Oh, it was almost Adam.
Oh,
Sarah, you're the winner. Have you got a copy, Sarah?
I have got a copy. You can respin it.
Can I respin?
That might happen.
I never win anything as well.
And it's Tom Brassington. Oh, Tom's not here.
Yay, Brasso!
He does have a copy, but maybe he wants another one. I don't know.
So we'll remove that one. This one's for Times Tables Ninja.
I'm going to win it, aren't I?
Yeah,
even if you get a copy, you can always slot it in the staff room, can't you? So.
Listen to Mish.
Yay!
He donated right at the very start of the morning. And let's remove. And then for Thinking Deeply About Primary Mathematics. That was very close to being Neil's one. It's
They're big fans.
Diane Hall. Okay, so Tom, Diane, and Nimish, if you DM me your addresses, I'll make sure to get to you as soon as possible. So let's remove that. Awesome. Thanks, Adam. We'll catch up with you at 7 o'clock. See you later.
All right, I'll see you later.
Awesome. Lisa, thank you very much for your patience. Didn't have enough room on the screen for everybody. This is the professional room you were telling me about.
Yes, yeah, I'm in the most comfortable seat I've ever been in my life. It's brilliant. I live here now. It's fine. It's not quite as cool as Sarah's Warhammer room, though.
Husband's Warhammer room. I'm only borrowing it. Borrowing it for an hour.
Awesome.
Looks brilliant.
Lisa, you've travelled across England this afternoon, haven't you?
Yeah, so from Norfolk to London for New Year. So yeah, and I've been set up in this space. There's 3 screens, camera, big old microphone. I'm all set up and ready.
Wow, fantastic. I mean, thank you very much, all of you, for joining me. I'm really looking forward to this all day. Multiplication tables. I'm just asking the questions, guys. I'm not going to be trying to put my spin on anything. I want to know what you guys think. So I really appreciate you joining me. So I think my first question, I don't think it's an easy one. With regards to multiplication tables, what comes first, knowing or understanding?
Should I start? I can. I mean, I don't have an answer, so I think that's a good place to start. So I don't. That's all I've got. I don't have an answer. It's really complicated, isn't it? I think both Shannon and Sarah will kind of chip in and agree or disagree with various things I'm about to say. But I think knowing can come first, because you can have children who could tell you that 3 times 4 is 12 without thinking about it and without really understanding what that means. So I think knowing definitely can come first, in the sense that you can teach children to recall and regurgitate that kind of thing. You can, we've seen videos of very young children reciting all their times tables, and it's amazing. but they can do that without understanding. So knowing can come first. I suppose my kind of secondary question is whether it should, and that's where I get stuck. So yeah, I think knowing can, but whether it should is I don't know.
I agree that I don't think there is a definitive answer to this. I don't think there needs to be a first. Neil and I were talking about it just before, and I was going, "Oh, what would you say to this question?" As I like to check what he thinks. And what Mum said is that there is no first, because you can have a child who has memorized all of their table facts but doesn't have any conceptual understanding of what that means. They could rattle them off, like you said, Lisa, when we see those very young children on clips on Twitter. And then you could have a child, I think it's less likely, but I think you could have a child who has a conceptual understanding of what multiplication is, but hasn't yet got to the point where they know their facts. I think it comes down to what we think, how do we define the word know? So what does knowing your facts mean? Is it just memorizing them? Is it being able to apply them? Is it having an understanding of the structure beneath? But ultimately, I think that it's just like a twin track running along, isn't it? Like they go hand in hand. You learn to memorize them because you need to memorize them. And then you learn the conceptual stuff as well alongside it. And then eventually they just kind of marry together, I think.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that. And I think it probably is that you sort of like a bit at a time, like there might be some bits that are sort of just known and memorized and some bits that are understood a little bit better. And as long as teachers and parents of school age children are sort of encouraging that conceptual understanding as well, that it's not necessarily a problem if there are children who just know the times tables, as long as it's not left as that it's okay, what does that actually mean?
Yeah, and I think
sorry, Shannon.
Sorry, Lisa. I think you hit the nail on the head by saying, as long as we know that the child just knows it, and then we put in the conceptual stuff as well, but then you have to find a way of knowing whether it is a memorization or whether they don't have the conceptual stuff, whether they have both, or I don't know. Yeah, there's a bit of digging deeper to be done, isn't there?
Yeah,
I think the problem comes where children can just narrate the times table, so they can just go 2, 4, 6, 8, but they can't do that more ad hoc. They just know almost just that string of numbers.
Yeah, you always get the ones in times table test, don't you? And it's like whatever it is, 4 times 2, and they're like, they haven't memorized the actual facts. They're just too busy chanting the multiples.
Or stamping if you're doing the 7 times table one.
Yes, by the time they've stamped or by the time they've, and I think that's the thing. I think is that enough to know? So if we're saying knowing can, and I agree with you completely, Shannon, we can kind of, they need to be in tandem, and it doesn't matter which came first or what order it happens in. But is knowing them, is being able to recite the multiples, is that enough to say that they know them, or do we need them to know instantly what the answer is? It's no. I don't have an answer.
Now, having watched 3 year groups worth of pupils practice for the check and then do the check, 6 seconds isn't enough time to count. It's a really well chosen number. Whatever you think about the MTC, 6 seconds is a really well chosen number because it's just on the limit of, I almost got that. And then it knocks them off to the next one and the next one after that. So it is almost that threshold between automaticity and sort of recitation of a pattern. And we'll get to the MTC in a bit, but it's really interesting. You think that first is a contentious word in that question. So I mean, if we accept then, right, that we want to develop sort of both sides at the same time, what systems or approaches should and can we put in place to help pupils learn about multiplication tables? And if we take it from the viewpoint of a teacher first, and then we'll come to subject later. So, Lisa, what would you do as a teacher to help pupils develop that understanding?
I've got a couple of things. I think one of the things, and I've stolen this from one of the schools I work in. The maths lead there implemented it, and it's going really well. So they have an extended maths lesson. So they have time at the start of the lesson to do like starters and warm ups and what have you. And they use the counting sticks to do it, which is not the thing I want to talk about. But one of the things after the counting sticks, after that kind of rote learning kind of recitation of things, they make sure that every single lesson has a fact of whichever times table one of them they're focusing on, where they have like a conceptual understanding. Like it's just a slide, it's just an image. So it might be like I keep going back to 3 times 4. So if they're doing the 3 times table, it might be 3 times 4. And it might be an array, or it might be a picture of groups, 3 groups of 4 or 4 groups of 3. And the children have an opportunity to discuss what they see. So it's a really nice thing. It happens every single day with a different multiplication fact. And it just really emphasizes that conceptual understanding, so that they get the rote learning recitation of the counting stick, but they also have an opportunity to see lots of different ways of seeing that particular times table. And then I think the other thing that I'm starting to implement, and I think maths teachers should be using, is Sarah's book. I'm sure she's going to talk about a book, but Sarah's maths times tables ninjas, isn't it, Sarah? Don't let me get it wrong. So the activities in there are brilliant because they force children to think about multiplication in lots of different ways. So there's opportunities for them to think about it as area. They get to think about it in terms of division and fractions as well. So I think those kind of things are really important to make sure that we're not just always looking at arrays, or we're not just always looking at area models, that we're looking at lots of different conceptual understanding things. And that's a nice way of doing it, I think.
Yeah, I would agree. And I think what you said about the thing you've stolen, about it happens every day. And I think it does need to happen every day. That little and often is really important. And I think I had a chat with some maths leads in our trust recently, and someone said, oh, well, White Rose is appalling for teaching the times tables. And kind of said, well, it's not designed to teach the times tables. There is a tiny aspect in it, in that it covers those objectives that are in the national curriculum. But we know that there's far more that needs to happen, just like with the number bonds lower down. Like, you have to put that into place yourself. You have to be doing those little and often, whether you call them, oh, we've lost Sarah, whether you call them like maths meetings. I know lots of schools do those, or whether it's just your routine. For me and my job share, it's the 15 minutes before lunch. We do them every day, and it is that counting stick, multiple representations, chanting, ping pong, all of those things that we've all been doing for years and years, but just making sure we're doing them every day in quite a structured, systematic way, so that we're not leaving it to chance. And then you get the classic, but my child already knows the 3 times tables. Congratulations, they're gonna go over them again, because that never hurt anyone. And it's 15 minutes out of their day, and that's life, and they'll just get on with it. But I think it's just as often as possible, and as much as I love Timetable Rockstars, and I think it's a really, really good resource, not overly relying on it, because it isn't going to teach the times tables.
Yeah. And I know, Kieran, I know you said about we'll come on to sort of maths leadership. I think what Shannon said leads quite nicely onto how can maths leaders support this. And I think one of the things is absolutely fighting for that time. So one of the things I work on with my maths leads is getting them to understand, as a timetable as a whole, if you take the whole week and if you separate it into like English skills and math skills, and if you think about, and I know it's not the same everywhere, but in our trust, the wider curriculum stuff is very English heavy. There's a lot of reading comprehension. There's a lot of writing involved in all of the wider curriculum subjects. And I think if you we worked out that, we were doing so much English skills that actually fighting for that 15 minutes a day, like you say, Shannon, to do a maths meeting or whatever you want to call it, is so important. And I think that's one of the biggest wins that a maths lead, if they can persuade SLT and then make sure it's actually then happening, and then it doesn't get squeezed out with all of the other pressures of a timetable. Even if you take 10 minutes a day to do, like you say, times tables, number bonds, that kind of thing, it makes such a difference.
I agree. And I think even if your foundation subjects aren't super English heavy, English still dominates the timetable, doesn't it? Because you've got writing, you've got reading, you've got spelling instruction, grammar, punctuation, you know, phonics in certain year groups or in schools where they do it all the way through, you know, it does dominate. And I think just saying, no, actually, let's just have this ring fence section of the day where we focus on number bonds or times tables. That I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and you do have to fight for it. Because teachers feel like there isn't enough time to cover the entire curriculum, so there is a job to be done within SLT there to make sure that your expectations are realistic. But you just have to chunk it up a bit. Like Emma said, it's getting away from the maths or English hour, looking at the whole day and seeing how you can, you know, spread it out. And I know that Kira and I, we've talked about shortening the maths lesson before, because maths lessons don't always need to be an hour long. Certainly not in Key Stage 1, I don't think. And I would argue in lower Key Stage 2 as well. You don't need an entire hour on maths to be able to get through what you need to get through and teach what you need to teach, and for them to practice. It's about shifting your mindset away from my maths lesson is an hour long, and maybe it's 45 minutes, and maybe your 15 minutes is actually on the bookended on the end of that, or it's put into a different time of day, and you have to get into the routine of doing it and sticking to it.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I think it's about that routine, and if you make it at part of your routine, and if you make sure there's variety, like you said, Shannon, I agree with you. Times Tables Rockstars is an amazing resource, but that alone will not solve our problems with times tables. Even like the automaticity, just the rote learning recall is not enough for a lot of our children. It's great, but it's not, you know, and I think it's about educating teachers and maths leads and making sure that we know there's a variety of things, and then finding the time in a busy schedule to fit all that in.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I could do 20 minutes in year 1, you know, and that'd be, you know, there'll be maths at other times in the day, but I don't need to use all the time that we have for it straight away. I think 40 minutes probably my max. After 40 minutes, I'm thinking I'd rather have 20 minutes later on for year 6, you know, because then we can either do the intervention or the independent practice, whatever point in the sequence we are. But yeah, 6. As soon as I got freedom to get away from that 60 minutes, I was gone.
It's interesting though, isn't it? How we know as practitioners, we know that a 60-minute lesson is not what we have to do. And we know that a 60-minute lesson isn't what necessarily is best for the children. Particularly, I mean, I can't imagine year 1 children focusing for 60 minutes on one thing. And yet we still have this desire to kind of pigeonhole and package everything in neat little time parcels. That's a whole other conversation, but it's interesting.
It is, but it's a habit that we need to break.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is there anything else we do from a subject leader point of view?
I think making it quite structured, like your schedule for teaching certain times tables at certain times in the year, and making, you know, like having a times table curriculum rather than saying to teachers, oops, you know, these are the ones you have to cover, because they don't necessarily know when, how long to spend, whether to do a week on each or blocks of time. And so I know that certain schools took part in I think it was like an NCTM and University of Greenwich thing years ago, where they blocked out what times tables would be covered from year 2 up. And it meant that they were all getting covered and they all had a decent length of time. So I think if you're a maths lead who's thinking about timetable instruction, then that's one thing to think about. I also think, like, I know on Sarah's episode of Slapo before, so you talked about like the key facts, didn't you? And how it isn't actually all of the times tables that people think it is, and that you can pretty much slice it in half. And I think like maths leads being aware of that, and showing the teachers that, and actually like doing a lot of the work for them, and just saying, these are the facts that you are teaching. This is how long to spend on it. This is the structure of a nice times table session. These are some of the activities you might do across a week, because otherwise it's probably going to be done poorly, because it's an afterthought, because we have a lot of things to get on with.
Definitely. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, I know I'm just on my iPad behaving. Sorry if I end up saying things things you've already just said, but I've just been running around the house. Yeah, from we were saying about blocking out times tables. So we block out which year group and sort of which point in the year, just to make sure they are all taught. But one thing we have maths meetings, because we used to follow Maths Mastery. So we have a 15-minute maths meeting every day. Every week we have a times table fact that every class in the school focuses on. So do, and every class will look at that. But year one might look at it in a view of, well, 2 add 2 is 4. It might look like literally just 2 times 2. And then going up to say year 3, they might look at 20. Say year 6, we might then end up doing half of 2,000 or half of 0.2. One times table facts into the whole week exploring. And that then means that when we come to arithmetic thing like 1,440 divided by 12, that they're not sitting there doing long, they become more familiar with seeing those sort of place value multiplication facts.
Agreed, definitely.
And I think that's I think that's a really nice idea as well. I think it's something that, as maths leads, that's something to emphasise to teachers as well. The fact that it's your times tables is not just knowing those however 144 facts or whatever it is, you know, it's about knowing those related facts as well and being able to use that. And I think that's a really nice idea, Sarah. And I think we, you know, in the school that I'm primarily based in at the moment, I've set a sort of timetable of, okay, this year group's going to learn these facts, but I don't think I've gone, listening to you two, I don't think I've gone far enough. And I think that's my next step, is to think about how can I support them in thinking really specifically about which fact when. And you both mentioning, you know, those specific facts you need to know. I think there's a really nice blog from Colin Foster, who did exactly the same thing as you've been talking about. He showed like the grid and just showed how few times tables you actually really need to learn. And that's a really a nice thing to share with teachers and maths leads, to get them to think about it as well.
I also think, sorry, as a maths lead, I no longer lead maths. I lead our maths network for the trust, but I don't actually lead maths in a school anymore. But as a previous maths lead, making sure that the onus is on everyone and not just on the year 4 teacher when it comes to the MTC, because just like the Key Stage 2 SATs, that there's years and years of teaching that led up to them, and there's years of timetable instruction that should have led up to the year 4 MTC. So it shouldn't just be about the year 4 teacher. The responsibility shouldn't just lie on them, and head teachers should know that as well.
Absolutely.
What did you think of the outcomes of the MTC this year? You know, so they reported for the first time in 2022. Is there anything you change on a systemic level as a result? What about on a school level?
Linking to the point that I just made about the MTC, I think there needs to be greater awareness of the lack of pass mark, because lots of head teachers have taken it as 25 is the pass mark, even though it explicitly says there is no pass mark. But there were still countless year 4 teachers in the summer posting on social media saying, I'm in tears, my head teacher has just said that all of my children have failed the MTC, or they've pulled me in because they've asked me what on earth I've been doing because X number of children didn't pass. And while I do think by year 4 almost every child should be getting 25 out of 25, because our instruction should be good enough for that to be the case, there may be errors and slips, there may be children with significant barriers to their learning. Most of those children, though, should get 25 out of 25. I still think that heads need to realise that the language they're using, the approach that they have, really needs to change. And I don't know if, because of the fact that there was a trial a few years ago, then COVID, and then now it all felt a little bit rushed, I thought, even though we've had several years to prep. Heads, I think, just didn't necessarily, not all heads, but some heads didn't necessarily act how they should have. So perhaps more training for heads from the DFE might be nice.
Really gave any useful information. Going back to what we said about times table facts, all it highlighted was children rattle them off the top of their head. And so even if they're getting 25 out of 25, they may conceptually sort of how to use those times table facts. So in terms of it said which facts children know, but it didn't really give any useful information, I didn't feel.
Yeah, we did. So we looked at kind of across the trust. So for anyone who my job role is I'm maths. I lead maths across the trust. So that's kind of I look after all of the maths. And so I was asked to do some analysis, and I was like, I can do that, but it's not really going to show you a lot. And I think you're right. I think it's those children who can just rattle them off with little comprehension of what they're doing did particularly well. But we've got some, across the trust, we've got some very good mathematicians in the sense of their reasoning and problem solving ability who didn't do particularly well, and their teachers felt disappointed for them, and and it shouldn't be like that. I think it's a double-edged sword, because I think it's so important that children know their times tables, because actually there's so much, it unlocks so much mathematics, and it allows all sorts of aspects of maths to become more cognitively easier to kind of grasp, because they've got that automaticity. However, putting that kind of quite high pressured thing on children and teachers is not necessarily a good idea. Like I can see Neil said in the chat, don't link it to accountability. And I am sure that there will be year 4 teachers up and down the land who have had some sort of performance management target related to this, and that's quite sad. And so it's that double-edged of, well, yes, we need them to know the times tables by the end of year 4 is really useful because of the type of mathematics we go into in upper key stage 2. But is this the way forward? Particularly when we've got children, one of the schools I work in, their children just don't really have access to computers, in the sense of there isn't the computing, the computer situation in school there's not a lot of them available, and actually they don't then have laptops or computers at home, and so the actual act of typing them in is quite tricky, and they don't necessarily have the exposure, and so we're putting them at a disadvantage. I don't know how other, like Sarah, have you sort of found similar with your school, or whether they were all right in terms of the technology side of things?
We're quite lucky in that we've got an iPad for every child, so IT wasn't a barrier there. But I feel like it's quite a time pressure just to do the times table in 6 seconds. But there's something about doing a test, got to think it, write it, and 6 seconds is, I had to go at it, and I found it really stressful to do, just because it wasn't a case of almost like I know it, but I can't quite get it out in time, kind of. So I don't really know if there's a way around that in terms of if just I found it quite high pressure when I was an adult rather than.
Yeah, and I happily, my 12 times tables, I'm not there yet. I don't think, if it was just on 12 times tables, I'm just not. It is something that I find really tricky. The other ones I'm fine with. It's just literally those kind of latter 12s that I just get in the right pickle with, and that's quite stressful. And then, like you said, Shani, you've got children who might have a slip or might have a panic moment when they're finding 7 12s and don't know, and then suddenly they've not got the pass mark, which doesn't exist. We know it doesn't exist, but they feel quite a lot of pressure to have not got it right or not typed it in right or whatever. So it's hard. But so I'm sorry, Sarah.
And from that, obviously, if they then get I've got it wrong, if it's the case where they haven't got it in time, and they're like going back to my driving test, and then have to just sit and keep going for the whole of the rest of the time, it's you're never going to do your best then.
No, I think that's a really good point about the pressure, about them being aware when they've made a mistake, and then the pressure that they put on themselves. And I wonder where that pressure comes from. And I imagine there are schools that did tackle that in the wrong way, just like there are schools that tackle the SATs in the wrong way, and that told the children, you're going to get 25 questions and you need to get 25 right. And I imagine that there are parents that told their kids they needed to get 25 out of 25. And that might work for some children. I honestly, as a child in year 4, I would have loved the challenge of getting 25 out of 25 because that's who I was. And I was quite speedy at my timetable, so it probably would have worked for me. But for the majority of children, it's probably really unhelpful. And I also think like if you're in a position like Sarah's school where you've got the devices, then this should just be becoming part of your day-to-day life, then practicing it and being aware of that format, rather than it being like this high stakes, oh gosh, it's the real one now, you know, because what you're only going to make them feel like flustered and under pressure. But ultimately, like I said at the start, I do think that the majority of our children should be able to get 25 out of 25. Our maths teaching, our instruction for timetables should be good enough for that to happen, with that, you know, exception that there's going to be a couple of the children maybe in each year group who can't or who don't take part. But I think so that the average score was 19.8. And the most popular score, the most common score was 25. 27% of them got 25. But then I spent some time this afternoon like looking through the graphs, and there were children getting 1, 2, 3. And then you look at that and you think, well, something's gone terribly wrong here.
Yeah.
So either those children shouldn't, you know, should they've been submitted? Because if I've got a child who's getting 3 out of 25 and there's no sort of barrier to their learning, then I've done something drastically wrong as a teacher and not recognising that. I also thought it was interesting that you know, I say interesting, not surprising that disadvantaged children did worse, because of course they're going to do worse, because like Lisa said, if you don't have any devices anywhere and you don't get the chance to practice, or you live in a house where mum's working 3 jobs, you're not going to have time to practice. So I do think, you know, well, that wasn't surprising. It was interesting that it came out in this, like it comes out in most things.
So if we imagine that this is a suitable proxy for children knowing their times tables, what would you change on a systemic level so that more than 27% of pupils can be considered to know their times tables at the end of year 4? What would you change? Okay, a lot of hypotheticals. Extend, you know, what is it, the disbelief for a moment. What would you change?
I think going back to sort of the rote and the knowing. I know that it's not a super, but making sure that teachers understand the purpose of times tables, and that they're not just and that they are looking at the regular recall and put into maths meeting, into a daily maths lesson, making it just part of the daily routine. But I think there are still schools who are just saying, okay, children, you just got to learn your 7 times table, and then parents go, okay, well, you've got to learn your 7 times tables. Okay, fine, you've learnt them, now it. So just making sure that there is that understanding of why they're learning them in the curriculum and how that benefits by having that good knowledge. And I think one of you mentioned earlier about sort of the different suggestions of how you can daily repetition. I think it was Elisa, you said about using the counting stick. And the school you can do that. That it's fine if you're in year 6 that you can still be using the counting stick. It's fine to still be looking at, this might associate with being down in year 1. And we're going, well, actually, conceptually, this will help understand. Then they need to be looking at those representations. And Ran out of steam there.
I think if we look at like the focus that phonics has had, and maybe there's something in making. I know there's a couple of organisations who have developed like number sense like programs and curriculums for Key Stage 1. Maybe that needs to become a compulsory element of teaching, and then maybe there needs to be a times table element to that as well. And I'm not suggesting that we're going to start having validated times table schemes. However, I don't think it would be a bad thing if some experts got together and put their head together and said, let's make something that's going to work for the majority of children, the majority of schools across the country. Then I wouldn't say no, particularly if it's free, but very affordable. So if you don't mind putting your heads together, guys.
Like you say, though, we've all kind of accepted that phonics is something we have to do, and it's the best way. I mean, I'm not going to get into the phonics debate, but it's the way that children learn to read, and that schools do phonics. That is how it works. But then when you look at times tables or number bonds or any other kind of that kind of building blocks of mathematics, there is a huge variation in ways that's taught. So yeah, I think you're right. And I think, Shannon, you mentioned earlier about things like White Rose not teaching multiplication tables, and it's like, well, it doesn't. And like, I used to work for Maths Mastery. I know Sarah said the school's a Maths Mastery school. There is no explicit this is how you teach times tables in Maths Mastery. It teaches the conceptual side of things, but not the rote learning bit. And whatever wherever you are, whatever scheme or whatever approach you take, we all do times tables differently. There might be similar themes, so we might all use times tables rock stars as an element, we might use counting six as an element, but maybe apparently it's a New Year project for us. Thanks, Neil.
I'm very busy.
Well, out of the two of you, I'm the only one. I haven't written a book yet, so maybe this is my.
You can write the times table.
Yeah, there you go. I will solve the world's problems with times tables.
It does seem strange, though. Sorry, Sarah. Go on.
No. Earlier this year, it's scaffolding in maths and how to support children in the math learning, depending on. Try that again. So that the age group can still access the learning that's happening in class, and it's really interesting, really closely at all of the objectives. How many of them are literally just a times table fact? A column addition is basically just number bonds within 20, and who they know their time with their number bonds. They learn them when they're in year 1, but then they never. And we've started in year 6 using the Maths app, which has a column addition facts within 20. And when we first sort of showed it to them, they were like, "Oh, this is just year 1 maths." And then, "Oh no, I'm not getting a very high score on these." And then they got really competitive with having a go at them in doing column addition after spending that time doing that. How much the skills that they've just been learning were completely relevant to that. The sort of those skills that you learn down in year 1, I don't know if you necessarily see how relevant they are all the way up the school. And it's not just oh yes, we've done that, that's it. It's actually, you're going to keep using these. You need to know them off by heart. You need to be able.
And I think that speaks back to what we were saying about having a really clear, systematic way of teaching times tables or any number of facts across year groups, and the fact that, like you say, you might be in year 6, but if you don't know your 5 times table fluently, you are still going to practice your 5 times table until you do, because it might be something, oh, we've done it before, but it's I think that's part of what needs to change. I wonder as well, systemically, thinking about my lack of 12 times tables knowledge, do we need to go to 12? That's my question. Could we go back to doing up to 10 times 10? Is that enough? Would that make a difference?
What a question to throw in. It's like a grenade.
Yeah. Sorry. I mean, because I don't know. It depends. Depending on when you went to school, I learned my times tables up to 10 times 10.
Yeah.
I didn't learn my 11s and 12s. I mean, I perhaps am aware of my 11s is a whole different thing, but 12 times tables, I didn't learn them in a rote way, which is why I think I find them much more challenging nowadays. But maybe, I don't know. That's my grenade. I'm just going to leave now.
I want to know what Kieran thinks about that.
Oh, yeah.
But I said I wasn't going to opine.
Well, but that wasn't a question that was planned. It was an impromptu grenade. I think.
Fair enough.
Okay.
I would go further. I would say that it's preferable to know your 13s, 14s, 15s,
interesting,
maybe 16s. I'd maybe go to 20, all the way up to 20s. Yeah, I think in terms of being like, I'm not saying by year 4. I'm saying eventually.
Probably year 5 at least.
Yeah, year 5.
1 will learn up to the 7s, and then year 2 will go up to 12s.
Because what you want is the ultimate amount of flexibility when working with number.
Yeah.
And you don't know what numbers you're going to encounter when you're an adult. Say percentages, for instance, when VAT used to be 17.5%. You know, who knows? Maybe they'll go back to 17.5%. Although it doesn't go down, VAT, does it? You know, but we're going back for all those, you know, sort of harking back to days gone by. I think, yeah, you don't know what situation you're going to be in. If I know 13 times 13, well, then I can use that to manipulate 130s, and I can use that to manipulate other multiples or even decimal fractions, you know? So I'm not saying it's necessarily something because we had a conversation earlier on about what is it the responsibility of schools to do. But I think by the end of primary school, we can definitely do that. And I think you just open the possibility for you know, not having to use formal written algorithms. You know, because I was talking, you know, Stuart Welsh, who was on with you, Lisa, a couple of weeks back. He and I were talking about division and whether or not you need to learn a formal written algorithm, because if you understand the laws of arithmetic properly, well, actually, you can use the fact that you know that, I don't know, say 86 divided by 12 is the same as 86 divided by 2 and then divided by 6, you know?
Yeah.
You can do that in seconds in your head. And I think if we're looking at, well, do we need 12s? Well, the more of those we have that we can use, the better off we are. So that's where I come from. I'm not saying it's what do you call it? My position normally isn't the accepted position on lots of these things. You know,
you make a very convincing argument, Kieran.
Well, yeah, that's where I stand. Sarah was going to say something. I think she's gone. We've got orange bars.
She's moving.
Yeah.
I'll just chip in. Neil Alma says just take out time.
The third time today he's tried to take out time.
Get rid of it. I would get rid of it.
Before we go to sleep as well. I'd get rid of time. I'd get rid of money. Sorry, Kieran, I know you did a money problem earlier on. You mentioned it. I'd get rid of DT while we're here, but that's a different podcast.
Maybe we need to have an episode on what would we get rid of. There'd be some heated debates going on there.
Oh yeah.
Apart from time,
make that happen.
Yeah,
time we'd all agree on.
A load of fraction stuff, and I said no way. I love my fractions. But anyway, the times table. I think if we were going to have this systemic change, whether it be a validated timetable scheme or going up to 20, whatever it is, I think we would have then more of a more security with parents, because I think with phonics, you get parents who come in and say, but my child can already read, blah blah blah, and you say, well, this is the scheme that we work to, this, it's systematic, blah blah blah. If we had that for times tables and number bonds, and just say, well, this is what we work to, this is the curriculum. And then I think we might feel a little bit more comfortable, because at the moment you do have those sometimes quite pushy parents who come in and say, but, Johnny knows up to 13 times 13. And you go, great, congratulations. But that's not good enough for a lot of parents. And I think if we just said, look, this is the the schedule of the scheme that worked through the systematic times table scheme that we have, then maybe they'll get off people's backs a little bit. Not that I realise there are a couple of parents in the room, but it's just, I think, you know, that can sometimes feel like a real pressure for teachers, particularly when it comes to times tables. Because as a teacher, you want it to be quite simple. And if you're having a weekly times table test, like I imagine most schools still do, you just want it to be as simple as possible. You want everyone doing the same test. You don't want to have to go up to 17 for a couple of children to appease their parents.
Yeah,
that'd be my systemic change.
Oscar's a really interesting one on that, because he got access to Rockstars through his school in September, and he's now close to a second for all of them. You know, so he did his little bit every day. But when he was doing his tutor diagnostic the other day, he asked me what perimeter was, because we clearly never had that conversation about
interesting.
perimeter. So even though he very clearly just gets things quite quickly, you can't assume that kids know absolutely everything, and it's how to use them, you know. Because so as a parent, I got a really good case study of you know, don't assume that he knows absolutely everything, because you know, we just never had those. You know, we've had lots of mathematically rich conversations, but never. I can
imagine you have had a lot of mathematically rich conversations, because you just sat and said, while he was doing his tutor diagnostic assessment.
I mean, you also said the other day, like, are we talking in the Christmas holidays, Kieran? Is this?
That was Christmas Day.
No, it wasn't. He was ill just before the end of term, and he's been begging me for ages to get it, because once he found out what I did for a living, he's been begging me to have access. And
I have to say, he is a legend of a child. He's such a kid, and he's so lovely and so keen to learn. I can imagine teaching him is a joy, but also I imagine his teachers also tear their head out trying to like challenge him.
Yeah, but like I said, he doesn't know everything. So whenever they get to area and perimeter, that'll be something for him to learn.
You're gonna learn it by then.
No, I'm not teaching it. So I think this is probably the most important question we're going to cover. If pupils are struggling to develop quick or even derivative recall of multiplication facts, what can we put in place to support them?
I think, so Shannon said earlier, and I agree with her, I think by the end of year 4, the majority of children should be able to get 25 out of 25 on that MTC, if that's our kind of benchmark of being able to do it, with the exception of children who have more, you know, complex learning needs that would stop them from doing that. And so I think if we take that as our benchmark, I think what we need to do is simply make sure that we are covering all of our bases every single day. We are doing from day 1 in September to the end of July, we are giving children opportunity to be exposed to times tables. I think where we've got children who don't know them, it's often down to the lack of regular revisiting and practice. You know, it's not that I've got some children in year 6 who aren't confident in their 5 or 2 times tables, and it's got nothing to do with their ability to remember or their previous teaching. It is simply down to there has not been that systematic, constant exposure to it, and that you've kind of got that. We often have that attitude of, oh, we've done the 2s now, we'll leave that alone, and we're not revisiting and come back to it. So I think I don't think, and I'm happy to hear other ideas, but I think for me it is about making sure that whole class teaching is absolutely spot on and regular, and that will then bring up all of those, the majority of those children who we know that can get there.
Yeah, I would agree. Ideal scenario, you are having like banging times table instruction from day 1. Banging. Did you like my adjective?
I loved your banging, yeah.
Yeah, it would be spot on from day 1, and then I think you would have far fewer children falling through the gaps. You just would. But for those children that then still do, you know, I hear like lots of maybe some negative things about precision teaching, and I don't think it's like a solve all intervention, but I saw very good success with it with times tables memorization, not conceptual understanding. at a school I worked at for a few years recently, and it was one TA, to be honest, who just dominated interventions by making sure that, and she planned it and she resourced it. She was a dream to have, but she did, and it was, it was a minute with every child who needed it every day, and suddenly their memorization of times tables was far better, which I think then meant that they could apply it to the other things. So I think regular, quick, intervention soon after realizing there was an issue is ideal, but if not, then that precision teaching I think can come in handy with that. Because I think if you look at most of the things we do now, like phonics, if they don't get it in the morning in that kind of instruction session, then there usually is like a pickup in the afternoon or later on that day where someone is going over it with them because they noticed that they didn't get it. So the same should apply to times tables. I don't have a TA in the afternoons. I only teach half the week, but I don't have a TA in the afternoons. And so the days that I do our maths meetings, when I realise that there's a couple who haven't got every question right, I do a little quick quiz at the end of them just to see on whiteboards who's with me, who's not. And I just quickly pull them over while the others are lining up for lunch, and we go over it, and I get an extra kind of 3 minutes with them. It's not perfect, but it's what I can do with that situation. And then with some children, you might need to dig deeper and really delve into what's happening there. We've lost Kieran.
We'll just carry on. It'll be fine.
Yeah, we might need to delve deeper with some of those children, because we know that there are going to be children that do struggle, and that's absolutely fine. It's normal. Emma in the chat says for her youngest, it's his school's reliance on Times Over Rockstars, so she doesn't hear him talk about any whole class teaching. And I imagine that's really common in a lot of places, that they just go times tables, go on to TTRS for homework, maybe even early work each day. So they're not getting that instruction. What do you think, Sarah, about those children?
I think as we sort of mentioned a few times, that they are reteaching, and so they're still maximising and sort of capitalising on the fluency into just a recall, but that where possible, even if it's again time in the timetable, but where there could be some kind of manipulation of making, say, to reinforce that. And it's I always find it really interesting. No, don't see the pattern in the 11 times table, or in the 9 times table where there are, and yeah, if maybe there's time for them to physically look and go, okay, well, can you see the pattern? Can you see why that's working? I just feel children we really struggle with that recall and just remembering the facts. So it's sort of the several different bases, trying different things, and I think sometimes there's one representation that just really works for some children, that it might be something that doesn't work for anyone else, but seeing it in Dean's or seeing it in a different way.
Yeah, I agree. And I think you've just reminded me of something else, Sarah. I think one of the things as well to really emphasise for those children who do struggle is the commutativity. So again, it really surprised me working with some year sixes. Now they are our lowest attaining year sixes. There's just a little handful of them. But we were doing a counting stick, and we were doing our 3 times table, I think it was. And we did okay, I said, oh, so what's 3 times 4? And they all said 12. And I was like, okay, what's 4 times 3? Silence. I think it is that, really emphasising, like you said, Sarah, getting them to spot patterns and things.
Divided by 3.
Yeah. Go doing the division, doing the multiplication, making sure that we've got all of those bits, because actually supporting them to really realise in the moment that 3 times 4 is 4 times 3 and that they're the same thing is really good. I think interesting unpopular opinion about setting TTRS to auto. I think actually I don't think enough teachers use the setting function or use the kind of heat maps. So if you have the stats bolt on, you get a whole load of other like heat maps and things, and thinking about what you said, Shannon, about being able to grab those children. If you have a concept of their heat maps, you can really easily see where children are struggling. And so
that's
I think
a nice way of tackling that. I think if you don't have the the time necessarily to do the instruction and then intervene after the instruction. But if you've got their heat maps, I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, just go and look and go, oh.
I know. Neil's also mentioned the complete maths timetable app, which I've given to our children just as a link on their home learning letter. And mine love it because it is so, it just throws up so many different representations, and they actually have to think rather than just answer after answer after answer. So I think that's a great shout.
Yeah, I agree. Anything that's making them think about how they use times tables. So that, or as I said earlier, you know, Sarah's book is full of lots of lovely different activities to apply that, because I think it's being able to see that those times tables can be used in lots of different ways, can look in lots of different ways, that helps you remember, well, just for me anyway, that helps you remember what the answer is, just not what the
And
child.
just explicitly making those links earlier on. Like you said about them not understanding the 3 times 4 is equals 4 times 3, or the division side, like Sarah mentioned. Make those links really early on and make them explicit. Just teach them. Don't expect them to just understand it like that.
Yeah,
just
absolutely.
Teach it with fact.
Awesome. I mean, I was flagging earlier on, and then but talking to you guys about multiplication tables has brought me back to life. So, yeah, this has been fantastic. And so, what a plan? We're going to talk. What are we going to talk about in the new year? We're going to talk about something.
Things to get rid of in the curriculum.
Oh yeah. That plus
Let's drop that.
More on systemic changes in the thing. Yeah. But thank you so much for your support. For this, it's been really appreciated. I think you guys were some of the first names down on the list. Sarah, Shannon, I'll send you the addresses of the winners of your books as soon as I have them. But also, I have to say thank you very much for joining me. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have you seen the total?
Oh yeah. Yes, that's right. We've broken £1,000.
Yay!
So we're on £1,013. I mean, that's massive.
That's incredible.
You should be so proud.
Yeah, well, I think it's thanks to the generosity of our awesome community. So it's excellent. So thank you very much for that. Really appreciate it, guys.
Bugging anyone else? It's not a round number though.
Yeah.
I'll square it off before the end of the day.
Absolutely. Thank
Awesome.
you, Kieran.
Thanks, guys. I'll see you soon. Thank you. Shall we annoy Morgs, Shannon? You want to stay?
Okay. Hi, Morgs.
Hello. How are we doing?
Not too bad. How's your signal?
Yeah, should be okay. I'm going to remind my flatmates actually that I'm on. Should be finished work 6 o'clock, isn't it? It's a Friday. No one works till 6 o'clock on a Friday, do they?
Friday.
It is Friday.
I have no idea. I think it's Friday. Tomorrow's New Year's Eve. Do you want to share your screen, Elliot, to make sure it's all working for you?
Yeah, I'm going to do like the presenter view. I just need to let you tell me whether, you know, where it has like the notes on one side sort of thing.
We'll be your audience.
So, what can you see at the moment?
Your notes view, presenter view.
You can see that. See, I don't know. I don't know how to change that so that you can only see. And that is where I just always have technical difficulties, don't I?
Shannon, what's your favorite part of the day so far?
Oh gosh. Okay. I think one of my highlights was Seb, because I just love Seb, and it was so nice listening to him talk about his experiences, even with the hilarious delay. I also thought that Adam's session was amazing, because I haven't seen it in its entirety. I only saw that really quick one he did for whatever that event was. Oh God, I don't know. But it's all been wonderful.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you fill the time really well. So now we've got Elliot making tasks more effective.
Woo!
What can you see now?
Your blue screen.
Nice. So you can't see notes anymore.
No notes.
Perfect. Right. I'll get cracking then, because I don't want to.
All right. See you at 7.
I don't want to go. See you at 7. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm going to be talking today about how we can make tasks more effective. Now, of course, this is all in aid of Velindre Cancer fundraising. So just a little plug at the start and throughout, just in case you haven't had a chance to donate yet and you'd like to. Obviously, every little helps. You just got to go to www.justgiving.com/page/TDAPE 2022. Okay, a little about me before I start. I currently work for the primary knowledge curriculum team. Here are my colleagues here. And my role is curriculum design mostly. And part of that is task design. So I'm really interested in task design, both professionally, but also just have been personally interested in it for a few years now. And it's where I do most of my reading around, most of my blogs, and so on. So on the screen now is the outline of today's talk. Now, a little secret, I stole this sort of format from Chris Such when I saw him speak about reading at Research Ed. So I'm going to come back to this paragraph throughout the talk. So I'm going to commit that cardinal sin of reading the text on the screen, just in case. I don't want anybody to come on and then we're just sitting in silence because we're reading and they think it's broken. So every teacher should understand what task design is and why it is important. We will be better placed to support learners if we understand the processes involved, how tasks can support memory, and where tasks often fail. This knowledge should be bolstered with an understanding of the 4 main principles of task design. Number 1, there must be harmony between instruction and task. Number 2, tasks require a learner's attention. Number 3, tasks need to motivate the learner. And number 4, tasks should place a cognitive demand on the learner. So as I said, I'm going to come back to this paragraph or this slide throughout. And each time I'm going to highlight a bit blue, and that will just demonstrate what we're going to talk about next. So as you can see on the screen, we're now going to look at what task design is and why I personally believe it is important. So what is task design? Well, put very simply, it is just designing tasks. But that would be a very boring definition of it. So I've had a go at defining it myself. And I personally define it as the thoughtful ideation and development of tasks that learners will engage with. And I think it's important to define it because then only then can we think about how to make it effective. Now, some people may view task design as part of this linear process as we have on the left. So we have instruction, we have a task, and then we have an assessment. Whereas I believe that task design should be more part of a cyclical process as it is on the right. So we plan a lesson, deliver the lesson, including the task, we have an assessment, but then the information we gather from that lesson as a teacher is fed back into future teaching or future instruction and future tasks. So I might use a task. It hasn't worked particularly well. So then I redesign it to implement it again for next year's class or with the same class the following day if it hasn't worked as I may like. So as with any sort of design process, there should be sort of planning, designing, implementing, reviewing, and then the chance to redesign as you go. So yeah, it should be a cyclical process. So why do I think task design is important? In recent years, I think it's fair to say that sort of curriculum, pedagogy, instructional coaching have been at the forefront, and rightly so. And I think task design is something that is often not spoke about much, and I think it should be talked about more. But there are 3 things in particular that I think make it important. Because if we don't think about how we design our tasks, then we can have unsuccessful tasks. An unsuccessful task is where the learner hasn't had the chance to truly apply the knowledge or skills learned. And if they haven't had that opportunity, then we don't know as a teacher that they have understood it. So unsuccessful tasks lead to unsuccessful learning. Next, task design is useful because it can facilitate discussion between year group partners, between departments, across phases, on Twitter, wherever it may be. So it facilitates that discussion and professional development. And lastly, and perhaps arguably the most important, it advocates the learner, the position of the learner. It gets the teacher to put themselves in the learner's shoes and think about what is it the learner should be thinking about or will think about when they approach this task. So we've looked at what task design is, why we think it's important, and now we're going to look at the processes involved in task design. So we're going to look at like a macro, zoomed out unit level or entire curriculum level, and then we're going to zoom in and look at sort of a lesson, individual lesson level. So here we have the sort of macro zoomed out, as if we're looking at a whole unit of learning or sequence of lessons or perhaps an entire curriculum. Now, this process is called the hierarchical design. As you can see, there's sort of a hierarchy to it. The thinking behind it is that you, first of all, think about the superordinate task. What is the end goal or end piece of knowledge, end task that you want the learner to be able to complete or do successfully? Once you've considered what that superordinate task is, that end goal, you then work backwards looking at the requisite tasks or knowledge or skills that the learner will need in order to attempt that end goal. So that superordinate block may be an exam or an assessment or just a general understanding of a concept. Anything superordinate requires those subordinate tasks and knowledge to understand it. So this is about knowing that requisite knowledge required for novel information also allows us to consider the sort of the prerequisite tasks that are necessary to be completed before introducing something new. So here's an example from our history curriculum. This is from our Year 5 British Empire unit. So our superordinate goal, our end goal for the end of the unit, is children to complete an essay. The essay is in response to this question: what led Britain to build an empire? So we know that's our superordinate goal. So then we thought about what are the subordinate steps we can use to isolate knowledge that we know that children need, or which tasks that they need to attempt. So we uncovered these 3 areas. Britain wanted to trade and import goods. Britain wanted a larger army and to make money, and that Britain wanted more land and to stop their sort of enemies or other European countries from gaining more land. And then you can break those down even further into further requisite steps. It's up to you entirely how far you break them down. But the whole idea is to think about what is requisite knowledge. So if it's not core content knowledge that they need, then it's not necessarily relevant here. But in each of these subordinate boxes, each of those pieces of information is needed. They need to understand those in order to understand going up the pyramid and being able to answer that final question. So if we were to take just one of these subordinate boxes and turn it into a task, so let's look at what resources were traded around the world in the bottom left. So a global trade map would show that like gold bullion, cinnamon, pepper, and ginger all came from India. So that enables people to see why Britain would want to control the area. So for a task, it might be something like this. I'm asking them to, this is from the taken from the core knowledge curriculum. I'm getting them to identify where these areas are on the map, and just so they can understand, they can see that these are transported across an empire back to Britain. And they can see that if they look at India, they can see spices, cinnamon, pepper, ginger, and so on, and gold bullion came from there. Now, the thinking behind using a hierarchical approach like this is that learners build what we call cumulative fluency. The cumulative fluency is the idea that once I've learned one thing, it allows me to learn another and another and so on. We slowly build up cumulatively a fluency and an understanding, sort of like a house of cards we have here. So once I've done task 1 and I've understood that successfully, I could go on to task 2 and task 3 and 4 and 5 and so on. And that shows that I have developed understanding because I've gone through each of those tasks successfully, and that has built my cumulative fluency. So in other words, we could call this task dependency. So if one is substituted, it could affect the overall understanding of the unit. And that's why you've got to be very careful if you're using a sort of a scheme curriculum and you choose to change a lesson or take something out, because it could be at the expense of that wider cumulative understanding. which I demonstrate with my terrible metaphor here of a falling house of cards. So if pupils or a pupil didn't successfully complete task 1 or were ill or absent that day, then they may not be able to access task 2 or task 3, or they may be able to access and do all of them, but they don't have that developed understanding that their peers would do if they've gone through all of them successfully. So they end up with an underdeveloped understanding. So it's not that they wouldn't learn, they would still learn, but their understanding would not be as developed as their peers who had received all 5 tasks and done all of them. So that was a sort of macro zoomed out looking at a wider unit or curriculum. And now we're going to zoom in and look at what would the task design process, or one task design process for planning a lesson. So I quite like this, this process designed by Wiggins, and I think it's McTighe, but I like to always joke that I think it's McTighe, because it could be like Wiggins and Wiggy and McTighe. By day, they're academic researchers. By night, they're like some 90s hip hop duo. So they think about backwards design in terms of 3 steps. The first step, identify desired results. So this is, what is the end goal of this lesson? What is the piece of knowledge or pieces of knowledge or skill that you want pupils to be able to leave your lesson understanding or knowing or doing? Once you've identified that, you then work backwards. You then think about determining acceptable evidence. Determining acceptable evidence is about you thinking, what evidence do I need to see or hear that shows me that the pupil has learned what I want them to learn? So it could be, I want them to write a paragraph. I want them to perform a sequence of steps in a dance, or whatever it may be. So once you've identified the desired results, the end goal, you then think about the evidence that you need to see as a teacher that demonstrates to you that they've learnt it. And then lastly, then you go and plan the learning experience. That's when you go and plan your instruction. That's when you go and plan your task. So that's backwards design. But why not design forwards? So Shirley Clark, who's like a formative assessment guru, this is actually in Dylan Williams' embedded formative assessment book. Now, I think this is something that's quite common at a primary level, certainly in my years of teaching and observing other teachers, is that when we design learning forwards, so we can often confuse the learning objective, so what it is we want them to learn, with the context in which we teach it. So as you can see here, highlighted in red, we've got the actual learning objective to be able to write clear instructions. That's what it is, the end goal. That's what we want pupils to be able to do or understand. The context in which it has been taught in this lesson is changing a bicycle tire. So writing instructions on how to change a bicycle tire. So then we end up writing these confused learning objectives to be able to write instructions on how to change a bicycle tire, which means that pupils potentially could think about this learning as isolated in this single context, which is not what we want them to think. We want them to understand how instructions work on a more general and wider scale, not as isolated and only for understanding how to change a bicycle tire. So a bit of a basic example, but I hope you get the general idea there. So we've looked at what task design is. We've looked at why it's important. We've looked at the processes involved in planning tasks for a sort of wider unit and sequence, and also within an individual lesson. So now we're going to look at how tasks can support memory. So over the last few years, I'm sure you may have seen that first quote, if not both of them. We as a profession are starting to define learning. This isn't the only definition, but we are starting to define learning as a change in long-term memory. That if nothing has altered in long-term memory, then nothing has been learned. And that us as teachers, our entire role is to try and support memory being encoded and the transfer and retrieval through long-term memory. So I'm gonna use that definition as the operational definition throughout this talk. Of course, it's not the only definition. It's very restrictive, but that's the definition we're working with today. So long-term memory can be thought of as this sort of dichotomy of declarative memory and procedural memory. So declarative memory is all about knowing what. So knowing facts and events. It could be the dates of World War II. It could be knowing what photosynthesis is or where the Antarctic is. That's declarative memory. Now, declarative memory can form very rapidly. We know from spacing and retrieval practice that we should revisit knowledge again and again. However, it is possible to hear something once or learn something just in one lesson and potentially remember it forever. We know that's not the most effective way to go out, but it is possible. You can hear something once and potentially remember it forever. So declarative memory can form very rapidly. Declarative memory has the ability of compositionality. Compositionality is the idea that you can represent in your mind both the whole and the parts that make up that whole. So, for example, if I think about the term democracy, democracy is an overarching concept, but within that, my mind understands representation, voting, government, parliament, and all these other things, representation, and so on. So declarative memory has that ability to represent the entire whole and its parts simultaneously. And that's because of the schemas that we build up as we build our declarative memory and long-term memory generally. The other thing about declarative memory is that it is relational. So I mentioned the word schema there. Our brain actively seeks to relate information to prior knowledge. And we know that prior knowledge is incredibly important when teaching something new. So procedural memory, in contrast, so declarative memory was all about knowing what. In contrast, procedural memory is all about knowing how. So this could be using a thermometer in science, executing the steps to long division, how to bowl a ball in cricket. So in contrast to declarative memory, procedural memory can actually be very slow and incremental. So we talked about there, I mentioned bowling a ball in cricket. If you were teaching a child that in PE, you wouldn't expect just one instance of showing them how to do it for all pupils to be able to then go and execute it perfectly. It's something that needs to be revisited and practiced again and again for that memory of how to do it or execute it well to be stored and built up over time. So in contrast to declarative memory, which is easy to declare, procedural memory can also be known as non-declarative memory because it's quite hard to verbalize how we can perform those skills. So if you were to go and ask and speak to someone who's very good at how to at bowling in cricket, and you ask them to break it down for you, sometimes they might find it quite hard to verbalize that because it's knowledge that they've built up over a long period of time and a lot of practice. Now, procedural memory can improve through either unconsciously or consciously through what we call experience-based tuning. So the idea is that just by practicing that procedure again and again, we pick up little cues and understand how to, we get this sort of instant feedback where we know how to improve it and we get better at it. So that idea of bowling a ball in cricket, the more that a learner has the opportunity to practice it, the more experience they get from it, and then they tune their understanding of what to do next time. So that in the following lesson, when they go to perform it, they're performing it at a certain level. Now, even though we can split it into this dichotomy, which makes it seem like they are distinctly separate, they are in fact linked. As Daniel Willingham says, factual knowledge precedes skill. So we need to understand, if I'm sticking with that bowling for cricket example because it's stuck in my head, but the pupil needs to understand all the factual knowledge around that. So if you're teaching them how to spin bowl, whatever it may be, they need to understand how a ball spins and where the ball needs to land, which direction it will spin in and so on, before that skill is fully formed. So we've looked at what task design is, why it's important, the processes involved, how tasks can support memory. And now we're going to look at where I believe tasks often fail. So you may have seen Rob Coe's poor proxies for learning before. So I'm just going to list these off as bullet points. Sorry, the idea of a poor proxy for learning is that we observe these behaviors and that we think of this as evidence of learning. Now, this list I'm about to show you is not necessarily in direct contradiction of learning. It just shouldn't be taken at face value, and we shouldn't assume that learning is occurring just because we are witnessing these behaviors. So first of all, we see that students are busy. We can see that lots of work is done, especially written work. We can see that students are engaged, they're interested, and they're motivated. We can see that students are getting a lot of attention from their teacher or perhaps from peers. If they're working in groups, they're getting feedback and they're getting a lot of explanations. We can see that the classroom is ordered, it's calm, and it's under control. We can tell that the curriculum is being covered, that certain criteria and objectives are being met. And the last one of Robco's is that students have supplied correct answers. Even if they haven't really understood them, they can't reproduce them independently or forgot them soon. So those are Robco's poor proxies for learning. I would also add in these two myself. So he mentions that the classroom is ordered, calm, and under control. I'd also add to that it's noisy. If pupils are doing group work or a task that involves discussion, then we can take a lot of noise and chatter, as we might assume that as evidence of learning. But of course, they could be talking about, I don't know, the latest TikTok or whatever it may be. And also at the bottom, task completion, especially when a pupil has completed that task really quickly. We should not take that as evidence that they've truly understood it. And for that last one, it reminds me of Goodhart's law. So like when a measure becomes a target, it ceases to be useful. If we're measuring learning based on how quickly something is completed, then what we're going to get? We're going to get pupils trying to complete stuff really quickly at the expense of any depth or any real understanding of the content they've been taught. And I know that because when I was in primary school, it was all about trying to finish the maths quicker than all the other boys. Right. So if these are poor proxies, and this is where tasks may often fail when we're observing them, what should we think about instead? Well, Gavakol and Alloway suggest that we actually think about these working memory failures. So what we should be looking for is not this evidence necessarily that learning is occurring, but these 4 things that show perhaps that learning isn't occurring. So incomplete recall, that might be because in our task we haven't used clear and relevant cues to help them retrieve prior knowledge, that the questions that we've used haven't perhaps been phrased appropriately for them to understand it. The second one, failing to follow instructions, and maybe the instructions aren't clear, they're too wordy or muddled up. Placekeeping errors, that can often happen when pupils perhaps have 2 tasks to switch between, like they've got a big text and they're switching between it, writing questions and they're going back and forth. And then task abandonment altogether. They just give up on approaching the task because of a multitude of reasons. So where else could tasks fail? So Mayer talks about the constructivist teaching fallacy, as demonstrated here. So the idea that this fallacy that in order for pupils to be learning, that they not only need to be cognitively active, so they not only need to be thinking, they also need to be, they also need to be behaviorally active. So they need to be physically doing something. Now, well, there's 2 issues with this. We know this not to be true. Pupils can easily just sit at a desk and listen to a teacher for a long time and learn. Although obviously application is more likely to lead to learning overall. But the second issue being that this view leads to tasks that focus on being fun and overly engaging, rather than focusing on what it is that we want the learner to think about. So Wiggins and McTighe, that we mentioned earlier with backwards design, they talk about these twin sins of curriculum design. The first of those is activity-focused teaching. So activity-focused teaching is about sort of planning isolated activities and lessons for student engagement without considering how they align to national curriculum or the objectives within your own school's curriculum that you want pupils to understand. And I'm sure we've all been guilty of that, especially when trying to control behavior, perhaps in the classroom, just giving out tasks that we think will be engaging and assuming that will lead to learning. The second sin that they talk about curriculum design is coverage-based teaching. So coverage-based teaching is about covering large amounts of content without any learner understanding and at the expense of learners achieving any real depth in their understanding. So you can think about it as sort of the antithesis of the mastery approach that we always hear about in maths. So just trying to cover loads of content too quickly, and children not really having any real understanding or any depth of understanding. Now, Clark talks about mathemafantic effects, which is taken from Greek, meaning the death of learning, as you can see there. And Clark talks about that substitution leads to these mathemafantic effects. So substitution of learning strategies, substitution of motivational goals, and substitution of student control could lead to not only learning not occurring, but actually having a negative impact on learning. So first of all, he talks about learning strategies. So first, where learners have little prior knowledge, but the task that we give them assumes that the learner has automated strategies, knowledge, and skills available. In contrast, learners have a lot of prior knowledge, but the task requires them to use strategies which interfere with their automated strategies, knowledge, and skills. And an example that comes to mind there is when a pupil is perhaps very confident with their mental arithmetic, but we're forcing them to write it down for whatever reason. Next, Clark talks about motivational goals. So when learners are afraid of failing, but the task provides minimal guidance or structure to support them. And then again, alternatively, learners want to achieve success, but they are given a task that is highly structured and provides too much support and guidance. So essentially, it's almost doing the work for them and then not having to think for themselves. And lastly, from Clark, student control. So where learners need a little support and guidance, but they're made to do tasks that are highly structured and highly controlled. And then alternatively, when learners need a lot of support and guidance, but they're made to do tasks that are very open-ended and they actually ask a lot of the pupil. So these last two are from me, my own views on where I think tasks fail. And first of those is what is commonly referred to as challenge by choice. So you may have seen these as like chili tasks or sort of the Nando's scale, where like a task is mild, hot, and extra hot, or whatever it may be. They all fit the same pattern of allowing the pupil to choose which task they do. Now, the issue with this is twofold. First of all, the learner is often not self-aware enough of their own level of understanding, which leads to them either picking a task that's perhaps too easy or far too difficult. The second issue with challenge by choice is that it's just a formative assessment nightmare for you as a teacher. If you're giving 4 different tasks and the pupils can choose which one they want to do, that means that when you're going to support your class of 30, you're trying to get around 4 different tasks to support many different groups if they don't understand. Next, tasks can fail when they do not match your instructional intention. This is something I'm going to talk about more as my first principle, or my first guiding principle of task design, but I'm going to show you a sort of common example now. So I'm sure everybody is familiar with look, say, cover, write, check, whether you may have done it yourself as a child or you use it. Now, this for me is a task that does not match the instructional intention. The instructional intention is we want pupils to think about the phonics behind these spellings and how these words are spelled. Now, look, say, cover, write, check does not get pupils to think about the common graphemes that can be used to make a phoneme. Instead, it gets the learner to focus on the word as an entire unit and not breaking it down into its constituent parts. It doesn't get the learner to consider the grapheme-phoneme correspondence, which is what we want when it comes to spelling. And also, it gets them to just store a word in working memory. They hide it from view, it's stored in their head, and then they just write it down on a piece of paper in front of them. That's not going to be stored in long-term memory. That's just storing it in short-term memory and putting it back down on paper. So this, for me, is an example of a task that doesn't meet the intentions, its instructional intentions. So Neil, Mr. Almond on Twitter, who's been on throughout the day, he's sort of created his own version of a spelling task, which is actually much more aligned to those instructional intentions, as you can see here, because it's getting pupils to think about syllables, it's getting them to split them where those syllables are, to think about the number of sounds within those syllables, and then to write the sounds that make up, write the individual grapheme phoneme correspondences that make those sounds. So this is much more aligned with the instructional intention that we have. Okay, we are roughly halfway through, so I just thought I'd give another shout out, sorry, excuse me, for the Just Giving page. Last time I checked, just before I came on, we just passed 1,000. It'd be great if we could get to our target of 1,500 today. As I said before, anything helps, whether it be £5, £50, every penny helps. So www.justgiving.com/page/TDAPE2022. Okay, so we've looked at that first paragraph. Now we're going to look into the 4 guiding principles that I've come up with. Now you see at the bottom right there, there's sort of like a takeaway bag. That stands for task design takeaway. So whenever you see this bag in the following slides, those are sort of takeaways, little summary key points that you can take from what I've talked about that we can hopefully apply in practice in due course. So we talked earlier about declarative memory, about it can form rapidly, it's relational. So we need to think about when we're trying to teach that declarative knowledge, so the facts and events, how are we designing our tasks to support that memory being encoded? Well, we should be thinking about how our task enables the learner to bind information together, because that's what declarative memory does. It binds information together. So how is our task getting the pupil to link it to prior learning? How are we building that into our task? We also know about spreading activation. That when our mind thinks of one thing, it thinks to something else that's connected, and another thing that's connected, another thing that's connected. So again, how is our task facilitating that information being bound together in these cognitive networks? And lastly, declarative memory has this ability of representational flexibility. All that means is that the knowledge of something can be retrieved independent of the context in which it was learned. So I mentioned democracy earlier. That might initially be taught with reference to the birthplace of it in ancient Greece, but it can actually be retrieved very easily when talking about other civilizations across a history curriculum. So the takeaways there, thinking about how we make tasks, how we sequence them across a sequence of learning, and how we make those tasks dependent on one another. Just as we would with prior knowledge, we should do the same with tasks. So I refer back to that example I gave earlier. Here we can see what those prerequisite bits of knowledge were, and that's how we're sequencing. We're teaching it in that order so that they understand those things and that they can achieve that superordinate goal. Procedural knowledge is very nicely summed up here by Kazul and Buddin. It simply just says the activity in question needs to be performed the same way every time until that procedure is learned or established. Once the relevant procedures are required, they are very robust and not easily forgotten. And the takeaway there is pupils just need identical procedure practice. Whether that be bowling in cricket or it be doing long division, sometimes drill and kill has its uses. An example of procedural, building that procedural memory in art, that Sarah, who was just on in the last session, I really like this example of, because when we think of procedural memory, we often think of things like PE or maths, but you can see that it can actually apply in any subject. And I like this because this is often a subject that's sort of attributed to natural talent, but even the most talented artists practice the little things regularly. If you've ever read Atomic Habits by James Clear, he says that the successful and unsuccessful have the same goals, but it's their systems that differentiate them. It's that practice that differentiates them. So this is taken from the new early career framework. And there is one area here that I think perhaps we don't do enough of or for long enough in our teaching. And certainly I was guilty of when I first started as a teacher. And it is the shared practice part. Remember, we're trying to make sure that our task matches or links to our instruction. And the shared practice phase is a really key part for that. So these images are taken from a Tom Sherrington blog on modelling. I think it's called Extended Handover or something to that effect. And here you have, this is me with my Incutia. I would model something once and I go, right, you go do it. That's it. I've done it. I've modelled it once, so they should get it, shouldn't they? Great, move on. In fact, it should look more like this. I'm going to model it. You're going to have a go. I'm going to model that again. You're going to have another go. I'm going to model this again, and so on. And once we have that extended handover, then we know that they're more likely or more successful when we go into that independent task. And one way of achieving this extended handover is through worked examples. So if you're not familiar with a worked example is essentially a teacher's model exemplar that the pupil can use to guide them through approaching a task themselves. So you often see them in maths, but it's not unique to maths. You've got one on the left here is maths. The one on the right here is that essay I mentioned earlier, what motivated Britain to build an empire. And this, you can see those bits in yellow, trying to teach your pupils how to use these fronted adverbials when writing in a historical manner. So why should we use worked examples? Well, first of all, they reduce cognitive load by allowing pupils to focus on one step at a time. Atkinson et al. Tell us that they provide an expert's problem-solving model for the learner to study and to emulate. Ollie Lovell, who wrote the Inaction book around cognitive load theory, really good book, I highly recommend it. He says that worked examples minimize the chance that what students learn will be incorrect. And lastly, these two studies. So Sweller, who mentioned earlier that definition of long-term memory, conducted a study into worked examples and found that in the early stages of learning to complete a task, worked examples tended to be more efficient than solving problems as an instructional approach. And then Schwanker et al., they found that fading worked examples led to faster learning time and deeper understanding compared to a group who were doing computer-based learning and able to get hints and in-time feedback whenever they wanted it. So I mentioned they're fading worked examples. I'm to show you what that looks like. So here from Clark et al., as you can see on the left in the completely grey circle, that's the first worked example that the teacher will give to the pupils as an exemplar. And then to the right of it, you can see completion example 1, where pupils just have to complete that final step. So you give them another worked example, they just have to complete the final step. And then the next example you give them, they have to complete the last step and the penultimate step. And then in the next example you give them, you get them to complete all the steps. So it's that gradual release of the scaffold, that gradual fading of examples. And I'll show you what that could look like. That refers back to that modelling that Tom Sherrington talked about. So here's an example of what that looks like from Killian. So in example 1, we've just got a complete worked example of long multiplication. In example 2, pupils need to complete that addition at the end. And then in example 3, they need to do the second multiplication and the addition and so on until they can complete the task independently. And that, like I said, is not unique to maths. Here's an example from Matthew Moore on Twitter to do with, sorry, it's very small, but this is an example with writing a response to sort of an essay question for Macbeth. So I'm assuming this is like GCSE, English literature or so on. And they have a worked example, and then they write one together, and then the pupil goes and does an independent example. So some takeaways there. We should always break content down to avoid overwhelming working memory. We are most successful when we gradually reduce scaffolding as the confidence grows, which is also known as the expertise reversal effect. And that worked examples pitch tasks so that all learners can achieve. Okay, second principle. We're looking at how tasks require or should require a learner's attention. Now, when we're thinking about attention, what we really should be considering is how we're reducing the attentional demand on the learner. We don't want any attentional demand that is irrelevant to the task. Now, the literature talks quite a lot about this phrase of vigilance decrement. Vigilance decrement is just the idea that attention over time will decrease, and that sustained attention tasks put pressure on the human cognitive system. This isn't because the tasks themselves are complex or difficult to perform. It is instead that the maintenance of attention, so trying to maintain your attention, on a task can be relatively mundane or monotonous. And that creates the difficulty, and that leads to a degradation in performance over time. So quite intuitively sound that the idea that the longer you have to do something, the less you're going to be able to attend to it, and that performance will degrade over time. So one way to combat that is to recycle task formats. If you use a task format, let's say for the way you introduce maths questions, when you do another lesson where it's new content, you could keep that same format so that pupils only have to think about the new content they're learning, and they don't have to think about the task itself. They can just go through it quite smoothly. So this is from a John Hattie book. I forget which one. Perhaps Visible Learning. And in this chapter, there's a really interesting chapter where John Hattie talks about multitasking. And he says this. This notion that the brain may genuinely be able to do two things at once is widely recognized to possess no serious validity. Now, there'll be some of you listening now thinking, oh, hang on, I think I'm a pretty good multitasker, and I've been told I'm pretty good at multitasking. Now, Hattie's argument there is that when people think they're a good multitasker, it's actually that they're very good at switching efficiently between tasks. And that's often because they are either two tasks that they are very fluent in, or they're one of the tasks you're fluent in. So the example I always think of is when you're learning to drive, some people don't like having the radio on because it's too much for cognitive load for them. They're focusing on driving. But as they become a more experienced driver, not only can they have the radio on and sing along to it, they can drive at the same time, almost automatically without thinking about either. And the reason they can do that is because they're fluent in both of those tasks, which allows them to switch rather efficiently between the two tasks. Now, when we switch between two tasks, when we are multitasking, we could fall victim to what is known, or Hattie calls, switching costs. So Hattie talks about the example of driving while on the phone. And he says, talking on the phone while driving has been shown to be associated with many aspects of poor driving, such as veering across lanes, failing to stop in time, running a red light, and then slower reactions to changing traffic conditions. So that sort of demonstrates that multitasking is a bit of a myth, that we cannot necessarily switch between them efficiently if one is taking up quite a lot of attentional demand. Now, lastly, we know that when information is novel, that the cognitive load is higher. So this is when we shouldn't use two tasks or more for pupils. If they are really confident in one thing, then we can have two tasks because it'll be easy for them to switch between. If you're listening to the task design discussion we had earlier at 2 p.m, I talked about long multiplication. Now, I used to teach it wrong. I used to teach them long multiplication and get children to go and do those questions straight away, even those who didn't know their times tables. And that was trying to get them to essentially do two tasks, to think of their times tables and try and do long multiplication. And I eventually realized that I should just give those pupils the times tables on a grid so that they can focus on just what it is I want them to learn on applying the steps to long multiplication. And that further down the road, I would remove the times tables once they're more confident in the process and they can then do the two tasks. So some takeaways from that. Maintaining attention on long duration tasks, the research says roughly 40 minutes or more will inevitably lead to a degradation in performance. And that this is from Fiorello and Mayer, that tasks should be designed so that information is easy to attend to, it's easy to select it and organize it. We're making it easy for their attention to take in. And lastly, do not combine two tasks unless the learner has automaticity in at least one of them. Okay, moving on to the third principle, that a task needs to motivate the learner. Now, when we talk about motivation is split into this dichotomy of extrinsic and intrinsic. So extrinsic is doing something for some sort of external reward. In schooling, that could be merit, house points, stickers, extra playtime. You get the idea. Intrinsic motivation is when we do something for its inherent satisfaction, doing the task because you get enjoyment from it, like watching CPD on a Friday at 6:45. You're doing this because you get intrinsic motivation from it. Now, interestingly, intrinsic behavior, so intrinsic motivation rather, so giving stickers, rewards, house points, or so on, can enhance on-task behavior in the short term. However, has been found in the long term to hamper achievement. And now the reason behind that is if a pupil's always getting some sort of extrinsic reward to motivate them for a task, they start to expect that reward every time they do it. And if you remove that motivation, or the motivation no longer becomes interesting for them, then they're not going to continue approaching the task, and then that hampers their achievement overall. So if used carefully, extrinsic motivation could be quite useful, certainly when you've got a new class or you're trying to establish routines early on in the year, but something to be very wary of if not used correctly. Now, a lot of the literature around motivation demonstrates that competence is a big driver of motivation. The more competent we are in something, the more motivated we are to do it. So Ryan and Decky found that social contextual events like feedback and rewards can conduce towards feelings of competence, can enhance the intrinsic motivation for it. So we talked about extrinsic motivation here, using rewards. One way of using them very carefully is if they are used to demonstrate to the learner that they are competent in something, it can build their intrinsic motivation for that action. Now, Garin Carrier et al. Did a study into maths motivation. And this showed that while it showed that motivation at a young age was not a predictor of performance later on in life, it did find that performance at a young age did predict motivation for learning the subject years later. So competence at a young age was shown as motivation towards a subject later on in life. And Nittila and Topola tried the same study and replicated the results. So I'm going to talk about praise now. All of this is taken from a meta-analysis from Daniel Willingham. I'm sure you can find through his Twitter or a search through Google. And he talks about how praise only affects motivation when it contributes to the student's self-concept. So this is where we talk about are versus do. So we can have praise where we say, you are amazing. That's not the sort of praise we want to use. We want to praise what it is they do. So your perseverance on that challenging task was great. So in that meta-analysis, Willingham says that praise should be specific, not global. So it should be specific. Well done for persevering on that question. It shouldn't be global praise like you're the best. Well, this is the best class. Interestingly, if praise is insincere or demonstrably untrue, it will have little or no effect. And this is especially true of older people, so sort of secondary pupils and above, but could be true of year 5, year 6. Not so much with early years pupils. And lastly, William talks about controlling versus non-controlling praise. So controlling praise is when you're trying to control future behavior. So you say, amazing handwriting, you should write like that every time. Whereas non-controlling, you're not trying to control your future behaviors. You just praise them for that behavior. So excellent handwriting, well done. Now, Carsten Connor did a study into controlling and non-controlling praise. And they found that controlling feedback significantly reduced students' interest in a task compared to those who were even given praise on their approach to the task, or those who were given no praise at all. So if those are the things we should avoid, what task behaviors should we praise? Remember, we're looking to praise what it is that the student does rather than what the student is. So using good strategies, showing concentration, sticking with something when obstacles arise, thoughtful planning, and paying attention to details. Now, another thing around motivation is this idea of perceived task difficulty. Perceived task difficulty is how we conceive how much effort we have to put into something, along with the chances of success we will get if we put in that effort. Now, there was an interesting study from Horvath et al. With 500 people into the relationship between task difficulty and the goals that people set themselves. And they did a survey at the start of the research to sort of split people into groups based on how they viewed themselves. And they had mastery-oriented, These are people who seek to develop their competence and ability. They don't care about making mistakes. They realize that they learn from them. And then there are performance-oriented people, people who seek to demonstrate their competence or to avoid revealing their incompetence. So interestingly, they found in this study that the type of goal orientation affected the relationship between how difficult people perceived the task to be and that the goals they set for themselves. They also found that the more task interest there was, the higher goals people set for themselves, regardless of whether they were mastery oriented or performance oriented. So some takeaways from that. Tasks should build competence as competence drives motivation. Drill and kill does have some use. Extensive independent practice does have use. Raising the interest level may lead to higher goal setting. That doesn't mean just because a kid's into football, you put football into every task. It needs to be thought about a little bit more carefully. There's more nuance to it than that. And lastly, reducing the perceived task difficulty could lead to greater motivation overall. Okay, the last principle. Tasks should place a cognitive demand on the learner. Now, when I say cognitive demand, I'm sort of using that a bit interchangeably with challenge in this talk. But mostly it's about getting the pupil to think, getting the learner to think. Now, when we're trying to include challenge in our teaching, there are a variety of potential issues that we face. It could be students disengaging quickly, that we anticipate failure and then we reduce the level of challenge, that we see learners struggle and then we over scaffold, that we don't give enough time to attempt the challenge, that we give a challenge but we get pupils to rely on overly familiar strategies, that we anticipate where it's hard to anticipate where learners are in the sequence of learning, where they will be. And it's hard to challenge pupils when you don't know them well, especially at the start of the year. And if there are any secondary teachers listening, I don't know how you do it when you have 300 pupils coming through your door every week, or however many. So what could we do then to try and ensure that we build challenge into our learning? So there's 3 things here. And the first thing is that we could let learners attempt the challenge without any prior instruction. So we just give them the task straight away. Pupils attempt it. They will fail. That's fine. That's not an issue, because we want them to attempt the challenge. And failing's fine because it will be revisited. And that's, as you can see in that second bullet point, with what Dooley calls consolidating tasks. So a consolidating task is given pupils a challenge. They may fail it. You go and teach them something. Then you revisit the challenge. So you can demonstrate to them that even though they can overcome the challenge initially, that eventually they have overcome that obstacle and they can now do that challenge. It demonstrates to them that they have learned something, they have progressed. And Sullivan et al. Talk about enabling and extending prompts. So in the planning stage, we think of enabling prompts. So these are prompts that support the learner in attempting a task without over scaffolding in the moment. And the benefit of this is that the learner continues to attempt the task independently without over relying on the teacher's guidance. And additionally, they suggest we think of extending prompts. So these are prompts that we can extend the thinking of the learner when they have completed the task, rather than us just creating another task in a moment that may not match the instructional attention of the lesson, that may not match the lesson objective. Like in maths, just giving them the different numbers to work with, that may not match what it was that you were teaching them. And the extending prompt is designed to extend the thinking of the learner on the same context as the original task, not to create an entirely separate context altogether, unless you are trying to facilitate transfer. We also have this from the NCETN called the FICT model. So that stands for familiarity, independence, complexity, and technical demand. So I've represented these as sort of a scale for us to look at. So with regards to familiarity, if we want low challenge, then we use content that or format that's incredibly familiar. That allows it to stay a low level of challenge. But if we want to increase the level of challenge, then we use a task format that is unregular or unseen, or that could perhaps even be the content that you're teaching them is irregular or unseen. Independence. If we want there to be low challenge when it comes to independence, then the learner will receive a lot of support from adults or peers in the room. If we want to increase the level of challenge, then they attempt it without that adult or peer support. They attempt it independently. So the more you increase their level of independence, the more level of challenge increases with it. Complexity. If we want a low level of challenge, we make the knowledge or procedure for completing the task obvious. It could even be a single solution. And if we want to show a level of high challenge or increase the level of challenge, then we can make sure that the knowledge or procedure is not immediately obvious and that the task could have multiple approaches or solutions to it. So open-ended problems in maths come to mind, especially as it's NCETM. And then lastly, technical demand. If you want low challenge, we make sure the subject-specific knowledge required is very easy. It's easy to understand and easily known. And if we want to increase the level of challenge, then we make sure the subject-specific knowledge required is more difficult. Now, when we're thinking of cognitive demand, we need to think about cognitive load. And Reef demonstrates cognitive load here as this useful equation. And this equation is useful because it helps us to consider cognitive load as a quantity determined by the relationship between task demands and available resources. However, I think that this is better represented as a sort of balancing act. So here we see that the task demand there is too high for the learner and they don't have the available resources necessarily. So this would lead to a cognitive overload and they wouldn't be able to approach the task. Alternatively, the pupil may have a wealth of available resources to them, a wealth of prior knowledge, but the task demand isn't that high. So we don't optimize the cognitive load as we may like, and it's too easy for them. So intuition would suggest that we kind of want that balance. We want that Goldilocks level, that Goldilocks principle, getting it just right. However, desirable difficulties and productive struggle suggest that you actually want this balancing act to tip slightly in favor of task demands, so making that task at the upper echelons of a student's capability or understanding. Okay, we've come to the end of my talk now. So what next? Well, think about the processes behind designing a unit of learning, the learning hierarchy, but also think about the design behind an individual lesson, backwards design from Wiggins and McTighe. Consider those elements where tasks often fail. If we are conscious of where those tasks can fail, then we are more likely to avoid those pitfalls when we plan tasks and implement them. And consider those 4 principles that we discussed. If you want to read more about this, I blog pretty much exclusively about task design these days. On my pinned tweet on Twitter, you can find it, or find it on my blog website, morgsedu.uk. And lastly, one last push. If you haven't had a chance to donate yet, please do if you can. You can donate and even leave a comment saying, oh, that Elliot guy was rubbish. Great. Doesn't bother me as long as we get those donations up as much as we can. So thanks everyone for listening. I really appreciate it. And stick around because next up we're going to head into the final hour of the 12-hour stream, and we're going to be doing a discussion where you can ask us anything with a donation.
Awesome. That's fantastic as always, Elliot. I think that must be the 6th time I've seen that talk, and you know, it's interesting every single time. So yeah, as you rightly say, well, 10 hours, 58 minutes. I mean, it feels like a lifetime ago when we started off at 8 o'clock this morning, but we're very nearly there. And we're going to bring back some of the people who've been with us today. So we've got Shannon and Neil. Hi guys, how are you?
We are good.
Good, thank you.
Fantastic. We've got Adam. I'll send Adam back. We've got Hugh. How's it going, Hugh? You all right?
Hi guys, are we okay? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, loud and clear. And
Not Swift,
I've been practicing.
No.
Adam looks perplexed. Adam, give me a thumbs up when you're ready to come back. Yeah.
There we go.
Double thumbs up. Love it.
That's how happy he is.
Right. So far, raised £1,043. That's amazing. So generous. The people in our community, massive. And I know that Gareth had his family involved. Saw a few rains in the in the list.
There were a lot of rains.
You
I
know,
was
so
very
fair
impressed.
play. You know, like you was saying earlier on, not 100% certain about some of the education stuff, but definitely supportive of the effort that everyone's made today. So I really appreciate it. So this is the last hour. We're going to look at sort of ask me anything. I've got some teacher questions, but obviously you very kindly said this morning you'd regale us with some of your rugby stories. So the gang have got a cue for Hugh, as we can call it. Chris, do you want to kick off with your question? I'm going to see if I can change.
Yeah, happy to. So, what would you describe as the high point and the low point of your rugby career?
Oh, right. Certainly, I guess the high point is when you play your first game and you get capped as an international, because you come through the system. I came through as a sort of a young player and a youth player, and you play for Wales youth, and you think you're at the top of your game, and then you step into senior rugby, and you're at the bottom of that ladder once again, because you have to build up through that again. So I guess the highest point, I suppose, is your first cap, and there's a number of high points, I suppose, and a number of low points. It's certainly your first cap, because it is it's kind of difficult. It's like and just going to link it back, actually, because I was listening to Elliot talking around the different things and effect and anticipating failure and familiarity, independence and complexity, and they were all things I was thinking that's happened to me when you're going forward and when your career is starting and you want to look into achieve, and I guess that point of getting picked first. But the problem is with it, it's like you don't know, it's out of your control when you get picked, because if you think of kind of the biggest test you do in your life, as whether it's a driving test, whether it's your final exam or whatever, you know that you're going to do that driving test, or you're going to do that final exam 3 years time on a June Wednesday or whatever it may be. And kind of with the rugby side of things, nobody tells you that you're even going to have to try and take part in the test until maybe the Monday before the Saturday comes. So you think, right, I've got to prepare for this test that I've got on Saturday. And the biggest thing of all is anticipation of failure, because you prepare in the week and you go through all those things, familiarity around the game plan and independence. Players have got to take their own independence, and you've got to know what you're doing and make decisions yourselves. And then you look at the complexity, which is back to the FIC thing. How complicated the line-out moves, how complicated the line-out calls, how complicated the back row moves. Do I know where the scrum moves are? Do I know where we go in? And then you're talking about that technical demand on you. When you step up from club rugby, if you like, or regional rugby, and you step up into international rugby, that technical demand becomes greater. Everything is done quicker. Speed of thought is done quicker. So you kind of go through that week, and you all build up through the week, and you got that big test. The biggest test of my life is on the Saturday, and but you're going to do that test now in front of 60,000 people watching you live, and 10 million people maybe watching you on television. And if I fail this test, if I screw this up, it's not going to be very good for myself and around it. And that fear of failure, anticipating failure, that is kind of but then when it comes and you get to that first sort of day, and again, and we've all had this, because whether you're presenting something, delivering something to an important meeting, an important audience or whatever, we all have those things before where I hope this goes well, I hope I don't fail at this, I hope everything works out well, and you kind of have all the emotions going through your head, and you're in the changing rooms for the game, and you can kind of hear the crowd, you can see the buzz in the city of the day, the game, you travel to the game, and the streets are full, and the police sort of escort you into the ground, and you sort of know why you're there, obviously, and then you suddenly feel, have I eaten the right food? Have I drunk enough fluid? And then I need to go to the toilet, and oh my God, I feel tired. And that's just the adrenaline, because you're back into them, your fight, flight, or freeze modes. You can't freeze, you can't flight. Well, you can, I suppose, but you would have a very good career. So the only option for you is to fight. And you think, have I prepared well enough? And you get onto the field, and I can remember my first international thinking, wow, I'm never going to stick this. I'm never going to be fit enough to keep running around, because I can remember looking at the clock in Cardiff and I was blowing through my rear end, blowing through my ears, through my arse everywhere, and thinking, Jesus, there's only 7 minutes gone. We've got another 73 minutes of this to go. And then you get into it, and half time comes, and then it's over before you know it. So it's kind of the high point is having that. And then within them high points, I guess smashing England 10-9 in Cardiff was a high point. England came to us with, in fairness, they were an excellent side, and they'd won the Grand Slam back-to-back, and they were on the third Grand Slam, and it was talked up a lot. And we played them in the first game in Cardiff, and luckily we came out on top 10-9. But as I said, smashed them 10-9. It was a bizarre game, 10-9 half-time, and in an international, for it to be 10-9 half-time and 10-9 full-time, it's kind of unheard of. And we came through that. It's quite a funny story as well. I went for a job interview in work, and I was a police officer for 30 years, as people may well know, and I was having the interview in work, and it was for a new role, and I had a chief superintendent, and an independent civilian staff member on the interview panel interviewing me. And they said to me, he said, "Oh, tell us the greatest pressure you've been under, how you handled that pressure, and what was the outcome?" I said, "Oh, I think I can answer that fairly easily." I said, "The biggest pressure I've ever been under is Wales, England, Cardiff Park. We win in 10-9. England are on their third 5-meter scrum. They score, they're probably going to win the game. If we hold them out and clear it, we win the game. We snuck it against the head, clear the lines, won the game 10-9. I said, "That's the most pressure I've ever been under." And he was kind of like, what do you say? And then this superintendent said, "I don't care what's on this form." He said, "That's the best answer I've ever heard."
Love it.
So moving forward with those high points, personally, it's a high point for myself. I was fortunate enough, as well as representing Wales, to represent the Barbarians. Playing for the Barbarians was so much fun. Playing with people from all around the world, and some real characters. And can you remember right to go on with time wise, or? Yeah. I know I'm taking up.
We are loving
you
it.
get as much time as you want.
Keep it going.
I play for the Barbarians in Twickenham against Australia, and we travel up on the Wednesday. We stay in the Lensbury Gentlemen's Club near Teddington Lock, and it's the old East India walled panelled smoking rooms, old gents with their cravats on reading the Times, and I refitted in like a dream in it. I did, and we were there, and it was a full-back from France called Jean-Baptiste Lafont, and he turned up to play for the Barbarians. Brought his girlfriend with him. Now you room whenever you're on any tours, and Adam, you'll know with rugby tours, you room always with another player, and sometimes they say, "Oh, do you want your own single rooms?" I said, "No, I don't want a single room, because just talking in the nights, banter with your fellow." So anyway, he turns up, and he said, and it was Mickey Steele Bodger, who's a famous sort of Barbarian committee man and president, and I'm like, "Bloody hell, John." He said, "How are we going to manage this?" He said, "I don't know, Mickey, but you need to find the room for my girlfriend." And so they had to jiggle around rooms now. So we had a training session on a Thursday, and we're just going through the moves and line out signals, and a few pints the night before to get to know each other in the bar. Through line out signals. Doesn't turn up for training or whatever. Don't see him. Don't see him. Where's John? Don't see him. So the Friday comes, we have a team run again. Nobody's seen him. And so Friday evening, about 6:30, Will Carlin was captain, and we're in the Gentlemen's Lensbury Club. And in those days, you used to go to the theatre in the night before game. So I went to see Joseph, the Technicolor team coach, with Philip Schofield was the lead. So then he turns up now, Jean-Baptiste Lafont. He's like this, to the back of the room. So He said, so Will Carley said, oh, John, he said, where have you been? I have been all around London shopping with my girlfriend. She loves London, Willie. I had to go to London to shop with my girlfriend, right? So he goes, yeah, okay, well, you're in the room now. We're back in the blah, blah, blah. So any other questions now before tomorrow? He's like this, put his hand up. He said, yes, Willie, where can I buy some more cigarettes? I have run out of cigarettes, right? And it's kind of that level. You go on, I know I was rooming with Mickey Skinner, never met the guy before, and played against him, but never met him before. I thought he was an obnoxious, horrible, couldn't be one to be interested. But when you get to room with him, I get to know him and play with him. It's just really, you see a different side to people, and you remember those times forever. And I was fortunate enough to sort of play for the Barbarian a number of times and tour with them, and it was, yeah, it was really good stuff. So there's some of the high points. I guess the low point is when you get dropped, or lose, but certainly getting dropped. And in my day, you found out if you were picked or if you were dropped off CFAX on television. So you'd go on television in the day and you'd be waiting for the team to come up, and then Welsh team would come up on CFAX, and you'd be like this, going to the names. Oh yeah, I'm playing. Or you'd go, oh shit. I'm not playing. I'm not in it. I'm out of it. So yeah, so that's kind of some of the highs and low points really. But for me, there were far more high points than low points, I felt,
Just going to quickly jump in there and say, like, that I'm never going to be able to do, like, if that ever comes up in an interview, what's the most pressure you've ever been under? It's going to feel so inept in comparison. Like, oh well, yeah, that's incredible. Thank you so much for your answer,
Chris. Why don't you just borrow Hugh's answer?
That's exactly it. I mean, I definitely could convince.
Wales.
Yeah, it was super.
Oh, Neil and Shannon, do you have separate questions?
No. Okay. What do you mean you don't remember what yours is? Didn't you write it down?
No, I didn't. I was just clean. I've forgotten. 2 seconds.
Preparation. It's about preparation. Everything is about preparation.
I know.
Shall I just do my? Shall I do my question?
Go on then, Andy.
Well, because as a prop and fellow prop, my favourite part of rugby is the meal afterwards. Like having a slow cooker full of Irish stew, or like our club sometimes gets KFC in. So I was wondering what your like culinary high points and low points of your rugby career have been.
Anything and everything, but no PGS. Pointless green stuff, salad. So yeah, it was kind of for us, certainly in the aftermatch. I think because I was playing in the amateur era, I played professional, but before we went fully professional, and I played in both eras. I think it was slightly different because we certainly didn't have any of the money or anything that the players have now, but we certainly had more fun. And after the games, then what used to happen was you'd play England in Cardiff for argument's sake, and you go back to your hotel, and you'd have, and it always was scrambled eggs, bacon, and rolls at like 5:30 when you put your dinner suit on, because you're changing your dinner suit to go to dinner in the night. And it was always scrambled eggs, bacon, and some rolls before getting on the bus to go to the official dinner, which was somewhere in Cardiff in a hotel. And then when you get to the hotels, you'd have tables of 10, round tables of 10, and you'd have 5 English players, 5 Welsh players. So you'd have the 5 front row players together from both sides on one table, and the band would start straight away, and the drinking games would start straight away, and the rules around drinking games and all of that would happen straight away. And it was one game, it was a Wales-England game, and I'd given Brian Moore a clip. He come through and took me out off the ball, and I just give him a little clip, like nothing much, but just split his eye here. And we went to dinner in the night, and he had a couple of stitches above his eye, and he said to me, unusual for a copper to leave a mark, he said. Surprised at that. Bearing in mind, he was a solicitor at the time, and then we sat down, and we, to this day, we still talk to each other and around that. But culinary wise, it was all, and it's bizarre now because going back to it at my time, they were all just trying to say you've got to eat pasta, rice, get lots of carbohydrates into your carbohydrate. They don't have any of that now. They just have all protein. Now it's all protein. and no carbs. And you know, in my day, we'd be piling up on all sorts of spaghetti and everything the night before the game. And in my earlier sort of when I started as well, you'd have like steak and chips the night before the game, and you know, and I'd cook fried breakfast in the morning and then play in the afternoon, like, you know.
And how many pints the night before?
That was something that never. It was like, and I can genuinely put my hand on my heart. I was fortunate enough to tour a lot of the world with Wales and with different teams. And when you're touring with the international side, you could probably say that you'd have maybe you'd certainly have some beers after the game on a Saturday. We then have a Sunday school, which was the recovery session, and you sit round and all talk about the escapades the previous day and play some drinking games. But then that would be it. You'd have those 2 days. The rest of the week you wouldn't be on it, and certainly home internationals you never drink before the game. Mind saying that, one day we were playing in Ireland, and I was and whatever you order to your room you pay for. When you're with Wales, with the Barbarians, whatever, the food and everything is paid for, your accommodation. But whatever you want to order to your room personally, you pay for. So if you order drinks, you sign for it, you pay to your room. So we were leaving Ireland on a Sunday morning, and we'd lost the game actually, and we're kind of waiting on the bus. And the day after, everybody's hungover and we lost the game. Bob Norster, the team manager, comes on the bus. He said, "Yeah, Williams Jones." He's like this. He's got like a room bill. So he said, "Oh," he's shaking his head like this. So we get outside, and he said, "Come and see the manager here." And I have a room bill for like £355 on this Friday afternoon in the bar in the hotel in Dublin. And I'm like, "Well, I haven't spent that or whatever." And he goes to me, "Look, is it?" I said, "Listen now, do you genuinely think I drank 355 quid's worth of beer on a Friday afternoon before playing against Ireland on the Saturday?" He said, "No, I don't." He said, "Right, let's go and see the manager." So we go to see the manager and said, "Right, let's look at the signatures who signed for." I mean, it's just absolute scribbles. You can't understand any of it. Like, so obviously somebody gone, "Yeah, staying in your hotel, I'm room 218 or whatever I was," and booked it all at £349 to my room. Like, so and it was kind of the manager as well. It's his room, and it was like, "Oh, well, we ain't paying it, so forget about it." Like, so yeah, different in those days, but certainly, you know, I think sometimes you got to look after what you eat, and you know, you certainly look at what you're actually putting into your body. But I think sometimes it gets to a ridiculous stage now where every little thing is weighed out for them, and every little thing, and if they don't eat at a certain time, I was talking recently, and the game was like held back for half an hour because of traffic or something. I can't remember what it was, and they were worrying now that the players wouldn't have the fuel correct at the last of the game. I'm like, "Oh, I'm joking, like this," but I guess you can't knock the professional. There's so much technical expertise goes into it that it's kind of difficult to argue with it, I suppose. Burgers every time, won't it?
Burgers, nice.
The carbs.
Yeah. So again, you mentioned here that you were like working full, like as a policeman as well at the same time I was doing that rugby. For me, that kind of blows my mind because I don't have enough time to do anything in the profession. So, kind of, what are Hugh's top tips for balancing that work-life balance? Then,
just get on with it. I was different in those days, but I mean, it would be nothing for me. Certainly playing club rugby. I'd work nights on a Friday night. I'd work through the night, be out, you know, fighting with the drunks and dealing with the disorder on the streets and whatever you're going to deal with. I'd finish work at 6 o'clock on a Saturday morning. I'd come home. I'd get to bed by 6:15. I'd sleep till maybe 11:30. I'd have to get up at 11:30 then, travel down to Llanelli. We'd play Cardiff, Neath, Swansea in front of 12,000 packed house in the afternoon. I'd come back home. I'd try and get my head down for an hour and go back to work nights on Saturday night again. So, but it was a done thing. You know, nobody did any different in those days. If you were a shift worker, and likewise, I was working sort of that type of thing. There were other, we'd have builders, boys working in the factories with us, who would get to the ground 20 minutes before kick-off. They'd make a phone call around 20 minutes before kick-off because they were finishing off some concrete floor they were putting in or something. And they'd turn up covered in concrete or whatever, bang into the kit, out play. And, you know, they'd have to go back to do something after it because that was the way it was then. It was, and it was like, and when I went professional, it was like crazy because everybody didn't want to go professional because when I went professional, I was like 32, 33, and I had sort of 14 years as a police officer at the time. And I was thinking, well, do I pack this career in for maybe 2 years of rugby, and then what am I going to do afterwards? So when I went professional, then of course we were training at the time before professionalism, a Monday night, Tuesday night, and a Thursday night, and we'd play roughly twice a week then, or certainly a lot of the weeks. We'd play on a Wednesday and we'd play on a Saturday, so it took up quite a lot of time. But when I went professional, there was a mix between the boys who weren't professional and the boys who were. So the full-time professional boys, the club used to have them in at 9 o'clock in the morning, and they train all day. And then us non-professionals, if you like, non-professionals, we were getting paid, but we're still working, would come at 6 in the evening. We'd do the night session like we were always doing, finish training about 9 o'clock, and we'd go home. So those boys, they're doing 12-hour shift 3 times a week, like, because it just seemed to be, they had to keep them maybe. But it was that crossover period between both, I suppose. So work-life balance, a lot of help for you that was, wasn't it?
Yeah, basically up my game.
Get on with it. Just get on with it.
I was wondering, did you ever get any, like, when you're walking on the beat on a like Monday morning or whatever, you've had a terrible game on a Saturday, have you got any punters giving you stick, going, "Oh, Hugh, you were rubbish on Saturday," and you're going, "Watch out, I'll nick you for that"?
Never had a terrible game.
That's the secret.
Did you ever have to?
I used to see it was like a couple of times. People are more interested in talking to you about the game, and it's kind of slightly different, I suppose, in those days, because when I was capped first, I was working on the beat in a place called My Stake, a valley town which is endemic with crime and drugs, and it was the height of the miners' strike and all of that, Thatcherism, and it was a desolate place to work. But the rugby communities are always there, and I'd walk around town, and everybody want to talk about the game, and most people, even if they think it, they're not going to say it to your face, are they? But I can remember one night, I was in Neath, actually working in Neath on the night, and drive over the bridge, and it wasn't International Day, but we played Neath in the afternoon, and there was a boy out cold laying on the bridge on the pavement. So we stopped the police car. I jumped out, so tried to rouse him, and he's completely out of it, smashed, like sleeping. So I managed to get him up, and I'm trying to rouse him, and his eyes open. He went, "Hugh Williams-Jones, you beat us this afternoon, you did. You beat us this afternoon." I said, "Where do you live?" And he told me where he lives. I said, "Get in the car." "Am I being nicked? Get in the car." In the car, went to his house. I said, "Right, get out now." I said, "That's for this afternoon. That's payback." And things like that, but people are generally pretty good about it. I mean, I can remember, I was on like a traffic road for a while, and you book somebody. Like I booked a bloke one day, and he was like, "Oh, thanks. Really wanted your autograph for a while." Like I was like, not on the bottom of a speeding ticket, you don't want it. So it was, most people were, but I guess I'm a talkative type of guy anyway, and it's easy to talk to people, and I don't find it really difficult, to be honest.
Who's the best player you played with and the best player you played against?
Oh, same person that might be, actually. Best person I played against probably was Jason Leonard, because there's some others, but we'll come back to Jason. But Mike Griffiths, Lucerne, British Lion, Lucerne, Cardiff. Mike was like a rhinoceros coming at you all the time, and we had some real ding-dong battles over the years. And it'd be bizarre because we played together for Wales on a Saturday, and then Llanelli might play Cardiff on the following Saturday, and we'd be locking on and scrapping with each other. And then the following week we played for Wales together again, So Mike was really good. David Soul was good, and he was there. But I guess Jason Leonard, for a number of reasons, really. He wasn't. He was a good scrummager. He was solid, but that wasn't the performance of his game. But it's just all-round aura, and his all-round to transcend both the eras like he did, from that professional amateur era across to the professional leader and still maintain that sort of sense of fun with the game and enjoyment with the game. He was a great guy. Like, I mean, I was talking to him one day when we played in a Legends game. We both retired, and it was England Legends versus Wales Legends in Bridgend. And Lloyd, my son, Lloyd's probably listening. I phoned him up and said, I got somebody who wants to speak to you. And Lloyd was about maybe 13 at the time. Put him on the phone to Jason Leonard, and Jason Leonard chatted to him for about 10 minutes around his rugby, around different things, and he's just a legend of a guy, like, you know. And to do what he done, to play the amount of games he played, to transcend that amateur era into the professional era, and be as successful as he was he's probably up there with the best. And fortunate to play with him as well. So around that, but certainly from a front row perspective, playing alongside people like Mike Griffiths, Garen Jenkins, those types of players, they were quality individuals, you know, and quality men to boot and all. So but certainly I think when you look, the most difficult or the hardest week, my rugby week ever, probably, was we had toured the South Seas in '94. Toured Canada on the way over, and we played 4 games in Canada. And then we went down to the South Seas to Fiji. And we had like 4 days R&R in Fiji, where we trained, but it was just 4-day break or 3-day break. And we stayed in a place called Nadi, which is the holiday side of the island and it is Fiji, you know, the bounty advert with the seas, and we recovered a little bit, and we done a fair bit of training there, but it was just a nice away from it, and we were all relaxed. And when we were there in Fiji, people were saying to us, "Who arranged your itinerary for you then?" And we were like, "I don't know." And they said, "Well, why are you asking?" Because we played Fiji on the Saturday, we played Tonga on the Wednesday, and we played Samoa on the following Saturday. And now looking back, yeah, who bloody arranged the itinerary? Like, who decided to play those 3 games? And we got into an airplane, and we flew across to the other side of the island to Suva, and it was like chalk and cheese, because the South Sea Islands, that side of Suva, was so poor. It was so we played Fiji on the Saturday, and the ground was like, it would be frozen off if it was in this country, because it was so rutted and hard. And the crowd really quiet, just packed stadium, 15,000 there. And they kick off Fiji, and there's not a sound from the crowd. And you can hear the boots on the hard ground coming towards you, like from the Fiji players. And so I played in that game, and then I played against Tonga on the Wednesday. And I was on the bench against Samoa on the Saturday. And we had to play Samoa on a school field, because their changing rooms had burnt down about a fortnight before. So we had to play on a school field, changed in a tent, a big bell tent, showered in a hotel, changed in a big bell tent. It was like 106 in a shade or whatever. It was probably 140 in the tent. We're in the tent, like it's like trying to get. And it was about 10 minutes into the game, and they had a prop called Georgie Latu. And excuse me, he poleaxed Ricky Evans like with his elbow. Bang! Ricky Evans out on the floor, his hands above, and his eyelids are flicking. I can see them. And they're like, "Hugh, come on." I said, "Get some smelling salts on him. He'll be all right." So we played that game. One game, we won the first 2, lost the last. But by the end of it, we stopped in Hawaii for I think it was like 49 hours or whatever it was as a stopover on the way. I didn't move off a sun lounger on Waikiki Beach, and just kept calling his waiter to bring me more cocktails. My fingernails were it was the toughest week I've ever had with rugby. But a great time as well, you know.
Fantastic. I mean, that's class. I mean, we listen to you all night talking about these stories.
Yeah, look, I'm mindful of the fact that other people want to ask questions around education to you people, like, you know.
Do you want to stick around, Hugh?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll have a listen.
Awesome.
I want to we could just finish up and say thank you at the end anyway. Then that'd be great.
Yeah, of course. I'll get my questions up. So this one is for Shannon.
Oh no.
Let's put you up in the middle. And it's, what is one aspect of education that you have significantly changed your opinion on in the last year? I think that comes from one of the Toms. I think that's either Tom Brassington or Tom Oakley.
Okay. One aspect of education that I've drastically changed my opinion on in the last year. A year is not a long time. There must be something. You need to help.
Anything from the coaching side of it?
Is there anything from the coaching side of it? I guess to an extent, the coaching side of it, because I started off with a very directive instructional coaching mind frame, and now I feel like actually you need to be more responsive, because you are going to have more expert teachers. And I think, like, so for anyone that doesn't know, I am the teacher development lead for my trust, and I'm slowly implementing instructional coaching. And at the start of that journey, I was very much like, instructional coaching is the only style of coaching that I will ever pay attention to, and not the kind of transformational side of coaching. And while I am still the instructional coaching fangirl, I can see a side to transformational coaching where it has a place. And I also think I started off with my instructional coaching journey thinking it has to be very directive, you know, expert novice relationship all the time. But having spoken to quite a few of the staff in our schools, speaking to people like Lloyd, who's obviously implementing it in his school, you need to have that kind of responsive model where if you've got a more expert teacher, you don't necessarily need to be as directive as you would be with a novice teacher. I think that's probably it. Thank you.
Nice. Next one's for Neil.
Cool.
Right. I think this is same source, possibly. Your school is given an investment of £50,000 per year for the next decade. What do you spend it on and why?
Oh, gee, that's a lot of money to spend it on.
One thing or multiple things?
It says what. What do you spend it on? So interpret.
What do I spend it on? So interpret it however I want to. Oh, that's horrible. I mean, obviously, you know, money is precious. I mean, how long that would fund your services, Kieran? I think just about so that'd be wonderful. We could get tutoring for everyone. That'd be quite transformational. I think definitely make sure that we equip you know, playground. And the thing about the school that we particularly need, playground needs a bit of TLC, so yeah, spend it on there. I know if I'm getting this money, I probably would get one-to-one iPads, and I would get you know, some nice big TVs and get an Apple TV for all of those, so that they can you know, so you can walk around and you can take pictures of kids' work and then throw it up onto the board, and you can go through it and you can narrate it, what's good, and highlight bits and pieces as you walk around, so it kind of becomes a portable, you know, visualizer, I guess, then for staff to use as well. I don't know what Chris's rates are, but I imagine they're pretty high, so that might get me a couple of hours, I reckon, of Chris's time for one term.
At a push.
At a push. And that's at the mates rates.
Get Hugh in for rugby coaching.
Hugh in for rugby coaching, absolutely, yeah. Come and coach our little, that'd be quite sweet. And I guess, yeah, I think times are tough. If I could pay teachers a little bit more, particularly teaching assistants, a little bit more with that money, I definitely would as well. And that's probably all I've got. And I'm probably missing some really obvious things. Books, class sets of books, absolutely. Got to have a good class set of books. Otherwise, Chris will never forgive me. And you certainly won't come in for £50,000 if I don't spend some of it on books. Morgs probably will never talk to me if I don't buy the PKC curriculum in. So we'll have to get the PKC curriculum in. I hear they're doing some interesting things with, is it DT, Morgs? Is that the next one to come out in January?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's coming in. I might invest it. Probably now as a school, I can't invest it. That'd be highly illegal.
No, but you
a walkthroughs trainer, a really good walkthroughs trainer right next to me. She'd be my first port of call, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just loads of the little things that, you know what, you just like, oh, I see this, I really want that. You go to the person with the purse strings and they say, no, I can't think there's anything, one massive thing that I would want to necessarily invest in. But what I would do is what I would cost up, like as you kind of go through education, you kind of come across schemes that do various things that you're like, have that. So on my phone, I kind of quite silly have a note called My Ultimate School, which just has various products that I know that I want to have. And if I ever have my own school, I know the phonics I want, I know the handwriting scheme that I want. So I'd probably use it then to kind of make that a reality, I think.
It's not a silly note. I have the same.
She has the same. There you go. Maybe that can be a poll for the end of the last bit of poll. Who has on their phone a ultimate dream school list?
I mean, that was a bit like the generation game at one point there.
It was, wasn't it? Cuddly toy. I will, if I'm getting 50,000, I'm guessing that's not rising with inflation. So I will map out a coherent plan for 50,000 a year for
the foreseeable.
For the next 10 years.
Energy bills then.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That sounds like a blog. How I'd spend £500,000 on there
over 10 years. Yeah,
over 10 years.
Do it.
Nice. Next one is for Morgs. Morgs, how many police vehicles are in your street?
How many sirens can I hear right now?
No. This one is, what's the best and worst thing about having left the public sector?
Ooh. See, my mates keep saying I'm some sort of private shill, but like I still work. I still work for schools. I just work for a trust of schools. No, I'll answer it though in terms of like, because I'm not in a school day to day anymore. So the best thing about that is the workload is like drastically reduced, and I don't spend Sundays planning. There's no Sunday night dread anymore. I don't miss some of the behaviour I had to deal with regularly, or some of the parents, shall we say? Yeah, I'd say that's one of the best of it. Is like the workload and stress is drastically reduced. That's not to say that like teaching's not worth it. Like being in the classroom is great. There's like arguably nothing that beats it when you have a great day. The worst thing. What's the worst thing?
It doesn't seem like there is one.
No, I think the worst thing is like that you don't get to, like when you have your own class and you have them for a year and you really see like the progress kids make. Like there's, like I said, there's almost like nothing that beats that. It's genuinely like a very rewarding part of the job, and that is a big part. Like not teaching as regularly, I do miss that, especially maths. I was always very fond of teaching maths. And now I'm down to like teaching very rarely. So I'd have to say that as my answer, I think.
Nice. Got one for Adam. You win the lottery tomorrow. To what extent do you continue to work in education?
Oh, can't hear him.
We'll never know.
We'll never know.
The host unmuted me. Thanks, Kieran. I think that I probably I am one of those people where I need work. When I've had periods of my life where I have been unemployed, there's quite short periods that I've really suffered, and actually even like the end of the summer holidays kind of replicates that as well. That like 5th, 6th week, you need it. I need it anyway. Some people are fine. I need the structure of it, and I need the goals. And actually, my job is something that is really like linked to my purpose. And education is sort of more than just a job. And like I might end up next year when I move up to Norfolk. I might end up leaving the classroom and doing something similar to Elliot. So we'll see whether it's the classroom teaching is my purpose or just like working in education is my purpose. Yeah, I think I probably would do something really boring with the money, and like maybe I would like start the sort of curriculum project that has always sort of formulated at the back of all of our heads for a long time to do something to do something really meaningful and transformational. And then because obviously I've won the lottery, you can actually do it as a not for profit or a co-op or something like that, and explore different models of ownership and things. So yeah, it would be really liberating in some ways, and I would probably have a nicer time during the holidays, but I would still want to work, because all the things that I think I would enjoy about having lots of disposable income would be like a supplement, a nice thing in contrast to the virtue of hard work. They wouldn't mean as much if they were if you just constantly lived a life of luxury. So what a silly, thoughtful, philosophical response to a silly
Very much so. That's an awesome answer, Adam. Lloyd's just arrived just in time for a question for him. What excites you most about being a head teacher one day, and what scares you most about the prospect? I'm glad Flynn and Penn went down.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Right, yeah, they are down, sort of. Right, so say that again to me. So what excites me about being head, and what terrifies me about being a head? Is that right? Is essentially the question?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So I think what excites me... No, let's start with what terrifies me first, and then maybe let's finish with excitement. It's probably the best way round. I think the job is... well, it depends, doesn't it? I think, firstly, it depends what sort of head role that I do decide to take when I do take it. Because, obviously, the nature of the academy system now and the way that everything's changing with the structures in education does have a bearing on what sort of head you can be. Like a head of a free school, as such, or a state school, is a very different role to a head of school job when you're in a MAT, because I feel from what I've observed. Now, again, I am purely speaking here from observation, not experience, of course. Is that those heads that are in position in a MAT are perhaps they don't have as much autonomy over the direction of where they want things to go. Obviously, they're around the table for the big discussions and things at that top level. Of course they are, but I don't know that there's as much influence as there is in potentially a local authority head's position. And I think those, well, it seems to be that it's moving towards being a dying breed, given the sort of mandate to move to academization. So it's an interesting one for me. I mean, a real that kind of scares me, because I don't know what will be available to me and what will come. And that's a ridiculous thing, because nobody knows what's available for them. However, in the respect of the structures and the kind of how the job is, the remit of the job, if you will, between academies and that scares me. That, because I don't know what, but in the same breath, it also terrifies. Like, part of me is like, oh, I'm scared that I wouldn't have the autonomy. I'm also scared that I would have the autonomy, because I watch Lucy do that role currently, and I just think I don't have the mental models to do this job. Because the things that you're dealing with as a local authority head are beyond, this stuff that she talks to me about sometimes. I'm like, I've never dealt with that. I've never had that's never come across that bit of the finance arm that I've got to do. And I'm just like, I don't have the domain specific knowledge to sort this out, let alone the mental models to draw on. So that part of it scares me. What excites me is the fact that I know I can learn that stuff. And I know that, having watched someone who's an expert at it do it now for coming up to 3 years, I have learned a ridiculous amount. I've learned what not to do as well, through making mistakes over the last couple of years with things and decisions I've made, perhaps going off, and that's, I guess that's testament to Lucy as well, in that she's let me make those mistakes, because she, you know, I've made a decision perhaps, and she said, what do you think about that? And I've sort of come back to it and gone, yeah, should I have done it like that? Should I? And she's like, no, you know, look, you know, that's what it's about, isn't it? You know, it's how you can make mistakes and learn, but not mistakes that are too fatal, if you know, you know what I mean. So that's from her perspective, how able to know kind of where to be tight with me and where to be loose with me in that sense. It is massive, like knowing kind of what room to get, professional space to give me, so I can go, oh yeah, I can do that, I can have a crack at that. And if it does go wrong, she's like, okay, that's all right, you know, it wasn't quite the right call, and you can see that, but I learned from it. So I guess that excites me in a sense that, like, I know that I could do it, and to know that I would be in a position where you can drive exactly what you want to drive with, and build the right culture and build the team around you and the capacity around you. That's exciting. Sorry, that was a long-winded answer.
No, great answer. Great answer. Chris, you're up next.
Okay.
Imagine, a lot of hypotheticals here. Imagine 2 schools are available to your child. One has excellent teaching of reading, writing, and maths, but a very, inverted commas, ropey curricula elsewhere. The other has fairly average curricula across the board. Which would you pick?
I have to admit, I would go for the top quality maths, English, etc. And again, maybe I could teach that stuff at home if it's my own kid. No, in the end, I think it's almost impossible to argue against the idea that once a pupil has really strong capacity with regards to reading, that their ability to catch up with other stuff, their ability to engage with the rest of the curriculum, what's coming down the line at secondary school, is catalyzed. So yeah, I've got a nice, short, nice, easy answer for that one. Yeah, I'd have to go for the really strong core curriculum being taught, or aspects of core curriculum, because you haven't mentioned science there, rather than the broader, quality across the board, if that makes sense.
Nice, good answer. Shannon, Neil, same question.
We literally just talked about it.
We're just having a debate, like, what? Trying to do it really quietly. No, we agreed that we'd also go for the high quality reading, writing, maths. We can tell them excellent stories about history. We can take them to places. We can learn science. We can do art. We could also teach them high quality reading, writing, maths. However, I would like their school to do that.
And I think it kind of boils down to the fact that being really effective and, being numerate and being literate, there is some evidence that is really effective for later life chances, and all these hours that primary schools that we put into history and geography, there's very little to no evidence to suggest that actually this is going to make any difference to someone's life outcomes. So I think from an evidence base as well, I think go with the numeracy and literacy.
Yeah, and when you look at the friends we've got someone who can come over and teach them all about RE.
Yeah.
We've got all the subjects covered effectively.
PE covered now as well.
Yeah, we've got Hugh for PE.
Got my dad to do scrummaging with them when they want to be a tight head, so it's fine.
That's really important. Be a tight head. Be a tight head. That's where all the money is.
We'll let our children know.
Yeah, well, you know how many subjects I would teach in schools if I were education minister.
Absolutely.
So yeah. Right. So we've got 11 minutes left. We'll save time for thank yous, but one final question, which came from one of the donations. I reckon if we all go round and answer this, and I think with the caveat, can't be someone on this call, okay? Because that's cringe. Name an educator who inspires you and why. Yeah. So who we'll start with? We'll start with Morgs and give you guys a chance to think.
I knew you were going to come straight to me.
I know it's really hard because you can't choose us.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that was the obvious choice, wasn't it? I'll tell you what, actually, I used to work with this teacher. His name's Ian Moore, and he's just the best teacher I've ever seen teach. He just knew, he understood the basics. Nothing flashy. He just turned up to work and he just got it done every day, like incredibly consistent. And I've never seen anybody before or since teach writing as well as he does. It was so good. I couldn't even unpick what it was that he did well, but the writing, I'd watch him teach lesson and the writing would always come out fantastic. And he like also gave up loads of his own time to like try and teach the kids instruments, because he played like violin, guitar and stuff. He also gave up loads of time in the morning to help kids with the 11 plus to try and get them in, because it was a very poor area and not many kids go to grammar school. So he'd take like a group of 15, 20 kids. And I just thinking about him yesterday, actually, like how good a teacher he was. So I think I'll go for him.
That's very nice.
Adam, who would you go for?
I would go for loads of teachers that I work with at the moment. Like, I know I'm going to cheat a bit and pick more than one, but I would go for Tama, who's the music teacher at my school, who has like an intense passion for music and teaching kids instruments and getting them to sing in really interesting ways with like harmonies and assembly, and just shows it all the time. And Dan, who's from Wrexham, so he's Welsh, which is fine. And but he's always full of cheer, and he just like has a way with like big groups of kids, and he can really enthuse them about things. And like Michael, who's the head, who like all the way through COVID was just kind of like you know, that swan where it was obviously like chaotic under the surface with staff absence, but it never felt like that at school. And Fatima, who gets year 2 from like the beginning of year 2 to the end of year 2, she's done it like 3 years in a row now, and they just like the progress they make is absolutely mad. And Louise, who I work with, who's in year 6, and just like it's just magical to work with people who you like love and respect, and who just have created such an incredible school that I've been really proud to be a part of the last few years. And now I'm coming to the end of my time there over the next 2 terms. So yeah, I think, you know, we forget, like, none of the teachers I've just talked about really are on Twitter. Like none of them are on edgy Twitter. I think Tama might have an account with about 4 followers, but they're there and they're doing incredible things, and I love them to bits. And I really think that we should, I don't know, make more of an effort to kind of find that excellence outside of our circles, which is easier said than done, I know. But that's my choice. I love them.
That's a lovely answer, Adam. Nice work. What would you, Lloyd?
We cannot hear you.
Muted.
Hello, I'm back. Sorry. Okay. My person I'm going to sort of shout out for this is a deputy head called Ashley, who I have spoken a lot with this year, who's in the same role as me in a different school, and is a consummate professional, but dealing with a very, very, very tough situation. And I'm very fortunate. I've told her this. I am very fortunate to talk with her on a daily basis, because I am able to share examples with her and see what her examples are back to me. And it's that ability to bounce off someone who's live and operational in the role on a day-to-day basis. I have found that a massive, massive help to me as well, being able to give her some support with how she's dealing with things. And it's made me reflect on how the decisions I've made around things as well. And I know she's having a tough time at the moment, and I think she deserves a shout out, because she's a good egg, and if she keeps her head down, I think things will come good for her, without a shadow of a doubt. That's my thing. Sorry.
So emotional, guys.
Sorry.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah.
Hugh, anybody from your school days?
Yeah, I guess 2 people really. Not going to be a surprise there is my PE teacher, because at the time my PE teacher was a man called John Lloyd. Lloyd knows him. He lives next door to Lloyd's grandfather now still. And John was captain of Wales when I was in school, and he was my PE teacher. And he was kind of really strict, really fair, and sort of